Little read. Dobbs the QB stay on his feet and somersaults home for the touchdown over Jordan Howden. Not the cleanest takeoff for the Pasternak, but just enough to get past the goal line.
If you're not a legitimate starter in the league, can you have a nickname? No, I'm not going to hate on Josh Dobbs. The Pasternak is what they're calling him. The Pasternak, Joshua Dobbs. Give us some highlights yesterday in what was a very sloppy, lackluster preseason game, but it was good to be out there at Levi Stadium. Good morning. Oh, baby to everybody out there. My favorite day of the week on a Monday. Shout out to everybody at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. And before we get started with this exercise today, we got the Bay Bridge series, we got the Giants and the Saints in the preseason extravaganza at Levi Stadium. They got other things. LeBron James is back in the news. Rich Paul, blah, blah, blah. Got to let everybody know that starting today, we're giving you a chance to come in and have breakfast with the Roast Friday, September 6th, to kick off the football season with us. That's right, Friday, September 6th. Today's your chance. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you have a shot to eat breakfast with us September 6th. So listen all this week between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Listen all this week between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, and we have 10 spots we're giving away. Each spot comes with the +1 that you can bring. And when you hear this sounder, be the 10th caller and you win a spot for breakfast with the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening to all you overnight dancers? And I heard somebody had some fun with the Gold Club. I will not reveal names. I will not be snitching.
Don't talk about that.
Oh. But it was talked about before the show, and apparently the Gold Club's got it going on. Good morning to all the carpenters, all the janitors, all the security guards, beauty drivers, everybody out there who's enjoying sports. What a sports weekend. Let's start with what we saw yesterday at Levi Stadium. First of all, preseason, no end zone logos, no paint on the sidelines, no midfield logo. It was it reminded me of Candlestick Park when they used to play the preseason games and have the diamond on the field and nothing on the field, because it was obviously Giants baseball going on at the same time. So you got a preseason game, but we got our first look at Brock Purdy in 2024. Our first look at Brock Purdy in 2024.
Most important thing is that he didn't get hurt, right?
I thought the most important thing was he didn't throw a touchdown pass. Are we going to pay him $50 million a year? 60? Well, he lost money yesterday.
When you're playing behind this line of, and I wrote it down, Jalen Moore, Zakel, I believe that's his roommate, or used to be his roommate, Jake Brendel, Dominic Pooney, who looked really good, actually, and Colton McKivitz with Trent Taylor out at wide receiver, you're not going to look so hot.
No.
And Schrader, the running back, just looks a tick slow. I mean, I got takes for days on who makes this roster, who shouldn't make this roster. Matt Breida's making this roster. Matt Breida is an infinitely better football player today than whatever Schrader is as a running back. And look, the Brock Purdy thing, I get why you want to play him. Get the juices flowing, suit up, take a hit. Like some guys say, I can't get ready for the game till I get hit.
He wanted to play.
I know that Patrick Mahomes has spoken of that. I like getting hit early in a game because it kind of wakes me up. And my heart stopped for just a second when he got hit early in the game. And then they showed the replay. He didn't get hit that hard. Well, because you just don't want to. You're going to absorb so many hits throughout the year.
I saw that text thread, and I kind of chuckled.
I said, boy.
Well, as soon as he got sacked, I said, here comes a text from Shasky in 3, 2, 1. And I looked down at my phone 5 minutes later, and there's a text from Shasky. I got worried for a second. It wasn't that hard of a hit. I don't know.
Maybe I'm too worried.
But you know what? He needs to get hit. He needs to get hit to get ready for football season. Because remember, these quarterbacks don't even get touched at all.
No.
So getting hit there, he was just running around, and I think we both kind of have similar mindsets here when it comes to Brock Purdy yesterday. Why'd he play? Well,
I just don't know what they were trying to accomplish in terms of, okay, so I think Brock wanted to play because I think Brock's expressed that he would want to play in the preseason. But then my counter to that to Shanahan would be all right, if we're going to play, he should play if he's going to gain rhythm and get some reps in. Play with some of the other guys you're going to play with in the regular season. Like Trent Taylor couldn't get open against LJ, and LJ is not that mobile anymore at this point. And LJ is my son, all right? He's crawling around, for crying out loud. Schrader doesn't know when to cut, when to go upfield. This offensive line, not to do the for who, for what, but I'm just like, what were you trying to accomplish offensively last year when Purdy was coming off the elbow surgery? They had the one drive, and they went like a hot knife through butter right down the field. Debo touched it, Ayuk touched it, Kittle touched it, and I was like, all right. They feel good heading into, it was almost like a 3-man weave. They feel good heading into week 1. I don't know, man. I just think that the risk wasn't worth the reward if you're not going to have other guys out there. If you want some rhythm to be developed, well, then play with some of the other guys you're going to play with.
So the guys yesterday who didn't play, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, who's dealing with an oblique injury. They're going to monitor that all week long.
Good.
And now this kind of puts some more pressure on getting Brandon Ayuk out there on the football field and getting this deal done, which we'll touch on a little bit later because you kind of have to. And he was in the building yesterday, apparently in the suite with all the injured players. But Juwan Jennings, oblique injury, they're going to monitor him all week long. That's not good. Kyle Juszczyk didn't play. George Kittle didn't play. Fred Warner didn't play. Travarius Ward, Diablo Lenore, Nick Bosa, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave. Also, no Jordan Mason or D. Winters, who are dealing with minor injuries as well. I think we've seen enough from J.P. Mason to know that he's going to make this football team. D. Winters, I think we've seen enough to know that he's going to make this football team and get some run. Now, Curtis Robinson popped yesterday. He was making plays left and right. Really but good. Offensively, just looking back at what was going on, you don't have the left side of your offensive line in Trent Williams and Aaron Banks. So already there's a risk. And Jalon Moore, who fills in for Trent Williams. And what I kept thinking about on the way home.
What was that?
When it comes to Jalon Moore. He was so average last season that Trent Williams, when he twisted his ankle in Cleveland, I remember one of his quotes after the game, he said, look, I couldn't leave that game. It wasn't because he wanted to play for a team, and I'm sure he wanted to play for Purdy, but he goes, I couldn't put Jalon Moore in that position. I was like, wait a minute. He's that bad that you're like, you know what? I'd rather play on one ankle against Myles Garrett than have Jalon Moore out there at left tackle. And you see it yesterday. He's kind of a turnstile out there.
He's a big step.
So if you don't get Trent Williams, and you may have to just acquiesce to his demands and just give him his money. Because if you go into week 1 with Jalon Moore starting at left tackle, it's going to be problems. Brock Purdy will look like yesterday where he's just running around, trying to buy time. Jalon Moore's not ready to start this league.
I mean, look, you got about, what, is it 2.5, 3 full weeks?
September 9th.
All right, so, like, we're reaching a point of no return as I go back to the Future 3 on you on this one. Like, the train is off the tracks, okay? We're heading down. We're rolling. We're throwing coal in there. And either Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk are going to get on this train, and we're going to hit 88 miles per hour, and we're going to zoom off into the future, or we're going to go right into the ravine. I mean, there's no in between at this point. And then you reference like Juwan Jennings' injury. Look, the wide receiver position, you can't feel that confident about it currently. You just can't, right? Ricky Pearsall, the guy that they drafted
in the first round.
I mean, is he going to play at all?
I don't know.
When I saw the Shanahan quote on the NFL Network on Saturday, like it really illuminated it for me. Hopeful him and Aaron Banks can play week 1. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah, Aaron Banks with a broken little finger. So hopefully he had surgery. Hopefully he could play week 1. Again, that's a tough game against the New York Jets. When you look at their defensive front, led by Quinnen Williams, who was in the same draft class with Nick Bosa, selected number 3 overall, right behind Nick Bosa, who was number 2 overall. Of course, Kyler Murray was the top pick in that NFL draft. Boy, oh boy, you got to have Aaron Banks at least in the middle. And with the unknown of Trent Williams, that entire left side of the offensive line, boy, if you walked into week 1 with Shaquille and Jalon Moore, well, I tell you may be running the ball 45 times.
Well, and getting back to the wide receivers, be like, I get this thing done. Like, well, this has to be the week. This can't go on any longer. Well, is it all
on Ayuk or is it on the 49ers too?
I don't care who it's on.
Right.
I'm talking to both parties. I'm not talking to anyone in particular. Like, get this thing done. This is kind of like sabotage the spirit of feeling good before, going on this long journey of the NFL season. And I'm frustrated at both sides at this point, and I don't care who wins. Like, who's losing? The team and the player and the fans. That's who currently. So I know that everyone wants to win the negotiation, and I'm at the point now where I think that get it done, for crying out loud. I don't care what it costs. I don't care, who wins, who loses. I don't care who compromises and has to come off their stance. They need to get this thing done, and they need to figure it out. And I know that, we've got an owner who's been shelling out money left and right, and I understand all that. And I was looking at guaranteed money over the last 3-4 years in terms of putting it up front. Niners are in the top 10 every single year when it comes to those guarantees. Like, Jed, the ball is in your court to figure out a way to get it done. Deal makers get things done. Walk into the room, talk to both parties, sit them down and say, guys, I don't care about haggling over $1 million or $2 million in guarantees, or if it's this 4th year guarantee. I don't care what it is. We're ripping it up after 2 or 3 years anyway. Just get the damn thing done so we can get ready for week 1 against the Jets.
Can the Niners win without Brandon Ayuk? Kay Adams had her training camp tour in Santa Clara. She was there Friday having a lot of fun with Debo, Freya Warner, George Kittle. Well, she talked to Debo, and she asked Debo Samuel straight up, can the Niners win without Ayuk? Here's Debo's response.
I'm worried about this team not being able to win the Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk. Are you?
Am I worried?
Can this team win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk?
Can we win a Super Bowl without BA? I think BA is going to be a part of this team, so we don't have to worry about that.
Let's go.
That made me feel really good.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like, as he said multiple times, he talks to him every single day.
He talks to him every day. The fact that he's wearing Niners gear, the fact that he's still around here, he's at practice, he's holding in. I would have thought at some point, he would have just walked away. Now, Michael Silver wrote a column in the Chronicle over the weekend saying that the Niners should maybe start enforcing fines onto him. Now, if you do that because he's not practicing, Shanahan kind of mentioned that, look, he's got a sore back right now. And the Jalen Ramsey situation was he wasn't practicing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He had a quote-unquote back injury. He gets traded to the Rams. In 5 days, he was ready to go and never missed a game or practice. So,
those Rams doctors are very well renowned.
So wait a minute. So he's doing that.
Doctors.
He's doing that. Like, we all have a friend who, has the back injury, as I go in air quotes, that goes on disability. And some people are like legitimate. Yeah, I'm not here to say that like most, but we all have that friend where we know it's like, we look at him side-eyed. Here's the thing. Look, I like Cowing, 83. He made some plays yesterday. Like, I'm excited for him.
I think
he's a rookie.
From day one, though, he looks like there's a role on this football team.
He's got a little jetpack in him. You know what I mean? Like, I like him.
Yeah.
But Pearsall, no one's seen him, okay? Bigfoot has more sightings than Ricky Pearsall in a 49er uniform.
Maybe, I wonder if it's strategic with Ricky Pearsall.
What?
I wonder if Shanahan is trying to hide him from the league and not put any tape on him, so when he does unleash Ricky Pearsall, I'm just guessing. So
do you hide, let me ask this, do you hide Justin Jefferson, or you just say, he's so damn good, I dare you?
I don't even remember Justin Jefferson in the preseason. I don't, but that maybe Shanahan's a quirky dude, man.
Well, you can only hide him for so long.
I don't put anything past him.
Yeah, I do.
I don't put anything past Shanahan.
You would be on a level of like sophistication that I no.
I believe Shanahan.
No, I don't know.
I believe Shanahan.
So he's strategically injuring his.
No, I'm not saying. No. I'm saying that if there was a game on Sunday, nobody's asked him this question. Somebody down there in Santa Clara should ask him the question. If there's a game to be played on Sunday, would Ricky Pearsall be available?
Would you even want him out there at this point? Because
yes, I absolutely, I would want him out there. But I wonder if if somebody asked Shanahan last night, if week 1 was next Sunday, would Pearsall be ready to suit up? I'd wonder what his answer would be.
I feel more comfortable currently, again, sight unseen, freely admitted on the front end, with Conley. And, whatever. I don't trust Ronnie Bell. Like, I was writing this down.
Ronnie Bell might be cut.
Bonte, I don't trust him at all. Okay? Danny Gray, we should just call him the Ricochet. Like, Danny Ricochet. Forget Danny Gray. The guy cannot catch the ball, all right? Straight up. He's no. Trent Taylor is.
Well, this is why.
He's lousy.
But this is why.
In the words of Steiny.
Well, this goes back to Brandon Ayuk. When everybody says that he's just replaceable, you see how hard it is and how difficult it is to draft a wide receiver and groom them and being a professional. Danny Gray was a pick. It's not working out. Trent Taylor's been in this program before. We've seen enough of Trent Taylor. Dante Pettis is in Chicago playing with third stringers right now. It's not easy. Jalen Hurts out the league. It's not easy. Ronnie Bell's another job pick. So it's hard to find wide receivers. So when you do find one, I'm thinking to myself, boy, you got to pay these guys. So that's where it comes to Brandon Ayuk. You get the damn deal done. But my thing was Ricky Pearsall. No, they're not hiding him because he's hurt or something like that. But it wouldn't put it past me. It was like, hey, this is a minor shoulder injury. He's day to day. He's out there.
Okay, that's different.
I don't know. I'm not saying they're faking injuries. What I'm saying is, hey, he's day-to-day minor injury. You know what? Sit this one out.
Well, I would go in the other direction and say, considering how difficult it is to understand the wide receiver position in a Shanahan offense, this guy needs all the reps, all the field work that he could possibly get, because we've seen it with Debo in his rookie year, who had a really good rookie year. Like, there was a learning curve. There was some growth that needed to happen. We saw with Ayuk where, there was a lot of things in game that he needed to work on. And I mean, look, Cowing is very promising. We're also talking about a 4th round draft pick who's also missed time. And so for him to get on the field with a lot of really good players and not have illegal formations and lining up in the wrong spot and running the wrong routes and all, there's a whole timing thing that goes into it. So like, paint me as the skeptical one, thinking that one of these rookies is going to step in and be an immediate contributor.
Well, Cowing may be your punt returner.
I'm
Kyle Shanahan was asked about that last night.
I mean, we want to figure out whoever the best punt returner is under 53. I mean, he looked pretty good today. We drafted him hoping that he could have the potential to do it. Tonight was really the first time that we were able to get him out there, and he's had a week of being healthy, so he's definitely got a chance to, but tonight was a step in the right direction.
Tonight was a step in the right direction. And I think everybody would be okay with the rookie returning punts when you consider what we saw from Trent Taylor dropping a pass at the goal line. Nice little pass from Josh Dobbs right in front of that end zone there in front of on the south side of the stadium. Trent Taylor, I'm not trying to rip on the guy. He is who he is. I always thought when he got re-signed with the 49ers that, okay, he's just a training camp body. So I'm not going to get outraged over Trent Taylor because I see a lot of that. I was like, boy, Trent Taylor, man, he better not make the team. I never thought he was making the team. But I think it's a training camp body pushing rookies and pushing others for competition, knowing that, hey, I'm trying to make the team. So Trent Taylor's a try-hard guy. I don't believe he's making this roster.
Shanahan loves his dudes, though. Like Tevin Coleman found his way back onto the roster. And, he does have certain guys that he likes. And it does feel like Trent Taylor's one of those guys. Now, you could be entirely right. I'm just saying, I look at someone like Tay Martin, who is way down on this wide receiver depth chart. I'm like, Tay Martin's made way more plays. Again, I'm seeing games. I'm not at practice every single day, so I don't know what's going on at practice. I will freely admit I have zero idea who's winning what at practice. I'm just watching games. And Tay Martin, to me, has way more upside. And again, he is so low on this depth chart. He's playing out there with the force. I mean, he's with my man, Tanner Mordecai.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster, right? The roster that Lutman just brought in here. I'm looking at wide receivers. Trent Taylor's with the third stringers for Ronnie Bell. I don't think he's making this roster, Trent Taylor. So I'm not going to get outraged about it. Now, unless he makes the roster, then we have a different conversation. But I don't think there's any chance in hell that Trent Taylor will be on the final 53 of this roster, even if he's the only punt returner. Get Debo out there to catch the punts. You know what I'm saying? He just fair catch him every single time. I don't care. Jacob Cowing, but you can't waste a roster spot on Trent Taylor.
Other side, we've got a controversy, and it's a position you might not think that we do have one at, but I'm telling you,
linebackers,
we have a competition.
Well, we've got competition all over the place. By the way, I do have a concern. Backup edge rushers.
Starting edge rusher opposite Bosa.
Leonard Floyd's going to be there, so I'm not mad at Leonard Floyd. Well, Leonard Floyd's had double-digit sacks. No, there. It's depth. And we could see John Lynch making more moves before the deadline. All right, let's break. We're going to come back with more Niner stuff, and we'll reveal our guest list. On the other side, 888-957-9570. Are you scratching your head like us over watching Brock Purdy play behind that offensive line and those wide receivers? 888-957-9570 is the number. Your thoughts on the preseason game, Brock Purdy, Josh Dobbs, and all that. We're going to talk Niners for a lot of the show today. A long time here, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these member deals. Signature Select Delicious.
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
Oh, that's a really good rejoiner. If you want to do a rejoiner like that, DM me and Bonte on Instagram and send it to us. You could do the little voice message at Bonte Hill and at ButcherBoy415.
Kate Scott on the call Saturday night for Seattle and Tennessee, and our boy Esau Woodson Jr. caught a touchdown pass, and she dropped the City College of San Francisco.
Oh.
So I was like, Kate, good call. She goes, how are you listening? I was like, it's 2024. We can watch anything we want.
Did you see who was the punter for, which segues beautifully into my competition conversation?
It's not a competition.
The New Orleans punter was from City College. He went to Miami.
Yeah. Went to the University of Miami, with all the tattoos. He's
what's his name?
What's his name?
He's a former rugby player.
Yeah, no, he's a legend because when he went down to Miami, they did a bunch of stories on him. I was going to give a shout out to Kate Scott. I got to find it here. To what's happening this week with R.C. Davis and company, Bo Chapman, the statistician school. That is on Wednesday, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Wednesday. So go ahead.
Well, here's the deal. There are a variety of specific camp battles that I think are big time battles. I didn't see this one on my flow chart. Presley Harvin III looks amazing as a punter. No, you just look.
No, I know. I was there.
I am not here to say I like Wisnowski. I've seen some incredible backspinning punts from Presley Harvin III. I believe he's number 5 out there.
Number 5.
He did it last week.
Josh Dobbs is number 5.
I think there's multiple 31s. There's multiple 5s. He's number 5 on my chart right here.
Yeah, Josh Dobbs is 5 too. We're like Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, where you just run out of numbers.
Number 5.
We have number 31s. We have 2 number 31s, the running back and Green. So anyway, I've never seen
that in preseason before. Guys with multiple jerseys. Usually, this is something you see in Georgia, Ohio State. This is pretty funny. Go ahead, continue.
Look, this kicker, punter, if you will. Look, he looks good. He looks good. Now, we all like Wisnowski, I think he's had a solid start to his 49er career. This random punter, I know we're not going to 888-957-9570, the punter. But this guy pinned them in multiple times. I don't know if it's just the turf. He did it last week as well. He looks good.
Does look good. Think they could trade him? Get some picks?
Look, if you could get a cheaper punter to afford Ayuk and Trent's extension, you do it. I'm sorry.
You think
you
do
it. You straight up, you do it. What?
Cut Wisnowski?
Wisnowski's whatever. I'm not losing it, but it's all about marginal upgrades, right? If I could pin a team down 2 extra times a year, maybe I win 1 extra game, and instead of going on the road in round 2, I'm playing that game at home, right? So the margins are thin, and if you can find a punter who can do something marginally better and make a little less, hell yeah, you're obligated to go in that direction.
4-year, $13 million extension in 2022 for Mitch Wisnowski. Be interesting. I wouldn't lose sleep over it. I don't know what Percy Harvin means. I mean, I guess he was in because of the injury to Wisnowski, although he did hold on field goals yesterday, which is kind of weird. By the way, the Statistician Trading School, August 21st, 9:30 to 2 p.m. They're going to send on the Zoom link for everybody, and it is free. On the panel this year, Bob Rathman of the Hawks Television Network. He's a play-by-play voice of the Hawks. Kate Scott, of course, voice of the Sixers, and Tim Brando, longtime college football announcer there. So Kate Scott dropping the Esau Woodson Jr. And of course the punter is pretty good. But Percy Harvin III, hey man, he's making some waves. Do we got controversy at the punting position? Hey, let's see it. Let's see it.
This whole, and I know Madden does it as well. Can you punt it inside the 20? Can we drill this down a little? Inside the 20 is nothing nowadays. I want to be inside the 7. And the guy did it over and over. I was like, all right, we might have a little something here.
Wisnowski's not bad, though. He's one of the better punters in the league.
I don't think he's a whole, but again, if you could save some money, all right, and you could get a little bit of an upgrade, you're obligated to do it.
See, he got a $3 million, 3.75 guaranteed annual salary of $2.8 million. I'm not sure how much you're going to save there with Wisnowski. I'm not sure what his dead cap is, but Percy Harvin III, look, he's making some good kicks. Let me see his dead cap. There's still dead cap.
What's Wisnowski's dead cap number?
His dead cap number. Damn, he's already I didn't realize he was this old. Now I'm like diving in because we don't talk kickers. I did not realize Wisnowski was already 32 years old. Damn, he's a little older than I thought.
A lot of wear and tear.
A lot older than I thought.
You know, after 400
thought.
kicks, you see a precipitous drop off in production. I'm just making stuff up. Morton Anderson kicked till he was like 60.
What about the other competition? Sorry.
Well, there's a couple.
Backup quarterback, Josh Dobbs, Brendan Allen. Who do you want to win that job? What do you think about Josh Dobbs yesterday? A lot of people like Josh Dobbs. To me, Josh Dobbs, we know who he is. We saw him last year with Minnesota. He was on 3 different teams. Where did he start? Cleveland?
Yeah.
Traded to Arizona. We saw him at Levi Stadium for the Arizona Cardinals. He was making plays in. That was a closer game than, final score is 35-16, but that game was close. And Arizona was doing everything with getting. They were running fake punts. They were doing everything. Trick plays. They opened up the kitchen sink. But you know what? You see Brendan Allen in the timing or whatnot. Josh Dobbs, and I saw it with Minnesota as well, especially after the leagues, was like, all right, you just run RPOs. But if we make you just a pocket quarterback, he's going to struggle. He made a lot of plays yesterday. It was fun. He made some nice throws. The throw to Cowing was really good. He made some nice throws underneath. But my issue with Dobbs, and it's, you see this with ready quarterbacks. As soon as that initial rush gets there, he's so quick to take his eyes down the field and just bail out of the pocket. Boom, I got to go. Without taking your eyes, let the play develop. All right, you got to make a man miss in the pocket. Keep your eyes downfield to make a throw. He bails out of the pocket way too quickly for me, and I wonder if he bails too quick for Shanahan because we know what Shanahan wants from his quarterbacks. He wants a timing. He wants a pocket quarterback. Sure, if you could run, great. But bailing the way he was bailing yesterday, I'm not so sure Shanahan's a big fan of that.
No, that's a really good point. The word that I keep coming back to when I watch Josh Dobbs is frenetic. He's very frenetic. Yeah. Oh, here comes the rush. Let me move. Let me spin around. And now it's a broken play.
Yeah,
it's got a lot
quickly.
He's not as good as this player, but it's got a lot of Jeff Garcia vibes wearing that number 5, where it's like broken play after broken play after broken play. Shanahan wants you to win from the pocket.
Yep.
Right? That's what he wants. I thought that Brandon Allen last week was better, significantly better than this week, but better than Dobbs last week. And I thought Dobbs was a little better than Brandon Allen this week. I don't know what's going on at practice, but they're very different quarterbacks. Brandon Allen is going to play more traditional like Brock Purdy is, whereas Josh Dobbs, going back to your bailing on the pocket, he's going to do more of the backyard stuff. So it's really, what do you look for? I ask you this question. When I'm looking at backup quarterback, if you got to go 9 games with a backup quarterback, your season is probably cooked, no matter what team you are. Can you win 1 or 2 of a 3 or 4 game stretch? And I guess that's where I kind of go back to, I believe more in a little. I lean Dobbs currently because I saw him do it just last year.
Yeah.
But I do want to see more from Brandon Allen.
Right.
I actually, I'll admit it. I'm coming around on Brandon Allen. He actually has shown me some stuff. He throws the ball pretty well. I think his arm is very underrated.
I underrated his arm. He threw with some zip into the sea.
And he's got good pocket awareness, and I like the way he climbs up in the pocket. And I think that he's playing with, at least yesterday, he was playing with 4th and 5th stringers who just stopped running routes.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, outside of Debo and Ayuk and maybe Pearsall, Cowing, Jennings, it's not a good room. I don't believe so. It's a very subpar room when it comes to the wide receiver position, and even when it comes to running backs. And it's a top-heavy team. That's the depth here. But, when we talk about edge rushers, I want to get to that on the other side. Outside of Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa, of course, Nick Bosa is going to have a monster year. He is. Bill Jr. is just not at the point of attack. Lack of containment, no physicality at the point of attack. Backup edge rusher for the 49ers. We saw them make trades from Randy Gregory last year. We saw them make trades from Chase Young. It would not surprise me to see them make a trade for another defensive end at some point this season, whoever becomes disgruntled. Because edge rusher, Lord forbid, if something happens to Nick Bosa, they're in trouble when it comes to rushing the passer.
That's why I wanted them, and I know the finances were probably unrealistic, but so I wanted Judon. Judon's a guy that instantly helps your team on a variety of levels, stopping the run. Yep. He's extremely versatile. He's one of the smartest players Belichick ever had and plays in a variety of schemes. I don't know if you caught this yesterday, but there were 3 different times early in the first and second quarter where the Niners went to 3 down linemen with their hands down and one guy standing up. And that's kind of the Brandon Staley 3-4 influence.
Right.
So Sorensen's already kind of showing you he'll throw a variety of looks. And I think that to your point about edge rusher, I wonder if they're going to use linebackers as that third rusher and mix that guy in and try to disguise some of the blitzers.
Maybe with the way Jair Brown's playing that safety, he's having a hell of a camp. It looks really good. Oldham made some plays as well. You know what? Maybe you experiment with Talanoa Hufanga as an outside linebacker on a third down.
It's a good thought.
And have him rushing or whatnot, because I know they're going to want to get him on the field. I'm not sure I'm starting Hufanga right now over Tig Brown. I'm not sure I'm starting him over George Odom. And Mustafa continues to make plays in open space. So maybe you use Hufanga, maybe you use Tig Brown, maybe you use Mustafa as an extra rusher here. Maybe we'll pick that up on the other side here as we do have to break, because Lupman's going to be the wave. Don't forget, join 95-70 The Game at Hardy Park Friday, September the 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 9570thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACCO Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. What is coming up in the game brought to you by Fairmont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More 49er Talk, plus we'll get to the Battle of the Bay at some point in the next hour. That's all coming up here on The Roast.
When back to the office means...
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. Big news, roasters. Big news. Big news. Shout out to Big Pun. Big news. Guess what? Baldy's joining us in studio all morning long on Thursday. Thursday morning, Baldy in studio Thursday. He's going to get He's always getting us fired up. We'll break down football season. Oh, wait, Baldy's going to be here 4 straight hours. Oh, we get 4 hours with Baldy? Wow. 4 hours with Brian Baldinger on Thursday. This segment, of course, sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. And again, we'll take the questions. Ask Baldy anything. Baldy will answer anything, whether it's basketball, football, baseball. He does not care. We'll ask him about his sleeper teams. Last week he said, Tampa Bay caught his eye. So I'm looking at Tampa Bay thinking, okay, what about Tampa Bay? What made Tampa Bay catch Baldy's eye? So we'll get into everything with Baldy. That'll be this Thursday, all 4 hours on the roast. You won't want to miss that. So we'll take your calls in. 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy played yesterday. Shanahan, how'd you think Brock Purdy did?
I mean, there were 2 frustrating drives, just 3 and out. I don't think there was much there when he had it. I had a chance to make a big play on a keeper going back across, but not enough plays. There weren't really any good looks for him either.
No good looks, but why was he okay with Brock Purdy playing without the starters?
Yeah, you always think about that stuff. If we thought it was an issue, we wouldn't have done it. We were good with the guys out there. If Brock wouldn't have gone, probably wouldn't have played Jake. Definitely would have had Colton and Jalen go as long, but we felt good with the group.
Hey, and what if he took too many hits, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, you think about that all the time, but it's also part of football, and I think he protects himself well. If we felt he was in a tough situation, we wouldn't have, but a lot of quarterbacks play throughout the league, and each week's different. I think it helps Brock to play, and last year he didn't get to as much with his arm, but I thought it was good for him to get out there, even though it wasn't 2 great drives. And I know he was really wanting to do it, and hopefully it'll make him in a better position for this when we go to the Raiders.
Well, Shanahan, are you prepared to win differently based on the offense and how it looks right now?
Yes, but I mean, you always feel like we've had to win a number of ways, a number of times here, so you look at that each week, even when you feel your offense is firing on all cylinders, you still, what's the best way to win a game? And that changes week in and week out. And I like to think we're built to do it a lot of different ways. I think we have done it a lot of different ways in our tenure here. And that's kind of what we always talk about. What does it take to win? And you try to figure that out by studying, putting together a game plan, and then you do what you can in the game to find a way, and you really don't care how it looks or what happens. You just do whatever you can to win.
All right, 888-957-9570. Roasters out there, do you have any issue with Brock Purdy playing yesterday with that makeshift offensive line and that makeshift receiving room and backup ready backs? 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you have any issues with Brock Purdy playing last night?
Football players play football, right? That's the setting.
Yep.
I have zero issue with guys going out there and playing in preseason. If that's what you want to do, like Kansas City, Andy Reid's been doing it for 30, 35 years. They played Patrick Mahomes. But you know who else played with Patrick Mahomes? Because I watched it.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce.
Xavier Worthy.
Right? So
Rashee Rice.
They were trying to accomplish something.
Boy, real quick. Rashee Rice looks like he's about to take another step.
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy is a problem.
But he fits exactly what they want to do. Like, I don't know. Who knows what he would look like in other situations, but it's a perfect fit.
But we knew that when they tried to hit, like, damn.
Of course.
Speed with Andy Reid.
Mahomes.
And then behind the back pass, like, I mean, he's
on another level. But like, if that's what you want
to do, that what a show off. God, just come on, play some real football, Patrick. This isn't back yet. Come on, dude.
I loved it. Even though I hate him,
it's so extra, and the media love you. Oh my God, it's the greatest. It's preseason, people. God,
he does have a left-handed pass, a behind the back pass. It's just, I mean, and the Raiders can't even complete a pass normal.
You know what I saw from the Raiders beat writer Saturday?
Why are we bringing up the Raiders? Thought we were talking about the Chiefs.
Yeah, no.
Because your Raider Chief hate is coming out.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think we're just too infatuated with the preseason pass. It doesn't mean anything.
What's his name? Vincent Bonsignor?
Vinny Bonsignor of the Las Vegas Review-Journal.
Yeah,
does a very good job.
The Rams. He tweeted Saturday night, and I had to make sure it was him. Maybe the Raiders should trade for Trey Lance.
I think it should go for Kirk Cousins, but that's neither here nor there.
That's what he tweeted. Trey Lance looked that good Saturday? I didn't watch much of the game.
I don't know.
I saw much of the highlights. I don't know.
I know who didn't look good, Daniel Jones. But getting back to the Niners, if you're gonna play Brock, this is my setting. If you're gonna play Brock Purdy, I'd probably play Kittle and Debo with him, the guys who are healthy, right, to suit up. Now, that's the way I would do it. But if I'm not going to play Purdy, then I don't play anyone. Like, it's either all in or all out. That's just how I would view the situation. McVay never plays anyone in the preseason, and they've had unbelievable amounts of success when he's done that. And so I'm either all in or all out. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with Brock Purdy playing and subjecting him to playing with guys who aren't going to be on the team. That's what I would say. Like, it's one thing if you're building rhythm with a first-round pick in Ricky Pearsall and he's playing with Cowens. Like, he didn't even play with Cowens. He played with Trent Taylor. Yeah. You know, and he's throwing lob tosses to the side to Schrader, this guy that's not even going to be on the team probably. So, yeah, that was a head-scratcher. I'm not outraged. I don't think it's the end of the world. But I also don't think that the risk was worth the reward, I guess. And that's where I go back to, like, okay, if you're going to play Purdy, I'll play everyone else. Because if Purdy, he's going to make $60 million, right, at some point. And next year, are you going to play him in the exact same situation? If he goes down, your season's cooked.
I mean,
your season's
season's over.
Top-end starter, when you go down, you could salvage a month or 2 months, maybe 2 months. To go 3-4 months, it's probably you're probably not making the playoffs.
No, you're not going to make the playoffs. Yeah, Brock was running around. It was exciting to watch him run around. It's like, look at Brock running around. Look at Brock trying to look for an option. I was shocked. First drive, okay, cool. They go 3 and out, whatever. Comes back for the second drive. After that, he took the hit from Chase Young. I was like, all right, that may be enough. And then I look over at the sideline. I'm like, oh, he's grabbing his helmet. He's playing another series. Wow.
He played 11 plays. Shanahan had said that they were trying to get 10
plays in. 10 plays in. So he played 11. Still, I mean, he didn't get hurt. He looked great. He got the contact. That's fine. Quarterbacks are going to get hit. The speed, the athleticism, the ability to extend a play. I still love those qualities about Brock Purdy. He looked fine. I mean, if anybody's taken away like, oh, boy, Brock Purdy really struggled. Well, look who's out there. Because I got a text yesterday. I'll read this text, and I won't say who it was from. But I got this text yesterday, and I'll just read it. And it didn't even reply.
Well, is this a media member? Is this a former athlete? Okay. You said what you needed to say.
Oh, man. Did I delete the damn text? Oh, no. Here it is, right here.
Of course you didn't.
Bonte, how did Brock look to you? Folks are claiming he's having problems. My son said the other quarterback looked better. And I didn't reply because I said I'm not taking away anything from this Brock Purdy experiments. I mean, from this experience. I think we've learned our lesson with preseason football, haven't we? I mean, are we still overreacting to preseason football? Are we overreacting to Jake Moody missing a field goal? Does that concern people?
Here's what I would say.
I can't do it, Shatsky, but
if
there
you
are
look
concerns,
rattled,
though.
If you look rattled, I do believe you can take something away from that, right? Like, I don't, like, let's say you're a guy trying to make the roster. You can help yourself. Like Cowan yesterday. Cowan showed me, like, that's a football player.
Yeah.
Now, is he going to be an all-pro? Probably not, but to me, he looked like a football player. You know who didn't look like a football player? Danny Gray. Danny Gray looks like, Danny, you're probably going to have to turn your jersey in here in about 2 weeks.
Yeah,
okay?
Danny Gray's probably gone.
All right,
He's as good as gone.
So I believe you could find out certain things about certain guys. Matt Breida, right? I watched Matt Breida play the entire second half. This is now 2 weeks in a row. I'm like, Matt Breida's making plays in the backfield as a pass catcher.
Right.
He's picking up blitzes. He's running the ball really well. Matt Breida's making this team.
My thing, though, is with the starters, with the guys who have proven themselves.
Yeah, the established guys,
The established guys, I'm never going to freak out over ever again. But if you see, like, Trent Taylor, you're saying, like, is he better? No, he's not better. He's going to be gone. That's why I'm not outraged over it. He's not making this final 53. There's no way in hell that he can make this final. I'd be shocked if he's making this final 53. Now, there is one area of concern that I've been teasing here, and that's backup edge rusher. Leonard Floyd, I really like.
Yeah, but he's older.
He's older, but
I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, he's had some really, really good years.
No doubt.
Really good
years.
No
doubt.
But the depth of the edge rusher.
Yes.
If Nick Bosa's not having a monster season, if he needs to take a play off, then you know what? We got problems. Because we'll see about Gross Matos. We'll see about him. Robert Beal Jr., I'm not sure he's up to the task. I'm really not. I don't like what I see on the edge. Alex Barrett's not bad, but are you going to ask him to go out there and get 20 snaps a game?
Alex Barrett's a fourth, 50 end.
Exactly.
Nice guy, but
nice
come on.
guy. Now, Leonard Floyd's 31, and he's had basically double-digit sacks, 2 of the last 4 years. The other 2 years, he had 9.5 and 9. So
pretty
he's
good
consistent.
production. That's pretty good production.
He's consistent.
The Niners would, if they said they could get 10 sacks opposite Bosa, you'd probably sign up for that.
And he's been healthy the last 6 years. He's played every single regular season game. 16 with the Bears, 16 with the Bears, 16 with the Rams, 17 with the Rams, 17 with the Rams, and then 17 last year at Buffalo. So, but at some point in my mind, I'm thinking, boy, if anything happens to Bosa, anything happens to Leonard Floyd, well, John Lynch is going to have to pick up the phone again and call teams about their defensive ends. This could be another area of concern if one of these big boys go down, Shasky. So for me, that's my biggest concern. Defensive end depth.
Yeah, see, I'm going to go to the most obvious. It's Ayuk and Trent. Like, it's just like, or one or both coming back.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to
sure?
come back. No, I'm saying just overall position, like defensively, we are obviously, Trent Williams doesn't play week 1 against the Jets.
They're
and if he doesn't come back,
trouble.
there are major issues. If Ayuk doesn't play, there are major issues. So all the people who thought Brandon Ayuk was, I saw a couple on YouTube saying, hey, we're walking back what we said about Brandon Ayuk. He's not irreplaceable.
Oh, that's Wednesday.
Not on this football
We're
team.
going to do walk back Wednesday. I have some takes that I have to walk back.
Oh, do you?
Just a snippet. One of them involves the Denver Broncos.
What, their uniforms?
No, well, the uniforms weren't that bad, but
Bo
it was.
Nix?
Yeah, I might have to walk that back.
I'm going to wait on that.
He looks pretty good.
Yeah. Did Green Bay play anybody?
I'm just saying he looks polished.
He looks
Here's
fine.
a great example. You were saying about preseason.
He looks fine.
So like last night, this kid Hainer from Fresno State, his mom is on television, and everybody's Hainer's lousy. I mean, it's just come on, say it. He's not.
His mom's on KTVU, right?
Yeah. She's legend.
Oh, she's a mom. I'm not going to rip his. I'm not going to.
No,
rip
but the kid's not that good. Like I'm not trying to hate. No, I'm not trying to hate. Like the kid's not that good. He's just not. He's not. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Like he had a great college career. He had an unfortunate injury at the end of his senior year, and he looks very overwhelmed. Okay, that's a takeaway. Like I can take that away. Yeah. I watched someone like Cowan yesterday. He made some plays. I'm like, all right, he's not overwhelmed. He looks like he can play. And it's like, I don't know to what degree. Let's see, what he can do with real players out there. Renardo Green. Like I'm looking at the Niners draft class. First round.
I like Renardo Green, Florida State.
Looks physical. Yeah. He looks like he can play inside, outside. That looks like a really good pick. No. I'm looking at some of the other guys from their draft class. I think Dominic Pooney, the 3rd round pick. I think there's a player there. I think he's a really good player. He's probably going to
start at right guard.
Yeah.
He's probably going to start at right guard. He looks really good.
They had like 3 or 4 where he blocked the guy and then spun around to pick someone up else to help out Jalen Moore.
Right.
Or excuse me, not Jalen Moore, Colton McGivens next to him. That was really nice. Isaac Orendo from their class. We haven't seen him.
We haven't seen him yet.
He got hurt. Kingston, he played in the game. I thought he was okay. The USC guard that they drafted in the 6th round. And I really like Tatum Bethune, who's the 7th round pick, number 48 from Florida State. Like, if Pearsall is just a player, can play in the league, their draft class is really good.
I agree.
It's a really good draft class.
And then Tanner Mordecai is a rookie. I'm not mad at him. He doesn't look overwhelmed.
He's okay, yeah.
He doesn't look overwhelmed as your 4th-string quarterback
he had
here.
Better feet than I thought.
But when it goes back to just, all right, it's obvious, right? They need Ayuk. They need Trent Williams. Let's just put that to the side.
Obvious. Okay.
We know that. They're not going anywhere if they don't have those guys.
I am a little, you're talking about like weakness. I think this is the deepest secondary the Niners have had in I don't even know when. When were they this deep, this good?
They're really good. I have no concerns about corners.
I think defensive line as a whole for me is the biggest soft spot on this team.
So D in depth. And even defensive tackle depth, because I don't know about Jordan Elliott yet.
McGill went down.
I don't know about Kevin Givens. Kalia Davis losing him.
Yeah.
And you're going to miss him for most of the season. That is a problem. So your pass rush and your run defense. And I'm not going to go crazy over run defense in the preseason. I'm not going to do that. I'm never going to do that. You're never going to hear that from me because you're not scheming up things. You're not playing. Chris Coster's like, hey, I need you to stand here. You're working on basic fundamental stuff trying to make the roster here. You got to do the basic things at the point of attack. I'm not trying to pick on Robert Beal Jr. I'm not trying to pick on these backup edge rushers. Boy, something happens in Nick Bosa. This is alarming.
Yeah.
This area, They cannot figure this thing out at the defensive end spot.
Well, again, I know this is getting really deep in the weeds. The Niners traditionally did the wide 9, and they had 4 down linemen with their hands in the dirt, okay? For those that are watching, with typically 3 or 2, depending on how many secondary players, linebackers. I think this team, and you saw it in the first and second quarter, the influence of a Brandon Staley, who is a 3-4 guy. Remember Vic Fangio, 3-4 guy. I think they're going to have more 3 down linemen, and they're going to utilize their depth at linebacker because it does seem like they have a lot of linebackers. And I think that they're going to have, Hargrave, Floyd, and Bosa. And I think at times a 4th guy rushing will be a linebacker. I don't know if that's D. Winters. I don't know if that is Hufanga.
It could be Hufanga playing
Yeah, that's a really good call, actually, the more I think about it.
Or you could have Tick Brown drop down in the box. And if you want to have Hufanga play the deep third or whatnot, now we got to see how Hufanga looks. He's going to get back on the practice field at some point this week. But maybe you're doing that. And I do want to know who Nick Sorensen is. Is he more of a blitzer? Now, you look at that last play of the game, for example. You brought up Haener.
Yeah.
Bethune blitzed on that play.
I liked it.
Now, Haener didn't. He threw the ball. Nobody was going to catch it. I mean, he even gave Perry a shot on the last play of the game. But Bethune did blitz on that play, and it was man across the board. So it was interesting to see him in that situation late in the game to try to win a game. What are you going to do? You're going to blitz? You're going to sit back? You're going to drop it to a zone? What are you going to do?
There was a couple of 3rd and longs in the game, and they went man across the board and pressed and came up. I think they feel really confident with their cornerbacks and their safety play this year. And to me, if you want to go back a year and talk about what was Steve Wilkes' positive influence, I think it's pretty obvious.
The DBs.
He really did a good job with these DBs.
That's a specialty.
And I think that he deserves a ton of credit, retrospect, looking at what this secondary has this year. I think it's a lot. I'm looking at Steve Wilkes. I'm saying, you know what, Steve? You did a really good job with these DBs because a year later, I think that's the strength of the defense.
It would not. Somebody on the text line. So 415, Xfinity Mobile text line. And shout out to everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube and Twitch for that matter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate. Auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer on the Xfinity Mobile text line. 415, Niners should call Yannick Ngakoue.
He's been on, 5 teams last
He's 29 years old. 29 years old.
Is he just not a good player, not a good teammate? Well, why is he on so many teams?
Well, yeah, he's a free agent. I think he signed a bunch of 1-year contracts, but he's a free agent out there. And that's a guy you may just have to call. Last year.
Where's the money?
Well, last year, he's probably not healthy. He started 13 games last year. He was on a 1-year, $10.5 million deal, but he broke his ankle in week 14.
Ooh,
so I don't know where he's at health-wise, 415, but that's I like where 415 is thinking here. Because I think you're going to need to go get another defensive end on this football team at some point. You need depth there.
D-tackle, too.
D-tackle, all over the defensive line. Now, he had 9.5 sacks with the Colts the year before that.
Was he
Raiders.
A Raven 1 year,
He was a Raider. He was with the Raiders 2 years, $26 million, had double-digit sacks then. And he was with the Baltimore Ravens as well. So he's a solid defensive end. Solid. Opposite of Nick Bosa, I like that because he was opposite of Max Crosby, and he played very, very well. So where's he at health-wise? Maybe the Niners have him on speed dial. We'll see about that. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob in San Bruno, what's happening?
Hey, Robbie.
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, Bonte, I'm coming down your road, Bonte. You know what? I care about run defense. I don't care whether it's preseason or not. Looking at last year, run defense, and looking at that game yesterday, nah. Them the starters we got inside. It ain't like we got Wormstand coming back. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be missing Greenlaw for a few games. So our run defense is going to struggle a little bit. I'm very concerned about the run defense.
That's fair.
Brock Purdy. You know what I'm saying? We better hope CMC. We really don't need CMC to get hurt. If CMC get hurt, and the Niners don't have no threat of the run, Purdy ain't getting that $60 million. You can kiss that out the door. So if CMC is healthy, Purdy gonna be all right. But if CMC misses games, like 2 or 3 games, 4 or 5 games, offense gonna be in trouble. And I think we gotta sign either BA or Trent Williams. It got to be. We can't lose both.
No,
we can't lose both. And then and that's pretty much it. I thought the secondary played good. And one more thing, everybody talked bad about Wilkes doing this. Oh, Wilkes changing the defense. Well, hell, Sorensen changed. He ran some 3-4 yesterday.
Did you see that?
He was. Yes, he was blitzing. He was blitzing across on man press. You got to have big corners to do that. And one more thing. So why was Wilkes getting all this complaining about it? And then I sent it to Bonte a couple weeks ago about a report about Bosa dropping back in coverage. And I remember Shasta, you was complaining about that. Why is Bosa dropping back in coverage? He's a pass rusher. So when Sorensen doing it, it's all good though. When Wilkes was trying to change things up, he was the scapegoat for everything, you know. So I just find that funny. But other than that,
we know Wilkes was a scapegoat. I'm not even saying he's even, but like Wilkes, they needed to part ways. Kind of like Klay Thompson and the Warriors. It's a mutual parting. Your bygones be guy.
But I give him his credit for the secondary. He deserves his credit.
Wilkes had. I mean, the whole Wilkes conversation. I'm just like, wow. All right, Bosa admitted that he should have came to camp. And that he destroyed his own season.
But I also believe that this team, when you take Eric Armstead off the field, the scheme does need a little mix-up. I do. Does. I think it's gotten a little stale.
It did get stale. The wide nine, you
and
put
the
that
personnel's
on film.
different.
You put that on film, and Detroit exposed them with that wide nine. The way they run the football, so you had to tweak some things.
I agree.
So
look at just my belief. I like the 3-4.
I love 3-4.
I'm a Vic Fangio guy, so I love the 3-4.
Hey, listen, I even before Vic Fangio.
The Dome Patrol.
Dick LeBeau and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's
why I love the 3-4. I mean, even in NCAA, my base defense, my base package is 3-4.
I like the 3-4. Big, heavy linemen that beat up two dudes.
Yep, no doubt. And let my linebackers run sideline to sideline. And one of them coming off the edge. All right, more coming up, more Niner talk. We'll get to the battle today at some point. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, how'd you enjoy Levi's Stadium? What did you think about Brock playing yesterday? Josh Dobbs, did he win a backup job yesterday? I want to hear from all of your concerns. How do you feel about each position group? All that. 888-957-9570. Taking a deep dive into Niner football as they completed their second preseason game last night at Levi's Stadium. Beating the Saints 16-10. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1 and 4.
Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. Overreactions from preseason football. I'm here to hear them. I am. I really am. I want to listen to these overreactions. I want to. Robin Sambruno, he's concerned about the run defense. Really concerned. No matter what.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Can I give you one?
Yes, give me an overreaction.
Yesterday was Kubiak versus Kubiak as Clay and what was Clint were, one was for New Orleans, one was for the San Francisco 49ers. Why do I think that the younger Kubiak for the 49ers is helping the drop back passing game? I watched Josh Dobbs throw 21 times in the second quarter. And this is a team that their ethos is running the ball. And I still believe they're going to get back to that ethos and they're going to run, and all that. But there were a lot of scripted back shoulder throws and drop back plays. They went 4 and 5 wide in the red zone multiple times the last couple of weeks. I actually think Kubiak, if he is part of this influence, maybe it's also just Shanahan, and I'm underselling how much of his philosophy is starting to evolve. I think Kubiak's influence on the drop back passing game is going to have a really, really, really good effect on this team moving forward.
Well, he's the offensive passing game specialist, so he specializes in the offensive pass attack, and the pass attack for the 49ers. Now, they'll get the 3 or 4 or 5 wides. Hell, they were in 5 wide on 3rd and 5 in the Super Bowl. Remember that? And pass got batted down. So we've seen 3 to 4 or 5 wide receiver sets. Don't
talk about that.
No, I mean, it's something we've seen with this team before. Brock runs a lot of 4 and 5 wide sets. Now, the problem I have with the 4 or 5 wide sets is, Debo and Ayuk are solid, but the rest, other than that, and Christian McCaffrey in the slot, I need another guy with speed. Like, I always got to have that burner in there. So Kittle's fine. McCaffrey's cool. Debo,
that's why I like
Ayuk, but I like having the speed. One guy that's just got blazing speed. Where it's like, if I get him in a one-on-one situation, I'll take my chances with getting him the football.
The really good offenses over the years always had that burner dude.
Yeah,
like Azakim. Like I'm thinking about those early 2000s Rams, right? And they had Ricky Prohl, and they just had random dudes.
Right.
Harry Douglas, Gage in Atlanta for so many years. Like
Taylor Gabriel,
great example. I look at some of these great teams. You're not going to use that guy to throw 120 times at, but if you can use him on the jet sweep like they did yesterday and utilize him to just open things up and clear stuff out, I think Cowens could be a very productive player for this team. And this is where I go back to the Pearsall thing. It's like, dude, Pearsall, like right now, for fans, this isn't for the team, but for the fans, it's like, Cowens is soaring up our board, and my thoughts of Ricky Pearsall couldn't be lower. I just haven't seen him.
Dude, I like this overreaction from the 925. Extended the mobile text line. Overreaction. This is Charvarius Ward's last season with the 49ers. Deommodore Lenoir enters elite conversation. Bernardo Green, quality number 2 corner.
I've heard from a variety of people that they're really looking at Deommodore Lenoir as a star. The Niners are.
Yes.
And I know that part of the Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams kind of domino effect of financials does affect Deommodore Lenoir because they want to carve out money for him. They do. They value him that way. I don't think that's an overreaction. I think that's a great assessment as you look down the pipeline.
Right. Michael Silver wrote an article about this a couple weeks ago in the Chronicle, like, we're looking at San Francisco's next star, and it is Deommodore Lenoir. And I just go back to the first video, which they got fined for when he's in the rookie OTAs, and he's playing press man, and he's just jamming dudes up. Lenoir can play, man. He is solid. And he mentioned it, actually. He was talking to Richard Sherman, and I don't know if it was on that podcast or Richard Sherman podcast, but I forgot where I saw it from, just over the weekend. And he was talking about last year. He thought he was fighting for his job. 2 years ago, he thought he was fighting for his job. And they go up to Minnesota for joint practices. And he's going up against Justin Jefferson in one-on-ones. And Shanahan is standing behind him, watching like a hawk. And he breaks up a pass, and he looks at Shanahan, and Shanahan's smiling. He was like, because he thought he was in the doghouse.
Interesting.
He said he was in the dog. He was like, dude, I'm trying to work myself out the doghouse. I don't think I'm going to make this team. What the hell's going on? And he talked about.
Did he say doghouse?
Yeah, he said doghouse.
Boy, the Shanahan.
The Shanahan doghouse.
We're going to start calling him Snoopy.
Dude, the Shanahan
my
doghouse.
God.
That's why I got a lot of respect for Ayuk. He made it out the doghouse. Let's not act like we didn't see Dante Pettis in the doghouse and just get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
Who has more people in the doghouse? Don Nelson? Shanahan.
That's a great question.
They're very similar.
They're very similar in that. And if you make it out their doghouse, they'll love you for life. Now, I don't know what's going on with Ayuk and Shanahan. Maybe there's a disconnect there, and we'll get to some sound about Ayuk in just a second. But Diablo Lenore talked about this in the joint practices, and he told Ambry Thomas, I got Justin Jefferson. I need these reps, which is crazy, which says you everything about Ambry Thomas. It's like, dude, you needed those reps. But Diablo Lenore followed Justin Jefferson everywhere, and he said that's when he felt like he won Shanahan over in those joint practices in Minnesota and got up out the doghouse. Now this guy, he plays at the side. If I'm not mistaken, 2022, when they beat Detroit in week 2 against Philadelphia. Now, I could be wrong here, but Philadelphia, from their own goal line, threw a bomb. And remember, they got inside the Niners' 5-yard line. And I believe it was Lenore who got cooked on that play. But he chased down the receiver at the time. And he chased him down to save a touchdown. I said, you know what? I like the effort. You got burnt. Next play mentality, but you saved the touchdown. The Niners ended up having the goal line stand and kept the Eagles out the end zone. So Lenore's come a long way, man. Come a long way. If I'm not mistaken, he was the same corner in that play. But I feel good about corners overall.
I do too. It just feels like their deepest. It feels that the cornerback position has been a soft spot for the team for 25 or 30 years, doesn't it? They've had one good corner.
We've always talked about it.
Maybe they've had a second that's solid, like Shante Spencer and Ahmed Plummer.
Shante Spencer out of where?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Second round pick, number 36.
Yep. No
Come
doubt.
on, man.
He was solid.
He was solid, but he would always have like the broken hand. And
Ahmed Plummer was good, and he just
hurt his
retired
neck.
out of nowhere.
Well, he hurt his neck. But they were very good. Like that was also like early 2000s. You know, so it's been quite some time.
Carlos Rogers had a year.
Okay, and Terrell Brown had a year.
Terrell Brown had a year. Chris Culliver had a really good rookie year.
And who was the other? Tremaine Brock had a year.
Brock, he had a year.
You know, like you
Robinson.
can find a guy having a year. It's not about having a year. Can you be like good across the board? Right, that's been one of their weaknesses. Now it feels like they got guys like Renardo Green. Clearly, they worked him on the inside and the outside. He was guarding Olave on the inside and on the outside yesterday. Now, Olave only played a couple of snaps, but Olave's a solid receiver.
Yep. No, he's solid. He is solid. He made some plays there. He slipped on one route. He gets to wherever he wants to get to. I thought Sammy Womack III actually appeared yesterday.
I like
Womack. It wasn't bad. I'm not mad at it. Is your last corner on the roster? Yeah, Darrell Luter Jr. By the way, we got about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. We're giving you a chance to come in and have breakfast with the roast Friday, September 6th, to kick off football season with us. Listen all week. Listen all week between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. We have 10 spots we're giving away. Plus, you can bring somebody along for the ride. So 20 people in total. We're going to do this every single day this week. And when you hear this sounder, be the 10th caller and you win a spot for breakfast with the roast. We're going to do that in 5 minutes, so you want to be listening. You want to be listening. Don't forget, Baldy, all day Thursday in studio with Shasky and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game. All day long Thursday, Baldy in studio. You don't want to miss that. But caller number 10, we're going to give out the number in 5 minutes as we talk some 49er football here. They beat the Saints in the preseason game, but did you have any problem with Brock Purdy playing? Or did you have a problem with what Julian Edelman said before the game? And this made the rounds yesterday on Twitter as Edelman, I guess he's working for Fox Sports now, huh?
Yeah, him and Charissa? Is it Charissa?
Charissa Thompson.
Yeah, I want to make sure I pronounce it properly.
The one who fakes quotes or makes up quotes.
She was, they were in chairs, and it looked like they were on the Levi's field.
Yeah, they're on the field on the 49er sideline.
And she's interviewing him, and Michelle's like, how do I know that guy? I go, that's Edelman. He used to play for the New England Patriots. And she's like, oh, isn't that the guy who the girl filmed? And I, that was that.
Wait.
The girl who, she said that she, they slept together, and then she put it all over the internet. And
I don't remember that one.
He was basically, some girl posted a selfie of her in bed with him. It's like, look who I found on Tinder.
Exactly.
And yeah, you can figure out the rest from that.
And he had like the zip up, I call it the Tony Soprano like polo. The one that has the zipper.
So what was that girl trying to get out of that?
Oh, that was years ago. I don't know.
I mean, what was the goal of that?
Goal was clearly
rights.
Just to say that I slept with Julian Edelman, Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
Was he married at the time?
I don't think he is married.
Oh, okay. Right.
I could be wrong.
Hey, He's not married. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But he looked jacked, and he was sitting there, and she was asking him about some about the league, and then asked him specifically about Brandon Ayuk.
And here it is.
If I was Brandon Ayuk, I would be at San Francisco week 1. Usually it goes, a team goes out and wins the Super Bowl, and everyone tries to get paid. They haven't won a Super Bowl yet, but everyone is trying to get paid. So if they can have the mental toughness, which means having the ability to do what's best for the team when it's not necessarily best for you, I'm just telling you, there is a jackpot at the end of the rainbow that is a huge payday if they go out and get it done.
I was thinking about what Edelman said there, and I think it's poignant that he said it because he is a Super Bowl champion. Do you believe Edelman could have gotten a little more money elsewhere had he left New England at any point in his career?
Don't know, because a lot of New England wide receivers have left that program and haven't about to anything, going back to David Givens.
Wes
going back to
Welker
Deion Branch.
Solid in Denver.
Wes Welker, that's one receiver.
In Denver.
But Deion Branch, David Givens. There's a number of guys. Kimbrel Tompkins never resurfaced.
You don't think he could have got more money elsewhere on a 1 year, on a whatever, a 2 or 3 year deal?
I don't know what his market was.
I think so.
I don't know what his market was.
Edelman's telling you straight up that he will now eat for free in New England for the rest of his life. And he has all of those playoff moments. He's one of the best playoff receivers of all time by the numbers.
No doubt.
You just look at the statistics. And
he also has a different mindset because of where he came from and how he had to work to get to the NFL. Remember, Brandon Ayuk's he's a first-round pick. Julian Edelman went to college at San Mateo. He had to go to JUCO route. He had to go to Akron. You think about being a 7th-round pick, so you probably have a different perspective when it comes to money. You're just trying to make the league. You're just trying to make the league as a 7th-round pick.
Wouldn't you want to get the bag and get every last penny because nothing's guaranteed?
You're also playing with Tom Brady, and you're investing in the team that drafted you.
Well, you're playing with Brock Purdy and Shanahan. I think that's what he's getting at. He's like, hey, look, Brandon, I know you can make a little more money elsewhere, but you're going to make that 2nd, 3rd contract after this one and get legacy points. And isn't that why you play the game? He said it at, they were long soliloquy about, you play to win.
I'm looking at Edelman here in his contracts. He signed, and I love when people speak on other people. That's why it's like Edelman can say what he wants to say.
Well, he's giving you perspective from his point of view.
And a lot of people are gonna respect what he said, and they're gonna believe what he said. But also, we don't know what's going on in Brandon Ayuk's head. So Brandon Ayuk's gonna do what Brandon Ayuk wants to do. He's not gonna do what Julian Edelman wants to do. He wants to do what Brandon Ayuk wants to do. Now, Edelman re-signed with the Patriots, 4 years, $17 million deal back in 2014. He missed the 2017 season with an injury. He ended up signing a 2-year. He tore his ACL that year after signing a 2-year, $11 million contract extension with $9 million guaranteed. Damn, that's all he got? That's all he got? Then he ends up signing an $18 million extension with $12 million guaranteed. So for him, being a 7th-round pick, he ended up overachieving. He ended up overachieving.
I don't get what your end game is. What he's saying is that
I don't have an end game, Shasky.
You're going to make more elsewhere, but if you want to make a lot of money and win, this is the place to do it.
Well, he may not get that money here. He may not. He may play, and Ayuk may risk getting hurt and not getting that money.
Well, Greenlaw got the money and is hurt, And
he got exactly key word. He got the money.
But Armstead is getting the money. But they've offered him. We all believe they've offered him something
no doubt.
That's relatively close.
Something we don't know is
Everybody needs to just get on the same page.
We don't know the details though. We don't know if it's a 4th-year guarantee. We don't know if there's money. I don't know what's going on with the contract negotiations. I'm not in a room with Brandon Ayuk and John Lynch, but I don't get why you're getting triggered because all I'm saying is Edelman overachieved. So maybe his perspective is a little different on playing with Super Bowl teams, very talented teams, guys like Tom Brady, because of the way he had to work to get to where he's at. And he didn't have that 1st-round guarantee money. He was a 7th-round pick who literally was trying to make the team as a punt return.
I think it's pretty obvious. He's basically saying, be careful what you wish for going somewhere else.
We all know that.
It's the Devontae Adams situation. You want to go play with Russ? Did you see what he looked like over the weekend?
We all know.
You want to go play with Justin Fields? I don't get the Steeler. I don't get his affinity for playing for the Steelers. It makes zero sense to me.
Again, that's on Brandon Ayuk. I don't know what Brandon Ayuk's thinking about. I want the damn thing to get done on both sides of the table. I've heard they're close. I heard they're not close. I heard they're close. I heard they're not close. So it's fine that Edelman said that. And I'm sure a lot of people agree with Edelman. Hell, a lot of what Edelman said was very, very true. But again, we're not Brandon Ayuk. So we don't know what the hell his end game is. We don't know what he's thinking. Now, Edelman is a Super Bowl champion and one of the most accomplished postseason receivers of all time. We get that. I get all that. All of that. I'm just saying Edelman may have a different perspective slightly because of the way he had to work to get to the NFL. That's what I'm saying. And it may be reaching.
Jerry Rice has come out. Edelman's coming out. Pretty much everybody's saying the same thing.
What did Rice say?
Well, let's do this. Let's get this thing done.
I think everybody wants to.
That's what we want. We want closure. We want to be able to move on. I mean, you saw the receivers yesterday. Like Purdy could use him immediately. This is a great situation for everyone involved. They got the Niners too. This is not all on Ayuk. The Niners need to find a way to get this thing done and get him in ASAP.
Well, also, if you're Ayuk watching that game from a suite, aren't you kind of smiling from ear to ear?
I mean, come on.
You're saying like, no, if you're Ayuk and you hear all this chatter about being replaceable, you're replaceable. Well, you're not that good. Even though you made second team all pro and you're watching what we're watching out there.
I don't think the team's saying that to him, though. I think that's people online saying stuff. That's one thing. I don't think the team's like, you're not that good. I think the team's like,
it's not only people online. It's media members. It's experts. It's people on NFL Live. It's people on NFL Network. There's a lot of people.
You've got to tune
Mark
some of that out.
came out here and was talking about him. A lot of people have said, Ayuk is, okay, we can find another Ayuk. And I'm saying to myself, the 49ers have tried like crazy to find receivers over the years. We just talked about corners, right? Mm-hmm. How it's been so tough to talk about how to find corners and find comparable cornerbacks who could play in the system or play with the Niners and find guys. And this is the best we felt about a cornerback situation in years as a 49er fan. Well, what about the wide receiver position? Because I've seen a lot of stiffs at the wide receiver position that the 49ers have drafted, including Danny Gray, who's wearing number 6 yesterday, who's probably not going to make this football team. Ronnie Bell, not going to make this football team, whether it's first round, second round picks. We finally hit on something. Keep the guy here. I agree. I want the damn thing done. I don't know what's holding the deal up. I have no idea. And I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going on with Brandon Ayuk in the 49er system.
Mark Sanchez kind of flippantly said something to the effect of like, yeah, John Lynch had to cut out his vacation early to go visit him. And he wasn't happy about that. I was like, whoa, I hadn't heard that part.
Well, we just heard last week that Shanahan and Lynch took time out of their day to go visit Deebo Samuel and travel to go see him.
I just they gotta find a way to punch this into the end zone and just complete the deal and get this guy here. And then the next order of business is figuring out what's going on with Trent Williams. Because Trent, if he doesn't, because I've seen this a lot, like, oh, Trent doesn't want to practice. All right, he doesn't want to practice. Like, I get that, but we're about 3 weeks away from the regular season. Well, we got to get him in here.
And one more thing about the Edelman cut. Because, I don't think he's doing it. But when you play it and when the message gets out there in the interwebs and all over the country, it makes it seem like, Ayuk, you're being greedy. Wait your turn. Wait to win the Super Bowl. You're going to get paid.
I didn't think of it from that perspective.
But listen, it almost is like he's singling out. He's not singling out Brandon Ayuk, but a lot of people are like, yeah, Brandon Ayuk, won't you just wait, win the Super Bowl, and there's going to be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. They're going to get your jackpot, blah, blah, blah. But everybody's trying to get their money with this football team. Nick Bosa,
that was his point.
George Kittle,
CMC.
Everybody, CMC got paid, Juwan Jennings got paid, Drake Greenlaw got paid, Fred Warner got paid, and they're all deserving of their money. They're each one of them are deserving of their money. Brandon Ayuk's deserving of his money that he's going to get here. So we could say, hey, everybody, wait your turn to get paid. Well, it doesn't work like that in the NFL.
I think he was my interpretation was different from yours. I thought he was talking about the whole team asking with their hand out.
No, I got that too, but I'm saying that other people will look at this when I saw it online. A lot of people's like singling out Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, he's talking to you, blah, blah, blah. He's talking to Brandon Ayuk. Look at him. I think he is talking about the team, but at the same time, guys got to get paid. Your contract's up. Your value's up. You know what?
I know, but I think Edelman's point was that it's a really good spot. It's a really good spot to be in. You're going to win and you're going to make a lot of money, right? You're going to win and you're going to make a lot of money, and you're with guys who are really good at their job. Yep. Kyle Shanahan is really good at what he does. Yes. We could argue about, fourth quarter collapses in the Super Bowl. There are 27 other coaches that would die to be as good as Shanahan.
But I will ask Edelman, he's talking about the team, right? He's talking about the team. Everybody wants to get paid. Does this apply to every team in the league?
I think this team's a little different. Like, it's a little more unique. Like, this is how many teams outside of the Patriots and the Chiefs have had this level of success over the last 6 years?
There's not a lot.
And so like this is a unique spot,
but
right?
This is what happens when you have talented teams, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Guys got to get paid. Philadelphia, look at their roster. Guys get paid left and right in Philadelphia.
No doubt. But they also had 2 big retirements that cleared up money.
They did. But even before that, though, let's not act like Philadelphia doesn't pay their guys.
But so do the Niners.
The Niners do too. I'm not saying that. But what Edelman's saying, like, you guys haven't won a Super Bowl yet. So why is everybody sticking their hand out? Well, I mean, only one team wins a Super Bowl.
For sure.
You got to keep talent on the team to even compete for a Super Bowl.
Well, I see the Super Bowl part. I thought he meant more of the whole team, like Trent, CMC, everyone with their hand out. I thought that he was trying, the message that I got from him to Ayuk is, it's a really good spot. You're going to make a lot of money and you're going to win. And this is really good landing spot for you. And the grass isn't always greener.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to leave. By the way, who wants to have breakfast with you boys? Who wants to have breakfast? September 6th, Friday right here in the studio. We got 10 spots we're giving away. And you could bring a +1. So call the number right now, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. And you will win a spot for Breakfast with the Roast. Caller number 10. Caller number 10. We're going to do it again this segment? Oh, yeah. We got it. Yeah, we got it. You know, when we do contests around here, I notice this.
What's that?
I'm going to say it anyway. When we do special contests, we get the emails, we get the bullet points, we get the prep. And then the producers and technical producers are on the edge. Make sure you tease it. We've been doing a contest over here for 7 years. 7 years. We freak out all the time. Make sure we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. Matt Deegan, make sure we do the contest. Got to execute it. We're going to give out 10 spots. Caller number 10. And we're going to obviously 10 spots in a week. That means, 2 today, 2 tomorrow, 2 Wednesday, 2 Thursday. 2 Friday. That equals 10. Wow, I know how to do math.
1 less than the amount of snaps Purdy played yesterday.
There you go. So who wants to have breakfast with us? By the way, I ran into Max at the San Francisco Zoo. Max, one of the owners of Proposition Chicken.
Oh, yeah. How's he doing?
I ran into him at the zoo. I didn't know at the zoo. He's doing great. Okay. He offered me some pizza, met his wife.
San Francisco Zoo or
San Francisco
Oakland?
Zoo.
Okay.
I didn't know once a month on Fridays, they have these after hours. At 5 o'clock, they bring in live bands. Kids run around. There's bubbles all over the place. There's toys.
I didn't know that.
Food and stuff. Ches and I had a great time out there.
Yeah, so I went up to Healdsburg over the weekend to
Big Money Chesky.
the Orsi Family Winery. The Revetrias invited us over, and me and Jim and all the family, we went up there, and Cole, and we had a great time, and ran into, it was a who's who of San Franciscans up there. The Lucys were up there.
Who's the Lucys?
Our boy Paul Tonelli was there.
Who are the Lucys?
Oh, well, they're just a Sunset family that everybody knows.
I don't know them.
Yeah, Con Lucy's the man.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I don't know them.
And our guy Randy DiMartini from Salesian Boys Club was dressed up as Elvis doing an Elvis cover band. It was phenomenal. We had a great time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Everybody said that, I ran into somebody who happens to be somewhat neighbors with Steph Curry, and she's a huge fan of yours.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Huge fan of yours.
Tell her I said hello.
And she just told me, is he really that tall? Is he as tall as Chris Mullen? I said, absolutely.
Shout out Mully. Shout out to Billy. Shout out to Winery. That sounds like a great time. Yeah, so Max, I was like, yo, we're having a breakfast. Proposition Chicken, you guys in? So we got to get Miles on that.
Oh,
Do we even know who's serving the breakfast? Is it Jack's? Is it Proposition Chicken? There's not... Those are bad options.
You gotta Google it.
So caller number 10, and we're going to do it again. We'll do it again in 10 minutes. We'll do it again in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Any takeaways? So Britt Julian almost says that about Ayuk. Gosh.
I mean, he's supposed to. You're gonna. Have Julian Edelman on set to answer a question.
Yeah. No,
he also talked about like CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah. I wasn't saying oh gosh to that. I was just saying oh gosh, we're still talking about Brandon Ayuk. That's not signing the contract. That's what my thoughts were. Edelman's fine. I'm a fan of Edelman on television. He tells it like it is.
He's not bad.
Like Edelman is good on television. Inside the end, I got no problem with him whatsoever.
Sanchez was good yesterday.
Sanchez has gotten better and better and better. Sanchez has gotten better.
He's self-deprecating. He was talking about how Joe Girardi taught him how to slide. The Jets brought in Joe Girardi to teach Matt Sanchez how to slide.
That's pretty good.
Isn't that pretty cool?
That's pretty good. I thought he got I thought he got a raw deal.
Rex Ryan said that when he was he thinks Sanchez was dramatically underrated and the entire league was ready to run him out of town. And he was much better than anyone gave him credit for.
I agree. I was dying on the Sanchez hill.
I feel bad that his lasting image is the butt fumble.
Right.
It's either that or the hot dog at the Coliseum eating at halftime. That was an all-timer as well.
Two straight AFC championships.
So good.
2 straight AFC championship game appearances as a quarterback with the New York Jets with that defense. Now, I get it. The defense led the team. They had a good running game, but he made some big-time throws along the way. You could throw it deep, intermediate. I watched it. True story. Bonte Hill on the Friday night. You know how I love to watch random high school games? Yeah. Mark Sanchez, when he was at Mission Viejo.
Oh.
They played, if I'm not mistaken, they played De La Salle one year, and they beat them.
Okay.
But he was on television a couple times, and he was like the next best thing at USC and going to USC. So Sanchez,
him and John David Booty.
Yeah, John David Booty. I thought,
he entered early.
I kind of like John David Booty.
Oh, he was good. He was Booty. That's for sure. Minnesota.
How about this? Tua Tagovailoa. He's been talking a lot. A lot of hype. I'm kind of buying some stock in the Miami Dolphins.
He looked good yesterday.
I think
Did
the Miami
you see who
Dolphins
caught a touchdown?
Who?
River Craycraft.
River Craycraft, Washington State. Tua Tagovailoa. I'm buying stock in the Dolphins. I like the Dolphins a lot this year. Something tells me they're going to be playing deep into the AFC playoffs, but he was discussing on the Lebertard show the difference between Brian Flores and Mike McDaniel.
Uh-oh.
Listen to this from Tua.
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
That's fascinating because I heard a Pete Rose comment regarding how you coach different people and different personalities. He said there's 3 ways to coach people. First one is you need to be kicked in the butt. Second one, you need to put your arm around them. Yeah. And the third one is you don't talk to them. Meaning, and what his point was is that you can't coach everyone the same. And I believe that if you just read some of the Brian Flores stuff and the fallout from Miami, he was angry every day. Yep. And he was walking around ripping everybody. And that was the New England way of doing things. And I think it works when you're Belichick. And I also believe like that era, like I'm talking about 20 years ago, right. It was just different. It was totally different. You could rule with an iron fist. Right. The Bill Parcells scream at you, yell at you. If you look at all the more successful coaches now, a lot of them, and I think Shanahan actually leans more old school than he does some of these new school guys. The McVays, the Mike McDaniels, they're going to put their arm around you. They're going to high five you. They're going to chest bump you. Now, I don't think there's one way of getting it done. I think you can win in a variety of ways. Clearly, Tua, though, is a guy that needs, you got to put your arm around him to empower him a little. Yep. And I think we can all relate to that.
Jim Harbaugh did that greatly. Nick Saban's talked about it. Nick Saban's talked about it with Eberflus. The quarterbacks, you got to coddle them. You got to tell them they're the best in the world. By the way, saw somebody questioning, me. Mark Sanchez, because I was just doing a quick deep dive, make sure the facts are right. Mission Viejo De La Salle met 4 straight years from starting in 2003.
Okay.
Mark Sanchez at Mission Viejo won the first 2 matchups against De La Salle. I got the score right. 17-14 was the first game, 36-26 the second time around. Sanchez owns De La Salle.
And then his last year at USC, we were just doing a deep dive back here too. Like that USC team was probably their last really good one that probably could have won it all, but they had that loss to Oregon State that year early on in the season.
The Rogers brothers?
Yeah.
And what was it?
Was it the Rogers brothers in Oregon State?
Jaquiz.
Yeah. James Rogers. Yeah.
Yep.
Jaquiz Rogers.
What was the score?
So
What's the score? 13-9?
Mike Riley?
21-17.
21-17. 13-9 was another.
That was in the fog.
Yeah.
That's on a Saturday night when the fog was coming down.
They waxed Penn State, Joe Paterno's team.
Was it Mike Haas? Mike Haas, the number 28 white boy running back receiver?
Yeah. It sounds familiar. I don't remember too much of that.
God, I love the old Pac-10.
But Oregon State, but USC, that team was good. And the thing about West Coast teams, when they lose, they drop dramatically because they just get hated on by the East Coast voters.
It was a Thursday night game, too, so they had the whole stage.
Oh, was that a Thursday night game?
It was a Thursday night. Well, I always remember that because our football coach, told us, go watch USC play tonight. They play the game well. Watch how they play. And they went out and lost. It's like, bad time to use them as an example. But, it was a Thursday night game, and so they had the stage to themselves, so it looks worse.
Our boy Dennis Dixon.
Oh, yeah.
Dennis Dixon from San Leandro High School had a classic game for Oregon when they were number 1 on Thursday Night Football against Arizona. Tore his ACL up, and they lost that football game. Oh, man. Dennis Dixon played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Got a Super Bowl, I believe. Shout out Dennis Dixon. He's a good baseball. He's a good baseball player too.
I always rooted for him.
Those late 2000s Pac-10 teams, man.
There
were some great teams.
It is
the LeGarrette Blunts, the Ward. What was the safety Ward from Oregon?
Taylor Ward.
Taylor Ward.
SC?
No,
Taylor Mays. Taylor Mays.
You're thinking Taylor Mays. I'm going Ward, the safety from Oregon.
He played for Denver, right?
Yeah, he
Denver
was good.
Broncos.
He was a thumper.
He was just tweeting about the jerseys, the Bronco uniforms. LaMichael James.
I thought he was going to be special.
I jumped out the seat when they drafted him.
I thought he was going to be special.
A guy that was
Jim Harbaugh.
A guy that was really good during that time. Obviously, you think of Sam Bradbury, you think of Tebow, like those collegiate quarterbacks. The guy that's retiring today, Colt McCoy, just announced it last hour. Colt McCoy is retiring after 14 seasons.
Jim Harbaugh
in football.
sheds a tear somewhere.
I always had a soft spot for Colt McCoy. I don't know why. Maybe it's back to the Texas days, but I felt bad that he got popped. Who was it against Bama? That Nick Saban's
and then he came out of that game. That was one of the worst games.
He got concussed.
Garrett Gilbert had to play.
Gilbert had to play.
Oh my God, he was so weak.
That's a perfect segue to play the Kevin Kugler sound because that was the Colt McCoy game. Colt McCoy threw it.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he struck Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my goodness.
Listen, man, Colt McCoy was special in that game. Special. Baby Chance's first football game. They lost that game 31-17.
Where he turned into Joe Montana.
Dude, he was, oh my God, look at these numbers for Colt McCoy.
Give it to me.
Oh my God, in that football game.
Give it to me.
So James Conner ran 21 times for 96 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Flexing on dudes.
Took a screen pass, 45 yards, 5 catches, 77 yards, looked like the Terminator. Christian Kirk, 6 for 91. Eno Benjamin, 9 for 39 and a touchdown, including that one, 21 yards. But Colt McCoy, 22 of 26. 249 passing yards and a touchdown. Rating 119.4.
Phil Simms, eat your heart out.
22-26. All right, second person to qualify. Do we got the name for the first one? Do we have the name for the first one, Sam Lutman?
I do. Shout out to Janae G. She'll be having breakfast with us on September 6th.
Who wants to join her, though?
Let's go.
Janae G. All right. We get another shot. Caller number 10 right now. Again, we're going to do this all week long. All week long. Caller number 10. All week long. Caller number 10. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. If you want to have breakfast with the roast, September the 6th, it's a Friday, and you could bring a +1. So we'll qualify 2 people today, 2 people tomorrow, 2 people Wednesday, 2 people Thursday, 2 people Friday. 22 and 26. Shout out to Colt McCoy.
I have a question for the audience. Watching that Niner game last night. Whose stock are you buying? Random. I want random people. Whose stock are you buying? Whose stock are you selling?
I can't buy Trent Williams stock.
It's got to be somebody who's young and up and coming.
I can't buy Brandon Ayuk stock. He's still young and up and coming, right?
Hasn't played 2 full seasons with the Niners.
All right, there you go. Ah, damn it. I guarantee you this. Because Jacob Cowing stock's going to be high today.
Ooh, you think?
Curtis Robinson.
Okay. I still love my guy Bethune.
Yeah, I still love D. Winters. Bethune is good. Florida State. Shout out Florida State. I think he's going to make this roster.
You think so?
I hope he does. I
don't like Devondre Campbell.
I don't either. Renardo Green. I bet you a lot of people will buy his stock.
Interesting. I've got a player that maybe we haven't said yet.
I bet you a lot of people are going to buy Dominic Puny stock.
Okay.
Are they going to buy Tig Brown stock?
I don't know.
Entering his second year? Whose stock would you buy? Whose stock would... Oh, I guess Lubman's still on the phone. Never mind. He could wait. He could wait. By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo on that Colt McCoy game sits staring at me in that face. 28-40, 326 yards. 2 touchdowns in the pick. Got sacked. JB. He got sacked 5 times. Looking at the receiving stats, George Kittle 6 for 101 in the touchdown. Ayuk 6 for 89 in the touchdown. Deebo Samuel 5 for 63, no touchdowns. And Elijah Mitchell is your leading rusher, 8 carries for 36 yards. That's actually impressive. Shanahan and company were able to get to the NFC Championship game. Eli Mitchell is the starting running back.
Eli Mitchell, is he going to make this team?
I don't know. Probably get something. Maybe the Niners trade a running back this week.
I mean, he is so always hurt. Like right now, I feel like Matt Breida is more reliable than Eli Mitchell.
Whose stock are you buying?
I am buying Matt Breida's, by the way. I'll just on the side. There's one specific player. Malik Mustafa is a player, and he's going to play on this team at some point this year. I don't know when. I don't know where. I think that you're looking at a very, very poor man's Bob Sanders right now. This guy is...
That's a good call.
He is just... He's tiny. He's compact. He is out there to thump. He separates people from the ball. He fits the ethos of this hard-hitting defense.
Let me say, though, with him, it feels like his stock has already been bought at a rapid rate.
Fair enough.
But that's fair. No, you can buy the stock. But it just feels like from all the camp reports.
He's a rookie.
From all the camp reports, from what we saw in Nashville, Tennessee, blowing dudes up at the goal line, it feels like his stock, like, it's bought. Like, I could hear a lot of people saying, oh, we bought that stock, Shasky and Bonte. We bought that stock. We bought that stock 3 weeks ago.
On an Instagram picture.
And we bought
of him going like this, looking chiseled like a Greek god.
Not only that, he's wearing a Ronnie Lott jersey yesterday.
You seen
and he
that?
finally met the Hall of Famers. So, yeah, that's good stock.
The black Ronnie Lott.
I don't like the black Niner jerseys. Never have, never will.
I never have either.
They look like knockoffs.
I don't even wear them in Madden ever.
They look like knockoffs in Chinatown. They have them as an option in Madden.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. I haven't got to Madden yet.
Everyone has white helmet alternatives now.
Do they really?
Everyone. Jacksonville.
The Niners do?
No. Jacksonville, Minnesota has an all-white helmet look this year. Clearly Cleveland from last year.
Green Bay, right?
What?
Does Green Bay have the all-white?
Green Bay has a white helmet look this year. Cincinnati does as well. There are a lot of teams with the white helmet look this year. Dang. A lot of teams.
I can't put down NCAA yet.
I actually wouldn't be opposed to a white helmet Niner, even though I know that they wore silver helmets back in the day.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, white helmets are not bad. I can't get off of NCAA right now, though, because
fair enough.
All of a sudden, the recruits are starting to come in, the 5 stars.
I lost in the playoffs year 2 with my rookie quarterback after winning the Super Bowl and Aaron Rodgers retiring. Yeah.
It hurts when you lose, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. He got hurt, and then I had the backup, and then I just went YOLO.
Do you ever think about, to this day, when you are about to lose, do you think about just quitting the game and just running it back?
Well, it depends where I'm at in the cycle of my roster.
Right.
Year 1, not the worst thing. I had rookie of the year in the bag.
Yeah.
You know, and
but if you got a stack roster, you lose or quit the game.
It depends.
Just as long as Aaron Rodgers doesn't end up on the injury report.
Who could have seen this coming? Who could have saw the Giants said. They announced that reliever Randy Rodriguez will most likely be shut down from throwing for a few weeks. He was placed on the injured list last week with elbow inflammation after undergoing an MRI. Did we discuss this like 5 weeks ago?
Literally called it.
5 weeks ago?
I said the poor man's arm's going to fall off.
No decision has been made on whether or not the injury will end this season. But for now, the Giants are going to play it safe with their reliever as they split in Oakland, California. It took them how many innings to score? 15, 16 innings?
If you would have told me Randy Rodriguez warmed up every day for 3 straight months, I might believe you.
Yeah. I mean, not a shocker to many around here who cover this baseball team. All right, the injury report brought to you by Fox Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's cut open the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I see a call, and the caption says, have to sign Ayuk now. Now, you can guess who that caller is if you want. 888-957-9570. But I think the Ayuk train is starting to catch some steam after watching those wide receivers yesterday. Better sign Ayuk in a hurry. Get him ready for Sauce Gardner and the New York Jets. All right, that's coming up here on the Roast.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs. Enjoy these amazing deals.
Oh, and just fire everybody. Well, the Giants didn't do that. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You know, there's questions about, addiction to watching preseason football. And I get the Bay Bridge series, and we'll get to that. It wasn't even sold out yesterday. I saw a lot of empty seats. I mean, people were checked out. And you think about both baseball teams and the brand of baseball that they play. It's not appeasing to the eyes, folks. It's not. It's not. We'll get to the battle of the Bay in a second. Giants do salvage a game yesterday. Ryan Walker, great in relief, pitched 2 innings. I don't know why the A's didn't go to Mason Miller for 2 innings. Blake Snell pitched well again. I thought he pulled a very veteran move there with the pitch comm saying he didn't hear anything. Down 3-0 in the count. Down 3-0 in the count.
Yeah, then he threw a ball that was called a strike right after that,
That
too.
was, yeah.
Yeah, that was sketch. Mark Conte got kicked out between innings.
I'm not mad at Conte.
I'm not mad at him either. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They're going to call it to the road, so you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. 888-957-9570. Who you buying stock in? And by the way, hold on. I got to say good morning to my graveyard shift workers, my truck drivers, and my overnight dancers who worked overtime Saturday night, I hear, at the Gold Club. Woo, they was making some money. They was making some money for some friends I know.
Don't talk about that.
Oh, they was making some money for some friends I know. Were they serving the chicken? You can just tell me in my ear. Were they serving chicken?
Stop!
Mashed
Stop
potatoes? All right, I'm done, Shasky. Go ahead.
All right, here's who I'm selling. And I said pick one. I'm going to pick a couple of people.
Oh,
right?
no, you can only pick one. No,
Nope.
You got to. No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
It's this combination of guys. Ronnie Bell, Trent Taylor, Danny Gray.
Wait, hold on.
Those three
hold on.
can go.
I got to ask you, though. Did anybody actually buy stock in the Trent Taylor and Danny Gray?
If I hear another beat reporter talk about how cleanly he fields kicks with no one in his face at practice, my head's gonna explode.
Honestly. I want to know, did anybody have
George
stock?
Kittle was being interviewed on the sideline. Who was the new person who
Christina
was
Pink?
Yeah, well, was
Christina Pink?
Yeah, so
Yeah, she's been doing it for a while.
Yeah, I know,
Fox
but I don't
Sports.
think I've seen her.
Yeah.
I guess this wasn't the A crew. So anyway,
Yeah.
She's usually with Joe Davis.
That's what
She
I
was
thought.
on
Yes.
the A crew, and then Tom Rinaldi came over to
Yes.
Fox, and they bumped her right
Yes.
before the NFC Championship.
I don't even
It was,
like Tom
you know,
Rinaldi. Tom Rinaldi's
it is what it is.
insufferable.
He's more like I think of Tom Rinaldi when we do like tennis
Deep-
or
and
golf,
deep
when they do
dives.
the deep dives
Yeah.
on players and stuff. Like, he's really good on that sort of stuff. Continue.
So they're interviewing George Kittle, and he's like, yeah, Trent's one of my best friends in the league. We came in together and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, all right, like, I get you got to have friends and stuff, but like, come on, George. Like, we're paying you a lot of money here, dude. Like, you could find another friend on the team. Trent Taylor does nothing for this team. I'm out on Ronnie Bell. I mean, Ronnie Bell, I call him, basically, he's got the Vernon Davis-itis, where he catches off his shoulder pads, meaning he doesn't catch it. And then Danny Gray, same thing. Same thing. Danny Gray's lousy. Straight up lousy.
So number one, if anybody had stock in the Danny Gray and Trent Taylor, I mean, says a lot about yourself. No, I don't think anybody's.
When does that crack come into play?
I don't want to rip. Look, I'm not here to rip these guys. I mean, Trent Taylor, it felt like he almost died on Thursday Night Football against the LA Rams in that wild 41-39 game in 2019. Remember, he ran that route and he was hurt and his body wasn't even moving. And I thought, boy, what the hell? He can't play football. He's too frail. And so he's not quick enough for his size. Doesn't have good quicks. Can't get off the line of scrimmage on a jam.
Dobbs threw him a touchdown pass in the end zone.
He dropped it.
Hey,
It hit him in the head. It's over right in front of me. I was
yes.
Like, it was like, now it was in traffic, but if you want to make a roster, you have to make that catch.
Thank you.
You have to make that catch.
So here's who I'm buying, and this is a random one. Everyone's going to take Cowing or whatever. The backup tight end Saubert is a player on this team. He can run block. He can make a couple plays downfield. Saubert is a guy, and you're going to be like, who? He's been on a million different teams. Number 82. I think he's a keeper. I like Saubert as a backup tight end.
Yeah. You know I'm selling stock in? It's going to make this team. And I want to rebuy the stock at some point because I do think there's a player in there. I haven't been too impressed with my boy Willis.
Braden
Willis.
What is he?
I don't know. Is he an H-back? Is he a tight end? I want to buy stock into him. And then I see Purdy when he was scrambling, Willis was downfield, and Purdy was trying to get him to come back. Like, come back to the ball. Come back to the ball. I need you to come back. And he just kind of stood around. I'm selling my stock in Willis. Last year, I was like, wow, look at this guy wearing number 9. He's got the body. Like, look at this dude. Played a couple snaps in the Super Bowl. I'm selling my stock on him. Latu, whoever had stock in the Latu, Cameron Latu, he dropped a pass yesterday. I mean, good Lord. But Brayden Willis, I'm selling my stock into him right now.
I think Matt Breida's making this team. That's pretty obvious to me. And then I look at the linebacker position, which I think is outside of DB, just DB in general, safety and corner. I think linebacker is also a very loaded, difficult decision to make when it comes to the roster. I know they signed DeAndre Campbell. I don't think he should be on this team.
Oh, Devondre Campbell?
Yeah, I'm cool off him. I'll go with the young guys. I want to see. I'm still iffy on Jalen Graham, although he made a couple of really nice plays. He had a really nice blitz where he exploded a running back yesterday.
Curtis Robinson was better.
I like Bethune because I think he can play special teams.
Yeah.
And I look at D. Winters, and I think he's going to get the starting spot. And then you're going to bring back Trey Greenlaw at some point. I think Campbell can go for me.
Yeah, Devondre Campbell, just in that one practice we saw him in, just covering, he just seems a bit stiff and he seems a bit slow.
Upright, too.
He just seems a bit stiff and a bit slow. Plays high, as you mentioned, upright, plays high. Got to get below on the pads. I'm not a big fan. And he talked that talk to on Twitter, and now Green Bay fans are like, really, dude? Who the hell are you talking about? You're the reason why we lost a divisional round game to the San Francisco 49ers. D. Winters, I think, is a player. You know what? Would you be surprised if Campbell got cut? I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Especially because he's a veteran, you could say, make some sort of an argument like, hey, we're going to, you're not in our plans, but we want to cut you now so that you can maybe find a spot somewhere else.
Yep. So we know Matt Breida. We know Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason is going to be on the roster.
See, I think Eli Mitchell's the guy that could get traded.
I was just going to say another stock down, Eli Mitchell. And Eli Mitchell's he's a good back. He's a good back. Not a great back, but a good back. But durability. And you pointed this out. You pointed it out very early. He had a great week 1 in Detroit, his rookie year. And then week 2 happened in Philadelphia. Remember, it was the body bag game. And I was like, just got to win that game by no means. He got beat up in that football game. You said on that postgame show, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold up physically. Well, ever since then, it seems like he's limped his way through the years. He's been hurt. Chicago, week 1, Trey Lance's first start, or Trey Lance starts the year as a quarterback in 2022 in Chicago, Soldier Field. He gets hurt in that football game. Gets hurt, and we don't see him for a long, long time. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, we kind of need a running back here. Played 5 games in 2022. Last year he played 11, averaged 3.7 yards a carry. So I'm going stock down on Elijah Mitchell. Big time stock down. I am selling all the stock. Sell. And I'm not buying the bump. And when we talk bump, we talk stock market, when you buy the dip, and then, maybe I should have said that instead of the bump, because I know where your heads go. Crack. Speaking of crack. Crack. Let's go down to Palo Alto. Your favorite caller, Shasky. Your favorite caller.
Is this David Shaw?
Your favorite caller who will never win Roaster of the Year. It's BPA. Oh, BPA, what's happening? Good morning.
Hey, that's not nice, man.
It's not nice. It's very mean-spirited.
Yeah.
So, are you running the Shanahan burners?
Am I what?
Are you running the Shanahan burner accounts on Twitter?
No, I call it like it is. But yeah, it's definitely. Look, Ayuk won, and every day they don't sign him out of pride and embarrassment. They look worse, and Ayuk's stock goes higher. They lost the hand. It's over. And it's like watching it's like a sad gambler in Vegas, right? Like just burn their, burn through their savings, and now they're, burning through their kids' college. You lost the hand. And, Prague, probably time to reevaluate Prague's role in the organization because that's costing them big time, his negotiating strategy. But they lost the hand. It's over. Are you really going to tank your season because you're embarrassed you lost your hand? It just seems, very self-destructive behavior for the 49ers right now.
What's an area of concern for you other than Brandon Ayuk in the wide receiver room? What other areas concern you? Is it DN depth? Is it linebackers? Is it offensive line? What else is concerning for you, BPA, heading into the last preseason game against the Raiders?
Yeah, offensive line, obviously. You don't have your only good offensive lineman is not in camp. And then, yeah, I think the interior of the defensive line, which was a problem last year, like, it's just an unknown. I have no idea if these, the guys who came in to replace him, I don't think they've even played yet. So that's an unknown, like, I would tend to think maybe they didn't, fix it. But, yeah, not having Ayuk, it's just, they're not going to a Super Bowl without him. So I guess that's the choice they're going to make. That seems like, yeah. And I think it could really, really backfire, actually. Like, just in,
I don't
morale and all the rest. Yeah.
There's like 20 in that one.
Well, Yeah.
Well, I eat one,
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Parag Marate just need to reevaluate his situation within the organization.
Well, they do need to, I wouldn't say reevaluate Parag's role, but I would say that maybe their go-to-business strategy, their one-size-fits-all strategy for how to get these deals done, maybe that needs to evolve a little. That's all.
I'm kind of with you there. The way they go about their business, and the way they stretch this out and, said they came into camp knowing that Trent Williams, may miss training camp and, we still don't have a deal done. And, Trent's in East Texas and we're watching Jalen Moore and, it could be a problem if he starts week 1 against the New York Jets because, Quentin Williams is on the other side and Jermaine Johnson's on the other side.
My biggest disappointment for the 2 preseason games is the fact we haven't had one actual snap for Ricky Pearsall.
I know.
It's really disappointing. It would have made it much more watchable yesterday if you at least had somebody like him to key on. Now, that's what I think Cowings is making the most of those opportunities. And it's just very frustrating to not see the young man out there, considering that I think in part, obviously they had this Brandon Ayuk negotiation going on. I don't think drafting Pearsall helped the situation.
Has it?
Right? So him not playing, it's put a damper on the whole thing.
Boy, preseason of 49er football, man. I swear to God, I should have stuck to my guns.
If you were looking back,
I should have stuck to my guns and took the entire month of August off.
Hey, if you were looking back at that draft pick, looking back now, knowing what we know now, would you have still taken a wide receiver or would you have taken a different position?
Probably would have taken Keon Coleman.
Just took a different receiver?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, Pearsall maybe. I think Pearsall, from everything I hear, Pearsall looks the part, but durability issues. When you have durability issues this early in your career, it makes me wonder. I can't get over the I'm sorry. It's like with him, TC in Sacramento. What up, TC? Listen, bro. My bros, listen. Listen, bro. Hey, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Shanahan in the clown show, bro. I'm telling you. Bro, I've been saying this, bro, for 7 years.
Well, we just all have these crutches, and because we all speak on the radio every single day, it's like we become way more cognizant of it. But most people just don't. They just speak like that and stuff. I know. And I just did it and stuff like that. I do that all the time, and I still try to work on it.
Technology and stuff.
Rob Ford, the best.
So, in NBC, we're doing a post game show. A lot of producers.
I don't know.
They'll tell you, when you ask a question, try to stay away from talk about this. when everybody frames a question. I hate
when people say that.
Talk about that. Yeah. Talk about this. Talk about that. So now whenever I hear somebody interviewing somebody and they say, talk about this, I cringe a little bit because I'm like, oh, they're saying talk about. So you try to find different ways to say, can you discuss? You use other words. It's just
explain to me. Here was my favorite.
Walk me through this. Yeah.
My dad is somewhere up in heaven right now, and he's saying, "What was going through your head, Pablo, when you got that base hit?" If I get that one asked one more, it's always asked by everyone.
Yeah.
What's going to tell me what you were thinking about? I was thinking about getting a hit. What do you think I was thinking about?
How are you feeling right now after dropping 45 points and 9 threes? Well, damn, I feel good. I mean, how else am I supposed to feel? I feel like I'm on top of the world.
See, like, this is where I wish, and again, I understand why you don't, but I wish you just, it's very simple. All you have to do in these, like, specifically in baseball, when you're talking to someone who comes with a big hit or whatever, were you sitting on the fastball? What, were you waiting for breaking ball? It's literally that, that's literally the question, not the, what was going through your head during that at bat? I hate that question. I don't know. That for me it's a triggering question.
Yeah. Hey, that's not nice, man.
It's not nice. He's give Ayuk. How many other people were like, boy, we do need Brandon Ayuk on this phone. Has Brandon Ayuk's stock been elevated? Now that we've seen the receiver cores.
Trent more than Ayuk.
Trent more than Ayuk for sure.
Yeah, Trent more than Ayuk. But I definitely think that after you watch the first 3 series with Brock Purdy, you're sitting there going, oh my God. And again, I'm not saying this, but I can already, is this a glimpse of what it looks like when you pay Brock Purdy $65 million?
Adam is too much for me.
You'd lose all your weapons.
Speaking of Adam in the city.
Oh.
Long time no talk, Adam. Good morning.
Man, you guys got me on quick. I appreciate you. How are you guys?
Yeah, we jump our regulars to the. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a slow phone day on this show. I'm kidding. Go ahead, Adam.
All good. No, I wanted to kind of maybe pump the brakes on the freak outs of the preseason and just, I mean, BPA, like his one point about like how we only have one good lineman. I'm like, I'm maybe it's just me, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of is it Punai or Puni? Like he's athletic. Puni. He gets to the second level on his blocks. Like I'm like he's pancaking people. I'm like this. I think that was a very good draft pick. I don't know why we didn't see much of Cowing in the first preseason game, but I like what I saw from him yesterday. And
hamstring injury,
I just thought it was so.
He had a hammy. Yeah, he had a hammy.
Got it. But I also think, though, too, it was kind of funny to watch, like, you know, ESPN's breakdown and, like, Tim Hasselbeck about, like, Purdy, and it's like why he hasn't looked, like, that great yesterday. It's like, well, he doesn't have any starters out there. Like, it's like, I think people are making a little bit too big of a deal of it. Obviously, we want to see a little bit more, you know, decision timing passes and better decision making, but it's the second preseason game. Like I don't think there's anything to worry about. I just want to be optimistic about the team. So
yeah, I'm with you. I don't think anybody's like losing their minds over stuff. There are a lot of, I would just say, non-ideal starting points as this season is getting ready. Injuries to key people, right? Obviously, Brandon Ayuk's back, apparently, the contract situation. Yeah. The CMC thing, like that's legitimate. You know, you should worry about that. You know, we're going to monitor Fred Warner's foot. Dre Greenlaw is coming back from a very, very serious injury, right? So those are legitimate. And then you look at the other non-ideal situations. Ricky Pearsall not being able to practice with the team and not being able to suit up, that is an issue. Like, they're expecting some contribution.
Big issue.
You know, Juwan Jennings being hurt right now, that's another issue because he would offset whatever's going on with Ayuk, hopefully. And obviously Trent not being there is not good. So all of these things, they're not end of the season, lose your mind type stuff, but it's a non-ideal way to start the year.
No, it's not ideal at all. Not ideal at all. Shanahan was asked, I believe this was Friday after practice. He was asked about Brandon Ayuk. And he was asked if there will be a point if they would fine Ayuk or whatnot. Or no, they were asked at the point whether or not they'll tell Ayuk, practice or we'll fine you. Here's his answer to that.
I mean, I think it has to do with when they have injuries and stuff. So I don't sit there and kind of play that game. That's how the league works right now. I mean, that's how the rules are. You have a hold-in, guys usually have something wrong with them, so they can keep doing that. And so I just coach the team.
So he was asked, a follow-up by Michael Silver, what's going on with Brandon Ayuk?
I want to make sure I understand. Are you saying if there's a hold-in and you force the issue that you would expect like a Jalen Ramsey in Jacksonville type of situation where, oh, my back hurts and I'm just not playing?
I'm just saying when you guys call it a hold-in, and I'm not disagreeing with you guys on that, but people say that they're hurt. I think BA's got a sore back right now, and it is what it is.
So now he has
I broke my back.
Spinal.
For everyone's sanity, we need closure on this.
Hey, you know what? The BA situation, without the BA situation, you know what we're talking about right now?
What?
Just sell and just fire. Yeah, everybody. Exactly. I'd rather talk about BA and the shenanigans that are going on with this contract talk or the contract talks with Ayuk and Trent than about that baseball team that we just watched go to the Coliseum and struggle to score. I mean, where they go? First 15, 16 innings without scoring a single run against the A's? I mean, the base running blunders? How about the bump by Yaz?
They're 63 and 63.
You see the double play? Sears catches a double play.
No,
they fumbled Boston, they doubled up Fitzgerald.
He's got to just stay home on that play.
I mean, would you rather talk about that or get ready for the White Sox coming into town?
This is a legacy series. Oh my God.
Hey, listen. Oh my gosh. I just thought about it. This could be fun. Can we see if that White Sox announcer's in town?
Oh, yeah.
Can we get him on the show?
John Shiffrin? Let me see.
Can we get him on the show? In the meantime, let's get to Robin in the city.
John Shriffen. Yeah.
John
NBC
Shriffen.
Sports Chicago.
John
we'll reach
Shriffen.
out.
There's 36 games left for the Giants. 36 games. And they have to make up, well, there's so many back in the loss column, but whatever. It says 4 total, but they're like 5 games back in the loss column. They're in trouble.
The way you said it.
What?
They're in trouble.
I mean, you had to at minimum get the split against the Braves. You did.
Oh man, let's go to Robin in the city. They better sweep the White Sox, right? You gotta sweep the White Sox. Robin, what's up, Sugar? Hey, Sugar, would you rather hear? Hey, listen, would you rather hear us talk about Ayuk and Trent Williams who were blue in the face than Giants baseball? I mean, come on.
Yeah, Giants baseball is good for like if you can't sleep and you can like turn the TV on before you know it, Jack. Okay?
You ain't lying about that. Hey. Your boy was taking so many like power naps. I wake up 10 minutes later like, oh wait, they still don't have a hit? What inning is it?
But you get Garrett Crochet versus Logan Webb Wednesday.
That was bad. But I'm going to stick behind them because one day they will win again.
That day ain't coming today
Just
or
wait
tomorrow.
Till Bryce Eldridge gets here.
We got to wait on Bryce Eldridge, a single A player. That's what we're and he may be good. He may be great. But boy, the way we talk about Bryce Eldridge, he's already going to Cooperstown, man. Damn, I can't get enough of Bryce Eldridge.
You never know. The Warriors might be headed in that direction, too.
Hey, be careful there. Be careful. Be careful. All right, keep.
Hey, guys, I called the vent, really, and I want you guys to answer my question when I end. I don't know why I'm feeling hella annoyed by everybody. First of all, I'm feeling hella annoyed by the Niners players and all of a sudden what they're pulling. You know what I mean? I mean, it's that era. But, Trent I understand that, they got to think about after they, their future, but, Trent runs out of money, guaranteed money. So all of a sudden it's like renegotiate. But Brandon, I don't really want to get into him because I'm so tired. That's another situation that will yawn and bore you to death. So then I look at the game yesterday, okay, and everybody is like, I know you guys have to talk content but you're also informative, but you got everybody freaking out. It annoys me. They jump the gun so quick. Look at BPA. He don't even know the circumstances of their deal, yet the Niners lost. How you know? You don't even know. You don't even know what the details are to even arrive at that conclusion. And I got a word of advice to you, BPA. When you arrive at a conclusion based on a false premise, rethink your premise. Otherwise, you might end up believing the world is flat. Now, my final question is this. Do you think it's Brock declining or going into his Cinderella mode, hitting the wall, or do you think it's what he's working with in the receivers?
Yeah, it's what he's working with in the receivers, Robin. And we'll answer the rest of that. We'll elaborate on that on the other side. Brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look.
Baldy. Of course, he joins us every single Tuesday on the Morning Roast. But this week, he'll be joining us live in studio all morning long.
And ain't nothing you can do about it.
Thursday morning to get us fired up for football season. If you're not already fired up, I guess Niner fans need to get fired up. Because I feel like Niner fans aren't all the way fired up because of what's gone on with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. And we haven't seen Ricky Pearsall yet. And they're coming off a Super Bowl loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. And we watched the Chiefs in the preseason. They're like, wow, they look like they're going to be better on offense. So Baldy's going to be here for 4 straight hours. 4 straight hours. We're going to take your calls. Ask Baldy anything. He'll take your questions. He'll answer them. And it'll be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss out on that. That'll be on Thursday. Brian Baldinger, all 4 hours. Also, Shasky, we qualified 2 people. Lutman, what was the names of the 2 people that we qualified today to have breakfast with the roast Friday, September the 6th?
We got Janae G. She won a spot, and we'll bring her +1. And we also got Verducci from El Dorado Hills. He'll be coming in.
DJ Ducci.
Gonna meet our man Verducci.
You guys, have you ever met Verducci?
He's an Italian.
A couple times.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Hangs out with our boy Ray.
Yeah.
Our boy Ray from EA. He was at the game yesterday taking his son.
Nice.
So that'll be Friday, September 6th. We'll do it again tomorrow. 2 spots tomorrow, 2 spots Wednesday, 2 spots Thursday, 2 spots Friday. And we'll do that between 7:30 and 8:30 or 7:30 and 8 o'clock to qualify somebody to have breakfast. Now, did we find out? Can somebody grab Matt Nahegan and find out who's serving the breakfast? So I need to know.
Now, look, I want to make sure this is very clear to the audience because yesterday is a preseason game. They're not scheming things open. They're not running the sophisticated offense. They're not running the ball down people's throats. I believe Shanahan will find certain talent, no matter what the salary cap is. He'll find a guy who doesn't make a lot of money, and he'll find weapons. Now, they may not be as good and as deep as what they are currently, but when you have a quarterback that's making $55 or $60 million, you essentially can't afford multiple other positions. And that could be on the defensive side of the ball. That could be on the offensive side of the ball, right? And you watch yesterday, and it kind of goes to show you how important it is to either nail a draft pick who's not making a lot of money or to pay a premium player premium money. When a quarterback drops back in the pocket, even like yesterday, I thought Brock had a couple of plays where he's sitting there and he's calm and he's just holding the ball and he's waiting, surveying, seeing who can get open, and there's no separation. And I don't know, based on the plays that are called, are these timing plays where guys even pushed off their route? Did they not cut properly? Or they're just not fooling anybody? I don't know any of those things. I legitimately don't know. But it looked like to me on my couch, nobody's getting open.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to myself, like, man, like we are gonna find out in Buffalo with a new wide receiver and some different running backs and stuff. Like, can Josh Allen make it work with the cast of new characters and another OC? Obviously Dayball was a couple of years ago. Like, can he reinvent himself on the fly? Can he overcome maybe the lack of premium top-tier players across the board? We're going to find out. We're going to find out at some point on Joe Burrow if they end up moving off T. Higgins. They did move off Joe Mixon. We've seen with Patrick Mahomes, he still got Kelsey and he can still make sweet music, and then they draft really well. It is a tiny thing. It's not the end-all, be-all. I'm not saying he can't do it, but there is some little tiny glimpse into what an offense could look like if you miss draft picks, if you don't have premium playmakers out there with Brock Purdy. And newsflash, everyone, it's not going to be good. And I would say the same thing, whether his name was Lamar Jackson, whether it was Joe Burrow, whether it was Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. You got to have playmakers out there. And go back to week 1 last year, Detroit versus Kansas City. Kelsey didn't play.
Yeah.
That offense looked very mediocre, and that's being generous. And that's with a guy we all think is one of the best players we've ever seen play the position.
Yep.
So, yes, it was a small window into what it might look like, potentially with no starters out there alongside of Purdy. But simultaneously, it is incumbent on the organization to draft and develop well around Purdy.
There's no doubt. Now, I don't think he's going to ever hit a field with the likes of Trent Taylor and Ronnie Bell, and I don't think it gets that bad if you move on.
Agree.
If you move on from Debo and Ayuk, say hypothetically, you're going to have talent at the receiver position. But from my seats, all right, and we kind of sit. You sit on the third deck, I sit on the second deck, but similar viewpoints, the all-22 viewpoint. And I'm off to the right a little bit. There's no separation by these wide receivers. So what I took away from it, did Purdy look calm in the pocket? Did he look erratic?
I thought he looked calm.
He looked calm. He looked like a guy who had commanded the huddle, commanded the plays, commanded everything. Now, do I like him running around and throwing balls up that you almost throw picks? I would like him to scrap that.
Yeah,
that's one aspect. That's one aspect where you're rolling out, you just throw it up. You're trying to do too much. Now, we've seen that at times with Brock Purdy. That's the only knock I have on him.
I'm with you on that.
I mean, everything else I think he does excellent. He processes excellent. He gets the ball on time. Excellent.
Yes.
Accurately. Excellent. Accuracy. Excellence. All that stuff. But he does take risk. Risk that can cost you ball game. So even in the Detroit game, he had a crazy play in the third quarter. Remember, he threw it back over the middle of the field. Niners ended up catching it. It was like, boy, you sure you want to try that? Those plays will get you burnt. So I would like him to eliminate that. But I don't foresee Brock Purdy ever taking the field with these type of wide receivers, this type of talent. And the talent will be a lot better. And a better offensive line. So,
better offensive line.
So if anybody has a major takeaway, it's like, boy, you sure you want to give him $60 million? He can't elevate these guys. It's preseason football, folks. Let's be real. Purdy looked fine. He's running around fine. He looks stronger. He looks bigger. He's fine.
I just wonder what were they trying to accomplish? What was Shanahan hoping to get out of it for Purdy? Just to get him some live reps?
I don't know. 888-957-9570. Did anybody else have an issue with Brock Purdy playing? There's a lot of guys missing.
I don't think I had an issue. I was perplexed as to what they were trying to accomplish. You know, okay, here we go. Case in point. Do I think Buffalo should trot out Josh Allen, make it $60 million a year, $55 million a year with nobody else out there? No, I don't. I think that's foolish. You know what I mean?
Green Bay hasn't played Jordan Love.
Yeah. So I don't know why. And now Purdy could have been the type of like, I want to play. I don't know. Like I want to play. I want to get hit. You know, some guys like that. Mahomes talk about like, I like getting hit. You know, in a preseason game, it wakes me up. It lets me know that the season's going. If Purdy's gonna play, I would have said, hey, look, Debo, Kittle, you're going to play a couple series. Right. Just go out there. The whole crew. Because last year they did that. They did a series. They marched right down. I remember.
And they'll probably play the Raider game.
I would like to see that next time.
They'll probably play the Raider game.
I just didn't understand what they were trying to accomplish.
But at the same time, I don't really care to see these guys play in the preseason. Like preseason is just getting the scrimmages, and they didn't have to scrimmage against the Saints. So if we're not going to play Purdy alongside, or if you're going to play Purdy and not have Debo and not have Ayuk and not have Trent, I think everybody's kind of right there with you. We're saying, boy, all this talent, and you're going to put Purdy out there and risk him playing behind Jalen Moore. Now, you might have to play behind him week one. We don't know what's happening with Trent Williams. He may sit out week one or week two because Trent's going to get his money, whether we like it or not. He's going to get paid, and he's going to get a new deal. Because you can't risk playing this season without Trent Williams. We saw what Moore did it yesterday at left tackle. We seen Jalen Moore. We saw with that. You know what I'm saying? So we've seen all that. But at the same time, if these guys never played a preseason snap again, I would not care.
Yeah, I
would not care. But here's what Shanahan
He's got 30 regular season games. I don't think anyone's going to be swayed by three series in a preseason game when the guys played essentially brilliant football for 27 out of 30 games.
Well, here's Shanahan. On why he was okay with Brock playing yesterday.
Yeah, you always think about that stuff. If we thought it was an issue, we wouldn't have done it. We were good with the guys out there. You know, if Brock wouldn't have gone, probably wouldn't have played Jake. You know, definitely would have had Colton and Jalen go as long, but we felt good with the group.
That's what he said about that.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that all the time, but it's also part of football, and I think he protects himself well. If we felt he was in a tough situation, we wouldn't have, but a lot of quarterbacks play throughout the league, and each week's different. I think it helps Brock to play, and last year he didn't get to as much with his arm, but I thought it was good for him to get out there, even though it wasn't 2 great drives. And I know he was really wanting to do it, and hopefully it'll make him in a better position for this when we go to the Raiders.
No, I've been out on guys playing the preseason ever since Michael Vick was a cover of Madden. And what did he tear? Was it the fibula? I
thought he
forget
broke
the
his
injury.
leg.
Broke his leg against the Baltimore Ravens in a preseason game at the Georgia Dome. From that moment on, I thought to myself, boy, I don't want to see any of my stars play in the preseason. Now, Andy Reid does it all the time. He'll play Patrick Mahomes for 2 to 3 series or the entire first quarter. That's what he does.
Fractured his fibula.
Fractured his fibula. I'll never forget that.
Against the Ravens.
I'll never forget that.
Missed 11 games that year.
Never forget that.
Wow.
So I'm against guys playing in the preseason. However, we talked to Baldy about this last week. And here's what Baldy said about the preseason.
I do. I mean, this is the first time Joe Burrow's ever played in the preseason, in 5 years. And so he wanted to go out there and just look, he had a great drive, 14 plays, right down the field, touchdown to T. Higgins. I think these guys want to play. I don't think they want to wait till September 8th or in Patrick Mahomes' case, September 5th. They go out there and make his first meaningful throw. The scrimmages do a little bit. Preseason games, I think, can get you up to speed a little bit more. C.J. Stroud went out there and played, and Derek Carr. It looked like it was a league-wide trend to me, Mike.
So there's no wrong answer.
No.
It's just preference.
Well, to me, it's all in or all out. Right? Like, if we're going to go all in on playing Purdy, I would like to, play with the guys you're going to play with, right? And otherwise, it's not worth it. And then if you're not going to do that and play everyone, then just sit. Purdy's proven himself. But there's nothing I could learn about Purdy and I don't think Kyle learned anything about Purdy, and I don't think they were trying to. So that's why I come back to, what was the point?
Yeah, I didn't see the point yesterday either of playing him. And he played 3 series. Now they wanted to get him to 10 plays. He played 11. But I'm with you. If you're not going to play with the guys you're throwing the ball to every single down in the regular season, then what's the point? What is the point of throwing to Trent Taylor? What is the point of throwing to a Ronnie or whoever the hell, whoever it was like, who was that?
Cam Latu.
I'm looking at roster. It's like, who is he throwing to there? Is
that Saubert making a catch?
Right. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. But if you want to play your guys in the preseason, I'm with you. All in. If you don't want to play them, then all out. I have no preference. Personally, the preseason, whatever. Don't play them. Just play in the joint practices.
Well, and here's a great example. Jordan Mason. You can't have Jordan Mason as the running back as opposed to some guy Schrader no one's ever seen or heard of?
Well, he's seen a look at Mason. He knows who Mason is.
I'm talking about with Purdy, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
right?
I hear you.
I can't get 10 plays with Mason?
Yeah, no doubt.
That's why I was just perplexed. That's all.
Let's go to Joe in Alameda. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, you guys straddled the fence pretty good there at the end, because I was going to say I disagree with Bonte on the preseason notion. But let me get to my point real quick.
Would you disagree? Just you want guys to play in the preseason?
Well, look at Andy Reid, guys. I mean, come on. Look at Patrick Mahomes, guys. I mean, come on. That's what frustrates me. These guys are out there. They're hungry. We at the end, we know, true Niner fans, we know who we need to gun up for, who we need to get ready for. And it's the Chiefs. But we got Patrick Mahomes out there throwing behind-the-back passes to Travis Kelce in the preseason. And it just looks like these guys really have their mindset on trying to go for the three-peat. Now, we got over here in 49er land, we got Debo kicking jokes to Kyle Shanahan on the sideline. We got Kittle talking about his Jordans on the sideline. We got Brandon Ayuk. So you get what I'm saying, guys? We don't have.
But can I play the other side of the coin? I'll let you finish.
Go ahead.
Let me play the other. Do you really think that we lost in the Super Bowl in overtime because of anything that happened in the preseason? In terms of the games?
No, but we didn't win the Super Bowl, though. And that's the issue. It was like you would want guys to actually come back with their minds together, with their bodies right, and say, you know what, screw it. This is the second game of the preseason. We know we normally go out and we run our couple little practice woompty-woomps. Okay. And we know Kyle doesn't want to show his hand. I understand that. But we saw what happened with Nick Bosa after all the contract disputes, right, in the offseason. And then coming in. All I want to say, and then I'll take you guys' comments off the air, is that don't put your money on the Niners Monday night. Let's sit back. Let's wait, boys. But that 5.5 is too tempting, and I feel like we're going to get burned.
Hey, listen, you could bet the 5.5 if you want to. I'll take the money line, and the Niners are going to smack the Jets if I know my guys are playing. If Ayuk Trent is here, we're smacking the Jets.
Look, I will say this, though. The
hell with the Jets.
I do understand the Niner
New
fan.
York Jets.
Go on. I don't think anyone – how do I want to put this? I don't think anyone thinks that, like, it's the end-all, be-all. Like any of these, but there is something that where you look over at the Chiefs as a Niner fan and you're like, yeah, they're playing their guys. They're doing behind the back. I hate them. Like I hate watch them. I can't. They frustrate the hell out of me. But then at the same time, McVay doesn't play anybody in the preseason, and they've been really good. Like I think they went 0-4 one year and won the Super Bowl. You know, so
I mean, the Jets went 4. I mean, not the Jets. The Lions went 4-0 the year they went 0-16 in the preseason.
That was a long time ago.
I'm saying the Raiders just had a season where they were undefeated in the preseason. They won like 5 games.
Are the Ravens like undefeated in the preseason dating back last 15 years or something?
They lost a game last year, but
yeah, they had like that insane streak though.
I will say, in terms of like, it does look like the Chiefs. Like again, we're talking about practices.
We're talking preseason,
but it looks like we're watching like the Bulls of '97 or something, or the Warriors in 2018. Like they're such a finely tuned machine. They're a machine, and we're sitting here talking about guys getting into practice. So I get optics being not great for a Niner fan on August 19th. I get that.
I guess my next question then, and I'm just here to listen. I'm here to listen. Because you guys already know my answer. My next question then, at 888-957-9570, is there any carryover from the preseason to the regular season? Because one man just said in Alameda, was it Joe in Alameda, that he wants to see his guys playing. Kansas City's getting ready for a 3-peat, and we're laughing on the sideline. Is there any carryover effect? Because I swear, like in the regular season, when the Niners were 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 5-0. Nobody ever talked about that Raider game in Las Vegas last year.
No, but this is my belief on preseason. It's not the games. To me, it's the totality of the training camp, the everyday practice, the grind, the everyone coming together, and you're fighting each other every single day for every inch. And as a team, you build up a unity to go on this journey. It's not about a series here or a series. Like I'm not losing my mind over any of the preseason games, but there is something to be said for the work you put in pays dividends in December. The totality of the work you put in now pays dividends in January and in February. Like I do understand. Like I look at the Bosa season as a good microcosm of like, yeah, it felt like he was chasing the preseason work he missed out on all throughout the regular season. That's all. I don't think it's the end all be all. I don't think it but it will catch up to you at some point. I do believe that, and I go back to the same thing.
It caught up to the Niners in overtime in the Super Bowl.
Did they look like they were conditioned? Wait, be real. What was Bosa doing on the sideline?
Well, Bosa always takes plays off.
He was gassed, was he not?
He's been doing that his whole career, though. He takes plays off. How many series have you seen Bosa start on the sidelines?
Oh, that's happened, but not with 3 minutes to go in the season.
Every
on
season,
the line in the Super Bowl.
But I'm not sure how preseason is going to affect you. Again, his mom came on the show and said he's been working his ass off. So I don't know. I don't know.
Look, I'm not here to say the sky is falling. I'm just a believer in like all the practice and all the work and everything that you put in. It gives you that extra little something come December and January. It's not the end all be all. It's not going to ruin your entire season. But I do think at some point it does catch up to you a little.
Mr. McCaffrey was in training camp. He went to all the OTAs and he fumbled in the damn Super Bowl.
No doubt.
Deebo Samuel worked his ass off. He's still straining a hamstring. You know what I'm saying? Guys, Trent Williams did his thing. He still missed blocks in the Super Bowl. You know, Drake Greenlaw worked his ass off. Next thing you know, he's got tendonitis in his Achilles, and then boom, it snaps right on the sideline. So I don't know how much preseason affects January football.
No, but the reps, I do think like when I listen to Cooper Kupp and Matt Stafford, they're like, we threw every day
reps, no doubt.
for 8 months straight, and then that was the difference from them hitting a big third down to Cooper Kupp in stride and not like again. I'm not even saying it's one rep here or a preseason game there. It's the totality of the work you put in.
I hear you, but at the same time, I look at Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy last year, where they did have training camp, but they didn't have the offseason. Nobody had the offseason. All Purdy did, coming off an offseason in which he did not throw, and he rehabbed the entire time. All he did was put up historical numbers for the San Francisco 49ers, so I think it works both ways. I don't know. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Doug in Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey guys, good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Doug.
Had a good weekend. Hope you guys had a good weekend, starting off the week well. I just turned you on. I hear you talking about, playing guys, during preseason. And the first thing I heard was Kyle Shanahan's explanation for why he played Purdy, and he doesn't have a left guard to protect him, and yada yada. His explanation for a guy who's so brilliant at drawing up plays and schemes, his explanation sounded like a dumb football guy. Duh. And it wasn't like he's trying to hide something and not give it. It was like I couldn't believe it. And it's like, how can you have a guy who's so smart say something so dumb? This is what we do. It was like, this is what we do in the preseason of football. We play a couple of. I was really disappointed in that. I don't know what your guys' take on it was, but just play it back again. It just sounds like a dumb jock's answer. Have a great day, guys. Thanks.
I should have stuck to my guns.
The answer was a little. It was a little like. Well,
I mean, yeah,
I get what he's saying. I don't think anyone's outraged though.
Yeah, nobody's outraged.
I think this feels very measured.
Nobody's outraged. Brock wanted to get out there. He knew early in the week he was going to get out there.
I'm not mad at him.
He wanted to run around and get some reps. It's whatever. He didn't get hurt. He's healthy. Got to run around, get a sweat in.
Do you know? Okay, maybe there's two types of people. Like when I'm at the range, right? When I'm at the range, I want to finish on a good swing. Right. Like when I'm in the gym empty, like I want to finish on
no doubt.
On
you
a
gotta
make,
hit a shot,
right? Like, and when I'm in the cage, I want to finish with a line drive, right? So just the way I view things, I thought last year when they had that one drive where they scored that touchdown and they went boom, 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 right down the field. It's like, all right, we're ending on a high note. I feel really good. I don't think it means anything come third drive of game one or whatever. Like, oh my God, we didn't score in the preseason. It's just more like this. I believe in the little things and the mental, like finishing on a positive note. But that's more me just being a whack job and being, into like omens and things. Like, and that's just the superstitious athlete in me.
I can't remember the 49ers preseason records to save my life. How they ended drives. How they finish drives.
I disagree.
How they ended games.
You remember the New Orleans game against Greg Williams?
Yeah, they blitzed.
Exactly.
Because it was something personal with Harbaugh. And
you remember where you were when Jared Hayne returned those kicks?
Well, I mean, I watched them. I don't remember where I were.
You remember when Nate Davis from Ball State had the two gloves on and he was matriculating the ball down the field?
Oh, my gosh. Preseason football. It's not like it. Nothing like it. 5-2-0. Chris Jones sat the first game last season. He looked amazing against us in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't go to training camp either. So, I mean, it is what it is. Let's go to JD in San Francisco. JD, what's happening?
What up, fellas?
What's up, baby?
How y'all doing this morning, man?
Oh, man,
So,
I can't complain.
As a former player and a coach, I work with a lot of athletes, and I will say that when it comes to preseason, most of the guys, they just want to get a feel for intensity. Right? It's not necessarily like they need extra reps or anything like that. Preseason more so is a way to get yourself used to the intensity. So some guys, they need that touch on intensity of game feel. And then some guys don't, right? Like you get a guy like Trent Williams, he's been doing it for so long. He can ramp himself up and understand the intensity of the game. Whereas you get guys like the rookies and you hear about guys having like pregame jitters or the first game jitters. It's because they didn't get that chance to touch that intensity prior to the game. So oftentimes, like slow starters is because you need those touches. So it may be a thing like Mahomes. It's not necessarily he needs to practice reps. He just wants to get a feel for going through his pregame routine, getting himself going, right? And so I think that's more so what it is for a lot of guys. It's like, hey, let's just go through the paces of what the game feels like and then get it out from there. But I don't think you can look at it one way or the other, like, oh, this guy played horribly, this guy played great.
Agreed.
So he's going to have a good season. It's more so just getting guys used to the intensity and feel of the game.
I can see that. So you want to go through the warm-up routine. You want to put your uniform on.
To that.
You want to get the starting lineup. All right.
Good call.
All right. Timeouts here. Where's the sideline? Where's our Gatorade going to be? I get all that. I get that. I do get that. By the way, I'm going to talk about the Warriors in just a second here. Because Mark Stein wrote something here that I think will uplift Warrior fans.
Well, Rich Paul's on my list.
Well, you just love Rich Paul.
No, I do not.
I do not.
Like
him again? Oh.
It bothers me.
It does.
Now, that's an agent who gets his players paid.
Oh, does he with his fake cell phone calls sideline?
Hey, that's a player. He's dating Adele too.
They're engaged.
They're engaged. Hey,
it's true love.
Hey, Rich Paul made it from the mud, baby. I got respect for Rich Paul.
Clean to LeBron.
Hey, he gets his players paid.
He sets fire to the rain.
Ooh. 49er minded in Roseville. 49er minded in Roseville. What's happening?
What's cracking? How you guys doing?
Good. Can't complain.
Awesome. Yeah, another preseason game in the books. We saw some nice plays by Josh Dobbs. Offensive line was very shaky for Purdy, unfortunately, and I didn't have the all 22s. Obviously, I didn't sit there and scout the game, but were guys getting open for Purdy? Because I've never seen Purdy. It's been a while since I've seen Purdy that hesitant to throw.
No one was open.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because Cowing, once Dobbs got in there, Cowing was balling. Was he in there many routes when Purdy was playing?
I think he ran one or two. They had Conley, Trent Taylor. It was a who's who of poo-poo platters.
That's funny.
Preseason football, man. Oh, man, a tradition. Oh, look at that. Wells Portal's closed.
Monte, before I pass you this, let's get legal.
Oh, Suchi.
Who sent that?
Oh, Suchi man. Suchi made. I may need some of that. Forgot how. It's been a while. I've detoxed. I've been in rehab. I have. That's what preseason talk makes me want to do.
Time out.
Even
Time
going to
out.
the
You're
game
over there
yesterday.
going, this is the same guy who said the streets are telling me Trey Lance played good yesterday.
I was joking.
No, you
I
weren't.
was joking.
This is the same guy who said Caleb looks awesome. So for other teams, you can assess them. But for the Niners, nothing can be told.
No. I'm assessing the 49. I'm assessing everything. Caleb looks the part. Caleb looks the part. Who else did I say? Trey Lance? I didn't watch a single snap of that Raider Cowboy game.
So
not one snap.
How did you know that the street said that he played well?
Because my phone lights up whenever Trey Lance does something.
Who sent it to you?
Well, I'm not going to reveal my sources.
Guru.
No, it wasn't Guru at all. I haven't heard from Guru. No, it wasn't from Tyler Miller.
No, I think Goo tweeted, he's like, wow, Trey Lance looks like a serviceable quarterback. And I quote tweeted all caps, Goo, he was the number 3 overall pick.
The poor guy.
Poor guy. No, you get people who tag you in things. Instagram, Twitter.
Yeah.
So I get a bunch of that.
Okay, I got you.
So I get a bunch of that where it's
when you say the streets, you make it out like someone on the corner is like, yo, you see Trey Lance? Like as you're like walking into 7-Eleven.
Come here. Gotta tell you, gotta show you this Trey Lance highlight.
I mean, it's something to make us seem cool. Like we got our ears tapped into the streets. I haven't been on the streets in years. No, but it's like, hey, the streets are talking. That's my way of saying people are tagging me and things with Trey Lance.
Now I'm imagining
too big for the streets.
Too big. No,
we need to get the streets are talking. That needs to be a segment. We need to have Jay-Z's "The Streets is Watching." Is he that? Is he this? Is he a blood? Is he a Crip?
Well,
you guys don't know that song, huh?
Yeah, I know. I love that song. The streets are saying that Trey Lance, and then I log on to Twitter. I go on to Twitter, and the first thing that popped up, the For You. I can't get rid of that For You or your timeline, so it's always For You. Yeah. And I see all the wackadoodles for the For Yous. I'm like, how the hell do I get this? Well, anyway, the For You, what's my guy's name from the Las Vegas Review Journal?
Vinny Bonsignore.
We had him on back in the day when he was talking about the moves from the Raiders and the Rams and all that. But he tweeted, maybe the Raiders should trade for Trey Lance. And I trolled by quote tweeting that tweet with the boy from The Wire. Who's the boy from The Wire? Who was Avon Barksdale's right-hand man. He ended up taking a rap. He was Weebay.
There you go.
And he has a whole, the meme. You know the meme where Weebay was like,
yes.
So I quote tweeted that. And a couple of people's like, Vontae, go to bed. Don't do this. So I was just trolling. I didn't watch a single snap of Trey Lance. Now, I kind of want to see what Trey Lance did with the Cowboys backups.
So you're going to go back and watch the all-22s?
No, probably not.
So, okay, let's just say hypothetically he looked great. I don't even know, but let's say he looked great. What does that mean?
It means not a damn thing. Doesn't mean a damn thing.
See, to me, the only thing, young players, do you look completely overwhelmed? Doesn't mean you're done or finished. It's just do you look comfortable or overwhelmed? And when I watch some of these young players play, Daniel Jones, great example. Daniel Jones has been in the league a long time.
Oh, he
looked completely overwhelmed, and he was making throws that were horrible. And I'm like, Daniel Jones.
I'll ask Spadoni, my boy Spadoni.
What's up?
Because the streets that we talk about are basically the Twitter streets and the IG streets and the Facebook streets and the DM streets.
Totally.
And sometimes some text messages, even though I'll never reveal the text messages I receive, Shasky. Can't do that. Can't give up the salsas. The salsas?
No.
Sources.
I'll give you a 3 for the Chris Broussard.
Sauces?
Yeah. So how did Trey Lance look?
Yes.
He looked fine. I mean, like, Gardner Minshew started the game for the Raiders. He looked whatever, and he's going to be the starter, I guess, because Aiden O'Connell threw a pick six in that game after leading a touchdown drive. Antonio Pierce doesn't know what he's doing. It's going to be a total bleep show in Vegas this year. But Trey Lance looked fine. But again, he was going up against mostly third stringers and stuff like that, and third stringers on the Raiders are really like fifth stringers everywhere else.
Damn.
Sure, no, but I would take him as like a third stringer or a backup. Like, we were talking about Aiden O'Connell looking better in preseason game 1 last year, making his first ever start in the NFL, and Trey Lance, like, that was a must-win game for him, and he didn't. Like, remember that?
Yeah,
that was the conversation this time last year. And now we're talking about him taking over Aiden O'Connell as a backup. So it's like, what does that mean?
Trust me, I remember.
But sure, I'll take him. Like, at this point, I don't care.
To come around that Jim Harbaugh maybe should have been the coach and not Antonio Pierce?
I don't know. They have a quarterback. They're paying him $1 bajillion. He has a broken foot or plantar fasciitis, so that'll be fun week 1. Can't wait for the handshake between AP and Jim Harbaugh. Be like nuclear.
Well, speaking of former flameout top picks, Joey Bart batting .278, 12 home runs, 36 RBIs. He's got 48 hits. It would take Casey Schmidt 4 years to get 48 hits. I think Casey's got 17 hits this year.
I can't. I don't know how you transition to baseball.
I just wanted to give you that little.
Where did that stray come from?
But I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie when it comes to baseball. Whenever I see Casey Schmidt at bat, it's like I imagine myself sitting next to Joe Shasky the Butcher. You're like on the left side of me. No, you're on the right side because Baby Chaz sits on the left side and is always doing whatever she's doing.
Okay.
And I think there's Shasky right there. And I'm watching Casey Schmidt. And Mike Krukow this weekend was discussing Casey Schmidt's approach. And
it's horrific.
He was explaining how, he just doesn't look confident. The guy just needs a hit. And I was like, damn, we went from Casey Schmidt being the best player in spring training to scalding the ball to having his chase rate at 50% to now thinking he's really not a major leaguer. I mean, and I can't help but think of you every time I see Casey Schmidt bat.
They got him playing second base, and I just don't think he's a good second baseman. He's a left side of the infield guy. He's a third baseman. That's what he is.
Well, that's why I'm hesitant to go all in on the single A prospect of Bryce Elgin. Now, everybody's saying he looks
These are totally
great.
different. One guy was 24 years old when he came up. The other guy's 19.
Well, again, we're pumping up minor league prospects. I can't do that. I can't do that. This guy may turn out to be Joey Gallo. The way we're talking about him, he's the next Barry Bonds.
I mean, we were gassing up Luciano for how long?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but also, to be fair, Luciano was never as healthy as Bryce has been this year and as good. Bryce has been phenomenal at each level.
The way we discussed Marco Luciano, it was like he was the heir apparent.
Yeah, because that's what it's not us. It was literally people who follow minor league baseball for a living who put together prospect lists. Like, had he been, not ranked as high, I guarantee there wouldn't have been hype there. And the Giants themselves hyped him up. It's not us, the fans. Like, Bryce Eldridge, that we've been watching, and videos are out every week.
But we help enhance it.
Of course we enhance it.
We help enhance it.
Of course.
Fans start sharing things. The organization loves it. And we're all guilty of it.
And Schmidt was in Major League Baseball camp in the spring training and was awesome. So, yeah, he fell off, and he's not good. He's not even close. I mean, he's just not a big leaguer.
Speaking of baseball, since we're talking about baseball, let's go to Willem Moran. He was at the Battle of the Bay. Willem Moran, what's happening? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, real quick, I know you were talking about football before. I just wanted to give everybody a big, giant news flash. The Ravens, they had a 24 preseason game win streak and got 0 Super Bowls out of that guy, so don't worry about it. Like, what are we doing here, dude?
I know. I swear to God, Will, I said last year after the Raider game I was going to take the entire month of August off because preseason football, I remember the dialogue, and I should have stuck to my guns, man. I should have stuck to my guns.
Oh, 100%. Dude, next year, Bonte, just block just do it right now. Just do it. A 365-day preemptive vacation right now. Just block yourself out. When you're done, just don't talk to look when you're done, and just say, hey, look. I'm done for August next year. I'm taking it off and just call it good. Anyways, to get to my point real quick, I just wanted to say that being at the last game, it was awesome. It was kind of weird. I'd never been in a dual, like, walk of shame, like, where everybody was, like, getting along and we were both exiting, like, both teams lost, just because it was, like, really, nostalgic. And it was like a sight. Like, you kind of had to be there. Like, it was cool. It was kind of like a big kumbaya when everybody was walking out. But the one thing that I wanted to say is I just wanted to give props to JP Sears, dude. He made one of the sickest double plays that I've ever seen. He ran between two bonehead defenders that should have been helping him, one-handed over the shoulder, turns around and fires. Then literally to end the inning, has a good morning, good afternoon, and good night. That was sick. JP Sears, if you're listening, probably not. I just want to say, dude, you made my afternoon worth it. That was awesome, bro. Like, you went head-to-head with Snell. You could totally tell you wanted to win. That was awesome, JP. Like, that was sick.
Two things before you go. Two things. His mannerisms as a thrower. He doesn't throw anywhere as hard as him, and his repertoire isn't the same. But the mannerisms, his actual mechanics of his delivery remind me of Billy Wagner, because he's a short lefty who throws kind of like three-quarter over the top. And then that play, Tyler Fitzgerald's just got to stay at first base on that play. At worst, they're forcing you out at second base because the ball falls. You can't get doubled up on that play. You just can't.
No, you can't. But it was just, but like play. You said, you can't take anything away from Sears because it was a sick heads-up play.
Great play.
And then two real quick things. Mason Miller, that's the most effortless 100-mile-an-hour fastball, and how that his curveball or breaking ball drops off the table, it is unfair. Like, it looks like he has an angel in the outfield pulling the ball back. Like, it's insane. Like, that guy, we've been waiting for, like, the next Mariano Rivera type closer. The A's have him. No matter where they end up, they have an absolute stud. And one thing, Encarnacion, I know he's probably going to be a 250 hitter always, but that home run was impressive. I don't care what anyone says. Like, it was a very fun, like, from the 7th inning to the 10th, it was awesome. Right. And then there was a few middle parts, but hey, it was great to be there. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I'm really going to miss it. John Fisher, you're taking a lot of nostalgic and memories from people. Shame on you, but hey, you know what? I'm glad I got to be there for it. My heart goes out to all the A's fans that care, and I love baseball. Farhan Zaidi, get your head out of your butt. Let's do this.
Whose ball was hit harder, Encarnacion or Ramos?
Ramos hit one. Flem's still talking about it. He's probably talking about it in his sleep. Yo, did he need it?
He needed it.
Did he need it?
His at-bats, they've been throwing him that breaking stuff away.
Every week with the Giants, boy, he needed that. How many he needed that have he used all year?
Conforto needed that.
He needed that.
I'll reiterate the vibes because I know Sam went on Saturday and so did I. I think a lot of people at the station did. The vibes were just great from Giants fans, A's fans. It was just really good vibes at the Coliseum this weekend. The tailgate. Yes, we love the good vibes.
We love the good vibes.
We love it.
Mark Canha brought good vibes, right? When they traded for him, they said he's a good clubhouse
and he
brief vibes.
Stole some dirt from around home plate.
Yep. Little memory. Chris Bassett did that earlier too when he made his final start.
There it is. All right. Guess who's joining us next? Oh, has he ever been on the station? Rod Brooks is going to join us. We're going to his pre and post game
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Rod Brooks on the roast? What the hell is going on around here? That's coming up, brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more...
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
Monday morning on the roast, one of my favorite days of the week, if not my favorite day of the week, because it sets the tone. Don't forget, you can have breakfast with us. We're going to qualify 8 more people, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Wednesday, 2 on Thursday, 2 on Friday. And you can have lunch with, or not lunch. You guys are just talking lunch. Breakfast with the Morning Roast Friday, September 6th to kick off football season with us. Listen all this week between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. And we have 8 spots remaining. When you hear this sounder, you could be the 10th caller to win a spot for breakfast. Lutman, we have Verducci, and who else?
Janae G.
Janae G. And Verducci. They're going to bring a +1 for that. And also, Baldy on Thursday. All 4 hours Thursday. All 4 hours, Baldy in studio.
Crack.
Yeah, crack. So will we have Baldy on tomorrow and Thursday?
Double dose of Baldy.
So we'll have 4 hours and 20 minutes of Baldy. Oh,
you know, Bonte, a record was made this weekend.
Or broken? Or
a new record was set.
Who?
All-time grossing box office hit movie. Can you name it?
Deadpool and Wolverine. And then I went to go see that a couple Fridays ago.
Don't tell me about it. Haven't seen it yet. I'm going to wait till it comes out.
I don't spoil things.
Was it good?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Are you in on independent? Are you in on Wolverine and in on Deadpool, independent of each other?
I am. I like Deadpool. It's unique.
Yeah.
Unique. I'm in on it.
I like that they break the fourth wall, talk to the audience all the time. Like, that stuff's good. Like,
that stuff is good.
Very
that stuff
different.
is really good. No, I enjoyed Deadpool.
Hugh Jackman, I knew he was coming back.
I knew Deadpool and Wolverine wasn't bad. And man, I'm not going to spoil it. It was some who's, some great cameos.
Good.
Speaking of great cameos, I'm not sure he's supposed to be on the station right now, man. We about to get my boy fired. No, I'm kidding. Rob Brooks joins us on the River Islands guest line. 49ers pre- and post-game. Sometimes you see him, Brooks hit hits on the Giants pre- and post-game show, although I don't know if he's watching much Giants games these days. At Rob Brooks on Twitter. My man's got a pretty active Twitter account these days. I didn't even know he had Twitter fingers. Rob, what's happening, man? Good morning.
First off, I can't get fired twice. Okay, let's get that out of the way. But before we get started, I need to know, how are the babies doing? Bonte, how's the little one doing? And Joe, how's the little one doing?
I'll start. My baby girl is dominating things every single day, every single night. You know, Papa, I want this. She's jumping in bed at 4 a.m, and I got the pillow ready for it. And when I pick her up, it's no pleasantries. Hey, how was your day? Papa, I want to watch cartoons. Papa, I want pizza. Papa, I want this. So their relationship's going really well. I understand my role now, Rod. Go ahead, Chesky. I think it's going well for him as well.
It went great. The Moylan kids came up to the river, and we went swimming on Friday at Rio Neato Pool. And then Saturday, you know, we've been making my wife, she'll, puree? She'll puree carrots and peas and this and that. The only thing he eats, smashed up French fries now. So on Saturday, he was all in on the French fries. I mean, just eating it. So we're at the French fry zone. And basically, that's all he's going to eat for the next 5 years.
You don't leave the French fry zone. Right, Rod? They don't leave the French fry zone.
Never. Once you get in it, you can't get out, man.
Hey, we go to Lenardi's. I know, at least I know we're going to get French fries. Doesn't matter. They look like KFC Wes's. Does not matter. French fries, salami.
Yeah.
And pizza.
Michelle dressed him up in his 49er. There's like Chuck Taylor looking 49er shoes that my cousin got him. You know, they're like little like socky slip-on tie things. Like, they're not real shoes.
Right, the infant shoes.
And they're Niner logo, but they look like Chuck Taylor's. And then he had his Niner sweatpants on with his Niner shirt. And I kept throwing the football at him, and then it hits him in the belly and he giggles, and then I pick him up and tackle him. And she thinks I roughhouse way too much.
You know what, though, man? Just real talk here before we get to the toy department of life. There's nothing better. My kid's a little bit older than yours. You know, I got a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, and they are knee-deep into the Niners, to the Giants, to the Warriors. Nice. So I'm reminiscing with you guys, because I remember what it was like to feed them mashed up French fries and then to have them demanding everything from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Oh, God.
So it's only going to get better. and it's only going to get worse at times. There you go.
You're entering the teenage zone, which I think about all the time. So when Ches is like playing with little boys, I'm like, and like there was this little boy at the game yesterday. He was wearing 2 gold chains, had the iced out earrings. I told his pops, he was like 2 years old. Hey, Rod, I was telling him, I was like, watch your little mans. Don't get too close, partner.
No.
I'm checking up on these dudes real quick, real early. I can't wait to reenact Bad Boys 2.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Let me know. I'll be there.
All right, I need you. Now, I know you wasn't at the preseason game yesterday, although you had to watch. So my first question to you, Rod, is, boy, Brock Purdy, man, you sure you want to pay him $60 million a year? I'm kidding. The fascination of preseason football. Can you explain it? Because I can't.
Football, man. We're football crazy. We're football starved. You know how it is. We get to about mid-June, and we start, and all of a sudden we're Chris Rock in New Jack City. It's calling me. And then once we actually get something that looks like football, even though it's not actually football, it's a glorified practice, we jump all over it, man. We're football obsessed, and we want all the information we can get about our favorite teams. Everybody's in a fantasy, so they're trying to find, maybe diamond in the rough players. It's just football, and we will take it. And they know we'll take it, which is why they charge regular season prices for glorified practice football.
Yeah. Trust me, we're both season ticket holders. We get it. I'm looking at this team right now, and like clearly every dollar matters, whether we're talking about the quarterback's contract a year from now, Ayuk, Trent. Okay, I'm going to go in a direction you probably didn't see coming. Is there a chance Wisnowski gets cut for Presley Harvin III, the punter? No, I'm dead serious. This guy, Wisnowski's been a good Niner, but like if you could save a couple bucks and marginally upgrade, I mean, is there any chance that this punter makes the team?
Well, I mean, listen, as far as actually doing the job, Presley Harvin did a damn good job last night. So I don't know exactly how much money Mitch, he tried to say in English, Wisnowski makes. I doubt it really has that big of an impact on what they are trying to do salary cap wise. But if they can save a little money and they can get as good or better performance, it's something you have to think about. But here's the big question, though. Harvin can punt it, but can he tackle like Wisnowski?
Good question, actually.
Hey,
good question.
Mitchell lay that Australian boomerang on you if you have to.
No, you're not lying about that. You're not lying about that. Who's some of the guys that's popped out to you, though? Like Jake Cowing is a guy that I think a lot of Niner fans are now loving here after he had a nice performance yesterday. Who are some of the guys you're looking at, Rod, that, okay, maybe they're not stars, but they could make an impact on special teams, a play here and there, a kickoff return? Who are some of the guys that's kind of caught your eye here at training camp in the preseason so far?
Absolutely at the top of the list offensively, but Malik Mustafa. Come on, dog.
Yeah.
That young man there, I mean, he flashes on the field, and I'm sure you guys have seen the video of Mustafa post-game last night rocking the black Ronnie Lott jersey that he bought to wear to his first Niner game yesterday. So not only is the young man a player, and I think he's going to get, and he should get, significant run, he understands the assignment. He gets it. He understands Niner football and the history and some of the greats. So for me, it was Cowing's coming out party last night, and boy, it didn't necessarily look good for Trent Taylor. But for me, man, and really from the jump since training camp, but definitely in these 2 preseason games last night, Malik Mustafa, that dude's a keeper.
Yeah, he's a player.
I'm looking at Ronnie Bell, Trent Taylor, Danny Gray. I don't think any of those guys is going to make this team.
It's going to be hard. Bell, Nate.
Like, I like Tay Martin over all those guys. I don't think Tay Martin's making the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm hesitating. I don't think you're wrong, Joe. I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem there. Real quick, some baseball. The Giants. We all watched that Babe Ruth series, and the Giants took about 27 innings to score 1 run against the Oakland Athletics, man. They're 63-63. Hey, how can we convince viewers to continue to watch them? I guess we can't. You're going to do what you want to do. Everybody has a choice in life, right? But, boy, it's the same old song with this lineup where one guy is hot, one guy is not. What did we make of the Giants heading into this tough stretch? After the White Sox, of course, the mighty White Sox in town. But then you got Seattle, Milwaukee, Arizona, San Diego, St. Louis. You got this schedule of a who's who, Baltimore, Kansas City. What to make of the Giants at this point, man?
Hey, listen, they're a 500 team plus or minus 3 games. So the sooner you recognize that they're a 500 team and understand what 500 teams are about, they can be madly inconsistent. And for me, I think it's going to enhance your viewing of watching the Giants. Listen, who they are is this. They're a team that wants to hit with loud contact. Last time I checked, they're 9th in doubles in Major League Baseball, and they're 20th in home runs. So they fancy themselves as a big contact club. Problem is that they don't do enough of that at the right time with runners in scoring position. So when you think, oh, well, they should just go ahead and flip to being a small ball team, they're ill-equipped to do that. You know, you think about Yastrzemski yesterday spinning around the bunt. I will assume he did that on his own. Hey, man, that's not his game. And I like Yastrzemski. Yeah. I like him at the bottom of the lineup because I think he gets a lot of pitches out of the opposing pitcher, and I think he takes good bats more often than not, with the exception of yesterday. So for me, they can be a feast or famine offensive club, and that's the problem with runners in scoring position. But I will say this: Farhan gets bagged on. Rightfully so, because he makes it easy, and there's a lot of truth to that. But I think he's right about his rotation. Definitely at the top of the rotation. You know, since the All-Star break, Webb and Snell, both of those guys with a little bit over 40 innings pitched. But for Webb, 33 strikeouts, 2.23 ERA. Snell, 59 Ks, 1.34. That 1-2, lethal. Those young guys on the back end, and Birdsong and Harrison, I really like those guys. They're going to give you what young guys should give you. Just give me 5 strong and don't mess it up. The key is Robbie Ray. If Robbie Ray works the way he is supposed to, the way he's projected, the way he can, hey, man, I'll take those top 3 without a doubt. I will take that starting rotation, and if they could just get a little bit better with runners in scoring position, hey, man, that third wild card is there. And all you have to do is get in. And if you get in with that rotation, and if they can figure out something consistently offensively, I'm not saying they're going to win a World Series.
Right.
They have the pitching to get in there. And they do have enough dudes who can run into one and get you a home run. Problem is they can't solo home run their way to victory. That's good enough to get you in a game, maybe keep you in a game. It's got to be home runs with guys on base. They do that with this pitching staff. I believe that.
Yeah, I think tonight's a big start for Harrison. I mean, he had the back-to-back really good starts against Colorado and the Cincinnati, Washington, Atlanta. He's just been hit around. He hasn't had his crisp stuff. Not as good as what we're hoping from him. And I think the thing with him, like, we all really like him. And he's a young player, and he's nowhere near, as developed as we wanted at this point. But there was so much hype wrapped around him for so long, unfairly, that he was going to be some savior. I don't think he's delivered necessarily on all of the hype, but he's a good, young, promising player. But tonight is a big start for him.
No, it's a big start. You want him to go out there and don't be a drag on the situation. Like I said, give him the minimum 5 to get the win. Give him 6. Anything more than that, that's absolute gravy. The problem, Harrison, has just been location. If he can figure out locate that fastball consistently, I think everything else will then fall into place. But you forget, he is a young pitcher, and he's still trying to figure it out. But he doesn't have to be the savior because of what they have at the top of the rotation. So if he could just go in there and just find some consistency with that fastball location, everything's going to fall into place, and he's going to be okay.
All right, from the text line, Rob, you can react to this one. Go 3-0 versus Chicago White Sox, and then you can convince me we have the best lineup in baseball.
Well, I don't think you have the best lineup in baseball. I'm not. I'm saying, hey, man, listen, I ain't crazy now. They can do some things right. They do a lot of things that make you bang your head against the wall. I'm not going to say that they're the best, got the best lineup in baseball. But, hey, man, listen, they should win this series against the White Sox. But the White Sox took a game from the Astros. I know. Earlier
they
this
took one
week.
from the Yankees last week, Rod. They took the Yankees 12-2.
Exactly. But listen, but for the Giants right now, hey, man, They really do have to be thinking sweep. They shouldn't say it. They won't say that. Minimum 2 out of 3, without a doubt.
No doubt. We got Rob Brooks here on the River Islands guest line. Good to talk to Rod. Of course, 49ers pre and post. They're going to get cracking here soon with Dante Whitner or Carlos Ramirez. You'll catch them on Giants pre and post at times as well. Back to the Niners for a second. Trent and Ayuk. This thing is dragging along. If I had to bet my bottom dollar on it, they are both playing. Well, I think Ayuk will play week 1. I don't know about Big Trent. He could pull a Chris Jones. No, a Big Trent here. But the dialogue is becoming exhausting. And I saw you retweet the Julian Edelman stuff saying, hey, we got to stop talking about Brandon Ayuk like we were Brandon Ayuk here. The dialogue's getting messy, and it seems like the fans are taking one side of it, not all of them. But, we don't know what's going on in these negotiations. They could be quibbling over a couple $2 billion, opt-outs. Who the hell knows? What is your take on both these situations, though, looking at Ayuk and Trent Williams in this situation with the 49ers so far?
Let me just start with Ayuk first. It really does. It ticks me off when people are like, well, if I were Brandon Ayuk, I do this. No, you're not Brandon Ayuk. You don't know what the situation is. So don't put yourself into what Brandon Ayuk is going through. To me, that's narcissistic and unnecessary. But as far as Ayuk and where he's going or whatever, my belief is the same since this thing all started, feels like 20 years ago. He's not going anywhere. He's under contract. He's not foolish enough to miss any game checks. He has to play for that 5th year to count so he can become a free agent, and even then, he might end up getting franchised. The Niners value Ayuk, but only up to a certain amount. The rest of the league doesn't necessarily see him as a top, let's say 3 to 5 receiver in this league. And the teams that do see him as a top 3 to 5 receiver, they stink. New England stinks. Pittsburgh stinks. Cleveland, not as bad as they used to be, but it's still Cleveland until proven otherwise. What Ayuk is finding out, whole world out there. You know what I mean? You can turn yourself into a very valuable piece for a very good football team, but what it ultimately comes down to is how do they value you? How do they see you? And I think for Brandon Ayuk, that's a problem. And it's a staring contest that will continue, but I don't think he's going to miss any actual game time. As far as Trent is concerned, I'm even less concerned about that. It's just my opinion. I think Trent is like, I've played this game long enough. I don't need to be in training camp. I really don't need to be involved in these preseason games. And I think he knows he's eventually going to get the money he feels is owed to him or he should get. But the Ayuk domino, in my estimation, has to fall first. And then Trent Williams' domino will fall next.
No doubt. When you guys getting cracking with Niners pre- and post-game, tell us a little bit about that this year.
Yeah, man, the gang's back together. Carlos Ramirez hosts, Dante Whitner as the man who every week what he's wearing is just going to pop off the screen.
There's no doubt. And some of the things he says, too. He'll tell it like it is.
I believe the 49ers are going to go 17-0. It's the way he delivers it.
Or when Rob Brooks looked at him like, what he said, Dak Prescott sucks. It's like, whoa, Dante.
I don't think he's any good. It's the way he delivers it.
You saw the look on my face. It's like when Kanye said George Bush doesn't care about black people. And you remember the look on Mike Myers' face? I was like, oh, no, what are we doing here? But no, man, we have a ton of fun, man, and we love bringing you that Niners-centric focus on the pregame, always 1 hour before every game the Niners play. So we will start when the Niners start on Monday, September 9th. So that's a 5 o'clock game. Our pregame start will start at 4 on NBC Sports Bay Area. And then immediately after the game, we give you a 1 hour post game. Like I said, we love giving you that Niner-centric, that Niner hyper-focused pre and post game. And year 3 is coming up. And Bonte, I'll see you at the studio. And Shasky, I got to see you on the golf course, man. Get at me.
I'm usually driving around Northwood on a Friday night of summer between 7 and 9 p.m. like we were playing in the dark. That's what we were doing this last Friday night.
Well, Rod, I got to say, after coming on 95.7 The Game, I got to leave you with this drop right here.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Part of our family now, Rod.
I am glad to be a part of the family.
Welcome.
Welcome. No, I enjoy your tweets very, very much. Rod, always, man. Always good to talk. We'll do it again soon, brother.
Fellas, y'all be easy. Good talking to you.
You too. Anytime. Rob Brooks joined us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Good to see you, Rod, on NBC. You know, we got a lot of great feedback with Brody Brazil all weekend long. A lot of people. Brody, we share texts back and forth, and a lot of people from the A's reached out and said, thanks for giving Brody his flowers. Man, that was a really, really good interview, man. I went back and listened to it. I rarely do that. Once the interview's done, I was like, I lived in an interview. I know what happened. But that one was really, really good, man. So good to hear from Rod and Brody and guys that we kind of grew up watching and listening to. And kind of cool that it's all come full circle, man. Now we're interviewing them.
All right, I got a couple of beefs. These aren't guru gripes, but these are just things from the weekend that, you know, they're just stuck in my craw. And I got to get them off. I got to get these takes off. You ready?
Jax will be doing breakfast for us.
Let's go.
Jax, baby.
Let's go.
They're so
Jax.
good.
Oh my
gosh.
God.
Let's start here.
They got the burritos.
The Seattle Storm. What? They're mad about gamesmanship. Did you see this?
I did see this.
Okay. The Indiana Fever are, I guess, knocked them down a peg in the playoff rankings or being in the playoffs or whatever.
Indiana will be in the playoffs.
And the Fever were up 17, I guess, late in the game. And I don't know if she was mad that it was something about gamesmanship.
So what happened was Seattle, she had emptied her bench, right?
Okay.
And she was mad that Indiana basically didn't empty their bench. She felt like maybe they were stat chasing or whatnot. And so she had to talk with the coach. And then Skylar Diggins, who's always, look, I used to really like Skylar Diggins. She's got this arrogance to her. Like, she got it to a Diana Taurasi. It didn't work out in Phoenix. And then she made, I don't know if you saw the clip, she like basically speed walked to Caitlin Clark to bump her with the shoulder.
Yes.
It's like, you guys keep messing with Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark she's already a top 5 player in the WNBA, in my opinion. She's hooping.
I mean,
she is balling. And you know what? When we talk about Walk Back Wednesday, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark should have been on the Olympic team.
Thank you.
They should have been on the Olympic
team.
Let's go. They should have been on the Olympic team. And
they missed the shooting.
Well, you know what?
Her passing is ridiculous.
But no, you know what really started to alter my mindset with that one? Because I was like, well, she just got here, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I get that.
When the WNBA All-Stars beat the Olympic team in the All-Star game, and Caitlin Clark didn't even have a great game. She had double-digit assists, but she didn't shoot the ball well
at all.
Angel Reese played when I was like, oh, yeah, they dropped the ball on this one.
I'm here to tell you, Caitlin Clark is a top 10 athlete in the world right now in terms of, like, I want to watch whenever she's on. Period.
She's balling.
I don't care what it is. She is that awesome to watch. Anyway, I'm watching this,
Angel
and the
Reese
Storm
is balling too, 19 and 20 yesterday.
And the Storm were crying. They were the number 1 overall pick team. They were terrible. They were terrible. Point being is, get out of here with that. The Seattle Storm. I mean, come on. You stop them, all right? When another team empties their bench, you have to wait for them to empty the bench. You don't have to do it simultaneously. This is professional sports. This is not CYO.
Kayla Clark just set a record for most assists for a rookie in the WNBA. She's dropping dimes left and right. Her teammates are learning how to play with her. They're going to get some ballers there. Indiana's going to be a team to reckon with for the foreseeable future. Wait till they get another player here. Caitlin Clark, they missed the ball. I've come full circle on that one with Team USA. Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark should have been, but more so, Caitlin Clark should have been on that roster. When you think about the spacing and everything that was happening in the passing, like Kelsey Plum was fine, but like the team in the future, they're in a great position. Paige Beckers, Caitlin Clark, Juju Watkins, Angel Reese. Boston.
Her highlight packages were all over the internet yesterday on TikTok and whatnot, and I stumbled across them, and then just her mid-range game is incredible. There's another person, and the report came out about Rich Paul being involved in the LeBron James trade to the Warriors. Why do you have that face? Rich Paul, this guy. I told you I'm out on Rich Paul. I am. I'm out on Rich Paul. You could be the greatest businessman and agent and this and that. I don't like him. All right. And now he apparently was, I'm not going to let LeBron James, for those that don't know,
you would love to have him as your agent, by the way. You would love to have him as your agent.
Hey, Rich Paul is an agent. Look at his clientele.
No, I would rather have Don Yee represent me than Rich Paul. Yes.
Let Scott Boras.
I would let Scott Boras represent me.
You're down bad on Rich Paul if you're propping up Don Yee.
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
I'd rather have Master P represent me than Rich Paul.
No, you wouldn't.
Rich Paul, this is what it said, quote unquote, from Mark Stein. Sources say Paul implored both teams, the Warriors and the Lakers, to scrap the concept despite some owner-to-owner dialogue between Warriors Joe Lacob and Lakers Jeannie Buss and Green's determination to lobby James to push for relocation to the Bay Area, largely because he wanted to insulate James from potential backlash over switching teams for the fourth time in his career. That is not why. Rich Paul, that had nothing to do with backlash. You don't care about the backlash. You know why you do that? Because you want to be in LA and you want to be riding the coattails in Hollywood, sitting courtside in Hollywood for Laker games. This had nothing to do with LeBron James's well-being online. That's really what he saw him like. Get out of here. He nixed the LeBron James to the Warriors. Now, I'm sure it was deeper than that.
No, he didn't.
But I'm so over Rich Paul.
Well,
Rich Paul could take a hike.
But it's also been confirmed. LeBron James agreed to the deal. That's the big sticking point. For Rich Paul, whatever. Rich Paul has a great clientele. Boy, he's got Lonzo Ball paid. He got Eric Bledsoe paid.
Who?
Got Miles Bridges paid. He got Malcolm Brogdon paid.
Okay.
Damn, he's got Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
It's the NBA. Everyone's getting paid.
He got Terrence Clark. Look at his clientele. I'm just saying his clientele. De'Aaron Fox, Anthony Davis, Draymond Green, Jeremy Grant, Scoot Henderson.
The Draymond Green deal was an all-timer. Come on. That was an all-timer.
Draymond negotiated directly with the owner.
Rich Paul told him to do that.
Derek Lively, Trey Lyles, Tyrese Maxey, Moses Moody, DeJounte Murray, Nurkic.
That's a great list.
Scottie Pippen Jr., Colin Sexton, J.R. Smith, Tristan Thompson.
I'm out on Rich Paul.
He got Tristan Thompson $80 million, didn't he? JTA, Jared Vanderbilt, Fred VanVleet. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the
John
Fred
Wall.
VanVleet deal. Wow.
Dude, Gary Trent Jr. Hey, man. Rich Paul takes care of his clients. He takes care of his clients.
I think almost all those guys are going to get paid no matter where they go, so it doesn't matter. I think Rich Paul is a legitimate. I'm so over him. I think that he has ridden the coattails of LeBron James for decades.
Hey, you know what?
And
what, though? LeBron James gave him an opening. Gave him an opportunity to get his foot in the door.
I'll give him that.
And you can't hate the player.
Yeah.
He took advantage of his opportunity and taking it to the next level. Now Clutch Sports, it's a thing. It is a thing, and he's got all the other agents cringing. Now, my guy, Bill, I'm a Duffy guy personally. I love me some Duffy.
Matt Duffy?
Shout out to Duff.
Man is here.
Duff.
Thank you.
Shout out to Duff. Yeah, Duff Man.
That's a 3. I always love Duff Man.
Bill Duffy, of course, he has Chad. He has everybody. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Look, again.
I love me some Rich Paul.
I don't like Rich Paul. I'm over Rich Paul. Get over yourself.
He is.
In the words of Steinmetz, hit the pike.
No, he's not hitting the pike. He's going to continue to get paid.
Of course he is.
He's going to continue to get paid and get his clients paid.
I'm over Rich Paul. I'm over him.
Rich Paul is not in the limelight that much for you to be so angry about him. Just his name and articles.
I saw him courtside with the cell phone like this, like like cameras are on me, I'm on the phone. What? Like you're at courtside? Why are you on the phone? You're not brokering a deal right now. Well, that's ridiculous.
Your phone's always
you look
ringing.
Ridiculous.
Phone's always ringing when you're an agent.
No, I don't buy that. Then go up into the suite.
No, we don't need to. Why? We need to go courtside.
No
that's
one
a boss
that.
life.
Yeah.
It's a boss life to be courtside with the phone. Rick Ross does it. DJ Khaled did it. I mean, all these guys. Floyd Mayweather does it. That's what the stars do. Kim Kardashian's doing it. All these stars. You can't tell them. You got to stop hating, man. Hate is not a good look for you, Shasky. Not a good look. We got to do a hater segment. That's a new segment. Who's Shasky hating on this?
It's Rich Paul. Rich Paul. I'm telling you who it is. It's Rich Paul.
So last week was
it's Rich Paul. I'm over Rich Paul.
2 weeks ago was
today
Peter
is
King.
Rich Paul. Could be anyone else tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be anybody else too. Who's Shasky? That could be a 10-minute segment every single day. I'll just turn off the mic and listen to this. Who's Shasky hating on today? It's a great segment.
I want to see where Rich Paul is 5 years after LeBron retires, and then we'll assess how great of an agent he is and how sustainable his business model is.
This is great.
All right?
Let's
see how sustainable the business model is.
He'll be a millionaire, multi-millionaire by
maybe.
This is a great name.
Maybe.
650 Xfinity mobile text line.
Maybe.
There's a reason they don't call him Poor Paul. That's a 4.
That's really good.
That's really good. That's really good. That is really good. Oh, every day we should do this segment. I'm telling you, who's Shasky hating today? Players haters ball. Chappelle, we need to run that back. The players hate their ball, you need to be there.
I admit
you win the award.
Who's denying it? I admit it. I can't stand the guy.
Where is Josh?
Exactly. He nixed a deal on LeBron. Hey, LeBron, don't go team up with Curry, even though clearly he wants to. Clearly, LeBron is dying to play with Steph Curry.
Do you guys actually think, though, real quick, that that reasoning makes sense? That for being on a fourth team, do you think LeBron would have gotten more hate from that?
I think Rich
He's already won 3 championships in 3 different locations.
He would have gone to the Warriors, and people would have hate watching. Ratings would have been through the roof, and everybody would have loved it. ABC would have had the Warriors on every single game.
Because the Warriors are the fan base that hates them the most.
Listen, the Lakers are trying to throw Paul under the bus because they realize that LeBron and Rich Paul run the LA Lakers. They run the Lakers. So this is G.D. Buss, in my opinion, G.D. Buss's way of saying, we really didn't want to do it. It was Rich Paul, blah, 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 blah. We were going to do it. I think Jeannie Buss and company and Rob Pelinka were like, we can't do this deal. If we do this deal, Rob Pelinka's probably thinking, if we do this deal, my job's gone. And Jeannie Buss is thinking, boy, the backlash from our own fan base. From our own fan base. Not the LeBron backlash. Just the backlash from Laker fans themselves saying, you traded LeBron to the Warriors to give Steph another opportunity to try to win the championship?
Yeah, the Lakers don't do those trades. They're the ones that are receiving ends on most of those trades. Right. That's why they want to do it.
Oh, it could be Butcher's Beefs.
That's a really good one.
Who do you love more?
I like that.
Who do you love more, Rich Paul or David Sampson?
Oh, David Sampson, all day.
Oh, my God.
All day.
Oh, my God.
Elite businessman.
Absolutely.
You want to talk about crooks.
Got $1 billion stadium deal done in a place that everyone said couldn't happen.
And the citizens of Miami are still paying it off.
It seems to be
paying that off forever.
Yeah.
Forever, with 5,000 people going to a game on a daily basis. You know, I went to that stadium. I paid $2 for a ticket to go into a baseball game.
Great value.
Mets, Marlins, $2 to go into a game there.
It's a very nice ballpark, too.
Oh, man. 415. I see Ponte pacing the sideline. It's his football games on the cell phone, acting all Hollywood. Hey, you may catch me on the phone every now and then.
If you are on the sidelines of a high school game on your cell phone,
why not? What if Anna's calling me, telling me what's happening with Baby Chess?
Well, that's different. Then you turn your back to the field and probably focus.
I watch it because I'm watching both. I'm doing 2 things at once. I got to make sure this kid throws a touchdown pass. If I miss something.
Speaking of which, I heard SI is ranked very high this year.
Oh, they're going to be good.
They say that they have their best team. Mulcairns was telling somebody that I know who told me that they have their best team in like 25 years.
Oh, I
heard they have an offensive lineman that's already committed to some.
Oh yeah, no, he's going to the SEC.
School, excuse me.
He's going to the SEC.
We're going to Fast 5.
See, that's a cardinal sin. You can't turn your back on the sideline of the football game. You never know when the action is coming your way.
That's where you walk away.
I just stand on the sideline, get on the phone. It's all good. With the earpiece on. Let's go.
I mean, really, the earpiece on? Yeah. I see all the kids do it now with the earpiece everywhere they go. I'm like, you're not that cool.
I'm telling you, we got to do this segment. Who's Shasky hating today?
It's one thing if you're like walking, like right now, I'm going to get in my backpack. I'm going to put my headphones on. I'm going to walk to my destination, but I'm also aware of my environment. You got the one earpiece in. It's just, and you look ridiculous.
You got a master's degree in hating.
Yeah, for sure. I admit it. No one's denying it.
I dropped out of that
Rich
college.
Paul's a punk, dude. He just totally nixed his deal with the Warriors.
He didn't nix the deal. Come on. If you believe that. He didn't nix the deal.
Come on, man.
He ain't no punk. Come on. Don't name call Rich Paul. Come on, man. He's
killing me.
Hey, dude.
I'm doing this all tongue in cheek. Can you just let me do a bit?
I don't like
Rich
it when you.
Rich Paul nixed the Warrior
deal.
Not a good look
Rich Paul killed the dynasty. Just say it.
He did. He did kill the dynasty.
Because people always hit me up. Why
it's not the punch. It's the Knicks.
All right. Go ahead, Spadoni.
Speaking of which, I'll 3-day tease. 3-day tease. Wednesday walkbacks. I got to walk back something regarding Knicks.
Oh, God. You and Colin Coward are all in on him after 2 preseason games.
Phenomenal. Relax. I hate to say it.
Relax. Who do they got week 1? The Chiefs or something? Have fun. All right.
No. The Chiefs per player, the Ravens. Who do the Broncos have week 1? I can't get over their uniforms, man.
I actually like the orange pants.
Orange pants, yeah, pop.
They look good.
Yeah, they didn't look bad.
That's actually a sneaky good one. We got Broncos Seahawks.
Ooh, in Seattle.
They did that a couple years ago, too.
Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
All right. 4 years ago today, guys, the Kansas City Royals took on the Cincinnati Reds, and one of the most famous calls in the history of sports happened.
I made a comment earlier tonight that I guess
went out over the air that I am deeply ashamed of. If I have hurt anyone out there, I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
Happy anniversary, Tom Brenneman. He's returning. He's returning to the CW, doing some college games.
College football.
So there you go.
He's gonna make his debut August 31st when Oregon State hosts Idaho State in Corvallis.
And the last time that Castellanos hit a deep drive to left, J.J. McCarthy out for the year. That was the thing that happened that day.
Wow, didn't something else happen too?
I'm sure.
When he hit a home run? Well,
there was a whole list. I read them off. I think the Queen died. There was a bunch of stuff.
Over the weekend, I played one-on-one versus Charlie in MLB The Show, and I was the Phillies. We went 3 randoms.
Who's Charlie?
Little Charlie. Bonte knows Little Charlie.
That's a great
and he's 12 years old, talking mad smack. I beat him on a walk-off. Castellanos with the walk-off. Castellanos with the walk-off.
Go ahead.
Deep drive to left.
The baby blue Philly jerseys hit.
Anyway, my final thought is, man, Ryan Walker, what a gutsy effort there to get out of a jam of his own making there in the 10th inning yesterday. Fitting end to the Bay Bridge series. RIP to one of the more fun Bay Area sports experiences. I was there Saturday. Ran into San Jose Jazz fan there on Saturday. We bumped into each other on the way out. He asked my friend to take a picture of us, so that was really cool.
Look at you.
Oh, shout out Rob and Mike, who I met on the way out. They're big fans of the morning roast.
Rob and Mike. Shout out to Rob and Mike.
And Julie.
Yesterday, I sat next to somebody at the Niners game. He was a big, I forget his name. He was there with his son. They're Sacramento Kings fans, but forget your name. I know I'm terrible, but he sat next to me. He's like, big fan. I'm tuning in 6 o'clock, 6:06, whatever you guys come on. He's like 6 o'clock, 6:03, 6:05, 6:06. We may be the only show in America that has an inconsistent start time to our show.
Yeah, but we're consistently inconsistent. So there you go.
That is good.
Like Andrew Wiggins.
My final thought. Boy, Caleb is in a great situation in Chicago. He just looks comfortable, man. I'd be shocked if he's a bust.
I thought preseason doesn't matter at all.
I said we look for certain traits. Does he look comfortable? Does he make the throws? It doesn't matter.
It's a good thing you didn't take August off because you figured that out.
No, well, I kind of knew that before, but hey, next year I will take August out. I thought the Giants would be in a race. That's why I didn't take August off.
Oops.
Oops, my bad.
Oops.
My bad. Oops. I was wrong. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Edmund Giddings next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today.
What's up, Steiny?
Evan Giddings is in the house.
95.7.
I'll tell you what's up.
The game.
Dobbsy. John Sally. Dobbsy.
Josh Dobbs.
Stealing the show yesterday at Levi Stadium.
Well, just like Guru, the majority of the starters were out for the 49ers. So we had to look at the backup quarterback and get an assessment. I do think it's interesting that a week ago it was all about Brandon Allen or all about who the backup is, and now Dobbs is taking flight.
Oh, boy, he sure has. Boy, did you see that run? That 1-yard run?
Which one?
Oh, actually, his best play was that scramble for 10 where he ran across the field. Brock Purdy. Footsteps. Footsteps?
Seriously, though. The quarterbacks are where you want to start today.
Sure.
How come?
Well, because, Purdy, quarterback 3 series, he looked pedestrian, and Dobbs came in against a lot of their second-teamers and did a nice job. Why do you think he played, though, yesterday?
Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Well, he played last year in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
My bigger question is why he played when nobody else played. I mean, Debo didn't play. Kittle didn't play. B.A. and Trent are both out. He pretty much had a bunch of rookies around him and no protection. And Kyle Shanahan basically threw him to the wolves.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. No Trent Williams, obviously. No Brandon Ayuk. And then a lot of injuries with McCaffrey, with Pearsall, Jennings. His team's banged up, and it's 2 weeks, Evan, 2 weeks from the season opener against the New York Jets right here at Levi Stadium on a Monday night. And what did you glean yesterday? Anything?
From the 49ers?
Yeah.
Honestly, the biggest thing that I saw circulating around social media after was about Purdy.
Okay.
And my question is this conversation this season about Purdy going to be any different than last year?
I think this year it's going to center on...
If so, how and why? Is it not different?
It's 3 weeks. Oh, they're fine. I thought it was 2. Oh, that's right. There's 2 weeks. Never mind.
Well, they have one more game.
Yeah, but they got plenty of time. I thought it was.
You got to Google
right.
September 9th.
Yes.
Opening night.
3 weeks. I was wondering why Spadoni pulled that microphone down by his mouth. Hey. Anyway, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, 3 weeks. No, I thought it was interesting. If there are people out there that use Purdy's got a ton of weapons, that's why he's so good. I guess you could say they've got a little ammunition. I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things. It is interesting that he did play and nobody else did in terms of the offensive starters for the most part. But he struggled. And it wasn't just him. Obviously, didn't get protected very well, and he's not looking at the guys that you think he's going to be looking at. So I'm just wondering if 49er fans are thinking nothing to see here, as Guru would say, with Brock Purdy, or, he's not going to play against the Raiders. So we've probably seen him for the last time in the preseason.
Yeah, it's probably his last start. And look, Brock Purdy was not very good, but the question, he also has had poor practices that we're dismissing. He's had good practices that no one has cared about. I find it interesting, though, that the conversation is back on the quarterback because for the last umpteen weeks, it's been about Brandon Ayuk's hold in or Trent Williams holdout. And both of their absences, in addition to the other starters that didn't play, were apparent. I mean, it's impossible for me to evaluate Brock Purdy when he's playing with a bunch of second and third string guys. Outside of perhaps a few, there might be, a starter or two up front of the offensive line, but without Trent Williams, I don't know what to do with that line. And I don't know about you, Steiny. I still think that he's going to be on the field week 1. But to me, what the preseason so far has highlighted in relation to Purdy is that it's not a very deep team. They're going to need their best players on the field for the majority of the season if they want to win as many games as we believe they can.
No doubt. And that's the result of having a lot of players who make a lot of money at the top end of the roster. And I think you're absolutely right there. I was reading Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. He had a piece Saturday. I guess maybe it came out Sunday before the game, but he seems to think that there's more optimism now about Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk than maybe at any other time. Shanahan indicated that he thinks Trent Williams will be in sooner rather than later, or that it'll be worked out. He didn't really say a timeline. And Ayuk watched yesterday's game from a suite with the other injured players. So now we just wait. We wait until those guys come in. But it does feel like, Evan, they will be in at some point. That's what I'm starting to think is going to happen. They're going to be in. It's just a matter of when.
And then what's the impact of that? Are there any ramifications of that? Is there any residue from what I believe has become a bit of a sideshow?
Right.
Because up until this weekend and still Monday morning, when you talk about the 49ers, it's not about what Brock Purdy did or didn't do on the field. Although I guess nationally some people will probably pick on him. But it's about Brandon. Where's Brandon Ayuk and where's Trent Williams? More importantly, I guess we know where BA is. We don't know where Trent is.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is right now, after missing that game, cost himself $3 million. That's not an insignificant amount of money.
No, it's not.
And it seems like he's willing to stand on it. So what are the Niners going to do? I mean, one of these sides has got to figure out how to get this done.
I think the Niners will get something done with Trent Williams.
I think they'll get something done with both of them.
Do you? You think they're going to end up Ayuk signing a long-term deal?
Well, the report from Friday is that they've had the first 3 years ironed out. But the fourth year of most contracts in the NFL is not guaranteed.
Right.
And it sounds like Brandon Ayuk wants that fourth year to be guaranteed. And that's the hang-up. And we got 3 weeks for them to get these guys back into practice. And I don't know about you, Steiny, but would you consider these guys distractions?
I don't think Trent Williams is a distraction because he's not there. I think Ayuk is probably more of a distraction just because he's there. Everybody sees him every practice. He's still hanging around with his teammates, but everybody knows that he's not playing. And so I think Ayuk is probably a little bit of a distraction just because he's front and center every day down in Santa Clara. And I also think there just seems to be less urgency about Trent Williams and more of an understanding that they're going to get something done. And because he's Trent Williams and he's been around forever, whether he comes in on Wednesday of this week or 2 Wednesdays from now, I think the team has confidence that he's going to be fine, 888-957-9570 is the number. Preseason game number 2 in the books for the 49ers. They win the game 16-10. Purdy quarterbacks the first 3 series, missing a lot of skill position players, if not all of them, and didn't do great. Josh Dobbs came in the game, led him on 3 straight scores, and he looked pretty dynamic. There's no doubt about it. I'm not here to say there's a quarterback controversy, by the way, but I want to know what people took away from that game and what they thought of both Purdy and Dobbs and anybody else. They ended up winning the game. They got a late hold of the Saints. So there you have it. 888-957-9570, Evan. And let's here's where I want to start. I want to start with Kyle Shanahan yesterday saying or answering the question how Brock did and why he played. Here's a quick Kyle Shanahan on how he thinks Purdy played yesterday.
I mean, there were 2 frustrating drives, just 3 and out. I don't think there was much there when he had it. I had a chance to make a big play on a keeper going back across, but not enough plays. There weren't really any good looks for him either.
Did he mean not enough plays he made, or he didn't play enough plays to get a gauge?
Well, I also don't think that there was enough structurally for him to really do much. And that's where, I don't think Trent Williams is a distraction, but I do think that his absence it's pretty obvious. It's been obvious in practice. It was obvious yesterday. And trying to watch the rest of that offensive line block for Brock Purdy was laughable. Like it was a joke watching those guys trying to keep the New Orleans Saints out of the backfield. And along with the fact that Brock Purdy had nobody to throw to who was open, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a guy who's 2 for 6 on a few drives with 11 yards and looks like a pedestrian quarterback. I think the reason why someone like Joshua Dobbs performed and has performed as well as he has is because he's not a guy who really needs an offensive line, because the play is going to break down every single time that he takes the ball.
Right.
Dobbs is someone that can operate out of a system. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because you get into a lot of trouble. And there's a reason why Dobbs has played for as many teams as he has. There's a reason why he's backup quarterback. But Brock Purdy is a rhythm player. And when he's in a rhythm, he is incredibly good. And nothing about that game yesterday was ever in rhythm. He's throwing to rookie receivers. He's throwing behind a makeshift offensive line. I mean, the question's fair. Like, why was Brock Purdy even in the game? And maybe it was just because, well, Shanahan wanted to get him in pads and let him get hit a couple times and then get him out.
Let's hear.
Yeah, you always think about that stuff. If we thought it was an issue, we wouldn't have done it. We were good with the guys out there. You know, if Brock wouldn't have gone, probably wouldn't have played Jake. You know, definitely would have had Colton and Jalen go as long, but we felt good with the group.
That's why he played, because he felt good with the group. What?
I also think it's because there was no joint practices.
That's a good point. That is a good point. 49ers canceled 2 joint workouts with the Saints because of injury problems. So I guess there's that, but it's funny.
Walked away relatively healthy.
Yeah, I mean, did he take too many hits?
Yeah, I mean, you think about that all the time, but it's also part of football, and I think he protects himself well. If we felt he was in a tough situation, we wouldn't have, but a lot of quarterbacks play throughout the league, and each week's different. I think it helps Brock to play, and last year he didn't get to as much with his arm, but I thought it was good for him to get out there, even though it wasn't 2 great drives. And I know he was really wanting to do it, and hopefully it'll make him in a better position for this when we go to the Raiders.
All right. So there you have most of the answers on why Brock Purdy played, and it sounds to me like Kyle Shanahan just wanted to get him in pads, like you said, and see him in live action. And I saw some of the quotes from Purdy after. He was glad he played. He felt like he needed to see the game at real speed, which he can't do at practice. And, the unfortunate part is he had to play with a team that he's probably not going to be playing with this year. And it kind of showed. They weren't crisp. I mean, think about yesterday's game and how the first 2 or 3 drives went with how the first 2 or 3 drives usually look for the Niners. They always seem to put together an opening drive where they push the ball down the field and score.
And look, I'm not saying Brock Purdy shouldn't have played yesterday. He also came out and said he wanted to, and that's what he's going to do. I mean, Brock Purdy, if he had every opportunity, I'm sure would play in every single game possible. But I do find it interesting that if we rewind the clocks a year ago to this time, Week 2 preseason 2023 against the Broncos, Brock Purdy played in that game, Sam Darnold played in that game, and Trey Lance played in that game. So, and there wasn't a quarterback competition. Brock was the dude. But who else played in that game last year? Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
Brandon Ayuk. Juwan Jennings. Other starters on the offensive side of the ball played in that game.
Right.
There was no one out there yesterday that I feel confident in Brock Purdy playing alongside come week 1 of the regular season outside of maybe Pooney. I mean, yes, he wanted to play, and yes, he probably needed the reps, and yes, Kyle Shanahan wanted to get him out there because there wasn't enough live bullets for the joint practices. But doesn't that also apply to some of your other players as well?
Sure. I think obviously made a concerted effort to play Purdy yesterday, even though a lot of his teammates weren't playing with him yesterday. So here's the one that gets me. Here's the one, and they practice on Saturday. Kyle Shanahan meets the media. And this is the one that I want to talk about, at least right now to start the show, because there's a school of thought about the 49ers that this is their year. They have to do it this year. It's Super Bowl or bust. And Kyle Shanahan was asked about 49er fans and the fact that they think that the 49ers are risking this golden opportunity with the holdout of Trent Williams, the hold-in of Brandon Ayuk, and why would they do that if it's all about this year? Because this is the one that grabbed me.
I understand the question, yeah, but I mean, I don't look into anything just as a one-year deal. I think everything's tied together. I think we're as aggressive as we can be every year, and everything is connected to each other too. And wherever you go one spot, you got to go less at another. So it's not as simple as that perspective. I totally get that from a fan standpoint and everything. If it was that simple, I think it'd be a lot easier to figure things out. But too many things do connect and tie together with that, and that's why these things can be difficult.
I've been saying all along that while this is an important year and they want to win the Super Bowl and they have a great opportunity to win the Super Bowl, they're still making decisions, Evan, without 1 year all in being involved. And it doesn't mean that they might not reach an agreement with Ayuk. And it doesn't mean they won't come to terms with Trent Williams. But you better believe that if and when they sign those guys, or if and when those guys come in, that they know a year from now and 2 years from now that they are going to have to make some really difficult choices. And I feel like what they're telling us is it's not as easy as you think just to pay Williams and pay Ayuk, and then we roll into the season, because they're tasked with thinking about the future more than the fans are. And I think the way the 49ers look at it at times is if they do pay some guys, they won't be as good 2 years from now because of the choices that'll ripple down to the decisions they have to make after they pay Purdy. And I think it's become the theme almost of the 49ers right now. How much do you invest in this year without jeopardizing a future by being in salary cap hell for a couple years? That's what I think they're really trying to balance here, because it's got to be painful. Otherwise, why wouldn't it all be done by now?
Well, because they're trying to nickel and dime their players. And that's the way that I've seen this entire thing.
Really?
And yeah, let's just take Brandon Ayuk, for example. Like he's made himself money this summer. I think if the Niners had been able to figure out a contract with him earlier, that, number one, we wouldn't be talking about him. But number two, whatever the number is that is going to come out is going to be, I think, closer to 30 than it is to 25. Brandon Ayuk has made himself money this summer. He's been nickeling and diming the Niners just like they're trying to nickel and dime him. And it's because of what you're talking about, because eventually the train has to stop. But for Kyle Shanahan to say that, we don't look at anything as a 1 year deal, I don't know about that, Steiny. Like, I agree in principle. Yes, you can't just look at one season and not look beyond. But the NFL, more than any other sport, is a year-to-year league. The average length of a career is the shortest in any of the 4 professional American sports. So for me to look 4 years down the line, I don't know. I feel like it's a bit disingenuous, because this roster is constructed year to year. This is a top-heavy team. They have paid players in the past to be good for 1 season, 2 seasons, and then they'll figure it out. Yes, Purdy has a big contract coming in all probability, but that contract's not going to hit for 3 seasons. The average career length in the NFL, I think, is somewhere between 2 and 3. Some of these guys are not going to be around in a couple of years. Somebody might get hurt this year. Purdy might get hurt this year. I don't think you can live in the NFL 4 years ahead. In my opinion, you have to look at what you have in front of you right now. And for the Niners, that's a chance to win a Super Bowl.
I get it. I'm just saying that they've got to still figure out a way to balance it all. And if it were as easy as we thought, I think it would be done by now. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, you got any takeaways from yesterday's game? 16-10 over the Saints. Purdy played 3 series, didn't look great, didn't have a lot of his teammates that he's going to have week 1 against the Jets in 3 weeks. Joshua Dobbs came in, made some really, really nice plays. Did he solidify the number 2 spot over Brandon Allen? I mean, it looks like that's sure a possibility. And, I mean, the one thing I'm thinking about when I see Josh Dobbs is, look, if he's got a quarterback 10 or more games, any backup's probably going to struggle. But, you know, if Purdy plays 13 games, can Dobbs help win you 4 or quarterback 4 and you go 3-1 in those games? And it looks like Evan, he's capable of doing that.
Dobbs?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Dobbs is your classic backup quarterback that the first couple of games he plays, he looks really good.
Right.
Like when he had to fill in for the Vikings.
Well, you said he saved 2 franchises already.
I was speaking facetiously.
Oh.
But last year, remember, Kirk Cousins got hurt, tore his Achilles. Actually, before that, pardon me, with the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray goes down. Dobbs becomes a starter. They win a couple of games they shouldn't. And then he gets traded to the Minnesota Vikings, and he helps them win a game or 2 that they shouldn't. But eventually, someone like Josh Dobbs runs into trouble, and it's because of what you saw yesterday. There's a bunch of flash plays that are broken down. He's running for his life. He looks great. Maybe has a deep ball to Cowing, who, by the way, also looked really good yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, Dobbs helped. But eventually, you can't play every single play like that. There is a reason that a system needs to be in place. And Dobbs is not someone that is going to beat you in system often enough to help you consistently win. Yes, Dobbs looked fantastic yesterday. If Josh Dobbs is starting for the 49ers this season for 4 or 5 games...
Oh, no.
This season's going nowhere.
4 or 5 games?
Yes.
Come on.
He's losing 3 of them. I believe.
What about the system? Kyle's system.
What system was he in yesterday?
I'm not a system player. Well, I am a system.
He was in the Pasternaut system.
I don't want to use that.
Why not?
Because I don't. No, the bottom line is, look, he was playing without anybody either. I do think there's a cutoff point of what you can get away with a backup quarterback over a certain amount of games, and then what you can't get away with over too many games with a backup quarterback. But what do 49er fans think of yesterday's game? Are you worried about Purdy after seeing him without weapons, or not even remotely concerned about what you saw from Brock Purdy yesterday? And then how do you think Kyle Shanahan handled that game? You think it's okay that Purdy played in that game without Trent Williams and without his receivers? What was Kyle Shanahan looking for yesterday? 888-957-9570. What were you looking for yesterday, and did you see it? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
It's a wrap!
If your supply...
going to become apparent over the course of the season how good this guy is. And by the end of the year, it'll be an absolute no-brainer that the 49ers are going to pay this guy a lot of money. Whether it's 40, 45, 50, are we going to be using kind of the Brock Purdy meter all year to try to assess how much of the 49ers going to have to pay this guy? Is that what the conversation is going to center on this year, or is it going to be more about just this play and forget the money, whether he is hands down the franchise quarterback for the next 5 or 6 years, or has that already been determined? Is there any doubt that Purdy is going to be the 49ers' long-term quarterback? Is there any doubt about that he has to solidify this year?
Well, yeah. I mean, again, that's why I have an issue with Kyle Shanahan saying, again, you can't just look at anything in the prism of one season. And again, like, that makes sense. But if Brock Purdy plays terribly this season, that will dictate his future. If Brock Purdy looks incredible this year, which I have no reason to believe that he won't, because he hasn't shown us anything differently so far in the regular season, then that's going to determine if he's the future. So is he the franchise quarterback right now? Yes. But Jimmy Garoppolo was too.
Right.
There's been other quarterbacks across the league that have looked like franchise guys and 2 years later playing in other uniforms. We all thought that Trey Lance was going to be the future of the franchise, and he clearly wasn't. And now he's in Dallas, taking the same reps that Joshua Dobbs is as the backup quarterback. Brock Purdy and the conversation about him this season is going to be, I think, Steiny, it's going to be strictly in dollars. It's how much money is he worth? Is his value going up? Is it going down? And it's going to be a lot about how much money he's making or losing for himself, because we're going to be nitpicking everything about his performance.
What would you give him as a grade last year?
Last year?
Yeah.
For Purdy?
Yeah.
An A.
Okay, what if he's a B this year?
I think that's good enough to stick around. I mean, okay, so let's say Brock Purdy is a B.
All right.
You going to cut him?
No. You
going to make him the backup behind Dobbs? You going to bring back Sam Darnold?
Are you going to pay him $50?
Tua Tagovailoa makes $53 million a year.
Okay.
Or will make $53 million a year.
All right.
Trevor Lawrence makes north of $50 million. Jared Goff makes north of $50 million. You can see where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
I don't think any of those guys are bad quarterbacks, but are they A's? Are they long-term lifers for their franchise? Well, Goff has already proven he's not, because the Rams literally traded him. So, to me, there's gray space, and that's what we're going to be trying to identify with Purdy all season, is where does he fit now and in the future, because he's gotten the 49ers as close as humanly possible to a quarterback. And for a lot of people, that's not good enough. But I think compared to his peers, yeah, Brock Purdy's going to be a very handsomely rich man in a couple of seasons. Is that a strange statement to you?
No. I'm just I'm wondering how 49er fans are going to view Brock Purdy this season. And what I mean by that is, are we just how many fans out there believe, look, Brock Purdy's the quarterback of this team, and he's going to be the quarterback of this team moving forward. He's quarterbacked for a year and a half. When he's quarterbacked, he's been terrific. Are we simply looking at Brock Purdy as, look, this is year 3. Hopefully he's going to take another jump? Or are there fans out there, and is Kyle Shanahan someone who, what's he playing for? Is he playing for the contract, or is he playing for his long-term future as a San Francisco 49er? Or is that already, if you're a fan, pretty much been decided? You know what I mean? Is there anybody out there that believes, I mean, to me, there's two extremes. One is he has the kind of year where He does everything they've wanted him to do. Does he win the Super Bowl? Maybe, maybe not. But he does, as Jed York says may happen, he resets the market. Okay, that's the high end, right? He plays well enough that he resets the market. What's the low end for Brock Purdy? What's the baseline and what's the ceiling? To me, the ceiling obviously would be he guides the 49ers to a Super Bowl. He looks very much like the same quarterback as he did last year, and he builds on that, and the team offensively is really good, and they get to another Super Bowl, and maybe they win it this time, maybe they don't. Boom, he's going to get paid, and we're off and running for the next 4 or 5 years. Well, what's the other end of that spectrum? Assuming health for Brock Purdy, what's the biggest red flag, if you will, or what's the biggest concern with Brock Purdy heading into this year, or is he not a player to be concerned with? Like, we don't worry about Christian McCaffrey as long as he's healthy. We don't really worry about Trent Williams as long as he's healthy. But where does Purdy fit in?
Well, I think that's why yesterday there was a lot of overreaction to what happened.
All right.
Because the low end of Purdy is what you saw if guys are hurt. If he doesn't have his cast of all pros, how's he going to look? And last year, when Williams was out and when Debo was hurt, Brock Purdy at times looked average. Yesterday, Brock Purdy was 2 for 6 for 11 yards when he was playing with nobody. But to me, that's also unfair because that's not how the NFL works. If you have there are very few quarterbacks across the history of football that play without help and succeed over and over again. Even someone like Patrick Mahomes last year played with a bunch of no-name receivers, but he had the number 2 defense in the league. So Mahomes does not have to throw for 300, 350 yards per game. He certainly can, but it's a 54-man roster for a reason. It's not Brock Purdy versus Mahomes. It's not Brock Purdy versus Matthew Stafford or Kyler Murray or Geno Smith or the rest of the division.
Right.
It's the San Francisco 49ers against whoever is on the other side. And right now, I think there are some concerns about this team, and that's going to highlight Brock Purdy because if he doesn't have all the help around him, well, then I don't think he's going to perform as well as he did last year. And that means the team is going to suffer as a result.
Well, and also, as it relates to Brock Purdy, I'm with you. I don't put yesterday's performance up there as a bad performance, though it wasn't very good. And we'll ask Matt Barrows this at noon. Matt Barrows is going to join us from The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. Real good information guy. And maybe it is fair to ask, why did he play Purdy yesterday? Why did he play Purdy when he didn't play virtually anybody else on the offense? And you heard Kyle Shanahan talk about why he did it, and he said, we felt good with that team we put out there, the line we put out there in front of him, and we wanted to see him get some reps, and he got some reps, and he looked terrible. So I wonder what do you think Kyle Shanahan was looking for yesterday out of Brock Purdy, putting him into a game like that where he's got to play against the Saints' first-team defense, but he's got nobody playing with him. I just wonder why Shanahan went that route. I'm not saying he made a mistake or he dodged a bullet, anything like that. I just wonder why. Why did Purdy play yesterday when the other big boys didn't?
Probably because Kyle Shanahan talked to him and Brock Purdy said, I wanted to play. I think it's as simple as that.
All right.
But Kyle Shanahan also told on himself a week or two ago when he gave the play calling sheet to another coach. Kyle Shanahan, I don't know about you. I mean, we could talk about Brock Purdy and, it's 2 for 6 until the sun goes down. Kyle Shanahan's telling me he doesn't care about the preseason. Like he doesn't.
It's true.
He has not shown me anything that would suggest that he cares about these preseason games. In fact, he's told us before, joint practices are more valuable than preseason games. I think it's the reason why a lot of people are wondering, okay, what are we talking about in the preseason? I can tell you, I thought Jacob Cowing looked really good. Malik Mustafa looks like he can be a player for the 49ers. You know, the only kick that Jake Moody missed was a 51-yarder, though he shanked it about 15 yards right. You know, there are some things that you can look at and say, all right, this is valuable for the individual. All right, these are opportunities for our young players, for, you know, the second or third stringers to get some valuable reps. You know, Renardo Green looks like he could be a guy that can play on the outside for the Niners if Lenore goes inside in the nickel. You know, there are certain individuals that I can look at and find positive things from.
Right.
But Kyle Shanahan don't care about these preseason games. And I don't hear him saying at the podium after the game that he really cares.
No, I don't either. And we got Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat, big 49er fan. You learn no more from having no one else there than you do from having everyone there. Oh, I think she means you mean you learn more from what he did yesterday. I don't know. I mean, I got to believe Kyle Shanahan just throws that one away as in terms of the Purdy evaluation. And
well, he probably wasn't happy with it, but at the same time.
But was he not happy with Purdy, or was he not happy with everybody around Purdy? And that they put him in a position where there's no chance he was going to succeed yesterday.
Yeah, and then maybe that's why Kyle Shanahan is also using this game as an example of, dude, get me my left tackle, Parag.
Right.
John.
True.
Get me my left tackle. Get me my number one wideout. Get it done. Because I'm going to put these guys on the field around Purdy at particular times, and it's going to look like that. Purdy also only played a few drives, but in those drives, he didn't look like a quarterback that was a top 5 MVP candidate last year.
I always think it's unfair when a quarterback has bad stats, but there's no chance he could have succeeded. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's, in a way, when we say, oh, this quarterback was sacked 5 times, well, yeah, that's a line issue. Maybe he would have gotten sacked 8 times if he didn't have mobility. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily view sacks and stats as an indication of how a quarterback alone did. I think it's got so much to do with everybody else. But my question to Niner fans at 888-957-9570, it's twofold. One is, why do you think Kyle Shanahan did play Brock Purdy yesterday without any of his weapons and Trent Williams? And then I think Evan hit it on the head. How are we going to talk about Brock Purdy this year? Are we going to talk about him like he is the quarterback that we're moving forward with for the next 4 or 5 years, and we're going to view him in that framework? He's entering his 3rd year with the Niners. He's probably going to get a big contract, and we just hope for improvement every single year, and eventually we'll break through. Or do you look at Brock Purdy and say, no, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. He's not the franchise quarterback. He still has to have at least one more good year and make us super confident in who he is, because we've got to be super confident with who he is if we pay him the amount of money he's going to want, and it's going to cost us at other positions. Like, you better kind of know what you're getting into there. Let's go to Daniel. Daniel's in San Ramon. What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Good stuff on the radio. I just wanted to say this. I think Kyle played Purdy just to see what he could look like with just some average, normal people. I think that was simple. But I think the big question that I have is this. Jimmy G, when he was with us, he was not a bad quarterback stats-wise.
Right.
Now, my fear is this. With Brock Purdy, obviously he's better than Jimmy G. But how much better is he? You know what I'm saying? And is he going to be worth that money that we're going to pay him? Again, I like Brock Purdy. I like him a lot. But I'm just afraid that if we were to give him the whole bag, then, again, we're not going to look like the same team. We're going to look totally different. And when we have a different team, we're not going to be the kind of team we look like now.
Right.
And so, again, I think that's every fan's fear. That's our fear right now. So that's all I want to say, guys.
No, appreciate it, Daniel. And I think it's real. I think the 49ers are dealing with it too. I really do. How much do you pay this guy knowing that you're going to have to take some people off this team down the road? And from the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line, no excuses. If you're going to pay a guy $50 or $60 million, he has to be able to move the ball regardless of who's on the field. Well, I agree. If you're going to pay a guy 50 or 60, he better be able to do that. Now, I don't know if a $40 or $50 million quarterback could have done it yesterday, but a $40 or $50 million quarterback's not going to have to play with that team. He'll still have more around him than he had yesterday. But that's what this season's going to be boiling down to, I think.
But I also think people are telling on themselves a little bit. The fact that we're even discussing him being a $50 or $60 million quarterback means that people have seen enough to believe that the Niners will pay him.
Right.
And I guess Jed York came out and literally said he's going to reset the market. So people are just assuming that he's going to get his bag. But if there were questions about him being here in the future, I don't think we'd be having this conversation going into the season. And I do think that the question about how much he is worth, that will be the conversation every single week. Every single Monday, you and Guru and I and Spadoni and everyone else at 95.7 The Game are going to walk into this studio and have the thought in our head, is this guy worth it? That's going to be the conversation every single week for Brock Purdy. And I find it fascinating that for a guy that has another year left on his rookie deal,
right?
It's not like he goes from $1 million to $60 million potentially next year. I find it fascinating that everyone has already put the weight of money and expectation on him to perform like a $50 million quarterback when he still is making $1 million.
I mean, there's no doubt we're going to look at the player differently if he's making $1 million as opposed to if he's making $40 or $50 million. That's going to come with the territory for sure. But I do think there can be an alternate scenario, and that is 49ers get off to a 3-0 start, 4-0 start. Purdy looks pretty good, 10 touchdowns in the first 5 games, let's say, 2 interceptions. The offense, the ball is being spread around, and it looks exactly like it's been looking for the last 2 years. I think at that point, maybe a quarter of the way through the season to the halfway point, if things are looking very similar to the way they looked a year ago, I don't think we're going to be quibbling over whether it's 50, whether it's 45, 50, 55, or 60. As long as the 49ers continue to look like they looked a year ago and the year before with Purdy at the helm, I think he's going to get paid. I absolutely think he's going to get paid. And between you and me, like, I don't care if it doesn't matter to me if they have to spend $42 million on him, $52 million on him, or $58 million on him. If they think he's the guy, then they're going to have to pay that. The question is, will we know that he's the guy by the end of the season?
No.
Or not?
No.
You don't think?
You're going to have to make the choice based on 2.5 years of quarterback play.
Okay.
Is he the guy? Okay, by the end of this season, if he gets to the postseason, he'll have started, 35 games, 40 games?
I think he's at 17. He's about 25 starts right now, I believe.
Okay,
regular
so 25
season.
games, yeah, so he'll be closer to 40.
Right.
Assuming he makes the postseason.
Okay.
Other quarterbacks around the league have started far more games, and we still don't know if they're the guy.
It's true. That's true.
But the Niners are going to have to make that choice at the end of this season. Is he the guy? And on the other side, I don't know. There's something else it's not necessarily bothering me. But again, I think that using Brock Purdy to get into what people really want from their football team, how to construct a football team, that to me is just, it's so interesting because the Niners finally found a quarterback, right. I think. Do you?
Yes, as of right now, I think they found a quarterback. Absolutely.
And I want to expand on that on the other side.
And what I'm trying to find out is, I think they do have their quarterback right now. Is it obvious that it's going to be the guy 17 games later after the regular season? 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz in with Evan Giddings today. We have Matt Barrows coming up in an hour of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. He was at the game yesterday. I'm looking for some clarity from Matt on, why did Kyle Shanahan elect to play Brock Purdy? I'm not saying it's a big deal or he made a mistake. It's just I did think it was kind of interesting. When you put a quarterback in a position like that, you got to know that it's probably not going to be one of his finest games. And so I'm just trying to figure out maybe what Kyle Shanahan was thinking there. 888-957-9570. Niners win 16-10 yesterday. Purdy struggles. And Joshua Dobbs was explosive. Not saying Dobbs is going to start, but maybe he won the backup job for the Niners yesterday. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these member deals.
if this thing doesn't get right, is Michael Jackson, who was the lead singer of the Beatles.
John Lennon.
John Lennon.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I got to tell you, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Evan Giddings. Hey,
love you, Goo. I know he's listening.
You and I think, have a little disagreement.
A little?
What?
Well, we disagree on a lot of things.
Well, you came in and said something, and I said, really? So Evan walked out of the studio, and I'm sure he bumped into some coworkers.
Is that something you don't do?
Occasionally. I don't talk to the coworkers, but you do. Anyway, Evan comes in and he goes, man.
I'm affable.
Man, Evan says, 49er fans are worried. They are really worried. And I said, you think? And he said, oh my God. They're worried about a lot of things right now. And you expressed some trepidation about how we're going to discuss the Niners this year. And you used the word, it could be toxic, how we talk about the Niners. I got to tell you, I tend to monitor our text lines in the YouTube chat. I still think there's a lot of people out there that are saying or that think, hey, look, there's still nothing to worry about. But you think there's more people worried. I mean, we could try to take the temperature of 49er fans. I know Nahigian, I think our boss, is on your side because, I mean, he was talking about how we should be excited right now. We should all be excited. You're going into a year, you got Super Bowl potential, and instead, everybody's concerned, everybody's worried, everybody's either mad at Ayuk or the 49ers. People want to know why Trent Williams is out, and that's all we've talked about. We do have one more thing to add there, though, now we saw Purdy play 3 series in the preseason, and he didn't have a lot of help out there, and he didn't look great. And what does it mean? And I guess what you're saying is you're talking to a lot of fans that don't like where the 49ers are at right now.
So you do agree with me?
I think that most of the fans think that there's everything's fine right now. Now, talk to me in a week or two, probably 2. But if I were a 49er fan, I'm not saying, oh boy, this thing is not going well at all. Here's the way I look at it. I was reading Cal Kami from The Athletic, and he said something to the effect of the 49ers have not reached the point of things going as bad as they could possibly go.
I agree with that.
It hasn't, as of right now, it hasn't been a failure. Or he said it hasn't been worst case scenario. And I kind of agree with that. But there's another school of thought that you think is out there that people think the year's already setting up for a struggle.
Well, either way, everything could have gone perfect this offseason for the Niners.
Right.
Let's just hypothetically say Brandon Ayuk is under lock and key. He's got his money. He's happy. This happened in April. Trent Williams gets his guaranteed money when the whispers came out 2 months ago.
All right.
Christian McCaffrey obviously got paid. Everyone's healthy. You look like you're getting Dre Greenlaw back at a specific point in the midseason. Hufanga is going to be back by week 1 or week 2. Again, this is all hypothetical.
Right.
Everything aligns for the 49ers. If even all of that happened, I do think that it's really hard to bounce back after losing in the fashion that they did in the biggest game of the year. So they would have that working against them. You couple that now with all the different things that we're discussing. That's why I feel a lot of worry, at least from the Niner fans that I talk to. And if you're feeling excited, if you're feeling confident, if you feel like this is lining up to be a great season, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. And I want to hear from you. But I just feel like a lot of the people that I discuss things with, and yesterday was a microcosm to me, and it was a glimpse into what I think we're going to hear a lot of this year, which is worrying about the future instead of worrying about the present. And feeling like maybe because it's the last best chance. And, the Niners have been so good for so long that there's just this expectation to be back in the biggest moment. And really the only question they have to answer is, can you win a Super Bowl? Because of that, I do think that there is more worry right now from people out there than confidence. Because they've been confident before. They've felt confident in 19. Fans have felt confident maybe even 2021. Fans have felt confident, last season, obviously. They felt confident before Brock hurt his arm in Philly 2 years ago. They've felt confidence. They've felt that excitement. And then at the end of the day, they've been let down. And so naturally, you don't want to build yourself back up. You don't want to feel the same way just to be hurt again. And so that's why I sense a lot of worry, in addition to all of the different offseason storylines that have not been about football.
Do you think they're headed for a tough start, whatever that means? Let's say the first 4 games because of anything that's happened so far.
Yes. Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah. I think it's going to be difficult. Now, could they go, 3 or 4-1? Sure. I mean, I think they should beat the Jets on Monday night. If you want to play the schedule game, I think there's some favorable matchups in the first quarter of the season, or I guess technically not a quarter anymore. It's 17 games, but the first 4 or 5 games of the year, I think they have a favorable, slew of games. But I just think it's going to be hard with the fact that they are going to have BA without a full training camp. I still think he's going to be there. I think Trent Williams is going to be signed, but he's not going to be probably in the best shape. He's going to have to play himself into shape. I think that this is a team defensively that does not have as much talent as it did last year. I think that it might take a little while for the new defensive coordinator and the new scheme to hit the ground and find consistency. The fact that Hufanga is probably not going to be there, the fact that Greenlaw is probably going to be out, I think will hurt them defensively. So if they start out well, like they did last year, for example, that to me would be really, really impressive. I just think a lot is stacked against them at the beginning of the year.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, how worried are you? Like, what would you be worried about? If you're a 49er fan, what's your biggest worry right now? Because for me, it still isn't Ayuk and Trent Williams. To me, I guess the biggest issue would be how banged up they are early in the year. But I anticipate a lot of this is just precaution, and that when they play the Jets, everybody's going to be there. But it hasn't started great, and obviously they had to cancel some joint practices. But if you're a 49er fan, what is worrying you if you're one of the people that Evan's talking about?
Well, real quick before we get to the calls, I also think a reason is because of what Shanahan did yesterday.
Oh.
Like the preseason game itself doesn't mean much to me. The Niners won. They lost the week before or the game before. The results don't matter that much. But what Shanahan did, I just think has people, again, it's like, all right, Shanahan, kind of messed this up in a postseason game, or they feel like he didn't make the right call in a particular position. Kyle Shanahan has done things that worry fans. And yesterday, again, it's a preseason game, but I still can't figure out why he would have played Purdy without anybody else around him. And I don't think it's because he's trying to test him. I think it's probably something simplistic to him that we are, too feeble to comprehend in his mind. But when fans see that, they say, well, Shanahan's doing it again. Like, why is he putting Purdy out there without any protection? Why is he putting Purdy out there with any help? If Purdy is indeed our quarterback of the future, he just threw him to the wolves.
Well, what if his rationale was, do you think there's anything to this? He purposely played, he knew he was playing without Ayuk, he knew he was playing without Trent Williams, and just said, you know what? Let's let everybody look and see what we look like without Ayuk and Trent Williams. And if those guys come into camp in the next 2 or 3 days, maybe that's what he was going for, to show everybody how much they need those guys. Not to hurt Purdy, but just
to highlight how much those guys are missed.
Exactly. I mean, ordinarily I wouldn't buy it, but I can't think of any other reason. why he do it. Let's go to 888-957-9570. Let's go to 211 Steel Reserve in Fremont. What's up, 211?
What's up, Simon? What's up, my guy, man? Just sitting here chilling.
Yeah.
Told you I was back. I told you I'd be back, man.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so check this out. You know, I would try to keep it real with the Niners, even though I will say this, Simon, I haven't called back in a minute since my team moved. I don't know about any other. I mean, I don't like them. I still dislike them, but it ain't the same, brother. I don't know if it's just me or what, but that rivalry with the Niners and the Raiders to me ain't no more. I don't even really care no more. But my brother makes me hate them. It reminds me, you know, to hate them. So because he's a huge Niner fan. But check this out. I can see why Niner fans are kind of in a panic. You know, you've been so close for so long. It's like that window does start to close eventually. I'm not saying it is closing, but I just think the more chances you get that close, the harder it gets. And then as far as Purdy playing, I don't know about that either, man. And the injuries, I mean, this team has a lot of veterans that are highly skilled. I can see why a lot of them aren't in there, and I think they'll all be there when they play the Jets. I think they're going to be all right. But then again, I could see, like I said, another reason I think Niner fans might be in a panic is that Super Bowl hangover is a real thing, brother, and I don't know how that's going to come through, especially with Ayuk doing his thing, and then you have Williams not in there. I mean, I see where their panic is at, but take it from me, and I hate to say this, I think they're going to be all right. Hey, at least, look at us, man. Look at our quarterback situation. At the same time, I called you guys a while back, and I told you with the Warriors, enjoy the now, don't worry about the later, and look how quick it goes. Niner fans, I can't stand y'all, but enjoy the now, worry about the later when it comes.
Good stuff, 211. Yeah, don't need to freak out if you're a 49er fan, according to 211. Mm-hmm.
Well, you want Dobbs.
No, I don't. Stop.
What? You said he looked incredible yesterday.
He looked good.
He looked aerodynamic.
He looked good. Stop, though.
I mean, that was their biggest signing of the offseason. That's what you said.
No. It was Leonard Floyd.
It's a good call.
Mm-hmm. Dave in Fresno. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, my guy, he just took the words right out of my mouth, saying that, you know, people are kind of worried about Shanahan yesterday. And, you know, like, yeah, he gets called a genius a lot, but yesterday was the opposite of genius, you know. And that's my issue, is that when it comes to Shanahan, like, he's put on this pedestal, but he does these like weird bonehead things, you know, that people try to explain because they like him or they like the success that the team has had and all the NFC championships. But to play Brock Purdy yesterday with Trent Taylor and Chris Conley, two guys who'll probably never throw to at all at any point in the season, you know, what was the rhyme or reason for that? I get it. He didn't get hurt. Nothing happened. But that's just, if you're a genius, you don't do things like that. Now, if you want him out there with Counting and Danny Gray, who, you know, they offer something to the offense that even your starters don't have with the speed, you want to get some rest with them, okay, like, I can see that. But you have them starting the game with Trent Taylor and Conley and no Trent Williams and no Kittle, no McCaffrey, I know he's hurt, like nobody. Like Kelsey and Mahomes play, you think the Texans would have C.J. Stroud out there without Diggs, and he was out there with all his weapons. Every starting quarterback had all their starters with them that play, except for Brock Purdy. Now, you know, if you're going to call this guy a genius, how do you have these bonehead situations? And this is not the only bonehead situation, like my friend just said before. There's other little things that you can call out, but again, he's called a genius, but we have these situations. So, yeah, and I get nothing happened yesterday, but nothing about yesterday made sense to me.
Fair enough. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call. I wonder how many 49er fans are like, when you started watching that game yesterday, Evan, did it run through your head, why is this guy playing, Brock Purdy?
Yeah, when I saw the other 10 guys on the field with him.
So that's the number one issue that you had yesterday, wanting to know why Brock Purdy played in that game.
Especially after the way that he looked. I mean, it was clear that he was never comfortable, and he wasn't allowed to be comfortable. I think the first play of two of the series, you know, was a swing route or, you know, a little pitch to the running back who had nowhere to go. Brock Purdy was playing from behind the sticks pretty much every single drive and was never put in a position to succeed. And I don't know, maybe Kyle Shanahan wanted to see, if Brock Purdy could kind of turn water into wine. I don't know. I also think that Brock wanted to play. And to be fair, 3 series is not really that much, which is why I wonder why he played in the first place. Just to get some live bullets, just to kind of feel the atmosphere of a live football game again. He didn't want the first game of the regular season to be the first time that the bullets are flying for Brock Purdy. And if that's the case, I guess I would ask the same question with, Deebo Samuel, or I would ask the same question about George Kittle. And those are veteran players. But to the caller's point, Mahomes played. Josh Allen played for the Buffalo Bills, and he was playing with a couple of his new wide receivers, Curtis Samuel, for example. Like, if there is a reason that you want your quarterback on the field, and there are things that you feel like he needs to work on, well, then I feel like he should also be doing them for the few amount of plays that he actually is in pads with the guys that he's going to be playing with.
Well, Kyle Shanahan was asked about how Brock Purdy played and then why Brock Purdy played. I don't know how insightful they are, but how does he think, and we're talking about Kyle Shanahan here, how does he think Brock Purdy played yesterday?
I mean, there were 2 frustrating drives, just 3 and out. I don't think there was much there when he had it. I had a chance to make a big play on a keeper going back across, but not enough plays. There weren't really any good looks for him either.
All right, so it sounds to me like he doesn't think he played well, but he didn't have a lot of chances either.
No, I mean, he didn't move the ball.
No, I know, and
the Niners didn't move the ball, I should say.
But what I gathered from Shanahan is he wasn't putting the onus on the bad game totally on Brock Purdy's shoulders.
But that's kind of my point. I don't think Shanahan took much away from that game.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Why did he play Brock Purdy yesterday?
Yeah, you always think about that stuff. If we thought it was an issue, we wouldn't have done it. We were good with the guys out there. If Brock wouldn't have gone, probably wouldn't have played Jake. Definitely wouldn't have had Colton and Jalen go as long, but we felt good with the group.
So there it is. That's why he played. But does that really answer the question why he played?
Not really.
No.
I mean, look, I'll say this. At least I'm glad that our discussion here on Monday is about football as opposed to holdouts or hold-ins. But because of those holdouts or hold-ins, we're also wondering what Brock Purdy is going to look like if those guys aren't around, whether it's now or in the future. And I just think yesterday was a glimpse into the conversation that people are going to be having about Purdy, both locally and nationally, for the entire season, which is, we saw him without these guys. He didn't look as good. Or when those guys are eventually back, and I believe they will be, well, look how much better he looks with them. He's not going to have them in the future because you're going to have to pay him. There's going to be all of these things that people are worried about, and that's the sense that I'm kind of feeling, that I'm gleaning off of that game, is that there's more worry surrounding this team than excitement.
I'm just wondering why he wouldn't at least give Purdy 2 or 3 series with Kittle, with Deebo, just a couple, just to see. Because I agree. What did you really find out yesterday? Nothing, really, other than this team doesn't look nearly as good without, surprise, surprise, its best offensive players.
And again, they didn't practice. They didn't have joint practices against the Saints because they didn't have enough bodies.
Right.
And the risk wasn't worth the reward, according to Shanahan. So that could also be why the Kittles, the Deebos, the Jawans weren't on the field. But then I also have to ask the question, Kyle, what's the most important position in sports? It's your quarterback.
Yeah.
So if you can't afford to lose Kittle and you can't afford for Deebo to get nicked up, how come you can afford for Purdy to get nicked up?
Let's go to Michael in Palo Alto. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man? What do you think Kyle was up to yesterday?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I'm a Kyle Shanahan fan, but I thought it was an inept decision by Coach Shanahan to put your quarterback who, not only has some injury history, but also has the tendency to extend plays and never give up on a play. To have him out there running around with second, third string guys, maybe even guys who won't even make the team, I thought it was a very poor decision. And the conversation would have been a lot different today if something happened to Purdy. We all know that. So I don't see the risk being worth anything. And I will say this just about kind of what you guys were saying. The deck kind of stacked against the 49ers, especially to start off the season.
Right.
Purdy is scheduled to make, $40-50 million this season or during his extension season. I'm going to say this, man. You're going to find out how much Brock is worth this season. And if he can overcome some of these obstacles that are going to, I think, be facing the 49ers, especially with, some of these holdouts, and if he can progress them into a wild card or a divisional round or even a conference championship, I think he's going to be worth that money. But with the kind of the deck stacked against him, I think it might be a little bit tougher. But we're going to see how much he's worth.
Yeah, we are. Thank you for the call, Michael. Appreciate it.
And we don't have a choice. That's the other part. I mean, you can't. I guess you could technically kick it down the line. You could say, "Hey, 7th round pick, you're going to play on your last year of your rookie deal," but I personally don't see that happening.
Let's go to Kevin in San Francisco. Hey, Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Going well.
Good.
So I wanted to talk about Brock Purdy's performance yesterday. I just think that it was kind of a slow start. Sometimes he starts off slow. Plus, also, didn't he put on some weight? Didn't he start working out?
Oh, yeah.
And he might be one of those kind of players that just want to get hit, want to get that feeling, So he just didn't have long enough. I mean, wasn't it one of the playoff games that we had where he didn't start playing well until the second half?
Yeah.
So, who knows? So it could be, and I think it's going to be saying that we're going to make it back to the Super Bowl. What, can we just make the playoffs first? Okay. Yeah. And I just want to see some 49er ball. I mean, I don't care if he's the best, I just want to see some good 49er football. I don't want to try and think about all the way to the playoffs or the Super Bowl. I want to see each game and see us perform well.
Well said. I'm with Kevin. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Go out and beat the Jets. Go 1-0. Then next week, beat who they play second week?
Second week, they got Minnesota.
Oh, boy. Oh, well, that'll be an easy win.
Well, that'll be a Dobbs revenge game, right?
Well, and it'll also, they get to face the Vikings without Kirk Cousins.
Or a Sam Darnold revenge game.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers win yesterday. Brock Purdy starts, plays 3 series. Obviously, we're talking about how he looked, which wasn't very good. Is it even unfair? Was it unfair to even expect Purdy to play well yesterday, given who his teammates were? 888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Coming up in a half hour, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the Niners. He's going to get give us some answers on what Kyle Shanahan was thinking yesterday.
What's better than having Baldy on every Tuesday at 7:30?
I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Having him in studio for the whole show on Thursday.
Sleep is overrated. I agree. John Bon Jovi said, we'll sleep when we're dead.
from yesterday's game is twofold. One is, I think the big story is, Brock Purdy didn't look good. But I think the second biggest story is, well, why did he play Brock Purdy in the first place? And the more I think about it, the more I think it was a little puzzling why he would do that. And Evan, I got to tell you, I'm the guy who usually when it comes to these kind of things says, these guys are pro athletes. You can't keep them in bubble wrap forever. They're not porcelain dolls. If they can play and they're healthy, they play. And that's normally how I am. I do think it was strange that Purdy played, but he played without his core guys. And what exactly was Kyle Shanahan looking for, or what was his thought process when he did that? That's what I hope Matt Barrows can answer at 12 o'clock when he joins us from The Athletic. But I have a feeling he's not going to really be able to have a definitive answer either, because he's going to have to try to interpret what Kyle Shanahan said, which was, we felt good with the team around him.
Well, do you have Brock Purdy's answer to why he played? Because I believe the media checked in with him. It was mainly about why he came up for the third series. But do you have that cut?
I sure do. Let's take a listen.
I mean, like I said, it's part of the game and stuff. So for me, I'm not out there freaking out about, oh my gosh, I'm not trying to get hit. That's not football. If I'm stepping out on the field, then obviously I know what's at stake in terms of it's a physical game. It's fast. Things happen. You're going to get hit. You're going to fall to the ground. So I know that. But at the same time, am I going to do some crazy scrambling and make up some stuff to try to move the ball? So you got to be smart in that sense. So,
all right. He answered it about how you'd expect Brock Purdy to answer it.
Well, but he did have a play where he was scrambling and moving around crazy and tried to throw the ball up. In fact, it almost got picked.
Right. And we've seen those throws before from him.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen plenty of incredible throws that make up for some of the, lack of judgment, so to speak. But again, why did he play? Why did he come out for the third series? And I don't think there's one answer, because with Kyle Shanahan, there never appears to be just one simple thing.
Right.
Right. It's, we were considering this, and, you got to think about more than just a year from now. And, we're trying to get a good look at this guy and Brock working with this dude and this offensive line. And that's why I can't figure it out. And when specifically like a head coach or a manager makes a choice, Steiny, I don't know about you, but I'd like to think that they know more about it than we do. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, he's got a plan. There's something there. I just need to figure it out for myself. But all the questions I have about it, I don't think are clearly answered or don't have clear answers, because if Purdy was out there because he wanted to be, I get that. But at some point, okay, well, does he have any protection? Well, no, because his left tackle's not in pads, and we're also trying to get some looks for potential backups and guys that are going to have to play at some point this year. So he doesn't have proper protection, right? Well, that's red flag number one. Okay, well, at the very least, Brock Purdy's a quick decision maker, so maybe we can get the ball out really fast, and that's a way we can protect him.
Right.
Okay, well, he doesn't have his ones out there that are receivers that can get open quickly. Okay, so that's red flag number two. And then after seeing that for a couple of series, we're still going to go out there and throw him out for a third time. Why? Was that the plan? Perhaps. Might have just been 2 series. I don't know. Maybe he wanted him to play for a full quarter, and it didn't get to that point because he didn't have a chance to sustain enough drives. I can't figure out why Kyle Shanahan wanted Brock Purdy to play when virtually no other starting caliber teammates of his were on the field. And the only guys that I think are starting caliber that were on the field yesterday on the offensive side are guys that are competing potentially for starting jobs. I'm not looking at anybody, maybe outside of Pooney, but there's nobody out there that is going to definitively stand pat and be the guy at their position. Right?
I mean, it all makes sense, to tell you the truth, but none of it makes sense either. Purdy played to see what he can do without his stars, says the 415. Another 650. Kyle wants to see how he looks without a lot of talent around him. That seems to be what some people are saying.
He wanted to test him, basically.
Yeah. I think that's a logical explanation. I don't know why I'm just not buying it, though, but it could be the reason. Let's go to David in Napa, hear what he thinks. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
Well, thank you.
Sure.
I think it's a possibility that Shanahan and Lynch got together and said, let's do just what they did, put him out there with, without his all-pros around him, see how he did. He didn't look very well at all. He got hit a few times.
Right.
And when they get the contract negotiation, it's going to be like, hey, Brock, how do you feel? You want to be the lone guy out there, or you want to be the team guy and take a team-friendly type of contract? I think that they might, that if they weren't thinking that could be subtext from the performance.
Interesting. Thanks, David. Appreciate the call. We talk as though there's not what's he going to get paid? 40, 45, 50, 55? Sometimes I think we don't appreciate the difference between or among all those numbers. Maybe that's what we're looking at, that they want to try to get this guy under contract in a year from now at 40-ish rather than 55-ish or something like that.
Well, and this is something that you were on, and I think it's a good point. You brought it up last year that if Purdy makes, even if he makes, 40,
right,
he will go from making $1 million to $40 million or to 50 or 60 or whatever it is. That will be the largest leap for a quarterback, for a player in NFL history.
Probably, yeah.
So people are just trying to, I think, figure out, all right, if we're going to have to pay this guy, basically, it's unfair, but 40 times more than what we're paying him right now, are we going to get commensurate production? And the answer is probably not.
Right.
Because I don't see how much better he can get. I think he can get better, but is he going to be twice or 3 times as good as he was last year? I just think that's a lot to ask. And so people are, again, worried that the Niners are not going to recoup on their investment when it looks like and they've already told us that they are going to invest in this guy. And so is he the dude? That's the question every single week on Monday. He goes for 4 touchdowns. He shreds the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday night like he did last season. All right, Monday morning, he's the man. He's going to get paid. Well, then he goes out and has a Cleveland Browns game. Throws a couple picks against Minnesota, throws the pick to end the game. On Monday, well, he's not the man. Well, look at this. Is Trent Williams there? Is B.A. there? Is Deebo Samuel nicked up? Is George Kittle healthy? Is Christian McCaffrey going to have another 400-touch MVP caliber season? If all those things don't, is Brock Purdy going to be able to, lift up this team, to put this team on his back? Is his defense going to be as good? All these questions, and yes, there are ifs and buts and all the rest, but those are the questions that are going to kind of, light this conversation, and it's going to be gasoline fueled, I think, the entire year. Every single week, we are going to come in and wonder if this guy is the man. Because the one thing the Niners haven't seemingly had under Kyle Shanahan is a quarterback we can trust.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we're going to have to find out how it all shakes out. But the issue, I think, is that it's even if you get him at 40 or 45, yes, it may be a little bit of a bargain. But the problem is he's making $1 million right now. So his raise is going to be astronomical. If he were a normal quarterback on, let's say, his rookie deal, he'd already be making, $12, $15 million if he were a first-round pick, and they would be gearing up to pay him. But it's just so dramatic what his raise is going to be that it's going to impact his team more than it will impact other teams who have quarterbacks who are on their rookie deals at more money, because this raise is going to be far more drastic. So it's going to have more implications on what they can do with the rest of their roster. Victor's in San Jose. Hey, Victor, what's going on, man?
Yeah, I had the same take as that previous caller. You know what? If you had Mahomes in there with the second, third string, his production would have been a lot better. It's like, obviously, we know it's a contract move. And if he does prove it, there's 2 things. You're either going to get the guy and pay him, but if he didn't, say, look, Brock, you're good, but you're not worth that $50, $60 million. We need to slot you at 40, 37, 39 million and keep it at that, because we need to pay other players like that. If they do that and they see, all right, we can get Brock at 40, 45, then they could say, maybe we can work a deal out with Ayuk now, because we know we're not going to spend that much on top of next year on Purdy. Because they need to get Ayuk in. So there's a ploy in there with money-wise, you know what I mean? So they're trying to see what the top is on Purdy and see if we can squeeze in Ayuk next year right now.
Yeah, I don't know, because here's the way I look at that, and thanks, Victor, for the call. I appreciate it. Are they really going to – okay, so he didn't play with any of the starters yesterday and he looked bad. All right, let's say he plays next week or doesn't play next week, but he's only going to play a series or two, and he doesn't look great again. Maybe Ayuk's still not playing and Trent Williams is back. All right, now we get to the opener, and lo and behold, Trent Williams is there and Ayuk's there, and here's Debo and McCaffrey, and let's say all systems are go. Is it really going to matter if he has a good year and the team's healthy that, well, remember that preseason game when he didn't have stars? That's still who he really is. I don't think we're going to look back on that game as a way to keep his price down if he has a good year. Like, if he has a good year with all his weapons, I think he's going to get paid, and they'll have to figure out at what cost. But I don't think – it seems far-fetched to me that they would play Purdy yesterday anticipating he'd struggle so as to send him a message that it'll be a lot harder when he gets paid. That to me, it's a stretch.
Well, it is reminiscent to me of the conversation we were having about Purdy after his, 4-interception practice or 3-interception practice. It's, Purdy's out there and he doesn't have Ayuk, or, Kittle's not practicing today, and he's throwing to guys that he's going to have to throw to in a couple years. How's he going to look?
Right.
Until it happens in a regular season game, I will reserve judgment. It's really hard for me to watch 3 series yesterday with Brock Purdy playing with a makeshift offensive line, some rookies, and also against the Saints ones, by the way.
Right.
Their number one defense, because that's just the way that they do things. They play their starters in New Orleans. It's hard for me to pass judgment on him. If there's anybody I'm going to judge yesterday, it's Kyle Shanahan, because I don't know why he would do that. And to me, Brock Purdy saying, I want to play, I'm sorry, that's not good enough of an excuse. If Kyle Shanahan went to the podium and said, well, my 24-year-old quarterback who's in his second full year in the NFL said he wanted to play, so I put him in. Okay, that's why you're the head coach. You don't listen. Brock Purdy doesn't call the plays. You call the plays. You decide who's on the 54-man roster, Kyle. We hear all the time about how you have personnel decisions. Okay, if you are the czar of the San Francisco 49ers, your starting quarterback telling you that he would like to get a couple of reps in game 1 of the preseason and he would like to play, that's not good enough for me. I don't want to hear that. You should be the one that makes the choice.
You think Guru would have been hot about this?
Yes. I may or may not have talked to him.
I think you're, delinquent? Did he say they were? Oh, no, what does he like to use? Oh, it's irresponsible. It's unprofessional. It's embarrassing. One other word he loves to use. I can't remember what it is. But yeah, he would have been
despicable.
He would have been hot.
Well, I wouldn't use words as harsh as those, but it is confusing. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would like to hear.
I don't think it's concerning. I don't think it's damning. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan is never going to win a Super Bowl because he played Brock Purdy in week 2 of the preseason. But it is confusing to me when you consider everything else around Brock Purdy.
We're never going to get the answer. And I think the reason we're not going to get the answer is because he's going to say exactly what he said. Well, Brock's our quarterback. He's healthy. He's still a young quarterback, and he needs as many reps as possible, whether it's with the starters or the backups. Great opportunity for him to quarterback the team that's a little bit shorthanded. I do not think it really crosses negligent. That's what he would have called. That's what Guru would have said. Thank you, 415.
Negligent.
But I don't think Kyle Shanahan doesn't go into games making decisions out of fear that a guy might get hurt. He just doesn't. And I bet you he thought about it, and it was nothing more than Purdy's healthy. Maybe I haven't really seen, I haven't liked all what I've seen in training camp, so I'm going to get him out there just to run around a little bit. And I don't think Kyle's first thought is, well, what if he gets hurt? Because Kyle's a football coach, and injuries are part of the game, and that's an inherent risk of playing a football player, and he doesn't think of it as any more risky than any other game.
Well, I'll tell you what he did do.
What?
Is he just gave Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams more ammunition.
He might have done that.
If they want more money, or whatever their list of demands is. It could be guaranteed. It could be they don't want to be here because they don't want to go through the grueling, training camp practices. But whatever their aims are and why they're holding out and holding in, Kyle Shanahan didn't bring the Niners any closer to getting them to give in.
Well, I also think that if I'm Kittle and Debo, maybe I start holding out now too. Why not? Everybody gets paid here in San Francisco.
Well, they have gotten paid.
Yeah,
and next offseason.
So is Trent Williams, but it's not stopping him. Brian in Hayward. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Listening to the conversation the last few minutes, it kind of put me through growing up with sports, watching it, being a fan. I started with basketball and the Warriors. And I slowly started making my way into football, the NFL, and then finally baseball. And when I started to really get into baseball, I noticed this process with the younger players, arbitration.
Okay.
And after seeing it for years, I realized it's in every sport to some degree, not just in baseball. But it's also a type of strategy that most employers use in a way to negotiate down the salaries of their employees. And I mean, when I look at this situation, it's exactly that with Brock playing yesterday with all, non-starters or not the first team. They're kind of trying to gauge how effective he can be when he's in a difficult situation. And I think what's more important is they're trying to put it in reality for Brock himself, because that's what it's going to come down to when they start negotiating contracts. Hey, evaluate your own performance.
Right.
Do you consider yourself this type of guy? Do you consider yourself that type of guy? And then they go from there. But with an organization like the Niners, and their history, I don't think they're going to bend over backwards to do right by their players, but they have showed that they don't go out of their way to screw their players. So I look at it as, hey, let the chips unfold the way they do. And they're taking a big risk, which is a calculated risk, in terms of how he's going to see himself in a year from now, whether he's a team guy or he's a me guy. And, my money's on team guy, but we'll see what happens when they get down to the negotiations. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it. God, it's hard for me it's hard for me to envision Brock Purdy going through the regular season with his team and then them coming to the table and saying, well, don't forget what you were in that preseason game back in August when you didn't have any weapons. That's kind of who we've got to evaluate. That's how we have to evaluate you, because that's going to be more realistic of the kind of team you're quarterbacking in a year. I get it, but boy, I don't know. How is that game yesterday going to be at all factor into what he makes next year?
It's not.
Right.
Or it shouldn't.
Right.
If it is, we got bigger issues in San Francisco.
Yeah.
If they're using a preseason game to evaluate someone, because how I would evaluate Brock Purdy is by these numbers: 21 starts, 17-4, 68.7 completion percentage, 250 yards a game, a 111 quarterback rating, and a QBR of about 70.
Okay.
Those are his numbers.
Right.
That's not what he did yesterday, and that's what he's done the last year and a half. I'm more inclined to believe that he'll be closer to those numbers than the ones he was yesterday.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree with that. Ryan's in San Bernardino. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing?
Hello, gentlemen. How you guys doing, man?
Doing well.
Awesome.
That's fantastic. I just had a question from watching the game last night. So pretend Brock Purdy never happened, and that number 5 on Josh Dobbs actually said Trey Lance. Would the 49er fan base think that Trey Lance was developing into our franchise quarterback if that was Trey Lance last night? Because I kind of feel like, yeah, I would be cool with Trey Lance if he could at least do that, but he couldn't.
Evan?
Well, I know we can maybe run it by Matt Barrows on the other side, but if he did what Josh Dobbs did yesterday, I do think people would be happy about Trey Lance.
But I think that what the 49ers found out is he's not as athletic as Dobbs.
Yeah, I also don't think he could make those plays. But unfortunately, we'll never know.
Well, he may start making those plays in Dallas, right?
Oh, well, they're going to move off of Prescott, according to Goo. Dak's whack.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in here. We got Matt Barrows, though, on the other side. If you want to hang in there through that interview, you're more than welcome to do that. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. When it comes to the San Francisco 49ers, he is essentially the man in the know, and that's why we're talking to him. And we're going to ask him why Kyle Shanahan elected to play Brock Purdy yesterday against the Saints without any other starters. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. I guess I'll just start with, even though I heard Kyle Shanahan post-game talk about playing Brock Purdy, why do you think Kyle Shanahan played Brock Purdy yesterday without any of his weapons?
It's a good question. I think in hindsight, maybe you don't play him. I just don't understand what they got out of it that was so productive. I feel like the risks outweigh any gains. But, Purdy's point was that, you practice all the time and you get into rhythms, but it's different in a game. And he was talking about the mental clock. And ironically, one of the things he wanted to work on was the mental clock about a pass rush and getting hit, which you don't get in practices. They just kind of tag the quarterback or run past the quarterback. So, it's hard to sort of sharpen that. He certainly got, a couple of instances where he had to deal with getting hit by the New Orleans Saints. So I guess it was valuable in that regard. My point is that, he's going to play on Friday in Las Vegas, and he's going to play with a lot of the starters. Not every starter, but a lot more than played last night. So to me, that was, that's your warm up, and that I don't know. The Saints outing 11 snaps, 6 pass attempts, 2 completions, a handful of QB hits. I'm not sure that was worth it.
You think that, and we're joined by Matt Barrows of The Athletic, you think it could have had anything to do with the fact that he canceled the joint practices, which I guess if we're to understand Kyle, he thinks those are even more important than the exhibition games.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they needed to sort of replicate that in one way, shape, or form. They did have some good practices amongst themselves last week, and so I think that went towards doing that. But I think you're right. Getting some of those starters into that game, they're going to probably rely on Dominic Pooney at right guard, for example, maybe even as soon as the Jets game in Week 1. So getting that unit, getting Purdy behind that unit, or as much of that unit as you could last night, that was probably valuable to do. Again, I feel like those guys are all going to be playing maybe even a half against the Raiders. So that's the true warm up for the season. And like I said, maybe the risk of Purdy not having full complement of offensive linemen, the full complement of weaponry, didn't really kind of justify him being in that game.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, Matt. I just thought it was a little perplexing and confusing, specifically with the protection and the offensive line. And it did make me just think about the absence of one Trent Williams. I mean, do you feel like, not necessarily this game in a vacuum, but with what else has been going on at practice and kind of their not being as deep up front, does it highlight even more how much they need a guy like Trent Williams? And do you feel like the Niners would be any closer after this game, or do you feel like Trent has more reason to just kind of dig in and ask for whatever he wants after watching that performance?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he has more clout now. I mean, this guy is as well respected as anybody in the NFL, certainly when it comes to offensive linemen. So I don't know if it increases at all. I think the timing of it increases. You're now, we're going to be, I guess tomorrow would be 1 week from when you have to start making your big roster decisions. They pare the roster down to 53 men on the 27th, and then basically it's 2 weeks from that point until the start of the season. So getting Williams in and getting him enough runway so that he's ready to go. He's ready to play. I mean, Chris Verster has talked about that since July, is that these guys need to get as many snaps as possible, not just be sharp, but to be conditioned enough to withstand the strain of that first game. You really can't replicate that at all. And he said that first series, the first game, especially for the offensive lineman, is extremely taxing. So I would imagine that's doubly so for somebody like Williams if he's not getting any preseason games, if he's getting very scant training camp-like snaps. So I think that we're starting to get to the bewitching hour as far as when he really needs to get back so that he can have a true warm-up for the Jets game on the 9th.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. So the Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams aren't practicing. One's there, one's not, and it feels like there's been a lot of ups and downs to all this in terms of the situation. But it feels like to me, as an outsider, that there's more optimism now that they will have both these players. And I have no real reason to believe that other than kind of what's coming from the writers and the media. Is that your sense too, or would you say not so fast?
Yeah, I would say the closer we get to the season, the more or the less likely the Steelers would be to want to pull off a trade. Just because, Ayuk would have to get up to speed with their system. He doesn't know their quarterbacks, this, that, and the other. So I would say that diminishes a little bit over time. So, in that way, I think this sort of, continuing in this state of limbo kind of edges it ever so slightly towards the 49ers. But, it's been in this situation for a while now, and they can't find that common ground. And Ayuk seems perfectly prepared to dig in. So I don't know if we eventually reach a state of exasperation where the 49ers, look again at what the Steelers are offering and they pull the trigger. This has been a stalemate for a while now. And I would say that the 49ers argument would be it's been sort of in this realm for, they might be edging it towards the goal line a little bit, but boy, it's been much more difficult and with little change than they had anticipated.
Matt, what have you gleaned from the first game of the preseason to the second? Where have you seen the most growth from these 49ers? Outside of looking at basically the big name players, outside of taking Purdy away from this. What have you learned from the first two games of preseason watching this team?
I think the wide receiver position has started to take shape a little bit. I think that they drafted Jacob Cowing, who really had a nice game last night, with the thought that he could be their punt returner. He could basically be their 2024 version of Ray McLeod, who was both their return man and sort of the understudy for Deebo Samuel, a guy who could come in, take some end arounds, gadget plays, things like that. The difference is that Cowing is really a burner. And we saw that on that 19-yard end around in the third quarter. The Saints had that stopped dead to right. They had that snuffed out. He was still able to get around the outside and go up the sideline for 19 yards. So, we hadn't seen that from them. This is what the 49ers had projected when they drafted him in the fourth round in April. This last week in practice and then this game was the first time he's really been able to put that onto the field. So I think the 49ers are a little bit more reassured that that plan is still intact and that they can get away with that plan this season. I thought it was a good game for him. I thought it was a good game for a lot of the rookies. It was a big rookie contest. I think the game on Friday, like I said, will get more ones. It'll be basically ones and then bottom of the roster guys. This game last night was a lot of second stringers, which meant a lot of rookies playing a lot of snaps. Dominic Pooney looked good for the second straight game. I think they're more reassured with that right guard spot going to him against the Jets. I think that's a really big deal. Pooney just looks very consistent from practice to practice, from game to game. They got some nice snaps out of the other rookie offensive lineman, Jarrett Kingston. He was playing left guard for a big chunk of the first half, and seem to be fairly comfortable there. I don't think Kingston figures big into their plans for 2024, but he might for 2025, and this was a step in that direction.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He works for The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. Let me ask you, and because you had said this a few weeks ago on our station about, technically, I guess, Brandon Ayuk is hurt right now. That's why he's not practicing. If they don't come to terms with him in the near future and it extends into the season, what are the options the 49ers have? I mean, do they really think he's hurt? Do they think he's not hurt? Can they make him practice if they don't think he's hurt? Can he say, no, I'm really hurt? I mean, what are the options that both the player and the organization have?
Well, I just said a week from Tuesday, they've got to trim their roster to 53 players. And if he right now, he's an active member of this roster. He's not practicing, but he's one of the 90 players. And so they have to make a decision at that point. If he's still there in this limbo situation a week from tomorrow, I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do, but they'd probably have to keep an extra wide receiver because he's not practicing and he wouldn't be playing in that instance. Now, they are on the record of saying that he reported to camp with neck and back injuries, and they're kind of keeping to that. It's a major wink, wink, nudge, nudge situation, but technically that's true. So it may allow them the wiggle room to put him on an injury list to begin the season. But they have to start making these decisions pretty soon, and that's at a crucial position. I mean, in an ideal world, Ricky Pearsall was getting a lot of these Brandon Ayuk snaps. He's gotten very few of those because he's been injured. He might be back at practice this week. Kyle Shanahan wasn't sure. My point being is that they already have some wide receivers that they'd like to keep around, but who might not be all that useful for them to begin the season. Brandon Ayuk just makes that a little bit more murky going into that Jets game.
Well, Matt, the last one I have for you is about BA, because over the last few days, there's been a couple of things that have come out. Kyle Shanahan told you guys, number one, on Friday, that he doesn't look at things in terms of a one-year prism. He tries to look at multiple years. There was a report from ESPN that it's really down to the fourth or potentially final year in the deal of whatever Ayuk is supposed to be near the goal line of making. And John Lynch was also quoted last week as saying, I wish I knew what the holdup was with BA. What do you think is the holdup at this point, and what is going to be the, I guess, for lack of a better terms, the reason why they get from the goal line into the end zone and keep this guy at San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. It's that last year of the deal, which when you look at these deals, the last year is always a little bit is interesting. I mean, that's when, the big money comes. That's when teams have really an exit out of the contract. And I thought it was interesting when Deebo Samuel went through this a few years ago that his extension was a 3-year deal. And so to me, that's an option. Maybe you make it a 3-year deal instead of a 4-year deal and allow Brandon Ayuk to get another bite at free agency, before he's 30 years old. Maybe the 49ers capitulate on that. I mean, I think that they want him signed for 4 years. I think the whole grand design here is that he and Brock Purdy are a duo for the next 5 years, keeping in mind that Ayuk still has one more year left on his deal. They match up very well. This is what kind of gives the 49ers optimism about that, about Purdy, about signing Purdy to a long deal. If they have Ayuk signed for another 4 years beyond this one, then they can, just kind of rest assured that that their quarterback that they're trying to sign to an even bigger deal is going to have that wide receiver for the long term. half a decade at least. So that's why it's critical. And you can see why Brandon Ayuk would be kind of fighting for it to be written a certain way. And you can see why the 49ers are holding firm on how they want that fourth year drawn up. So here we are in this state of limbo, but at least it's down to that one item instead of, the contract as a whole.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and look forward to talking to you all season.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's Matt Barrows of The Athletic. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Matt Barrows.
Well, that is something that I don't think we've considered. I think when players are going through contract negotiations, we just assume they want the most years, the most money, and all the rest. Maybe there is looking back at Debo's deal, there is an option where Brandon Ayuk would actually prefer to have 3 years, mostly guaranteed, and then get to free agency. And the hang-up might be, hey, if you want me for 4, that's fine, but I need guaranteed money in that 4th year. Otherwise, just give me 3, and then I'll get to free agency before I'm 30 years old and be able to make more money afterwards.
Yeah.
And I understand why the Niners would say, well, we actually want to pair you with Purdy, but that last year's got to be on our terms.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a number of reasons. I could see guaranteed money absolutely has to be a part of it, I would think. I would think that the years are less important than that, but maybe Barrows is right in suggesting that maybe he does only want a 3-year deal so he can get to free agency again. So I do think that's obviously worth keeping an eye on. I'm more fascinated by kind of the injury situation. So he's listed as having an injury. And why, if the 49ers know he's not hurt, are they letting him not practice? And to me, the reason is because it's still an act of good faith by the 49ers not to say, you know what, we're going to make you practice. I think they are okay with this until it reaches a certain point, and then we're going to have to find out what the Niners are willing to do and what they're willing to not necessarily sacrifice, Evan, but what they're willing to do to Ayuk to somehow get him in here. I know he's in here. I mean, to get him to practice, because it feels like they're still working with him in a way, but you wonder how long that'll last.
Well, I don't think you can force a player to practice, though. I mean, all right, even though we're D3 athletes, like if someone comes up to you and says, "Are you hurt?"
Right.
And I say my hamstring's barking.
Okay.
You can't tell me to get out on the field.
Okay. So at what point is he prepared to say, this injury, how backs are, this could go for another 3-4 months?
Yeah, and at that point, then it does become a nuisance. I think this all started last week when Shanahan was asked about it in reference to the Jalen Ramsey situation in Jacksonville a few years back, and they ended up trading him to the Los Angeles Rams. They just said, no, we're done. Now, they got a haul for him, but the difference is the Jacksonville Jaguars were willing to trade Jalen Ramsey. I do not think that the San Francisco 49ers right now are willing to trade Brandon Ayuk. I don't think they are.
Yeah,
they're in completely different situations.
Yeah, let me play that for our listeners. I'm going to play these back to back. This is asked if there's a point where they'll tell Ayuk he's got to practice.
I think it has to do with when they have injuries and stuff. So I don't sit there and kind of play that game. That's how the league works right now. I mean, that's how the rules are. You have a hold-in, guys usually have something wrong with them, so they can keep doing that. And so I just coach the team.
All right, and then here's a follow-up, more specific.
I want to make sure I understand. Are you saying if there's a hold-in and you force the issue that you would expect like a Jalen Ramsey in Jacksonville type of situation where, oh, my back hurts and I'm just not playing?
I'm just saying when you guys call it a hold-in, and I'm not disagreeing with you guys on that, but people say that they're hurt. I think BA's got a sore back right now, and it is what it is.
Don't you think it's weird that everybody kind of knows, but they don't really say? It is what it is. Kyle Shanahan knows he's not hurt.
He's been saying that a lot more recently.
It is what it is?
Yeah.
It's a catch-all.
I also think it's because he's a bit frustrated with it. And it's not like he's frustrated. He's, I think Brandon Ayuk's a bad person or, I don't believe. But I just think from a head coach standpoint, he wants his best wide receiver on the field. He wants to get him ready for the season, and he clearly wants to maximize the Niners' opportunity to win, and that includes Brandon Ayuk. I do think that we're getting to a point where Kyle Shanahan is getting frustrated with his number one wide receiver. And it's a combination of the wink, wink, I'm hurt, but I'm holding in.
Right.
Along with the fact that he's been out there on the practice field, but he's not practicing. I think Kyle Shanahan is an old school guy and would prefer that if Ayuk is doing what he's doing to get his contract, that he just simply won't be there. That he just won't make himself publicly an optic, because that's what we've been talking about. We're talking about Ayuk being on the field but not practicing.
Right.
And that's not something that I'm sure he wants to go to the podium and discuss, because he knows exactly why he's doing it, but he's not going to tell you it. And so what you're going to get is, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I do think it's somewhat interesting that he says, you guys say it's a hold-in. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what he's saying is, the reality is, he's saying he's hurt. He's saying he's hurt, and on some level, we've got to just respect that. My question is, for how long?
I think it's as simple as we can't do anything about it. I'm sure they do respect it, but I also hear Kyle Shanahan essentially saying, we're powerless. I can't make him practice, nor am I going to. But if I really wanted to get his ass on the field, I can't do it. Because if he says he's hurt, then he's hurt.
But don't they have their own trainers and medical staff that could determine at some point he is healthy?
Yeah, but you can say, okay, well, Doc says, hey, he's 100%. I don't really see anything. You can just go, actually, I kind of pulled something. I'm not feeling 100%. So I'd feel better if I'm not putting myself in harm's way when I'm in the middle of a contract negotiation.
Well, no, I get all that. I'm just wondering if Ayuk's prepared, let's say another week goes by and then another week, and now it's time for the Jets game and they still don't have a deal nailed down. Does that mean Brandon Ayuk is not going to play, but it's ostensibly because of an injury, but we're all going to know it's not really because of an injury?
And that the fear created by that absence is heightened by 3 possessions yesterday in a preseason game.
Maybe so.
Because you're seeing him without BA.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Barrows just joined us from The Athletic, and he had some good things to say, clearing up the issue of why he thinks Kyle Shanahan played Brock Purdy. And I think it's because he just wanted to get the guy some reps, and he doesn't worry about injuries like us fans do, apparently. 888-957-9570. You want to react to anything that Matt Barrows said, you can jump in. Also, I want to pass along a couple other pieces of news. One involving the Warriors, another involving the San Francisco Giants. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
What's better than having Baldy on every Tuesday at 7:30?
I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Having him in studio for the whole show on Thursday.
Sleep is overrated. I mean, John Bon Jovi said, we'll sleep when we're dead.
That's right. This Thursday, Brian Baldinger will be live in studio with Bonte and Shasky from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Might want to tune in because Bonte and Shasky are going to lose their f***ing minds.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
Baldy, Thursday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Be there.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs. Enjoy these amazing deals at Safeway for their members. And as always, Earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with the Safeway app. Signature Select pork spare ribs sold whole in a bag.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thanks to Dan Dibley for weighing in.
Crossover coming up at 2.
Yeah.
Or 1:45.
That would be a Guru's nothing to see here.
What? The crossover?
No, that Purdy played. Purdy played. Hey, let me tell you something. Join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament. It benefits the Autism Society of the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. We were just joined by Matt Barrows. One of the nuggets he dropped, Evan, is he expects the starters to maybe play a half on Friday. A half. Not Robert half. A football half.
That's a 3. Yeah, I think it's more about if they're playing that much football, then either why didn't they play on Sunday, or why wouldn't they just sit Purdy on Sunday and then play him a full half against the Raiders in his final tune-up game? Again, I'm not saying it's negligent that Brock Purdy played, which is the word that Dan Dibley just came in here and put in my mouth. Thank you, Dibs. The word that I used was confusing because it didn't make sense to me. And I'm sure we'll talk about it in about an hour. But my point is that if one is going to play, I just expect the other starters to play. And it sounds like they're all going to play against the Raiders, which in fact makes me feel more firm in my stance that yesterday was just weird.
Well, Albert in Danville has a theory about why Purdy may have played yesterday. Albert's in Danville. What's going on, Albert? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for your time. First-time caller. Love you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm frustrated, as well. I'm trying to figure this out, knocking my head up against the wall. But the reality of it is this. It's entertainment at the end of the day. The fans pay for the tickets. It's quite expensive. Go to the snack shack. You empty out your wallet for a hot dog. I think at the end of the day, it's about entertainment, and the fans came there to see Purdy, even if it's only for 5 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes. I guarantee you, if you interview anybody, walk into that stadium, interview 100 people, say, hey, guys, thanks so much for coming here. What are you here to do? What are you excited about? We're here to see Purdy play. So that's the bottom line. It's entertainment. And, the fans deserve to see him, even if it doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't make any sense that he was out there. But anyway, that's my 2 cents, is to please the fans. That's the only thing I can think of.
Appreciate it.
Give them what they want, which is a Super Bowl. I don't think they want a preseason.
There might be something to that. But let me tell you, they may have come for Purdy, but they left thinking Dobbsy. Dobbsy was absolutely just terrific.
Well, I'm sure Goo would have asked me the same question he asked me after the first first preseason game, which was, who do you think the backup quarterback is? Well, now we know.
Do we?
It's the pastor. I think it's going to be Dobbs. Oh, yeah. Dibs also think it's going to be Brandon Allen, so we can talk about that, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did we get anything right today yet?
No, but he just pissed me off.
Well.
He's good at that.
Yes, he is. At times. He absolutely is.
In fact, he might just be giving it to us because you stuck it to him while he was gone the last 3 days last week.
Just one time.
One time?
One time. Like Hank Stram. One time. One time. One time. Let's matriculate. Hey, a couple pieces of info I want to pass along. Warriors related.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Stein, longtime NBA writer, now has his own Substack, making a killing probably.
You got to get with it.
In order to start a Substack, you need people who will actually pay to read what you're writing.
Well, that's where you try and get the blog to bleed into a little paywall, and then the little paywall can become a fat stack called Substack.
Anybody out there want to read me for a subscription? Oh, I'll put my takes out there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'll start breaking news on that thing too.
Well, you got to start giving them nuggets like Mark Stein does. Not everything is behind a paywall. There's a couple free ones.
Oh, really?
A couple freebies.
Okay.
everything behind ESPN Plus, some stuff is for free. The Athletic, some stuff is for free. But you can't get the goods until you pay.
All right, here are the two pieces of nuggets that Mark Stein dropped. One is Steph Curry expected to sign his 1-year extension at some point before October 22nd. So Steph Curry can be extended for 1 year, 2026-27, for $63 million. And according to Stein, that will get done. That will get done. So we have that to look forward to.
I think you believe that.
I do. Yeah.
No, even before you read it. Like you were just more curious why he wouldn't have.
Yeah. And I think he will. And I just think that I do think Curry's just laying low now after the Olympics. He was on the road for 40 days, and now he's probably chilling, getting ready for training camp by resting his body, and he'll deal with this in a little while. Here's the other one. Remember the call made round the world by Joe Lacob when he called the Lakers and Jeannie Buss and asked about the availability of LeBron James? Apparently, it wasn't the Lakers that said, yeah, no chance. No, hang up the phone. It was LeBron James's agent, Rich Paul, who squashed the deal.
So LeBron squashed it.
Rich Paul. Apparently.
Who represents
LeBron James. Apparently.
Clutch Sports.
The reason Rich Paul said no chance, is because he didn't think it would look well for LeBron James, who's been in Cleveland, Miami, L.A., and apparently going to another team, his fourth different team. Yeah, he didn't think that would be good for LeBron and probably LeBron's legacy.
That is a little shocking to me, though, because it's more about the optics of being a team bouncer than trying to actually win a championship.
What's team bouncer?
Or just moving, hopping on and off bandwagons.
I thought you meant bouncer like outside a club.
It also, you could take it as it doesn't mean that, or it means that Rich Paul doesn't see the Warriors as a bandwagon to hop on.
I didn't even think of that. I thought it would be, whether you like it or not, Kevin Durant's reputation took a hit when he came to the Warriors. And I think that probably had something to do with Rich Paul saying, you know what? We can't be sending LeBron to the Warriors, because then everybody will think LeBron needs to team up with Steph, and then they'll think less of LeBron, and I'm not having that.
Well, how I read those two pieces of news is we've seen Steph and LeBron play on the same team for the last time. Unless it's in an all-star game. Like, they're never going to play together. Curry and LeBron will never be on the same team.
Oh.
Thank you.
Take it to the bank.
I mean, seriously, if he's signing a full extension for a year and LeBron is the guy who nixed a potential trade, then why in 3 years would they decide to get together when LeBron's going to be 43 and Steph's going to be 40 years old?
Yeah, I don't see it, Bob. I don't see it at all. If it's not going to happen now or at the trading deadline, you'd figure it's probably not going to happen at all. Hey, Evan, you went to both games this weekend at the Bay Bridge Series, huh?
I did. Yeah.
Of course, the A's won on Saturday.
They did, 2-0.
Then they lost on Sunday, 4-2 in extra innings.
Yep.
What was the atmosphere like out at the Oakland Coliseum?
It was a lot of fun.
Sellouts both nights?
No.
Both days?
No, but 32,000 on Sunday at the Coliseum is probably the most people that they will fit in that place until the final home game ever, I think. But, I mean, I'll be at that game too. I just enjoy the atmosphere and really the entire season, because when opposing fans come to Oakland now, there's this understanding that it's the last time. And so I do think that they carry some solidarity with A's fans to an extent. But it was It was just about the atmosphere. People were having fun. It was about the game, and you wanted your team to win. The A's won 1, the Giants won 1. You know, that kind of fits with both teams' seasons. The Giants are about a 500 club, and the A's are below 500, but have been playing better baseball. You know, to me, it wasn't really about the actual players on the field. It was about the fans getting an opportunity to see the final look at what a Bay Area rivalry is.
Yeah, and the Giants now 4 back of the Atlanta Braves.
Wait. You told me 5 in the prod room.
Well, it's 5 because they don't hold the tiebreaker.
Then why'd you say 4?
Well, because that's the official number.
Oh, so I was right.
With what?
When I told you they were 4 back.
Well, practically speaking, it's 5.
But literally speaking, it's 4.
And the other thing you need to account for, Bonte Hill gave this lesson to Guru. Maybe I need to give it to you. It's all about the loss column. And if you look right now, the Giants have played 126 games. The Braves have played 124 games. 6, 4.
Carry the 2.
6. Oh, actually, it's not. I'm looking at the wrong team.
Subtract the 1.
I'm looking at the wrong team. 5. 3.
Yeah.
They played 2 more games. So Braves win a couple games. It could jump to 5 without the Giants doing anything.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at the Braves schedule, but I would also need them to tell me how difficult the rest of their schedule is. Because if those 2 games are, say, against, I don't know, the Dodgers, then I would rather have not had those 2 games. But if they're playing, say, the Miami Marlins or, I don't know, maybe against the San Francisco Giants, then they'd probably have a better chance to win those 2 games.
Well, it looks like this week they're playing Philadelphia and then the Washington Nationals.
Well, yes, but again.
What?
Well, those extra 2 games are they when the Giants don't play?
Well, I thought maybe today the Giants would have off, but they don't. So they'll catch up at some point.
Yeah, I mean, either way, whether the Giants are 4 games back or ostensibly 5 games back, the math really ain't mathing for them right now.
I'll tell you what. If I'm Farhan Zaidi, I try to get something done with Snell right now.
Good luck.
What do you mean?
You don't think he's trying?
I wonder.
Why would Snell sign something right now?
Oh, because he's probably going to fade down the stretch after making 7 consecutive starts.
I mean, the guys look like Koufax the last month and a half. In fact, I was having a conversation on Saturday with a Giants fan who was looking at, they have the stats on the scoreboard and stuff, and somebody goes, wow, it was on Sunday. Snell's got a 3.8 ERA. That seems kind of high. Hasn't he been pitching well? And I go, well, yeah, his ERA was 11 after 9 starts. The fact that it's below 4 is a miracle. The dude's got practically a sub-1 his last 9 starts. He's been incredible. Blake Snell, at the end of the year, his overall numbers will not look incredibly sexy, but right now, the last, month and a half or since, July 1st, he's pitching better than he pitched last year when he won the Cy Young.
No, he's been absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And now you wonder if he opts out and someone gives him that long-term contract he missed out on last year. We'll see.
There were 2 fun games over the weekend. Competitive games. I think a lot of Bay Area fans just want to see their teams playing some exciting ball. And yesterday, the Giants got that in extra innings. Encarnacion goes deep on the first pitch. Conforto finally does something. Ryan Walker with a gutsy performance over 2 innings. Striking out 3 with the bases loaded to silence the Athletics.
How'd that 9th inning feel to you?
Which one?
When they got the bases loaded with nobody out. Only down 2.
Oh, well, the bigger... Oh, God. Oh. I mean, the bigger gaff was in I think it was the 7th inning when Blake Snell had the bases loaded. They go 3-0 to Daryl Hernaiz, and then the ump just gives him a cookie. Ball 4 by any metric.
Yeah.
Instead, he calls it a strike. Snell comes back, gets out of the jam, keeps it to a 1-0 game.
I have a friend that listens to the show here and there, and he's a big Bay Area fan. I call him Harry. He always has a lot of advice for Guru that Guru never takes. But he said that pitch that Snell threw in the 7th inning is why he doesn't watch baseball.
Really?
Because just calling a ball a strike changed that game.
100%.
If that's ball 4, that's a run. They still have the bases loaded. But I'm not a guy who likes to blame the umpires or the officials. You know that.
Well, there was also a throw that changed the game, and that was Yastrzemski gunning down. I forget who got tossed at third base, but that was a hell of a throw late in that game.
It's a great throw.
In fact, I had to do a double take because I didn't know who on the Giants could have made that throw, and I forgot it was Yaz out in right field.
Great throw. Great throw. He benefited,
right on the money.
Benefited from being left-handed there. You didn't have to throw across his body.
Well, it depends on how good of an arm you have. I mean, Nate Shearholtz probably would have got that ball out in 0.25 seconds.
What about Patrick Bailey if he were in left field?
Well, Patrick Bailey, he's the only catcher I feel like could throw sidearm. You know, a lot of guys are ear to ear, cheek to cheek.
Well, Evan, one of the greatest catchers of all time, Thurman Munson.
Mm-hmm.
He used to throw sidearm.
Oh.
He could. Mm-hmm.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other big play in this series was Heliot Ramos hitting one off the sweets in center field. Did you see that?
I did not see that one.
Yeah, he went 450 to dead center. On the left side, the only giant player that I've seen hit one above the sweets to center field is Bonds. He did it in right, towards the right of the batter's eye.
Okay.
But Ramos, that ball was killed. It was something to behold.
450, huh?
About 448, but
all right. We had Matt Barrows on at noon today talking 49ers, and this is the way he answered the question, because it seems like the biggest question that came out of yesterday's game is why did Purdy play if he was going to be the only starter, essentially, or skill position starter who did play? This is what Matt Barrows said, and keep in mind, he's covered the 49ers for a long time.
It's a good question. I think in hindsight, maybe you don't play him. I just don't understand what they got out of it that was so productive. I feel like the risks outweigh any gains. But, Purdy's point was that, you practice all the time and you get into rhythms, but it's different in a game. And he was talking about the mental clock. And ironically, one of the things he wanted to work on was the mental clock about a pass rush and getting hit. I guess it was valuable in that regard. My point is that, he's going to play on Friday in Las Vegas, and he's going to play with a lot of the starters. Not every starter, but a lot more than played last night. So to me, that was, that's your warm-up.
That does make it a little more confounding. If, in fact, he is going to play and had been planning, Kyle Shanahan had been planning to play him on Friday. I get why there's a little confusion there. I do.
Well, let me ask you this. If on Friday, the three big names to me that didn't play on offense would be Kittle and Debo and Juwan.
Okay.
So let's say all three of those guys are out there, and Josh Dobbs is throwing them the ball. Why? When are they going to be catching footballs during the regular season from Joshua Dobbs?
Right. No, I get it.
To me, it would be the equivalent of that. If Kittle, Debo, and Juwan are out there on Friday for the Raiders and Purdy's not under center, I'm looking at Kyle and I'm confused.
Right.
I'm wondering why they're not catching footballs from the quarterback they're going to be catching footballs from. Conversely, last Sunday, and I get it was three series, I'm wondering why Brock Purdy is not playing behind the offensive line he's going to be playing behind and not throwing footballs to the guy that he is most likely going to be throwing footballs to come week one.
No, I think it's a fair question. And obviously nothing happened to Purdy yesterday in his 11 plays. But according to Matt Barrows, we're going to see a lot of the starters on Friday. It's the last preseason game for the San Francisco 49ers. It's against the Las Vegas Raiders. And then it's 2 weeks essentially from the start of the season. 3 weeks from today, the San Francisco 49ers will play their home opener against the Jets. And will they have Ayuk? Will they have Trent Williams? Who knows? Who knows? What's your guess? Yes or no?
That they'll have both? Yeah, I think both those players will be in uniform for the 49ers.
And both players will have received extensions.
I don't think Trent will receive an extension, but I think the remainder of his deal and the majority of the rest of his deal will be guaranteed because I think that's what he's after.
Yeah.
And then Ayuk, I am really curious to see, number one, the AAV, but I think more importantly to me now, and that Barrows also highlighted this during our interview, is the amount of years. Because one thing that I thought of immediately when they were going to go through this whole, apparently, saga, there's been 6 months of this, was, okay, well, you just give him what Debo got, which was 3 years. Obviously, the money will be a little bit higher, but you give him 3 years, and that gives him an opportunity to either make himself some more money afterwards, or the 49ers have an out, just like they have an out at the end of the season with Debo Samuel, and then we can go from there. But the 4th year appears to be a hang-up, and I'm not convinced it's just that Brandon Ayuk wants a 4th year, because I do think that the Niners also have reason to want a 4th year if they're going to indeed pair him with Brock Purdy, which they should have wanted to do all along.
Right. And that's a point that Matt Barrows emphasized, and that is the 49ers' best case scenario is to lock up Ayuk and then lock up Brock Purdy, and there you have your tandem for the next 4 or 5 years. We'll see if that happens. We'll see if it doesn't happen. But 49ers' last preseason game is Friday against the Las Vegas Raiders. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more about the 49ers on the other side. Anybody else out there have a little confusion about why Brock Purdy played yesterday? Is there anything about his performance yesterday that may worry you, even though we know he wasn't playing with his guys right next to him? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
they got cheese in the trunk. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson this week. And poor Guru.
He's right, by the way.
On?
Well, a lot of things you don't give him credit for, but...
Like what?
Where do you want to start?
People always say, oh, Steiny, you're so much nicer to Evan. It's because Evan doesn't say as many outlandish things as Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I'll find a few tomorrow.
And like I've always said, the great ones, like myself, they treat everybody differently. You don't yell at stars. Sometimes you need to kick them a little bit. Sometimes you need to pat them on the back. And I'm the guy who decides who gets what.
Well, you can yell at me. You just got to find something first. I think it's the issue that
you
kind of run into.
Well, you saying Kyle Shanahan was negligent yesterday. I mean, that's right out of the Guru playbook.
You better be careful.
And I know you're saying that because you know that I didn't say that.
No,
in fact, you actually. Well, you tried to goat me though. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it,
what did I try to do?
It took me a while, but I
what
figured
did I try
it out.
To do?
You try and put words in my mouth.
What was the word you used?
Confusing.
No.
Negligent?
It felt like you said you're trying to goat me.
Goad.
Okay. I was going to say.
See? And you just been waiting to pounce. Waiting to pounce for 3 hours. I won't have it.
Trying to think what I could pounce on. You've been pretty level-headed today.
It's a nice dress shirt you got.
Thank you.
It's not a dress shirt.
Yes, it is. It's a Henley.
That's not a dress shirt.
Please.
How do you define a dress shirt?
If it's got a button on it, it's a dress shirt. One button. One time.
I'm going to find a T-shirt for you that has one button so that we can actually put it up to the camera on YouTube and Twitch and have the people decide. I'm not saying it's not a nice shirt, Steiny.
This is a really nice shirt.
Let me speak.
Really nice.
I'm not trying to say that you don't have style and that you don't know how to dress well, because you do. All I'm saying is that's not a dress shirt.
You take a look at me in this garment and you tell me it's not a dress shirt.
Well, first of all, you don't even have the top 2 buttons done.
No, I'm kind of cool.
You're trying to go Clint Eastwood?
No, I'm just... I don't
chest hair flowing in the wind.
I got a little, but it doesn't stick out the top. All right, let's go to Paul in Oakland. He feels like he knows why Purdy played, I believe. Hey, Paul, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going? No, I do not know why Purdy played.
Oh, gotcha.
Your producer asked me that, and my answer was that's an organizational question. That's a Shanahan question. And they know why. My point is I'm more concerned or inquisitive about the play selections that they chose with Purdy, knowing who they had on the field with him as much as who wasn't on the field with him. And I'm looking at that thing and I'm saying, from a coaching perspective, and I've done some coaching in my time, I'm not doing things with Purdy in that meaningless situation where I'm having him hold the ball. I'm either putting him under center and we're handing the ball off, or I'm putting him in the gun and it's being caught and it's being thrown now before the pass rush can get to him. I am not putting him in any more of a precarious situation that already exists in a contact tackle football game. That's where I'm coming from. He got bounced around a little bit the other night.
He did,
and that would concern me from that perspective. So I would ask Kyle, not why you play him, but why are you having him run plays and routes that have 2 or 3 reads to them, where he's holding on to the ball with a less than suspect offensive line group in front of him?
I got you, Paul. Thanks for the call. Not so much that he played, but that he ended up doing a little bit too much running and put himself in harm's way a little bit. I gotta believe that Purdy said to Shanahan, I would like to get a couple plays in just to feel what a live game feels like for the first time since the Super Bowl, particularly because the more I do think of it, I do think the joint practice cancellation might have had something to do with it. He, meaning Shanahan, probably thought that he'd get a look at Purdy in those situations, then they didn't materialize. So maybe that's when he said, you know what, I still want to get a look at him before the Friday game. I'm going to put him out there for 2 or 3 series.
But I also think that Kittle, Debo, and Juwan and other starting players would be playing in those joint practices alongside Purdy. So again, I'm not mad that Purdy played in the game. In fact, I'm not even mad that Shanahan met out there in the first place. I'm confused. It doesn't make sense to me watching that game with his surrounding cast. Also because, and the callers, I guess, brings up something else that Shanahan has no control over, which is Purdy is extending those plays when he's rolling out and dancing around and trying to turn something from nothing. That's him doing that. That's him improvising. And the whole point of a preseason game, I think, is to get your players some rhythm, some reps. And there didn't appear to me to be a chance for Purdy to get into any rhythm in any of the 3 series that he played because, well, he didn't have any of his guys out there.
Right.
The first couple of runs they had, which is not uncommon for a Shanahan-led team to start with a run, try and get a couple of yards or create an advantageous second down situation. Okay, well, then they're behind the sticks. Purdy's just getting his offensive lineman, he's looking at him just getting blown up by the Saints D-line. Okay, well, we're not going to be able to get the ball out after 3 steps or after 5 steps or whatever the play call is. The timing is thrown off by the fact that he doesn't have protection, he doesn't have requisite receivers, and it just didn't seem to me, there didn't seem to be any reason for him to be in that game.
Yeah. By the way, can you share that information that you shared with me?
Now, people are also saying I did say GOAT, so I apologize to you, Sonny.
You don't have to, because I'm looking at a 510 from Aces 510. Steiny, why are you always trying to pounce and find mistakes on your partners? You make mistakes all day. Now I'm going to take a nap, but I'm going to keep you on. Thank you.
By the way, 510, it is a great strategy, napping. You brought that up during a break. You're going to go take a nap.
We'll see. We'll see. You know how, let's be honest, you wake up.
Are we not?
Well, sometimes you got to be more clear. You wake up, how many times has this happened to you? You wake up at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and you're like, oh God, I am exhausted. And
last 2 days.
I'm gonna punch the clock today and I'm gonna put on another wonderful show. But when I go home, I'm gonna hit the rack. I'm gonna take a nap. And then what happens? At 2:10, the bell rings, the school bell rings, and I'm thinking, I feel pretty good actually now. I won't go take a nap. I'll go work out, lift some weights, or at least an 8-pound ball. Yeah.
Well, medicine ball?
Yeah.
Or kettlebell?
No kettlebell. I'll hurt my back if I use a kettlebell. Now, they say if you use a kettlebell correctly, it doesn't hurt your back. But I'm pretty convinced I won't know how to use it correctly.
Well, you just got to work on your form. It's just like a jump shot.
Have you ever used a kettlebell?
Yeah, of course. You kettlebell swings or pushes or pulls.
How many times did you pull a muscle with a kettlebell?
None.
Please.
None.
Please.
Well, number one, it depends on the exercise, and I don't want to get too deep into this. This is going to bore people. But the only time that you should feel like you have hurt yourself when you're lifting a weight is if you didn't know what you were doing.
Oh. Well, maybe that's it.
You shouldn't hurt yourself lifting weights.
Okay.
Well, you shouldn't hurt yourself doing anything physically.
Chris A. says you got to have a strong core, Steiny. I think it's all about the core.
It's all about the base.
Yeah.
Learn that from Curry. You know what he did to address his ankle issues early in his career?
Remind me.
Well, he worked on the rest of his base. He got to the point where he was deadlifting a ton of weight and actually strengthened his hips because, as you know, there's a chain.
Huh.
And so when one part of your body is, down a little bit, you don't just address that area. You need to build everything around. You need to give yourself a foundation.
You think that's what has affected his shot?
No. Well, maybe. No.
By the way,
that's something completely different.
Albert Breer of the NFL Network. You want to share that with our listeners? Because I believe it the more I think about it.
Yeah, so Albert Breer wrote, and he's kind of taken over in a sense for Peter King, the Monday morning quarterback column. And Peter King still has his column in. He's very good. But Breer writes the Monday morning quarterback and basically informed us today that the holdup might have been between Ayuk and the Steelers, the fact that the Steelers weren't willing to give Ayuk $30+ million per year like the Patriots were. In fact, the Patriots were the only team that was willing to pay Brandon Ayuk, it seems, more than $30 million a year. So the asking price between the Niners and the Steelers was close enough that it actually pushed Brandon Ayuk back to the Niners. So what does that tell you? Because it tells me that, again, this is all about money. It's all about where Ayuk can get a place that he can compete, and I think he thought that Pittsburgh is a place that he can compete, but the difference in dollars was not big enough to do it.
And now, what that leads me to believe is there's only one team that's interested in acquiring or having Brandon Ayuk on their team, and that's the Niners, right? Unless a team comes out of the woodwork and wants to pay him $30, they still will have to get the Niners to agree to the compensation. And I think that's the reason why there's a lot of optimism, is because it feels like the Steelers have dropped out, or at least aren't willing to up their offer, either for Ayuk and his money or for the Niners and what they're going to end up trading back to them. So,
well, but remember also there was a deal in place, or whatever the term was, framework of the deal in place. And we both assumed, you and I, that the Niners nixed the deal because there wasn't anything coming back.
Right.
Well, this also might tell you that Brandon Ayuk might have nixed the deal with the Steelers, or said, I'm not signing there, because the difference between what they're offering me and the difference between what the Niners are offering me is not big enough for me to move. So it also tells me that Ayuk does want to be here. Ayuk wants to be in San Francisco as much as the Niners want to keep him. He just needs them to meet their price.
I think that's the way we're going right now. And again, I shared this with you earlier in the show. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic seems to believe that there's more optimism now about both Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk than there has been. And he seems to believe that they'll both play in the opener, notwithstanding what they get paid, or whether they get Ayuk to come in at $14 million or not. Deebo Samuel was on with the Up and Adams podcast.
Show on FanDuel TV.
Okay. Like, you're amazing with those shows, by the way.
I have no life.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Deebo Samuel talking about whether or not the Niners can win without Brandon Ayuk.
I'm worried about this team not being able to win the Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk. Are you?
Am I worried?
Can this team win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk?
Can we win a Super Bowl without BA? I think BA is going to be a part of this team, so I mean, we don't have to worry about that.
Let's go.
What? She said, let's go. Let's effing go.
She also said she was worried. So is she a Niner fan, I take it? How do you think, what do you think of the way he
Can we have some fun with it, actually?
Oh, hold on.
Please play it again.
I'm worried about this team not being able to win the Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk. Are you?
Am I worried?
Can this team win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk?
Can we win a Super Bowl without BA? I think BA is going to be a part of this team, so I mean, we don't have to worry about that.
Let's go.
You know where I would have stopped it?
Where?
Right after he goes, can we win a Super Bowl without BA? And I'd leave it right there, because that's the real answer to the question. He doesn't think that they can win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk.
But there's no need to worry about that because he will be a 49er, according to Deebo Samuel. The only thing, and we're kind of having some
fun.
Or
does he think that they can win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk? And he didn't want to answer the question truthfully.
I don't think he would say we can't win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk, but it's not advantageous to say, oh, yeah, I mean, we might be better without that guy.
But compare that to how Kittle answered the question last week, basically saying, well, we don't know what we look like. We've won some games without Trent. We don't know what we're going to look like until we step on the field. And I think they're going to have BA, but if they don't, then we are going to find out. I don't know. I think that, look, if I'm just listening to Deebo, number one, he doesn't want to answer that question.
Of course not.
He doesn't want to answer it. But if Kay's worried, well, then maybe we need to be too.
Yeah, that's not going to sway me one way or the other.
Why not?
Because here's my theory. My theory on this whole thing is it's less important that they're missing training camp. In other words, if you ask me what's the risk because these guys aren't in camp? And what we hear mostly is, well, they're not developing the chemistry that they need, and maybe they'll get off to a slow start, or maybe they report and they're not in great shape, and so they'll get off to a slow start. I actually think there's a bigger potential problem. I'm not saying there will be or there is one, but I think the potential is there because we don't know how those 53 guys in the locker room feel about what's going on with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk. In other words, I think it's very easy to put a blanket over it all and say, you know what? The players on the team that are under contract, they don't get into other people's finances or contract negotiations. And there's an assumption there that the players on the team have no problem with what Ayuk's doing. And first of all, we don't know. There might be some players in that room that aren't happy with the way Ayuk's handled it, or maybe even Trent Williams. But the other part of it is, it could also be a problem if the team is not happy with the organization and the way the organization has handled these two guys. If they think, like a lot of the fans, that this is such an important year, we can't afford to be messing around. They should have been in here day one of training camp. And it stinks that this organization might not be in urgency mode like we, the players, are.
But I also think the players they respect their fellow guy getting his money.
What if he doesn't get his money?
I've thought about that. Or the money isn't as high as we thought.
Right.
Well, then I do have to ask what the hell we were doing in the first place. I mean, seriously, if Brandon Ayuk signed, let's say, I don't know, the deal comes out and it's 3 years, $75 million.
Okay.
What have we been doing for the last 6 months?
Well, at that point, I think we find out that the Niners were only offering 22 at some point.
And then I wonder what we've been doing for the last 6 months, because he's clearly worth more than $22 million. The market, in fact, says he's worth closer to $30 million than $25 million. And I think Ayuk, no matter what the number comes out to be, has made himself money this summer by holding in and by the social media tactics and however childish some people label them. It's been effective. It's worked. I think he's gained leverage over the course of this summer, and I think we will find out he's made himself money.
That's interesting. I wonder how many fans would agree with you there that if I said, is Brandon Ayuk's strategy working, I bet it would split down the middle almost.
Well, the other part of this too, so you asked about how his teammates feel.
Yes.
I think the team is most concerned about winning football games and winning a Super Bowl. The only time that this could become an issue is if the season starts, Ayuk's on the team, he has his contract, and he plays poorly. If he starts dropping passes, if he starts missing blocks, If he starts doing things that we do not know Brandon Ayuk to do, or if he takes a step back, then I think it becomes an issue. Because this entire summer then has clearly impacted how he is as a football player, which is first and foremost.
By the way, Julian Edelman was on the call on Fox Sports yesterday, and he talked about Brandon Ayuk, the former Patriots receiver. Take a listen to what he said about Ayuk.
If I was Brandon Ayuk, I would be at San Francisco week 1. You know, usually it goes, a team goes out and wins the Super Bowl, and everyone tries to get paid. They haven't won a Super Bowl yet, but everyone is trying to get paid. So if they can have the mental toughness, which means having the ability to do what's best for the team when it's not necessarily best for you, I'm just telling you, there is a jackpot at the end of the rainbow that is a huge payday if they go out and get it done.
That's Julian Edelman, who was on the call yesterday. I mean, it seemed like he went halfway there.
He wanted to call him selfish.
He did. And then he kind of backed off and said, well, if they win a Super Bowl, he'll hit a jackpot. Well, that assumes that he's coming in and playing for the 14 because he wants to hit the jackpot before the season starts.
And Julian Edelman is from a culture that is, you know, we over me and the Patriot way and all the rest. But I would ask Julian Edelman this, and not to count pockets, but, hey, Julian, I know that if you were in an Ayuk situation, you would just go sign with the Niners. You know why? Because your career earnings are only $46 million. What Brandon Ayuk is trying to get will probably double that. If he gets a 4-year contract, this single contract will double Julian Edelman's career earnings. So if I put him to him like that, would he then say, oh, yeah, I'll just show up, I'll be in camp? Because if he has a chance to make more money than he's made in his entire life, twice as much as that, by just holding out for a couple months or holding in for a couple months, I think his tenor would be different.
It might be. But I think he is right about, I wonder how not the league, but yeah, 3 guys wanted money this offseason after they lost in the Super Bowl. Does that matter? The fact that Trent Williams is holding out and McCaffrey wanted more money and Ayuk's holding out now. Would this all be solved if they had won a Super Bowl last year? I don't necessarily think so.
No, but well, in fact, it might have lingered on longer, or McCaffrey might have wanted more than what he got, or whatever. I just also think that too. That's more of a broader question about where the Niners are at and how they approach their players. What he's talking about is an individual, and to single out Brandon Ayuk and not talk about what role the Niners play in this, that to me is disingenuous, because I know Julian Edelman is smart enough to understand both sides of this negotiation, and it's not just Ayuk that is playing hard to get.
Maybe he's like me, and he doesn't have a strong opinion, Julian Edelman.
Well, he just had one. We just heard it.
Yeah, it was milquetoast. He said,
wait.
They'll get in.
Milk toast?
Yeah, milquetoast.
Milk toast.
What?
You put a T on the end.
Yeah, I think that's the way it's spelled.
Really? Oh, boy.
What is going on here?
I'm pretty sure I'm right on that one, but
damn it!
But we'll check because now.
Oh, we got to hit a break.
All right. Hey, on the other side, I want to play this sound from my new favorite athlete, Tua Tagovailoa. Boy, did he tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Damn it!
I'll play that on the other side, and I'll also correct Evan officially on 95.7 The Game.
What's better than having Baldy on every... Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Poor Guru.
Why?
He's just going to have a tough week. Dropping his daughter off at college.
Well, he likes Greensboro.
You ever been to Greensboro?
Yeah, I used to live in Winston-Salem.
Oh, well, I asked you about Greensboro.
Well, yes, I've been
not
to
Winston-Salem.
I had a chance to call a couple of games for UNCG, the Spartans. I don't know what conference they're in now, but
did you ever do a UNC Wilmington game?
No, so
the Seawolves.
Well, so as you know, Steiny,
sure.
Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Raleigh, Durham, the Tobacco Road, a little more inland. Wilmington's on the coast.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's
on
a
the
little,
coast.
It's a little bit further away.
So, no, it's Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill. That's Tobacco Road. So where does Winston-Salem fit in there?
The Tobacco Road is just kind of it is there, the triangle.
Sure.
Raleigh, Durham are a little more bordered. Chapel Hill's a little bit further up. But I think Tobacco Road, how people refer to it today is because of all the sports teams that are in that area.
Right.
You have Wake Forest and Winston-Salem, obviously UNC Chapel Hill, Duke, NC State. UNCG's not in the ACC, but those are like the blue bloods that surround it. Some people will put, I don't know, maybe Clemson in there, but probably not. Those four universities and colleges. Those are the big boys. That's the Tobacco Road.
Okay. I bet Greensboro's affordable.
Greensboro?
Yeah, I got to believe it's more affordable than the Bay, right?
Well, probably in-state tuition. Oh, as far as living?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my uncle just moved there last year. He used to live in Brooklyn.
Does he like it?
Yeah, he loves it. There's a minor league baseball team down there. He loves baseball. He's got season tickets now. He's got a dog. He's got a plot of land with...
Oh, speaking of dogs.
He's got a garden in a backyard, which is impossible to find in Red Hook.
Speaking of dogs, you took a picture with yours this weekend.
Someone took a picture of me with the dog. Yes. His name is Tuna.
Yeah, Tuna is not a dog to hold. He's a little too big for that.
But he wants to be held, so he gets to be held.
All right. How much does he weigh?
I think 35 pounds.
Okay.
He did look a lot bigger than I remembered him in that picture.
Yeah. Evan, you're confusing milk toast with lactose.
I know. And fructose.
You hate to see it.
You really do. I thought I had him, everyone.
Yeah.
I feel like I can stump you. There's trivia that I can get over on you with. But as far as
why don't you try this week? Why don't you come up with some questions? We'll do a little segment.
All right, how about after our naps later on today, we put our heads together and try and find something that I can get you on?
Oh, by the way, I want to get to this sound real quick. Okay. Boy, do I have a documentary for you.
You think I've seen it?
No, I know you probably haven't.
Is it about the Arctic?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I went off script a little bit on Saturday.
Because the Arctic isn't off script.
Sinatra in Palm Springs. Did you know that Frank Sinatra essentially is the reason that Palm Springs is Palm Springs? He loved it. Oh, he loved Palm Springs.
I did know that. I've seen the 2-part Sinatra documentary, but it was more just about his life. It didn't chronicle a specific experience.
Yeah, this was all about him in Palm Springs. Okay, Tua Tagovailoa was asked about his former coach, Brian Flores, compared with Mike McCarthy. No, Mike McDaniel. Yeah, Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
The former 49er offensive coordinator.
Yes, sir.
How about this for an honest answer? Do you like this from your players?
To put it in simplest terms, if you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. Like, you are accurate, you are the best whatever, you are this, you are that. Like, how would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening. And it was, I mean, it's basically been, 2 years of training that out of not just me, but, a couple of the guys as well that have been here since my rookie year all the way till now.
All right. What are you hearing there?
Well, I hear him throwing Brian Flores under the bus.
Apparently he doesn't like to be coached.
Well, he doesn't like to be disrespected, which is what if he's indeed telling the truth, that's what it sounds like. Someone just telling you that you stink over and over and over is not coaching. Brian Flores is not a quarterback whisperer. He's a defensive-minded coach. So him telling his quarterback that he doesn't know what the hell he's doing, or in Tua's terms, telling him you suck every single day, and it's probably hyperbole, but if that's what he's heard every day for the first couple of years of his career, that's not cool.
Well, I could take another tact here and say maybe the reason Tua's getting better is because of Flores coaching as he was developing. In other words, maybe Flores to Tua is like Keith Smart was to Steph Curry. In other words, coached him very hard early in his career, and then Curry strong enough to flourish under Keith Smart, and then after Keith Smart. Keith Smart taught him some very difficult lessons, and Curry benefited from them, the tough love, if you will.
By being benched in the fourth quarter on defense?
Perhaps. Well, Mark Jackson did that.
That made him better?
Mark Jackson did that too. Yeah. It lit a fire under Curry. What? That's plausible.
It didn't make him any better on defense.
Oh, please. Steph's defense has improved.
Yeah, it's improved, but...
Yeah. And I think one of the big reasons it improved was because Keith Smart held him accountable.
You're going to be shutting down Doncic this year?
He held him accountable.
No, I like Tua saying that, and I don't know, maybe we can use it tomorrow after the boys and I talk about the crossover.
Uncle Looney says only you could see that angle, Steiny. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know what really helped Tua Tagovailoa? Not coaching. Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill helped Tua Tagovailoa. Jalen Waddle helped Tua Tagovailoa. Raheem Mostert, a good defense.
What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover. And Evan Giddings is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we're now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley after a wonderful weekend. Right?
Was it, though?
Oh, it was amazing.
It was a great weekend.
Was it?
It was pretty good.
I had to give away my comedy tickets to Evan Giddings.
What? Wait.
I couldn't go. No,
yeah.
I was glad. I was actually stoked that somebody could make use of him. Yeah.
You went to
He went to a show last night.
The comedy show last night. Yeah.
Did you tell Evan that you reached out to me, not first, but prior to
Actually,
Evan?
only. Honestly.
Okay.
It was, I'm like, I'm going to keep this in the family first. I'll go to my
appreciate
partner
that. Yeah,
first.
yeah. And I
Because
love that.
like, it's easier for Evan to get a night out than it
you
is
think?
for you,
You think?
by just a smidge. So I was like, let's take a shot and see if I can get dibs and sup a date. And I knew that it was a complete and total Hail Mary.
It's a long shot.
I knew
Yeah.
you were going to be like, no. And then
I really appreciate
And then
the
we
love,
kicked
though.
it
It
over
was
to
great.
Evan,
Yeah.
who I've run into at a comedy show before.
This is true.
So I knew, and so did the lovely Christy. She's going to be listening, and she's going to want credit because she's like, you should give him to Evan. And I'm like, I did think of that, but I want to try dibs first. And then we asked Evan, and what'd you text back? Sick. Like, that's it. It was just sick. I'm like, I think we got to take her. We're in.
Not that you were
There's a fat let's go. Absolutely.
LFG, sick.
I don't care if I'm first, if I'm fourth, if I'm 14th.
Yeah.
If you're offering me tickets and I can use them, it does not matter when we get to
but
that
Bruce
point.
Bochy was picked 4 or something like that. Now he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. So
Yeah, Piazza was an
good.
afterthought.
Yeah,
you know?
it's all good.
It's awesome.
all good. Yeah, I was just glad somebody got some belly laughs out of it.
No, thank you, Willard. That was really nice of you.
Clearly,
And Christy.
Yes.
Clearly, there's something that we haven't talked about, and
Oh,
that
boy.
is,
Here we go.
did I cross your mind at all?
No, not even once.
Well,
no, because
the comedy topic was
you have
not the
already
Arctic,
seen
so he
Evan
didn't
at
think
a
you'd
comedy
want it.
club.
it did not seem like your jam. Was it
in the evening?
sure. No, I was
Yes.
sure that
Well, then
Dibs
it wasn't.
couldn't go. I was sure that you wouldn't want to go. I was sure, and I'm right.
Yeah, getting into the city at 7 o'clock on a Sunday night.
Like I'm right. I knew you wouldn't want to go. So I figured that it would almost be offensive if I texted you, because you'd be like, why the hell would you think that like, come on.
Who the hell do you think you are?
You don't know me at all.
Who is the comedian?
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
He's pretty
he's
good.
big.
He's pretty
He's
good.
doing Chase Center. You got to be big.
Yeah.
to do
I'm going to be
that.
honest, I hadn't heard of him before. But he was
really?
hilarious. No, I hadn't heard of
Oh,
him.
gosh.
But I'm introduced to him now. He's really good.
But okay. He played at Chase Center, but he's not playing in front of 17,000.
But he's a big boy.
Yeah, but it's probably in the round,
Like
about 6,000.
Yeah, but if he was a B class comedian, he'd be somewhere else. He wouldn't be a Chase Center.
He's not. He's big deal right now.
He's got like 6 specials.
He's a big deal.
At least he told me
Like
last night.
we made this whole thing about Bill Burr. Sebastian and Bill Burr that's
neck and neck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, I think it just comes down to preference at that point.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. That's all comedy, right? Like, what's your jam? Like, what's your style?
Very different styles.
Totally.
I kind of like that guy who's he's from the South. He's a big guy.
Oh, you're talking about Shane Gillis.
Is that the guy who drinks bourbon every show?
I think a lot of them do.
I think they all, yeah. Hollywood, they all drink bourbon. But you talk, he does a really good Trump impersonation.
Chris Farley?
He's got a very thin little mustache. He hosted SNL.
No. This guy's like a big burly guy, and anyway.
Larry the Cable Guy?
No.
Gaffigan?
No, not Gaffigan.
He knows Gaffigan.
I do know Gaffigan.
Mark knows comedy, so you can aim all this his way. Mark's a big comedy
if
guy.
you haven't turned 40 yet, Gaffigan, just wait on it.
I got
It's
you.
all targeted toward parents.
I'll tell you what. In fairness, I've seen comedy. I've seen one comedy show.
One?
And it was...
How'd it go?
It was unbelievably funny.
It's
you
great.
probably heard of this guy, Dana Gould.
I've heard of Dana Gould. I don't know the
It was
work.
about 15 years ago.
Okay.
Oh, man, he was pretty funny.
You did comedy yourself at the roast of Jason Barrett.
No.
You took the stage.
I did take the stage.
You took the stage, and you ran material. Material was run.
Come on, he does comedy every day from 10 to 2.
All right.
Playoff.
Right?
Comedy
text
from
line?
10 to 2.
Totally.
By the way,
yes.
didn't make
lock
me
up
laugh today.
Snell. Lock him up, Mark. right now.
What'd he do?
Just another game where he doesn't give up anything.
You made it sound like it was a misdemeanor.
Lock him up.
I think you probably could.
He either opts in or he opts out.
You can. Chapman and the Giants are talking right now, so it's allowed.
It's allowed.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it's allowed.
You can't lock him in.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can Brandon Ayuk. He's locked in.
The issue is both of them have the same agent, and he is known for not doing anything early ever.
And he's your favorite agent, I believe, right? Scott Boras.
He had a great offseason, didn't he?
Yeah. Ron White. Ron White.
Ron White. Okay, sure.
Thank you, text line.
Ron White with the cigar all the time.
Yeah.
I know Ron.
Big picture,
Ron
Boris.
is funny.
Boris is all about the big picture, even when it fails him.
Mark, what's the funniest comedy show you've ever been to?
Joe Coy. We saw Joe Coy a year or two ago down at the San Jose Event Center, and we still talk about it. And he's coming to Chase here in a couple of months as well. We're going to try to go again. He is such an incredible showman. So yeah, that's my answer. You're looking at me like you don't even know who that is.
I don't.
Well, I feel like it is hard sometimes because the bigger names are going to be on the bigger stages. And I do feel like when you go to a comedy club, or even sometimes if it's like an amateur night, there's more of that intimacy and read and react with the crowd that really does separate a lot of the bigger comedians because they have that. They can do it. It's in their bag. But a lot of them, like the Coys, the Burrs, last night, they're working on material towards their next special. So they rarely deviate, or when they do, it's kind of timed. And not that it's forced or anything because they're really good, but I do feel like a lot of the best comedic experience that I've had have been, I don't know, like at a comedy club in Oakland.
Go to Cobb's.
Or Cobb's, or at the Punchline, and like somebody you don't expect shows up, or someone you don't know is really funny and just hammers the crowd, or goes after a city, or something that's specific to you. Or maybe you're involved in the show yourself. You choose to sit in the first or front row, and then you know that you're ripe for the picking, and you're with someone that's got a story there that they're going to ask about, and you got to make sure that you're prepared to just weigh in and get absolutely leveled by whoever's on stage. Those are the best.
Sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun.
I knew you wouldn't want to go. I knew you wouldn't want to go.
Perfect.
I don't need to be drawn attention to by a comedian.
Well, then you just sit in the back.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Hey, can you believe Kyle Shanahan took that kind of risk?
It's a fireable offense.
With the franchise.
Honestly. To expect a football player to go out and actually gasp, hold cheeks, play football, that to me is reckless. It's reprehensible. And if Kyle Shanahan isn't fired by the end of our show, darn it, then I'm going to get a torch and a pitchfork, and I'm going to march on Santa Clara.
Hold on.
It's a joke.
You're being sarcastic, obviously. But let me throw this out there. How would you feel today if one of those hits went wrong? How would you feel? Now, I was in the middle of a show with a former offensive lineman as this was happening. He called it dangerous. He said, that's dangerous. You do not put, if you think that this guy's worth $60 million, why are you sticking him out there with a bunch of people who are going to be bagging groceries in 2 weeks?
Because
that's dangerous.
Well, who's bagging groceries? Like the starting offensive line that was out there?
First of
other
all,
than Trent Williams?
Yeah, well, that's a big piece of your offensive line.
Right.
And even
Jalen Moore's looked great in camp.
Great camp. And again,
he's your starter right now.
Even the ones he's not. Trent Williams will start at left tackle, and even the ones who are potentially going to be starters, they're also rookies. Everybody's prone to a mistake. The other team's playing their starters. Your wide receivers are running absolutely absurd routes. You're running a naked boot, for God's sakes, which means I don't care who the hell you're on the field with. You're exposing him to a hit. Fireable offense, all that. I get your joke. It's none of that. It's none of that. It is a head scratcher, though, because you are putting him in harm's way. Steiny, I loved your point that maybe he did it because they lost the joint practices.
Right.
That's my best guess too, but it is odd.
Well, Evan, you made
the
comp to last year where they all played, if I'm not mistaken, and you were running down the list, and I was on my way into work, and Debo played last year in the second game, and Brandon played, and George played, and I think that Trey played, and Juwan played. They all played, and the best way to get ready for a football season is to play some football, and that's what That's what he did. He didn't play an entire half, and he's going to play on Friday, so I don't really see what the big deal is.
You don't see the difference between those two? Like, if you're playing with the 49ers...
Last year, he was coming off an injury.
That's and by the way, all the
Which
more reason...
was more reckless last year than this year, where he's 100% healthy.
Not necessarily. Doctors are saying whether that's re-injurable. The point is he needed even more time to get up to speed last year than he does this year, number one. But number two, last year he was playing with the 49ers. This year,
these are mostly the 49ers.
I would argue that the majority of the people on the field last night were not 49ers.
And I would argue that the things that he was out there trying to do have nothing to do with who was running routes. And you can talk about 2 for 6 for 11 yards or whatever the numbers were. Who cares? He was out there so that he could face actual human beings who were trying to tackle him, and so that he could feel the rhythm and the adrenaline of actual football. Because in practice, he knows that no one can touch him, and he knows he's not going down. So to be able to go out in a game and maybe get knocked down, and we got hit 3 times, none of the hits were that devastating, and those are things that are going to help him get sharp for the regular season.
True. How do you know if a hit's going to be devastating until it happens?
Well, they weren't.
Right. So
he didn't hold the ball and ball and try to make the big throw down the field. He got down and he played safe and he played smart.
You to act like you can control in a football environment whether or not you get hurt is crazy to me.
This to me is the same mentality of people, and I think you were one of them who were worried about Steph playing in the Olympics because he might get hurt.
Absolutely, I was one of them.
And
but at least that had a point that he cared about, that they were trying to...
The point was that's risky basketball. FIBA rules is like rough.
Right,
it's like rough and tumble
But
rules.
he had a career goal that was on the line there. I just don't...
And Brock has a career goal too, which is to be ready for week 1 and win a Super Bowl. And he wanted to play, and this is what football players do to get ready.
All the other ones didn't.
Did Mahomes play? Did Josh Allen play?
I'm not talking about any other camp. I ain't talking about any other camp.
I'm talking
about this kid. Did they go out there with a bunch of 4th stringers?
No.
None of them did that.
Jalen Moore is a starter.
Nobody did that, Dibs. Nobody in the NFL. No quarterback.
McKivitz, starter.
No quarterback.
Brendel, starter.
Great.
Those guys are all the offensive line. And Kyle Shanahan, you can play the sound later. Steiny's played it a bunch, and I love your use of sound. It's fantastic. But the reason why he played, you've gotten a lot better. You're actually borderline a real host now. But the fact that he played all these offensive linemen was because he wanted to protect Brock Purdy.
The offensive line is one piece of the picture. No other quarterback in the NFL did this, and I will never not find it to be head-scratching. I'm not offended by it.
Yeah.
I don't think anything should happen. He shouldn't be questioned. We're not marching on Levi's. I don't get it, though. I don't get it. Like, that doesn't make... If you want him to go get a few reps, then get everybody out there with him and have a few reps. Like, getting timing with Trent Taylor at this point does what?
It's not about timing.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that
That's
it's about...
exactly what it's about.
If it was about timing, then you'd have Brandon Ayuk in camp. It's not about timing.
He's not on the team yet.
It was about him being out there with actual pass rush and actual people trying to tackle him. And, we can play the Brock Purdy cuts as well, and that's really what that's why he was agitating to play. That's why he was looking to play, and he's going to play again on Friday. And we'll all hold our collective breath.
With teammates.
Because football is a dangerous game.
But he'll play Friday with teammates.
Right, but I just don't see where that's a big differentiator for me.
Yeah, we see that different. We see it different.
Brock Purdy wants to play football, and he wants to get up to speed and be ready for tackle football, and that's how you do it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, the one thing that made it a little confounding for me is because Matt Barrows was on with us at noon, and he said they're all going to play Friday for maybe a half, he said. So I kind of did wonder if you know he's going to play a half with the starters or with everybody who's in camp who's probably going to start, I could see why you'd be like, well, why play him?
11 plays.
The reason why it was confusing to me is because let's look at Friday. If George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, whoever wasn't on the field on Sunday is on the field on Friday, and they're catching balls first series from Brandon Allen, I'm wondering why Brock Purdy's not on the field. Like, why are they on the field risking injury when they're going to be catching footballs from a guy that they're not going to be catching footballs from 2 weeks from then, week 1 of the regular season? Maybe Brandon Allen leads them over the middle. They get popped. Maybe he throws a hospital ball. I'm not saying Brandon Allen would do that, but that could be something that happens. I feel like if that happened, we would all be wondering why those guys are on the field in the first place. And to me, it's just the exact same thing, but just flipped. Like, why is Brock Purdy out there throwing to guys he's not going to be throwing to?
So then,
week 1.
Short of them having the entire complement of their offense, then we shouldn't play anyone, is basically what I'm drawing from this. So Brandon Ayuk is holding
for
in.
like 9 plays.
How about some of it, Dibbs? Some of it.
So Ayuk's not playing, so we shouldn't play Brock until Ayuk is out there because our whole offense won't be out there.
You're being disingenuous. No one's saying that. No one's saying that.
So Trent Williams isn't playing, so we shouldn't play Brock until Trent is ready?
He's literally damn close to the only player people have heard of who played.
It doesn't matter if you've heard of them or not.
Yeah, all the big guys didn't play. All of the important people.
So he should not play until all of the important people are ready. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not using the word should. I find it a little bit of a head scratcher. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Like, let's say he had lit it up. What the hell did you get out of that? You know where Trent Taylor is going to be on an out route. Great. What the hell does that do for anybody?
See, I don't think that, for me, it wasn't about lighting it up or what his stats were. It was about him being out there in real live football action. And yes, he had a lot of 2s around him. 2s and maybe some 3s. I don't know how the depth chart will shake out.
4s,
but for
5s.
Brock Purdy, the most important thing for Brock Purdy was to play football at game speed against other people who were trying to tackle him.
And I get that. And
Forget the timing with Trent Taylor.
I find the risk reward
with
to be out of whack. That's me.
They found the risk reward to be very much in whack.
This whole dance is going to be over in 10 years. This thing ain't even going to exist.
Well, it's going to be less than 10 years. When they go to 18 games, they're going to go to 2 preseason games.
Like, is Sean McVay an idiot? Is he an idiot? Because he has told his guys now for 3 or 4 years, get the hell out of August.
He was in the broadcast booth this weekend. He wasn't even on the sidelines.
Kyle wasn't even calling plays yesterday.
Then why did he cancel joint practices?
Because they didn't have enough bodies to allow their 2s and their 3s to go against the other team.
The reward.
That's a great point.
There was no risk. When you have 24 guys who are injured, there's no, you can't play them. So the risk is that you don't have enough bodies. So it was just the risk
and then he threw those bodies into a preseason game with his QB1. So if those bodies
you make it sound like he was playing with like 3s and 4s.
Well, but those 3s and 4s weren't good enough to do a joint practice against the Saints, which Purdy would have practiced anyways.
His running back was a 5.
Well, his running back probably will make the team.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I like the player.
We'll see about that.
Well, even if so he's playing.
And we can inject the money part of this into it if you want, and we can talk about the disingenuous. Well, it's about the money. That's why they have these preseason games.
No, it's about trying to win this season, and Brock Purdy is your best chance to win this season.
Why didn't they cancel the preseason game?
Because they can't.
Exactly.
So why'd you play your quarterback?
Because you want your quarterback to get reps. You want your quarterback to get out there, break a sweat, and feel a little bit of the
just had him during joint practices because your head coach believes those are more valuable than preseason games anyways.
But you canceled joint practices because you didn't have enough bodies that you actually care about. So you didn't want to put him out there for joint practices with
but you
a
put him
bunch
out
of
there in a
2s
game.
for 11 snaps. Yeah.
Okay, he's going to take 11 snaps in a joint practice anyways.
It'd be more than that.
Takes 1 snap.
Yeah, they should. You know what?
Takes 1 snap.
And I'm going to send him an email. I'm going to text Bob when we get off here.
Why can't
and I'm going to let Bob know that they need to shut him down until December.
You don't need to get this sarcastic about it.
I do.
Dude. No, you really don't.
I don't need to, but I like to.
We're not making a wild point here. We're not making a wild point.
I just think that it's bubble wrap. I think it's bubble wrap sports talk, and I don't buy into it.
Then why the way you're talking? You should be furious that all the other guys didn't play. Because you're acting like this is a necessity to get timing and sweat and some reps. And, don't be fluffy. Go take a hit. Well, then where the hell was Kittle over the middle last night?
They can make their own choice. Brock wanted to play. So why are you guys trying to bubble wrap Brock Purdy?
Because Brock Purdy has bosses who make those decisions. Jaden Daniels is in Washington right now getting yelled at on the sideline every play because he has bosses who are trying to teach him how to protect him from himself. Absolutely. Herm Edwards came on our show and said, Ricky Pearsall now, he going to have to learn how to protect him from himself. Christian McCaffrey, protect him from him. Get out of here with Brock wanted to play, so he plays. It doesn't work like that.
Every player prepares differently.
Yes.
And if he wants to prepare by playing and the boss agrees, well, the boss said yes.
And I disagree with the boss.
Yes, okay. And that's, you're allowed to disagree with him.
Let me ask you this. Did you watch that game thinking, I wonder why Brock's playing?
No.
Really?
Not at all. Okay. No, I watched the game and thought, geez, I hope he's able to not get hurt because it's football and it could happen. It could happen in practice tomorrow. He could turn an ankle in the shower, for God's sakes. You never know. Wow. I watched him play, and I thought, good, get your reps, go out there, break a sweat, see what you can do, and get off the field.
So did you take anything from those reps?
Not really. As far as
then what are the reps worth if you don't take anything from them?
The reps are worth him feeling the adrenaline and feeling the thrill.
So they are worth something.
To him, not to me.
But it's a preseason game. That doesn't mean anything.
But I didn't look at it and think, wow, 2 for 6, 11 yards. This guy's in trouble. He's gone from $50 million a year down to 49.7 because that was a bad preseason game. Well, everything has value. Every rep in practice, in a joint practice, in a scrimmage.
But you just said the preseason
game
doesn't mean anything.
You asked me what I took from it. Yes. I took nothing from it. But what did he take from it? Probably a lot. He probably shook off some of the rust.
Oh, Purdy.
Brock Purdy, yeah. Gotcha. Shanahan obviously thought that it was important because, he would have liked to have him go out there for one long drive, but it turned out to be 3 bad drives. And I'm sure that he was thinking after 3 drives, okay, we'll get him off the field now. But for them, for the players, it's obviously worth something. Being out there and getting reps.
Well, but there were players out there not getting reps.
Right. So maybe those players didn't feel like they needed the reps. When you've got a 30-year-old tight end who's played 9 years, maybe he doesn't have the same run-up to a season that a third-year quarterback has.
No, my only point is that I was just confused.
Yeah,
I
get that.
Questioning why they were going. It's not a damnation of Kyle Shanahan. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy is no longer a $60 million or $30 million quarterback. It was weird to me watching the starting quarterback of a franchise that's expected to win a Super Bowl this year out there with any other guys that are also expected to help him compete for a Super Bowl.
I just wonder where that line is, though, because you had, when he broke the huddle for the first time, you had probably 5 other starters on the field, 5 or 6, maybe 4 offensive linemen. Is there a number where you think, okay, if he's got 8 of his starters, then we feel good about it? Does he need all 11? Is 5 enough? I just wonder where that line is where it's okay to then put Brock Purdy out there. Do we need Trent and Debo and Brandon and Kyle and George? Do we need them all out there and then we feel good? I don't know if that's the way I look at it. I look at it as he's healthy and the other guys maybe aren't as healthy. I know Brandon's got a bad back and he's holding in and Trent's holding out and McCaffrey's got a calf and Debo and George are just older players and maybe they don't need as much run up. So because of that, we don't play Brock because he doesn't have his guys around him. That to me feels more damaging to Brock than it would be to play him for 11 snaps.
I think one quick response would be if you're going to be on that side and you're going to lay out all these things that are positives to play, then why are those not applying to all of the other players who matter? That'd be my only question. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to build that case of these are all the reasons why the preseason matters and why it's important in the second game to be out there for 3 series, why does that not apply to every other high-priced, important player on the roster? Christian McCaffrey got a bug bite, and they told him to leave, and we'll see you in September.
I think it's more than a bug bite.
Well, not really.
Taken.
I mean, you know what I mean?
It's a calf,
I get, and he's been running for weeks already. Like I get that it's Christian and it's a running back, and he's older, and I understand all that. To me, there's a flow to football, and I'm not putting a player who holds the ball. Therefore, the other people are going to try to get him. I'm not putting him out there with people who are potentially not even NFL players. I'm just not doing it. Yeah. That's a terrible risk reward in my mind.
Sure.
That's all.
Sure.
That's all.
I just think when you have other players like, George and Debo have played darn near probably more than 100 games, and McCaffrey's played more than 100 games, and you've got a quarterback who's played, I think you mentioned it earlier, he started 21 games. So here's a guy who still has a lot of football that I'm sure he's looking to play, and he's looking to get out there and improve. He's 23 years old, and so
a lot of young guys also sat. Juwan sat. Jordan Mason sat.
Yeah, Jordan Mason's hurt.
Well,
so
a lot of people are hurt.
No doubt. That's why they canceled joint practices.
Brandon Ayuk is apparently hurt.
He's got a back. Yeah.
I mean,
it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
again, I'm not offended.
I haven't seen the
by
medicals, so
I'm not offended by it. I just think it's a decision that I found. I'm with you, E. I just found it surprising.
4-1. Here's how I'll end it. 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Shanahan had him in there for a reason.
Sure.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be out there. Right. And I don't know that we'll find out what that reason
That's kind of a catch-all, though. Like, if you're going to say that, then don't ever question a play call ever again. Don't question a play call.
Or an overtime decision to take the ball.
Because no coach in the NFL, especially not a good one, is like, we're going to do something today for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Right.
They've all got they've all got a reason. There's a thought process, and we are allowed to question it. And to me, that is a bold strategy last night. Let's see if it works out for him. Bold strategy. I wouldn't have done it.
All righty.
Brock's too important.
Let's let it there on 95.7, The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, buddy.
Oh, thank you, kid.
And I was going to do for us as a tandem what I did last Wednesday when you started your mini break, but I can't quite do it yet because I know you got a couple more coming here.
Yep.
In a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
but,
we got the Dwayne Dibley Memorial coming up here in about 2 weeks, the 8th annual. 9 years since he passed, so that'll be my last couple of days.
And that's always there, and that's a set aside.
Yeah, so that's a Labor Day.
Yeah, absolutely. But outside of that, dude,
5.
Time to batten down the hatches.
Let's
here we go.
That's it.
Here we go.
That's it.
You know
I got
what mean?
2 more days, and then we're here.
That's it.
It's Willard and Dibbs.
No way.
September, October, November, and then we'll have to see about December.
Well, I mean,
no, but it's
somebody's got it. Santa's coming, so that's different. Anyway, point
maybe
is,
my Brock Purdy opinion is colored by the excitement I'm feeling for football. Because when I saw the game last night,
that's fair,
and I saw him on the field, I got not that my juices are really flowing because I don't play the damn game, but the game was coming on. I put the game on. And I saw Brock Purdy out there, and I thought, all right, baby, let's go. Because now here we sit. 3 weeks, my man. 3 weeks from today.
Brock Purdy.
3 weeks and 3 hours.
3 weeks from
3 and 3.
Almost to the mark.
And
3
it's
weeks
football.
and 3 hours. Yeah.
And it's football.
Yeah.
So
Aaron Rodgers will be in that game.
We got our fantasy draft in 9 days. And so let's get excited.
I had one over the weekend.
Already.
Your
Tahoe one.
No, was
this that hokey 2-quarterback one?
Yeah,
Oh, God, I hate
super flex. First pick Lamar Jackson, second pick Jaden Daniels. We just got him done right out of the gate.
Oh, you got?
I just went boom, 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 and then we started filling in receivers.
What pick did Lamar go?
Number 3 overall.
Okay, number 3.
Yeah, it went Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh wow,
Lamar
Allen
Jackson
over Mahomes.
Oh, Allen is the super flex consensus number 1.
Okay.
Although it's odd in that league because it's -6 for any turnover.
-6?
-6 for any turnover, fumble, pick, anything. And Josh Allen, as you know, man can throw an interception.
Now.
That's not even, but watch out now. He can throw the ball to the other team. Anyway.
He's going to throw it away now.
Anyway, yeah, like we're here, and I get that. I was a little eyebrows up. I knew he was maybe supposed to go out there and play when the first quarter was almost over, and he's setting him out there for the 3rd series, and he's running naked boots. I'm like, okay, I don't know. What's happening right here? Plus, you said it was fun to watch Brock Purdy drop back, and then he would throw a pass, and then Braden Willis would catch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, never mind. That's not what I would, you know what I mean? Like that, who, what, What is happening?
Who are you?
So I again, not offended, not like sounding alarms, just surprised. Surprised at a risk-reward play that, be honest now, you do not see around this league. No quarterback did that. No quarterback who mattered. If you're Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew and you're battling it out.
The shoe got the gig.
I know he did. And you're battling, that's one thing. That's totally different. But if you got cement blocks on your starter shoes, nobody's putting you out there with the third string. Hell, Atlanta won't even play Michael Penix. He's not even their starter.
Well, he's hurt.
No, he's not.
Odds are he's hurt.
But, well,
he's like 27 years old as a rookie. He's always hurt.
He's not even, if you look at Kirk Cousins' contract, Penix is not only not your starter, he's not going to be your starter for 3 years. They're going to Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love this kid. And they're bubble wrapping him. It's wild. So that's all I'm saying. If you want me to put it in a different point, like Kyle Shanahan made a decision yesterday that other coaches around the league are not making. That's all. And that's fine.
I just don't think that he has the luxury of what other coaches are doing, because if you really wanted to put him out there in the best situation, you would have Trent Williams on the field. Trent Williams is not on the field. And you would have Brandon Ayuk out there. Brandon Ayuk is not out there. George Kittle's darn near 30, and Deebo Samuel is a vet who probably won't play anyway. And you want to add in the mix Christian McCaffrey, who's got a calf. And I do think that his calf is worse than what you're characterizing it as a bug bite. And yes, he's been running around and doing stuff on the side, but you've got veterans. And when you have veterans, you're not going to put them out there and risk their older bodies. And you have a 23-year-old quarterback who goes out there and just gets some reps. And I don't think that the guys who he was playing with are necessarily all cement-shoed cardboard cutouts. You had 3/5 of your starting offensive line, and maybe your offensive line's not that good. And
3/5 is not enough.
But you're not going to have your all-pro Hall of Fame left tackle anyway. So are you not going to play him until Trent comes in? Or
I'd be fine with that.
But you're going to play Brock Purdy.
But you don't have to. It's not a rule.
It's not. But if you're Brock Purdy, you want to play.
And that's
you want to actually get out there and play tackle football. And he played 11 snaps.
Right.
I just think that people are overreacting and the naked boot.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, you didn't.
Maybe, but Dibs.
You're more appalled about a naked bootleg than you are about Trey Lance running a quarterback keeper and getting his ankle broken.
Here's maybe this is a terrible analogy, but I'm going to give it a shot. Because I tell my kids this all the time, because when people are young, they don't like taking responsibility. There's no accountability, right? So like, for instance, if I've got my boys out on the golf course and one of them hits a ball, and let's say one of them walked ahead a little bit and the other one shanks the ball and it whacks off the other one's leg. Okay? Now, I could argue that both of them are in the wrong. One of them walked ahead of a hitter. The other one hit. And immediately, a kid is going to go into, well, that's not my fault. And I'm like, I'm not talking about your intent. I try to teach them this. It's not about your intent. If your intent is bad, then you actually should go to jail. But your intent may have been good. That does not mean that you shouldn't say you're sorry. You can mess up even with good intentions. So here's the analogy to that. What if, and what would you say today if Brock did take one of those hits, didn't get up? No criticism for Kyle Shanahan? None? I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Of course.
He'd be getting crushed. And so what that means is Kyle's intent, Brock's intent here can be fine, and that still doesn't cover it. It's still a bad thing to do because...
That's your opinion.
Yes, it is.
And you can't quantify the other side of it, which is, what if Brock Purdy's 11 snaps are the difference between him making a play in the Super Bowl or not.
Come on, man.
You can't quantify that.
You can't
You
do
can
that.
quantify an injury. You can say,
come on,
you
Dibs.
can't say on the one hand, oh, if he gets hurt, you'd rip Shanahan. Okay. Well, the other side of it is unquantifiable. That maybe the experience that Brock Purdy got in those 11 snaps, maybe that's the difference, Mark, in him making a play late in the year. Man. Maybe he runs a naked boot. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to remember this from preseason, and I make this naked boot, and I make a play that wins a game, and they win the division.
Give me the example of when that's ever happened in the history of ever.
It can't be
where
quantified.
Somebody won a Super Bowl and went, you know what happened? There's a preseason game in August.
It can't be quantified.
Of course it can. That's absurd. There's no way.
It's equally absurd to say, well, if he would have gotten hurt, what if he gets hurt in practice?
Well,
do we blame the coach because he got hurt in practice?
No, of course not. Like people, as you pointed out, people get hurt slipping in the shower.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that he never get out of bed. I'm simply saying that this one, in terms of risk reward, fell off of a cliff. That's all. It's like you went over the line.
I disagree. If he played him for 3 quarters, then I could say, that seems a little bit risky.
Why is 3 quarters the line, or 2 quarters the line, or what it was, which was almost 1 quarter?
3 drives, 11 plays.
What's the line? But it was only 11 plays because they didn't go anywhere.
Exactly.
It could have been a lot more.
I don't know what the line is because it's up to Shanahan to decide where the line is, and he felt like 11 plays was the line, and if they would have had 1 drive that was 11 plays, that would have been it. So I think 11 plays is probably about the line.
Okay. And that's fine. I mean,
he's the expert.
It's all mythical. I don't know that he's an expert in terms of body and number of plays and line.
He's the expert in being a pro football coach. Yes. He's one of the 3 or 4 best in the world doing it.
And I'll have his back every single time, all the time. But yes, he has a reason for whatever he did. And so great. We can all move on with that if you want. But I'm noticing he made a decision that other coaches wouldn't have made. And I just, I'm not offended by it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I haven't looked at if Kansas City had all their starting 11 and if Buffalo had all their starting 11 or if there were some guys. We're
not talking about all. We're talking about most.
Yeah,
I mean,
I get
you get where I'm coming from.
I do, but I do think that you're kind of picking and popping and you're picking and choosing the examples that you want to use. And
not at all.
The Niners had like 3 or 4 of their starters out there and do you need 7 starters to feel good? I just wonder where that is.
It's the quarterback.
Right.
You're not going to give a guy a third of your cap and act like he's the same as everyone else. He's not. He's the quarterback.
But they didn't really put him into dangerous spots.
Absolutely they did.
He didn't run any zone read or any keepers.
Humongous people hit him.
Right.
Huge, trained, nut job killers hit him. And it could have ended the season. And yes, that's a part of football.
Right.
But by your point that you're making, why do we do yellow jerseys? Let them get hit in practice. They need to get a sweat going. Why?
You pick your spots. The spot you picked was 11 snaps at home on a Sunday night.
And it's a risk reward. I know you love throwing out it's 11 snaps at home on a Sunday. What does that all matter? There are football players out there, and they hit him.
Yeah.
And I find it to be a risk that you didn't need to take.
Yeah.
You put him out there with a bunch of backups, and it's surprising. And I think most people are surprised. Not mad, surprised.
Okay. And I'm not afraid to be in the minority of alongside Kyle Shanahan of somebody who thinks that the reward was worth the risk because the reward, obviously they think that there's a reward in playing him 11 snaps and the reward is getting Brock Purdy up to speed. So I don't think that Kyle Shanahan did it so as to maybe I'll get him injured and I'll show everyone that I can win with a backup.
We did spend a whole offseason with Kyle Shanahan loves getting his quarterbacks hurt.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so where'd that point go? I don't hear that from anyone today. We spend all our
time thinking about how, Kyle Shanahan is the genius and, maybe he wants to get Brock hurt because then he can go out and show the world that he can do it with a backup.
He's a great coach. He's one of the top 2 or 3 coaches in the game. I have 0 questions about that. That one surprised me. It's all. We're sponsored by Floor & Decor. You can weigh in on it, 888-957-9570 is the number. And then, of course, here's the unfortunate byproduct, and there's nothing anybody can do about this. Then he does go out there, and he plays with a bunch of non-stars, and you could count 3, 2, 1, and you knew exactly what so much of social media and beyond would say about the performance. So we'll get to that coming up next. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone.
option outside. It's caught. Jacob Cowing right on cue. First and goal, San Francisco. 39-yard strike in the bucket for Cowing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I do like Jacob Cowing. I do. You like the player, you like the pick.
I did like the pick, yeah. And I like the player.
And I do like Adam Amon, who was on the call there and will be on the show in 26 minutes.
And Mark Sanchez has grown on me. I'll be honest. It's a little cringy at times because he, looks to run material and all the rest of it, but I'm starting to like it more and more. And the combo of Adam Amin and Mark Sanchez, it's a pretty fun combo.
Thank you for pronouncing it right. There's too many vowels. Can we tell him that? There's too many A's. It's like a street in Hawaii. Like, my God.
8 letters, 4 vowels.
Yeah, like too many A's, dude.
Mix in a consonant, bro.
Let's get some syllables here. I can't. Anyway, he'll be on
it's like
here.
A la Abdul Nabi. Yeah. I don't know why that name popped in my head.
He'll be here in 25 minutes, and we'll talk out what he saw in 49er football, even though he saw very few 49ers in the game yesterday. So, but I do like it. I do like Cowing. I do like a handful of the draft picks.
Malik Mustafa's a monster out there.
He looks great.
He wants to hurt you.
Well, and he's playing the part, too.
Yeah.
Dude, you come in as a rook. You get everyone excited. And then after 2 preseason games, you show up in a retro Ronnie Lott jersey. We're in. Let me speak for all 49er fans, Malik. We're in.
Totally.
Done. You got us. Anyone else? Anyone else want to play the PR game like Malik Mustafa?
Well, you can do that, but then you have to back it up. You can't come in a Ronnie Lott throwback jersey and then go out there and Olay tackles and like arm tackle guys and finesse people out of bounds. You come with the Ronnie Lott gear. You have to go out there and hit, and he's out there hitting people.
Here's what he said after the game at Levi's.
I got this Ronnie Lott jersey back in June, earlier, a little few months ago. Big fan of his, obviously that's the GOAT, 49ers legend. Met him the other day, just a dream come true, me and the idol like that. And it's kind of like a mentality thing coming into the game, like wearing a Ronnie Lott jersey. First preseason home game of my NFL career, so I just wanted to go out there with the right mindset to attack the game.
Okay, so he's off to a really good start. Cowing's off to a good start. We know what everybody thinks about Pooney on the offensive line. Kingston, there's a lot of guys who right now you're like, okay, I like it. I'm not going to buy it yet because it's preseason. So I don't know how real or fake or whatever. There are little individual ways where you can sort of see a guy's skill set. But when the lights come on, is it sustainable? I don't know. But I'm excited about the draft class based on what we see. But because that stuff is fake, or could be at least, yeah, that's why I'm confused by what you do out there with Brock Purdy. Like sometimes I find these things to not be in alignment, which is the future prospects of Brock Purdy, like what people have finally gathered around the fire to admit. Like Brock Purdy's that's your quarterback. The 49ers have their quarterback. And yes, he'll get a contract next year and it will be large and people will rip it and all of those things. But that's going to happen. We're all convinced of that now. But then you don't treat him like one. And that's what's confusing to me. And I find that to be in multiple aspects. I find playing him without any of his big-time teammates, that's not treating him like a $55 million quarterback. And then I'd argue this too. So we're all chatting before the show like we normally do on our text thread. And Grandy sends this one out. I'm going to let you finish your own sentence here, Grandy. Grandy says, I think if this 49ers draft class that right now we like, but it's all ... if this class turns out poor like 2022 and 2023 did, then
the Super Bowl window closes after this season.
All right.
Boom.
Well, and I liked what you said. I agreed with it mostly, but you still have one more year after that with him on his rookie deal. So I don't think that it would close after this year, because next year, even if at the end of this year you give him $60 million a year, he still plays one more year where he doesn't make $60 million a year.
True.
So your text I mostly agreed with, but I don't think that your timing was right, because for me,
that's fair.
The window would extend one more year because he wouldn't make that $60 million a year.
The way you said that, it made it sound like the timing of his text was not right. You can text us whenever you want, Randy.
The timing of those texts is always off for me because I'm in the car.
Yeah, that's fine.
Usually when our thread heats up, it's about 11:30 to 12:30, and that's when I'm driving.
Text me at 2 a.m. if you want. I don't care.
You always can.
Yeah. Well,
my phone is connected to my car, and my car does a.
Oh, it does? You get a text notification
on my car
on your Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Oh God, that's not good.
No, it's good. I don't read it, but it just.
Yeah, but like
I can disconnect it from my car, but I usually listen to music through my phone.
I get it.
So I like to have it connected.
You're good about that, I think.
Yeah,
not that we've driven around too many places together, but I think you're better at that than I am. I don't want to know when texts are coming in. A lot of people, because you have that like, what is it? What's going on? Is everyone okay? Is that one of the kids? Is it what's happening? And then you're checking your phone while you're driving. And I'd rather not. So don't tell.
Yeah, I don't do that.
I don't want to know if a text
and
comes in.
And I can tell, like, the phone number pops up on my screen. And when there is a group thread, no number shows up. So a lot of times it'll alert me and it's no phone number. And I know that it's our group thread. And usually if one pops up, then it's you respond, Lucas, and then Grandy sends a 700-word synopsis of his thoughts and his life.
I do. It's a summary.
And it's great, and your summarization sensation is wonderful, but...
It's a buck.
And I eventually get to my destination, I look at my phone, and I've got 17 messages, and I open it up, and it's all from the one thread.
Totally.
Which is perfect.
But can I just say this, and I know it's not where you're
allowed to.
You're not where you're all coming from on this, but... If y'all feel like when Brock signs the contract, that means the window closes, don't sign the contract. I don't understand this. The 49ers have a 23-year-old franchise quarterback. The contract should be the start of the window. The start of the window. If you're telling me automatically that if Debo and George and Fred and everybody turns 30 and that means that's the end of 49er football, oh well, you're showing a stunning lack of confidence in the Niners' ability to run a franchise. You're showing a stunning lack of confidence in Brock Purdy. You don't sign someone to $55 to $60 million if you think that that's the end. It's the beginning.
It depends. And it should be the beginning.
Yes.
But I think what Grandy was saying, and I totally agreed with him, I was in lockstep with the mentality of it. It just puts more pressure on the draft picks, because when you give him $60 million, and if it happens at the end of this year, you have this year and next year where he's not making that much. But when he is making that much, and that's 1/4 of your cap, let's say, it'll be about 1/5 of the cap. You're going to have to find cheap labor. And the best way to find cheap labor is in the draft. And that's where you start to look at your draft and you think, we need to hit on these guys. Yeah. And if you look at this past draft, if it's Cowing is a hit, and Pearsall, and Pooney, and Mustafa, if you find 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 guys in your draft and undrafted players that can be starters, well, then, yes, your window stays open.
That's your job.
That's all that he was saying.
No, but that's your job. Your job.
It's your job, but that's the hardest part of your job.
Of course, it's going to get harder to have a star-studded roster, but it doesn't mean that you can't still be really good. And in fact, I would argue when you look around the league, what sustains for good teams is if they have the QB. And you can play with a lot of different stuff around them. The Chiefs have the QB at a level that no one else does, and last year played offense rather poorly. You don't believe me? Go look it up. They were run-of-the-mill. But what did the Chiefs do? They're like, you know what? Watch this. We're going to tighten the screws on the defensive side of the football and stop making Patrick have to score 34 every game. How about if Patrick only needs to score 24 every game? And how about if we let Tyreek Hill go be a fantasy football player in South Beach? Let's do that. And what'd they do? Trophy? So I just want to, like, this is me now. I would suggest adjusting the thinking a little bit and stop the fear-mongering. And this is why I'm going to continue to bat with a tennis racket back at you every time you say Super Bowl or bust. For the next 5 months, I'm just going to racquetball, dink, right back at you. No, it's not. If you believe the window's closing, don't sign him. You don't like him. That's what you're saying. The 49ers brass's job is to constantly be replacing players when people either get too high-priced or they age out. That's called the NFL. You have to do that everywhere. That is an absolute omnipresent factor. So you got to be ready to do that. You can't escape that. Look around the league. There are plenty of teams who are paying their quarterback $50 to $60 million and having no trouble competing at all. In fact, they're the ones who are competing. The teams that are not competing are I got this rookie deal. Well, we'll see. Not really sure yet. Like Houston is not like, oh, God, we've got to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Or else, hell, what the hell is C.J. Stroud going to make in 3 years? 75 per year? Probably. And they're not scared of that. Houston's sitting there looking at it going, you know what? I think our window is 12 years because we've got C.J. Stroud. So it's just an interesting thing that I keep hearing, this desperation. And I get where it comes from because they've been so damn close so many times, and that's maddening. But this idea that, like, it's all dead in a year or two. No, this is just the beginning. For God's sakes, they finally found a guy.
Right. It continues as long as they continue to have a roster that you can build around him. And the reason why Kansas City won last year was because they drafted really well, and they have a lot of young players. They have a great super tight end, and they have a bunch of guys on rookie contracts around him, and they drafted well. And those players on both sides of the ball are good players. And that's all that Grandy was saying. And if you look at the Niners drafts in 2022 and 2023, they haven't been great. And so you look at pieces now that aren't going to be the pieces that are going to replace the guys who are high priced. And when Brock's making 60, you're probably not going to have 6 or 7 other guys making $25 million a year.
Correct.
You just can't.
Yeah.
So in 2 years, and you've got Kittle and Debo and Ayuk, assuming he gets that money, and Bosa and Trent. McCaffrey doesn't quite make that much, but he makes more than any other running back. So as you go down your roster and you got Charvarius Mooney Ward who wants to get money at the end of this year, and you start to think about all the other players, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw is going to be a free agent, and you look at the future, you're not going to be able to keep everyone, which is the reality when you pay your quarterback that much. So you're going to rely on cheap labor, drafted players. And Grandy was pointing out the 2022 and 2023 drafts, which have not been great. And you've got players who don't look like they're going to be the future of your team. And so it just puts more pressure on this draft. And this last draft may have been good. We'll find out this year if any of these rookies can contribute. And then next year's draft becomes as important because you need to have these guys on rookie deals in all spots in order to keep your roster good and deep.
I guess I just feel like that's never not the case. Like an NFL team.
It hasn't been the case of late because you've had, like, you missed on Cameron Latu, it looks like. It doesn't matter. You have George Kittle. And you missed on, Kinlaw. But it doesn't matter because you were able to bring in somebody else and pay him and replace him.
TJ Houshmandzadeh thinks it mattered. I mean, you can say it doesn't matter, but what did it cost you? Like, I guess my point is not.
Well, you made the Super Bowl.
I'm not here to but you didn't win it. Like, again, what are we saying here?
He's saying that because he wants his buddy to get paid, and so he's using that as an example of you better pay Brandon because when you didn't pay DeForest, it cost you 2 Super Bowls.
For 6 years now, the 49ers have been a contender, save one time. And what happened when they weren't a contender?
Yeah, you lost your quarterback.
You lost your quarterback, which, by the way, let's go backwards for a second. That's why I've got the opinion I have about last night. Get the kid out of harm's way. Because I think there's one thing and one thing only that renders the 49ers irrelevant, and it's that man. And you and I have had that debate a number of times over the last couple of years. Who's the most important 49er? To me, it's not a question that comes at you in a straightforward way. Like, if you answer that question, Brock Purdy, people go, oh my God, Christian McCaffrey is so much better at his position than Brock is at his, and Trent Williams is better at his. Doesn't matter. This is an uneven question because whoever the quarterback is always the answer. If any good team in the NFL, any of them, ask them who they don't want to lose if they could protect one guy. And all of them will answer it the exact same way. It's the quarterback. So I'm not putting that man in harm's way. But also, in addition to that, I'm going to believe that this 49er team can be good as long as he's good and healthy. There is a way to build around a good quarterback in the NFL every year. And yes, you have to draft well. That's just part of every draft is important, and I think there is a cost when you mess up. And so 2022, there will be a cost. You know, there are depth problems because of 2022. 2023, I'd argue it might even still be too early to make up your mind on that. I'm old enough to remember when everyone thought Aaron Banks sucked, and then he didn't. Some guys aren't good as rookies, and then they pop in year 2.
Yeah, we'll see how many of these guys actually make the team.
Yeah. And it's also, there's a little bit of the Golden State Warriors aspect with the 49ers. Whereas when you're a rookie, it's hard to make this team because they're very established and going for a title. So that's all. This idea that the window is like closing, I actually think it's going the other direction.
But it depends on how well you do around Brock Purdy. If you pay him $60 million, then you're going to have to find guys. If it's Pearsall and Cowing are the next receiver tandem in 2 to 3 years because you don't want to pay Debo and Brandon Ayuk $25 to $28 million a year, well then great. If they are that good, then you're saving $50 million a year right there. Boom. Pearsall and Cowing. You know, Pearsall is first round money, so you're not saving as much, but if you can have those two replace Ayuk and Debo in 3 years, then there's about a $40 million a year savings just right there.
That'll work.
If you drafted well and if these guys can come up. And, 2023, you mentioned it, D. Winters is a guy who is looking pretty good.
An interesting
Sixth rounder.
guy.
He's a guy who might be popping. Darrell Luter actually was able to play football. He was on the field. And Cameron Latu, the tight end, I don't know if he's going to make the team. Jair Brown looks good. He's probably going to be a starter this year. Jake Moody, all of a sudden, no one's complaining about the kicker anymore. He's probably going to have a good year this year, I would imagine. So 2023, the jury is still out. I would agree with you. 2022 was a missed year.
Yeah.
Other than Brock
except
Purdy.
for you got a quarterback, and I'd argue if you offered any team, hey, will you give up your whole draft if you can find a franchise QB? They'd all say yes.
Right.
Yes. 100% yes. And here's the other thing to not be worried about. Watch how fast this all goes. Like Brock will do $55 or $60 million, and it's going to take about 3 years to where you're like, that's a pretty good deal. Like, that's just how it works.
It's how it's always worked.
Mahomes and Allen are not among the top paid QBs in the NFL. But Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence and Jared Goff are. You explain it to me.
Well, when C.J. Stroud hits free agency, he's gonna jump way past.
He ain't gonna hit free agency.
Let me throw something out to you, Willard. This is a note that Dibbs and I actually broke down a couple of weeks ago when you were out. But there's only been one quarterback who takes up more than 14% of his team's total cap that has won the Super Bowl. Only once that has ever happened, and it's Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
One of the greatest quarterbacks to ever do it. Generally speaking, if you have a quarterback that takes up upward a fifth or more of your total cap, you don't win the Super Bowl.
Okay, but tell me the teams right now who are doing that. Do you have that in front of you?
I do. It's essentially
all the good teams.
All of the good teams other than the 49ers and the Houston Texans.
Exactly. So it's a fair point that you're making, but maybe I would rally back and say Mahomes he's so great right now that you're sort of running the risk of a little bit of a Jordan factor where there are great players around him who just aren't winning rings right now because of him. Like Charles Barkley was still a great player. Patrick Ewing was still a great player. And Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are great players, and I think Jordan Love and Brock Purdy are going to be fantastic players, and Joe Burrow is a phenomenal. These guys are all worth it, and they're going to contend on the yearly. And I do think that a good handful of them through their careers are going to break through. Like, I still think that's the formula, is to have a great quarterback that you want to pay.
One more stat to add on to this really quick. Highest cap hit percentages from quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl ever. Patrick Mahomes last year, nearly 23% of his team's cap.
Yep.
Then it's Tom Brady a couple of different times, Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. Highest quarterback cap hits percentage-wise to ever win a Super Bowl. You have 3 of the best quarterbacks of all time, and then another really good one in Eli.
Right, and Eli. And it's funny that you mentioned Brady is right up there because he gets so much credit for
Those are discounts,
all
and
of the
it's still,
discounts that he used to take. Yeah. I mean, look, there's no avoiding that what Brock is going to make next year is going to be a weekly story this year. And I'm already nauseated by it. But I have no choice but to be in.
I think we should find a way to build around it.
Well,
and build some fixtures around it, because it is a conversation, and the whole like stock up, stock down.
I mean, I already gave you the title, Brockster's Millions. Let's do it.
But Brockster's Millions.
But at the same time,
I like a 50-year-old reference.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you're old enough to know what the hell we're talking about, good for you. You've had a life. Yeah, I get it, but like you even saw it last night. Oh, this is what Brock looks without all the good players, huh?
So funny.
It's like, come on, people. Don't do that. Don't do that.
And then there's the people who said Kyle did it on purpose in order to hold his value down.
Oh,
that way he can show everyone, see, I'm really the $60 million quarterback, the man with the laminated play sheet.
What is it about Kyle Shanahan that makes so many people think there's so many conspiracies going on all the time?
It's just people think that he's arrogant and stuff.
Well, he is.
Well, I mean,
what's wrong with arrogant?
He's not. I don't know if he is arrogant. He's just successful.
He's completely arrogant.
Well, I don't know if, for me, the definition of arrogance
he's totally
is
arrogant.
Okay.
He's got that, and that's fine. Don't you think? I think arrogance gets a bad rap. I do. What's wrong with how big of a gap is there? How many miles in between confidence and arrogance?
There's a pretty big gulf.
You think?
Yes.
I think that's a fine line.
No, I think that arrogance is the sense of like you're rubbing other people's nose in the fact that you're so good at something. That's where arrogance comes in.
Okay, maybe you and I are defining arrogance differently. I don't think Kyle's like just a complete and total you-know-what about it. But I think Kyle thinks very, very highly of himself. And
well, you have to.
Yeah, exactly. I think all these guys do. Is Christian McCaffrey arrogant?
Arrogance is an attitude of superiority manifested in an overbearing manner or in presumptuous claims or assumptions. I don't think that he's arrogant, personally. I mean, he's a guy who is at the top of his field in a field of alphas where his very job is to know more than every other human being on the planet.
And he largely does.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's arrogant.
All right, we can we can talk more about it. And Adam Amin, who called the game last night, is going to help us out by joining us coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area.
you.
Little read. Dobbs the QB stay on his feet and somersaults home for the touchdown over Jordan Howden. Not the cleanest takeoff for the Pasternak, but just enough to get past the goal line.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, on the River Islands guest line is the voice that you just heard. And from Fox, it's Adam Amin, who watched, I don't know, how many 49ers did you watch in this game? I saw Brock Purdy. Were any of the other people on that field 49ers, Adam?
I mean, some of the guys are on the field just working out and going through their motions, but no, man, it was a lot of 2s, 3s, and 4s on that field yesterday for both teams. So we made the most of it. We had a good time. We got to see both starting quarterbacks. So that's all you can ask for in a crapshoot that is the preseason. We got a lot of entertainment out of it.
Well, and did that catch you by surprise? Like, candidly, for a lot of us, self-included, it did. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision as much as I don't see other coaches in the NFL do what Kyle did, which is put your QB1 out there with a bunch of people who are not starters. Did that surprise you a little bit?
It doesn't surprise me. And really, as we get, kind of the more evolved version of the preseason, and there's all these questions surrounding preseason games, and should we have them, or should we only do 2, or whatever it may be, honestly, like, nothing really surprises me. I live in Chicago. I work the Bears locally on for their preseason games. And, I'm doing Kansas City, Chicago on Thursday night. We're probably not going to see any of the starters in preseason game 3, where in years past, the third game was the game where the starters might play, a whole half or maybe even 2.5 quarters. Now, the evolution of this has changed so much in the last few years based off of money, who's out there, personnel issues, what you're trying to get out of your number 2s if you do throw them out there with a starting quarterback. I imagine part of it is higher stakes. Like, you need to prove that you can go up against some number 1s, because that's who they were going up against, the Saints. The initial narrative, I'm sure, is like, well, Brock Purdy really struggled. I don't think you guys necessarily feel that when you take into consideration, like you guys just did, that you've got the number 1s on the defensive end for New Orleans going up against, some 2s and 3s, mostly 2s on the offensive line for San Francisco. So, you try to take some of these things into consideration when you're thinking about it, but nothing really surprises me anymore, because coaches are more close to the vest than they've ever been. They don't really want to give out any information, and they don't really want to show what they have more than a few plays out of their playbooks in the preseason. It's more vanilla than maybe it's ever been. So nothing really surprises me at this point, and we just try to keep that in mind in terms of personnel on the field when we're evaluating games in the preseason.
And as you're calling it, how difficult is it when you're going, with your board, you get your board all set up in a normal game, and you pretty much know who's going to play, but for this, you're going 2 and 3 and 4 deep at positions. Does it get into a little bit of a just more conversational with you and Mark as opposed to actually calling the action in the second half?
You know what? I think for the first time in a while, and I've called preseason games, again, locally only for the last 7 years, right? Since 2018, and we to take out the 2020 season, so whatever it is, 5-6 seasons of doing it now. And this was my first national preseason broadcast. So usually I do the Bears. Here's the process. I'll pull the curtain back a little bit on the process. I'll prep every Bears player, all 90 Bears players, before week 1 of the preseason. And then as a local broadcast, we don't have to key in too much on the opposing team. I put down every single name. I write down the rookies, where they came from, what round they were drafted, or if they're undrafted, who were the team leaders last year. But honestly, I knocked out my Kansas City Chiefs prep in about 4 or 5 hours, which for a football game during the regular season, this is 15 to 25 hours of work for both teams combined. Here, you're not really deep diving for the opposition. But the Bears, leading up to that first game for the Bears, I'm doing a ton of prep. I'm doing a ton of research on the third and fourth and sometimes fifth guys on the depth chart at a certain position. And doing that for 2 teams in the matter of a week is a little bit more of a longer process. So it's easy to kind of say, well, we got to get into every guy's story, or, hey, let's only stick with the national perspective, one end of the poll or the other. I thought we actually had a good enough game and we had a good enough product on the field in terms of entertainment value and at least a close game to where we actually kind of called the plays more often than not. And yeah, maybe we'll go over a snap or two, but really we kept it focused on the game itself, dipped into some of the stories when we could, and did some of the big picture stuff that we really felt compelled to do, whether it's recaps of last season, the personnel changes this year, or maybe some of the division previews that we got to late in the fourth quarter. That's kind of the mindset. And a lot of it, as you guys know, week to week is game dependent. How's the game? Is there an entertainment value to it? Or are we just going to turn this into a podcast? And my preference is to keep calling the game.
No doubt.
My preference is to keep calling the games, calling the plays, and weaving things in as the game dictates, just like we do in the regular season. Because again, these are good reps for our crew, our broadcast crew as well, to kind of go through these motions before the regular season.
Adam Amin of Fox, who called the 49ers Saints game yesterday, is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. So let me ask you a real broad view then of what you saw with this football team, not so much player by player, but there is definitely, I would say, some concern from the fan base that you already have the quote-unquote Super Bowl loss hangover, and then you've had a wobbly camp with everyone yelling about Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams and some key injuries that forced the joint practice cancellation. So in your view, Adam, do the Niners have some real problems here, or does this go away in 3 weeks when there's an actual football game if they come out of it 1-0?
I think if Trent Williams is playing week one, which the way we kind of heard people contextualize this over the weekend was that we think Trent Williams will be playing week one. If Trent Williams is playing week one and they look at a Jet team on the other side at home and play well, I'm not too concerned. The offensive line should be healthy, and I do believe Williams, again, nothing insider here, but like based on what we've been told and kind of the general feel that thing will get eventually worked out and they'll be fine. The Ayuk thing has such a, I think Julian Edelman talked about it a little bit during the minimal pregame show yesterday. There's always this desire of more when you win a Super Bowl, but the Niners still haven't done it yet. And Edelman's point was if Ayuk stays, wins a Super Bowl with the 49ers, which they absolutely obviously have a chance to do. They're still, I still think they're the best team quality-wise in the NFC. They still obviously have a great shot to win the Super Bowl. If they do it, then that money is going to come. The spoils of being a Super Bowl champion are very tangible. So, the belief is that if all this stuff kind of takes care of itself, roster-wise, personnel-wise, and health-wise, and they go 1-0, I don't think there's going to be much of a concern. I think the preseason has a tendency to magnify our biggest insecurities about our fandom and has a tendency to also magnify our biggest hopes about our fandom. I think that's a fair assessment for any fan of any team in the NFL. I think it's very obvious in the preseason because it's the sport we're the most starved for. The NBA shows up. I cover the Bulls in Chicago. NBA shows up. It's like, hey, fun. The NBA's starting up. Let's have some fun. Let's watch some games. And then, we're looking forward to seeing if this team's going to be a playoff team. You show up, the first preseason game, we're already talking about, hey, how's this team going to get to 11 wins? And when they get to the Super Bowl, not if, when, how are they going to do it? And who are they going to face? And what are they going to have to contend with? We're so hell-bent on breaking down the entire season of this sport because it's the most popular sport in America. I think that has a lot more to do with fans' insecurities about their rosters than anything else does, including the play on the field or who's signed to a new deal or not.
You've got me fixated now on my insecurities about the 49ers, Adam, and I'm thinking about what I saw yesterday.
As long as they're 49ers insecurities and not like, you're not reevaluating your whole life here, guys.
No, he's got that too, Adam. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm a little bit of an
older guy, Adam. I mean, you were born my senior year of high school, and I just looked at your Wikipedia, and I realized how old I actually am, but these insecurities are football-based, and I'm thinking about the depth of this team, and Dre Greenlaw is going to be out at least half the year, and Hufanga hopefully comes back soon, and you had some of your older guys, Kittle and Debo, didn't even play. Do you look at this team from a depth standpoint and think, man, they better not have injuries because what you saw from the twos, was it good enough?
I think outside of the ones, and again, I know a lot of teams have these concerns as well. The top of the line, the top line of our boards, of our depth charts, I have no concerns with at all. I'm not worried about them at all. I think there is talent there, but it's hard to decipher whether or not the depth is there because we haven't seen it. Like, we haven't seen Ricky Pearsall play, right? We didn't really know what Jacob Cowing had to offer until he had some flashes last night. On the defensive end, I liked how Curtis Robinson played. If something happens to Fred Warner, it's hard to recreate anything Fred Warner does because of his intelligence, his diagnosis of plays, and how quickly he gets to the football. So, of course, if there's any injury to the top line, it's going to be a massive, a massive problem. But I think the signing of Campbell, the growth of Winters, when Greenlaw gets back, Flanagan Fowles knows the system in the linebacking core. I like a lot of the guys that they brought in. I think Isaac Yadam's a really good pickup to bring you some depth at cornerback, a position that it seems like every single year has a pretty decent injury that affects him. I know Jason Verrett's been a name that every year it feels like, God, we'd love to have that guy in there if he could just stay healthy. Ambry Thomas is dealing with it, but he'll eventually come back from the hand. Rock Yacine's a good pickup, I think, for them. I like Chase Lucas and what he could do as a special teamer and maybe have to play in a tight situation with some injuries. Lenore's good. Renardo Green's a good pickup. I think they've done a good job in the scouting department and drafting department to at least bring in some depth in that back end, right, between the linebacking core and the secondary. And we know what they did up front. Their front is still really strong outside of the number one guys. Like, Kevin Givens is really reliable. Nick Williams, if he ends up making the roster, has played a lot of football. Robert Beal's a nice draft pick last year that can make an impact maybe a little bit in a pinch. So I think Gross Matos, can't forget about him. I think they have enough depth up front on defense. I think they've done a good job scouting on the back end and in the linebacking core. I do have some concerns about what they have offensively behind McCaffrey and Elliott and Mason, but you got three backs that you can rely on as long as they're healthy. We'll see what Pearsall and Cowing can bring. The tight end position worries me. Charlie Werner, I think, is a sneaky, tough loss for them behind Kittle. And I think that's why you bring in a player like Eric Sauber just to take some of the load off, the kind of, crash card, collisions we see from George Kittle during the season. Like, maybe you can take some of that workload off of them. But I think they're going to be fine depth-wise. I really do. If I sit here and evaluate it from a 30,000-foot perspective and even dive into some of the minutia, I think they're going to be okay depth-wise.
Adam Amin, Fox, on the call for the 49ers-Saints game yesterday with us here on 95.7 The Game. Adam, based on what you saw, how would you handicap the 49ers' backup quarterback race?
I've really liked Joshua Dobbs, for a while. If you've heard him speak, he wins you over in a moment. Like, he's just a really kind-hearted, intelligent guy. And the fact that he got bussed around for multiple spots last year, had to step in and just keep the train on the tracks. He did it for a few games with Minnesota. We called his first start with the Vikings last year, and he was excellent. He had a 2 or 3 game run where, he was able to fill in the gaps really, really well. I was impressed with what I saw from Brandon Allen, especially the way he kind of kept going back to guys. Mark pointed it out when he kept throwing to Ronnie Bell, even though Ronnie had been struggling a little bit yesterday, kept going back to him. And that's a veteran quarterback trying to instill confidence in guys that need it in that moment. So I like both those guys. I've been a Dobbs fan since, we got a chance to see him go up and try to get Tennessee to the playoffs a couple of years ago. I think in a 2 or 3 game scenario, if you needed Josh Dobbs, I think he'd do a really good job for you. But what backup quarterbacks have in common, they get exposed faster than quality starting quarterbacks. Brock Purdy has proven himself to be a high-quality starting quarterback in this league, and Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen have often been exposed after 1, 2, or 3 games when opponents start to get an idea of how to game plan for them, how to take away the things that they really like. Usually those things are a little bit less nuanced and less complex than what the starting quarterbacks can do and what they can adjust. So, but in a 2 or 3 game pinch, if you need Josh Dobbs, I think he's proven himself as a capable backup quarterback in this league.
Adam, before you go, because of your Bears ties, what do you think is the most likely scenario to play out at the end of the year about Caleb Williams? Choice C is, doesn't look like the guy. Choice B is, man, fantasy football was really good to him, and it's a really nice building block for going forward. Choice A is, oh my God, there's the next Mahomes.
It's somewhere between A and B, probably closer to B. And I still feel like this is a team that should, based on talent alone, win 9 games or at least win 8 and get closer to 9 or 10 because they were 7-10 last year. They absolutely blew 3 games. Denver, Cleveland, and there was one other, Detroit, where they had a 12-point lead with 4.5 minutes left and lost the game. So if you flip those games, they're a 10-win team. You take 2 of those games, they're a 9-win team. But they won 7. They have a better quarterback in my estimation overall. They have much better offensive talent and better offensive line depth. And I don't think they got worse on defense. So I feel like by those metrics alone, by that baseline thinking, common sense thinking, I think they're close to a 9 or 10-win team just off of what you see on paper. I don't know if Green Bay is going to be as good as advertised on defense, especially. I have some concerns for them. Minnesota has some problems. Sam Darnold, we kind of had that backup quarterback discussion, although I thought he did a nice job in Week 18 last year. That's why he earned himself a job in Minnesota. They're going to have some struggles, though, with their lack of talent on defense, too. And Detroit lost some veterans on defense, which concerns me a little bit. I think their offense will be great, but they lost some veterans. So I think the NFC North could actually be one of the more entertaining divisions. I think all 4 teams, honestly, could finish between 7 and 10 wins or 7 and 11 wins, kind of like what we saw in the AFC North last year.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting call. Hey, Adam, really fun to have you on, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
You got it, boys. We'll talk to you in week 2 and 3 for Niners, Cardinals, and Niners, Rams. All right?
Oh, nice.
We're looking forward to it.
We will definitely ring you up. Thanks, Adam.
You got it, boys.
All right, there he goes. Adam Amin, Fox Sports, on the call yesterday, and he likes Joshua Dobbs.
Yes.
I know Josh won some fans back with his performance yesterday. That's still the stuff that we do with preseason football. I don't really know what to make of the 49ers backup quarterback situation. We know that some had been excited early on about Tanner Mordecai. I don't know that I see a whole lot there. Brandon Allen's been hanging around in the system now for a couple of years. Dobbs is a name that we got to know really well. But I wonder, like, if he plays well in a preseason game, does that mean he's the backup, or does that mean that with QB injuries around, like I've heard some people bring up, hey, call Minnesota.
I was just thinking that, actually.
Like he was
trade him Brandon Allen.
Or Josh Dobbs.
You keep Dobbs. To me, Dobbs is your backup.
Maybe. But,
I think that it's pretty clear that for me, it's Dobbs is your backup.
Allen has been around for a couple of years. Minnesota had Dobbs last year. They just lost McCarthy for the year. You know, what kind of draft capital could you get in return? Here's why I'm saying that. If Brock Purdy were to go down, your season's done.
Well, I was actually looking at this earlier today, and I went through the 14 teams that made the playoffs last year.
Okay.
And I was thinking to myself, you know, we can all talk about all the different things with a season. It really comes down to, is your quarterback healthy? And I'll just run through. Miami had Tua. He played 17. Detroit, 17. Dallas, he played 17. Buffalo, 17. Purdy played 16, but he could have played 17, but they chose not to. Mahomes played 16. Jordan Love played 17. C.J. Stroud played 15. Baker Mayfield played 17. You're seeing the pattern here.
How many did Lamar play?
Lamar played 16.
And Josh Allen?
Josh Allen played 17.
Okay, and then I'm thinking
the only one is Pittsburgh.
Yep.
But Pittsburgh was kind of funky. You had Pickett play 12.
Well, they didn't want anybody to play 17.
And the other one is Cleveland. And you had
with Flacco.
You had your boy Flacco come to the rescue, but
sort of.
C.J. Stroud played 15. The point is, if you have a good quarterback and that quarterback stays healthy, you're probably going to be a playoff team. And 7 of the 16 make it now. So if you have a good quarterback who misses more than 3 or 4 games, you're in real trouble. But I liked what Adam said about Joshua Dobbs. If he comes in for 2 to 3 or 4 games, I think that he has a better chance of winning you those games than Brendan Allen does.
Maybe, and certainly that can be a difference between whether or not you make the playoffs. I totally get that. I just tend to think that in general, the backup quarterback is something that people spend a lot of time thinking about. And I'm not going to call it irrelevant. It's not, because again, the point is do you have someone that could come in, and if you need him for 3 games, he can win 2? You know, can he just kind of keep it together? If he's got to come in and take over the season, though, it's a no. It's a no. And there are very rare circumstances where that can work out. And even I would argue, what does, quote, workout mean? Like Flacco, yeah, he came and he got you to the playoffs, and then they epically fell apart in round one of the playoffs. The Niners a couple of years ago are another great example where they had a weird thing going on where they lost one QB, went to another one, then lost him, and then found their guy.
Yeah.
That's very, very rare.
Extremely rare,
It's very rare. And the 49ers, I think, have arrived at the same spot that many of the other solid teams in the NFL have arrived, which is you got your QB, and if he goes down, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
And if he goes down for a long period of time, then you'd love to have a veteran like Flacco who came in and won 4 or 5 and got you to the playoffs. And like you said, then you went out there and you laid an egg and you got beat up by Houston, and that was it. But I think if you're looking at which quarterback of your two backups right now can come in and make a play or make an impact, I think Dobbs over Allen. And Minnesota's backup right now is former 49er, Nick Mullins. Yeah, Mick Nullins.
Behind former 49er Sam Darnold.
Exactly. So,
and then they could squeeze in former 49er Josh Dobbs in there if they wanted.
Or Brandon Allen.
Yeah,
if I'm Shanahan and I'm deciding between the two, whichever one loses, I'm trying to trade him to Minnesota.
Probably.
I'm keeping Tanner Mordecai as QB3.
Here's the way I would look at it. You want a QB on the roster who, if you need him for a couple games, can keep things together. If you need someone for 10 games and the remainder of the year, I'm calling Tom. Forget. No, seriously.
Brady?
Yes.
Get him out of the booth?
He just said a couple of days ago,
yeah,
I can't.
It's because he's desperate for attention.
Well, maybe. Or maybe he will come play.
I think he's an addict. He's addicted to attention, and he's addicted to being a QB1.
I mean, aren't they all? I mean, sure.
He's 46.
So what?
Like T.O. Yes, T.O. is addicted to still being a wide receiver in the NFL.
If Brock Purdy went down halfway through the year and it was like...
Or last night with all of you saying that it was, it was an impending thing.
It's not impending.
It certainly could have happened.
Certainly. Of course it could. Yeah, I would call Tom. Completely, I would call Tom. Over Josh Dobbs? For sure. Of course I would call Tom.
Dust off the cobwebs on a 46-year-old Brady.
Yep. I don't think the cobwebs are even there yet. Let's real quick go to Anthony in Concord. Hey, Anthony, what's up? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey there, guys. I just think it's funny. On one hand, Dibbs is saying, oh, look at all these teams. I was thinking about this just the other night. Look at all these teams going to the playoffs. All they have to do is they have a healthy quarterback. And then he's arguing that Brock Purdy should be playing in this game yesterday. Like, it makes no sense, Dibbs.
It makes perfect sense because you want to have a guy get sharp and be ready for week 1, as opposed to let's bubble wrap him and give him a couple of weeks then to get ready for actual football and start out 0-2.
I mean, I get Anthony. Anthony, thank you. I get his point. Again, it's not that what you're saying doesn't make sense. It's sort of like your favorite word, math. It's just math. This is a numbers, a percentage, an analytics sort of a number of probability and risk reward. And even the phrases you've used, get a little sweat on.
Oh, yeah.
And get your timing down. Is all of that worth taking hits with no real teammates in front of you? And again, I'd argue no. You'd argue yes. I don't know why you laugh.
No real teammates?
Adam Amin called the game. He just came on and he's like, yeah, dude, that was weird. There's like 3s and 4s everywhere. That's weird. That's all. It's weird. We're sponsored by Lucky California. 888-957-9570 is the number. The moment over the weekend that made my head fly off of its body. Oh, and we've all slept on this. We need to say something to Dibbs. We'll do that next here on 95.7 The Game.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy Oro Wheat bread and save big.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Adam Amin was good, and he said something that we want to talk about, and we'll do that in just a second. But this is long overdue. There was a reason that you were out last week.
Oh, yeah.
There was a reason.
Suspended.
It's kind of like Kyle Shanahan playing Brock Purdy last night. There was a reason.
Yeah, a lot of reasons.
Happy birthday, dude. How was it?
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
It was spectacular.
What did you turn again?
56, Mark.
Are you? I never
when
know.
You say it out loud, it sounds like, yeah, seriously.
It sounds like
when
you're a young man.
But when you say it, and you actually hear it, and then you think about it, and you realize that that's how old you are.
That you're closer to 60 than 50?
My brother actually said that. My brother, Mikey 2.0, that was part of his birthday message.
I don't love the young people.
And thank you to everyone for the texts and the Facebooking and all the rest of it. My brother did call, old guy, and I leave you a voicemail message. You have one new voicemail.
He should have sent you a letter. That would have been amazing.
He actually did
Try to time
say,
it.
you're now closer to 60 than you are 50. Join the club. And I was like, oh, God, don't ever say that again.
We have a mutual friend. I will not mention his name because he asked me not to, but he is going to be turning 60 within the next couple of weeks here, and he's not happy about it.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not pleased.
Whatever. It was a wonderful stretch. Had the preschool drop-off, which if you ever want to see the saddest thing you've ever seen in your life, take a 2-year-old on the first day of preschool. There was a line of kids at the gate clutching and grabbing at the wooden slats.
Yeah.
The crying and the tears. And then you go out in the parking lot and every car is filled with weeping and sobbing mothers and fathers.
The beauty
who
of
just
it is,
dropped off their crying kid. Everybody's crying.
But let me make a prediction. And I really hope that this was the truth. The kids are crying everywhere. And the parents are trying to get through it. And then they do. But then they go to the car and they have a moment to themselves to get over the emotions. But 56-year-old you on your third kid was swaggering through the parking lot laughing at everyone. Tell me that's how it went, please.
I was trying not to laugh at people, but I did turn to my right and I saw this particular Karen with like a wadded up piece of tissue paper, and she's just blowing her nose and the amount of tears, and I'm looking at her and I'm going, you live in a $2 million house. You're going to get over this in a hurry. You're going to be okay.
Dibs is cruising through the parking lot with a Truly in the left hand and high fives in the right. He's like,
my fault.
That's pretty sweet.
She gone.
Yeah. And then the wife went to work and I went home and I was like, oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
And then I went up.
Bye-bye.
Big
I played
old empty
golf
house.
on Friday at the Contra Costa Country Club with the Friday group.
Good for you.
Want to shout out the Friday men's group. I was a +1 and won a skin and won the post-round poker, so pocket full of money, kid in daycare, bouncing my step. And then I turned on the radio for the crossover, and I heard my friend, quote-unquote, it was on Thursday, and somebody said something about, oh, yeah, it feels like a Friday. And Steiny goes, yeah, it feels like a Friday because Dibley's not here. Yeah. And I thought, all right, I'm going to file that one away, Steinmetz.
It is funny.
Steinmetz. Anyway, thank you. Wonderful birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy to be back, though. Lots to talk about.
Happy birthday. Plenty to talk about.
Are you ready to get into Buntgate, or do you want to save that for the top of the hour?
Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, I know I teased it, and we can talk about it at 4 o'clock.
Jesus.
The Giants found a way to win a game yesterday, and this is not new. This is a lot of their wins. They found a way to win a game where I'm like, great, you won. Now I want to punch you in the face. All of you, sit down. Don't move. I want to punch all of you in the face.
Man.
And congrats on your win. And we'll see you tomorrow. And if you don't sweep the White Sox, all right, we'll hold it.
Okay.
Okay.
White Sox are playing some good ball.
No, they're not. Anyway.
30-95. That doesn't seem like it's a good record.
I was at the dog park with the lovely Christy earlier, and I was like, yeah, but now, and the schedule's about to get tough, but not yet, because all of this is their 500, and here comes, and I go, like people that are cynical about the Giants, and she's one of them. You're like, well, one of the worst teams in baseball is coming in. It should be like, Giants find a way to mess that up. And I'm like, you might be right, but this isn't just the worst team in baseball. It might be the worst team of our lives. It really might be. They might be the worst team of our lifetime.
In the modern era, and I know we're going to say this till the top of the hour, but they are second worst all time in the modern era with a 240 winning percentage.
It's really...
Only the Athletics, the Philadelphia Athletics in 1916 with a winning percentage of 235. That's the only team that's been worse. Winning percentage-wise, they're at 240.
Okay. This is really fun.
240.
The Tigers are in 4th place in the American League Central. The White Sox are in 5th. Okay. The Tigers have a -3 run differential. Young team, couple of tough breaks. Javi Baez is swinging at Casey Schmidt balls that are 8 feet outside. Whatever. -3 run differential. The White Sox are -258 runs.
Wow.
This year.
That sounds bad.
258 runs. The Giants, who have made many of you get gray hair, are -12.
Yeah.
The White Sox are -258.
Worst all time is -349. So...
I think they can do it.
They got a chance. They're running out of time, but the Boston Red Sox in 1932 were a -349.
You can't have 30 wins right now. That's insane. You have 30 wins. Anyway.
Anyhow.
We'll get there. 888-957-9570. Listen to this and then give us a call with regard to what is your current 49ers insecurity. What is, and we're going to tell you why we're asking that. What is your current 49ers insecurity? Adam Amin of Fox, who called the game yesterday and was with us a short time ago, said this.
I think the preseason has a tendency to magnify our biggest insecurities about our fandom and has a tendency to also magnify our biggest hopes about our fandom. I think that's a fair assessment for any fan of any team in the NFL. I think it's very obvious in the preseason because it's the sport we're the most starved for.
Okay, I love that he said it. And I said last week, I'm like, August football stinks. And because what I tend to hear is just a lot of anxiety, like unfounded anxiety. I'm not saying that anybody's wrong. I'll admit it. The Niners camp has stunk. Can we say that? I think we can get away with that.
Yeah.
It's been a bad camp. However, what does that mean for the actual season? The only way I can answer that right now is to say it might lead to some problems and it might not. You sent a text this morning that caught my attention because I'm glad we got here. Thank you, Adam, because I wanted to ask you about this. You said this year is off to an uneven start. And then you cited Trent and Ayuk and McCaffrey's injury, Dre Greenlaw, and Hufanga.
Thank you.
This year is off to an uneven start. And I responded by saying, this year is not even off to a start at all. And I know that there's a little semantics in there.
Sure.
I get where you're coming from, but I'd argue that everything you just listed very might, possibly even probably, is going to be totally fine 3 weeks from tonight.
It could. We know that Debo, when he held out, came out and had a down year. We know that Bosa, when he held out, came back and he had a little bit of a down year. Not as bad as many people want to cite, but he certainly started slowly. And he was the first one to say that, it took him a couple of weeks to get rolling. And you've got Trent Williams, an older guy who hasn't practiced, and Ayuk, a younger guy who hasn't practiced. And everybody wants, the quarterback to be in sync with his guys, and he can't because Ayuk's not here. Hufanga's coming off a major injury to the ACL, and he got cleared now, not to practice, but to do more football-related activity. And he might be a week 2, week 3 guy to return. Greenlaw likely out until Thanksgiving. I just look at a number of things with the injuries, and, the Christian McCaffrey one, you seem to think is no big deal. He hurt his calf, or he had a calf issue, and so they immediately said, you're shut down.
Yeah.
2 weeks, you're not playing. So all these things to me have led to a camp where it hasn't felt like you're building momentum. It feels like you're just kind of surviving through minor adversity. Nothing major yet. You have had some injuries. You have a lot of injuries, so many that you couldn't do joint practices. And I just feel like you're not heading into the start of the season with a lot of momentum.
It's been an annoying camp.
Yeah, uneven was the word I think I used, right?
Yeah,
is that right?
Well, right. Yeah. And then you said an uneven start. And yes, it's been annoying. Brandon Ayuk has dominated camp, and that's not fun. He's not even participating. Trent Williams is a mystery. People don't like that. We've learned that over and over again. When people are supposed to be at work and they're not at work, damn it, fans want a reason. Andrew Wiggins, what is it? What is it? Well, you don't get to know. I don't know what it is. I do know that those on the inside don't seem to be expressing a whole lot of concern. Is that genuine? I don't know. But I am very, very confident that Trent Williams will be in a uniform 3 weeks from tonight. And that's the other thing that I sort of started thinking about the other day. Okay, 3 weeks from tonight. Think about in the NFL world how long that is. 3 weeks last year covered the entire span of what the Niners would call their down period last year. It covered the entire span. They went to Cleveland and missed a field goal, went to Minnesota and Cousins carved them up, and then they came home to Cincinnati. Burrow carved them up. Then they went into a bye week and got healthy and got their mind right and came out and started another win streak. 3 weeks in the NFL is a long time. And this is to Adam Amin's point. We're very excited. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah.
I got 8 senior 17-year-old dudes coming over to the house in 3.5 hours to eat pizza and draft their fantasy rosters. And I know that my two boys, the two that I claim, are at home playing like NFL Films music out of the smart speaker at my house right now, getting ready. They're out of their minds. Everyone's excited. The other side to this is in the NFL cadence, the first game is still a ways away.
Yeah.
21 days for Trent and Brandon to get signed and Christian to get his uniform and whatever. I mean, Dre's not playing week 1 anyway.
Sure.
So that
Hufanga probably not either. But
yeah, I'm not sitting here telling you everything's fine. I'm telling you that there's every possibility still that everything's totally fine.
Of course. And I think that what you're saying is rational and reasonable, but the way I look at it, I'm looking at through a lens, and I'm not going to use the phrase, I'm going to save it for as we get closer to the season. It's a phrase you hate, but the idea of what this team is expecting to be, what they expect themselves to be, what fans expect them to be, is really, really, really good.
Yeah.
And as it sits right now, your Hall of Fame left tackle, who knows where he is? Ayuk is watching the game in a suite with an alleged back injury. He's holding in. He might be hurt. He's probably not. We don't know what he is. McCaffrey's got a calf. And all of the other issues that are going on with his team, it doesn't feel like this team is building momentum, gathering timber, heading into the opener in 3 weeks. And all of us are expecting not 17-0 in the regular year, not even 16-1. I think the expectation among fans is you win the division and maybe you even get another first round bye. And if you're healthy in January, well, we've got action. Yeah. And so the way it's gone in this camp has not felt to me like a team that is conducting itself like a Super Bowl champion contender.
If I was going to answer our own question, what is your current 49ers anxiety? What is that thing that has you kind of triggered or stressed? We're sort of talking right now about what mine is. Mine is more conceptual. It's not Christian's calf or Brandon's contract. It's the fact that there's nowhere to go but down.
Right. Expectations are bananas.
Out of control. And it's going to be really hard, I think, for the 49er fan base to stay in the moment this offseason. When you have a team that is supposed to be there in the end, it becomes very, very difficult to accept the mundane and go week to week and accept the disappointing. Like, they're going to lose football games this year. And they're favored to win them all. Right now.
Right now they are.
They are favored to win them all. They will be upset. At least once, twice, probably 5 times.
I got them at 12-5, Mark.
Okay. Probably 5 times.
We played the schedule game, and I had them at 12-5.
You did?
I have that in my locker. I'll bring it out here in the next week or so. We can go through it again.
Do they have any schedule losses?
See how it's changed. Oh, yeah.
Was a schedule loss?
Absolutely.
Who was the schedule loss? Is it Kansas City?
Just looking at the schedule right now, and now because they have 10 days off before the Chiefs game, I'll get back to you on that, but I think it might be the Cowboys. No, that game's at home.
Don't you dare say that.
They do have one, though.
Don't say that.
It's a short week. But anyway, keep going.
No, do you have any 49er insecurities right now?
They have They have the biggest rest deficiency. They have less rest than any other team in football.
And those are like some of the deep
things,
facts that could be a thing when we get to the end of the year and look back. But what kind of insecurities have been sort of ruffled up here? 888-957-9570. Mine is that I don't know if we're satisfiable this year.
Yeah.
And so the journey that they're about to take is by definition going to be frustrating at times. And I think that it's very, very difficult to live up to those kinds of expectations. And I don't mean that in terms of like, so the 49ers got to pass if they don't win. No. That's not, I'm talking about us, not them. I'm talking about us. In a way, my insecurity is, and by the way, this is how I felt about Team USA basketball in the Olympics. Sports is less fun if when you go into it, you're like, well, you better win everything or you're an embarrassment. That's just not fun to me. That's why I could still get starry-eyed when Kevin Durant's Warriors won rings. I'm like, great job. A lot of people were like, of course. Would have been embarrassing for them to not win. Or legs would need to start popping and flying off bodies like Kevin's and Clay's did when they didn't win. I just don't like to look at it that way because there's too many things that can happen.
Of course.
It still is. I wonder if people, like, do you buy that? Here's what I'm getting at. If the Niners win the Super Bowl this year, that is still an incredible achievement.
Right. You should have more joy than you will have relief.
Do you buy what I just said?
Definitely.
Okay, but does everybody?
They should. And you had me thinking about what I just said about my prediction for their record. And if I just said that to fans, if I gave you 12-5 right now for the Niners, how would that make you feel?
Oh, I'd be so excited.
But I think a lot of fans would be like, man.
Why'd you lose 5 times?
Right. Which 5 teams are going to beat you?
I'll give you 1.
Right. Honestly, though, if I said, hey, Niners 12-5. Hey, Niner fan, right now, I'm giving you 12-5. Now, you don't know if that's going to be good enough to win the division. I do know that historically, a 12-5 team, used to be 12-4. If you went 12-4, I don't think that a 12-4 team has ever missed the playoffs. I know an 11-5 team has missed the playoffs, but I don't think 12 wins has ever kept you out. So if I gave you 12-5 right now, you're in the playoffs for sure. You're probably the division winner. You may even be the number 1 overall seed. Would you take it? And I bet a lot of Niner fans would say, no, they should be better than that. And that's 12-5.
12-5 last year.
12-5 was a good year.
Not only was it the 1 seed last year, they didn't have to play the last week. They got to chill. They got to, they were on an inner tube, cruising around the water, waiting for the playoffs to start for 2 weeks. So yes, 12-5 is wonderful, especially with some of the factoids you just brought up in terms of their travel and their rest. You know, one thing that people forget about the end of the year last year, where the Niners really did, even though they weren't always looking perfect, they rolled through and won a bunch of football games. Remember, once they got out of the bye and Jacksonville, and then maybe it was a week or 2 later, they never left the time zone again. Their games were all either at home or in Vegas or
home at Seattle. They went to Philly.
Right.
Week 13. And then what home, happened? Arizona, home. They did go to Washington, and then they were home. So they had 2 trips remaining.
I thought Washington was here.
It says here at Washington.
Isn't that this year? Isn't it? Am I going crazy?
They were at Washington last year. I think you're thinking of 2 years ago.
Am I thinking of 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Anyway, Yeah, like that.
But after Baltimore, it was you beat Washington, and then it was Ottoman City.
Huh. Oh, yeah, I remember that game now. That's when they did the Ayuk throwback. Okay, I remember the game now. Anyway, point
Adam
being.
Amin on the call.
Yeah, of course.
And he also called the Ram game the next week.
The travel and the rest factor this year are worse.
Yeah.
In statistically. No
doubt.
And so those are things. Those are things. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. What's up? What are you doing?
Hey, just going to pick up my son from school. Football security, you got a big one, man, because you know why? Our guys lost the Super Bowl. And, if I'm trying to forecast the season and I don't have a clear view of what I'm seeing is pretty murky, I look at the history and I remember a lot of times, man, when the Super Bowl when a team lost the Super Bowl, the following year is not that good. So I'm going to be optimistic but very cautious. It's not to say I'm not going to be excited. Of course, I'm going to be excited. I'm going to be watching, every second on the 49er football because I'm just a diehard like that. But I'm going to be very cautious. So I want to see the offense kind of change it up a little bit. I mean, the offense is good. It's great. But you want to take advantage of, the passing rules, right? I know Kyle Shanahan runs run heavy, or he's a running. It's a running type of offense. But man, I think it's time to tweak it out a little bit, man. Take advantage of some of the throws downfield because if they don't, man, I'm gonna see the same thing that happened to Jimmy. You don't make adjustments, and all these D coordinators are watching 2 years of your film, and it's always down the middle. In the numbers. They're going to crowd that middle of the field, and the only adjustment you could make out of that, if they crowd the middle, you got to take advantage of throws down the field.
Jonathan, can I be real with you for a second? You don't sound excited at all. You said you're going to be excited. You sound like your voice, your inflection, you sound like the 49ers are defeated already.
Yeah, because not a good start, man. Initial impression to me is very important. All this contract talks, and our guys are already injured. McCaffrey's nursing a calf injury already, and they're coming off a Super Bowl loss. The guy said, man, look at all the teams that lost the Super Bowl. The following year ain't that great.
Yeah, but that's then. That's then, and that's them. Like, I hear you, Jonathan, but they're 0-0. They're not off to a bad start. The season hasn't started yet. Man, see, people are going to have a hard time getting last year out of their head. This is going to be a real challenge. And I get it. I totally get it. But that's going to be a real challenge. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. If I have ever seen a professional sports team lack confidence in itself at a higher level than one specific at-bat that I watched this weekend with the Giants, it escapes me. Wow, what a confidence problem they've got. And we'll get into that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
And I need to ask the audience, Mark, why do professional...
KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. We're back.
We're back. Been back.
Yeah, it's go time. It's go time. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Adam Amin, who called the game last night, was on with us earlier. You can check that out on YouTube or the Odyssey app. If you missed it, make sure you subscribe and do that for all three shows here on 95.7 The Game and catch all of our best content. So, guy says this to me over the weekend, and I'm trying to sort of figure out if this is an okay way to look at it. It's going to be challenging. But he says, hey, once you accept that the Giants are just a 500 team, nothing more, nothing less, you will have a much more enjoyable experience watching them. And I went, okay. I don't know if that's true. I can't deny it because I can't get myself to the point of just accepting that they are 500 and stink, even though that message has been pounded into my head for well over 120 games.
Yeah, 126.
Okay.
63 and 63.
Because acceptance is if you care, if you don't care about Giants baseball, then you don't care.
Right.
But if you care, acceptance of that fact feels like a defeat in and of itself, doesn't it?
Yes and no. It really feels like a defeat relative to where you were at the start of the year when you were 0-0 and you thought, okay, Snell and we got Jung-Hoo Lee, and this team's going to be more exciting. They should be better, and I like our chances, 85 wins, and maybe this and that, and you have all these hopes, and then you get 126 games in, and you've been slightly above 500. You've been slightly below, but by and large, you've been 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 3 steps forward, and 2 steps back. You've been this kind of team, and just hearing you lay that out, it reminded me of being a Cal football fan. And my son went to Cal. I prefer Cal over Stanford, but you're a Cal football fan. And, the season's about to start. Week 0 is coming up this Saturday. And if you're a Cal fan, you're looking at the schedule and you're not thinking national championship. You're not thinking Pac-12 championship. It doesn't exist anymore. You're not even thinking about really any championship. You're probably thinking, you know what? If we could make it to a bowl game, that would be good.
Yeah.
How about let's go 6-6. Let's go 7-5 and let's make a bowl game. And that's kind of where you are now as a Giants fan. And it's kind of a sad reality. If you're a Cal football fan, you've been there because they haven't been phenomenal in really my whole life. I mean, they've had a couple of flash years, but unfortunately now being a Giants fan is kind of like that and I like what your friend was saying about, the acceptance. We talked about the 5 stages of grief a lot, the Kubler-Ross model. And you get to acceptance where, you realize, okay, this is who the Giants are, and I've come to accept that. So then maybe you can enjoy the last 5 weeks of their season. And, they might somehow make it into the wild card. I doubt it, but you just enjoy the last 36 games and, hope that you can enjoy the 18 wins more than you enjoy the 18 losses.
An 85-win season would mean going 22-14 the rest of the way.
Sure.
Although it would mean going 19-14 the rest of the way against the difficult part of the schedule, because that would presuppose they win these next 3 against the absolutely dreadful Chicago White Sox, which they probably won't do.
Yeah.
But they should. They're that bad. But anyway,
well, 30 times the White Sox have won baseball games, I'm being told.
Yeah, the Giants will probably take 2 out of 3. That's probably what will happen over these next 3. They probably need to win all 3, and I don't even know what need means. I mean, we've reached a point where it's like 85 wins will get you in. I don't know that. The Braves might win 86. I don't know. You know what I mean? That might not be good enough. But I just look at this and I go, all right, you're 63-63. You're clearly not great. You're not great. So I don't know why you would swagger into a room. But you need to start swaggering into a room. And I don't know if there's a way to fake it to make it. But there is stuff that I am watching that is so mind-boggling in terms of how bad the Giants are overthinking their game and how deeply rooted their confidence problem is. Okay? When you've got, and I'm trying to think of what the score was. I'm pretty sure, Grandy, back me up on this. Still 0-0. Still 0-0.
You talking about Saturday?
No, yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
So they don't score Saturday. And then they hadn't scored on Sunday.
Yeah, for a while.
So
the 7th.
We're looking at a good solid 15 innings of goose in Oakland. Okay? And somebody gets a hit. I forget who it was. I think it might Chappie maybe got a walk. Something happened. And then Casey Schmidt came up. And I'm like, kids, gather around. Watch this. Watch this. There's going to be a nice breeze coming through here pretty soon. This guy swings at everything. I'm sorry, Casey, but come on, man. Stop swinging at everything. But he swings, and he cues one off the end of the bat. And a little squibber gets right by the first baseman, and it goes into short right field. And it's hit so softly that it doesn't get out to the right fielder. And whoever the runner was, I think it was Chapman?
Chapman leadoff single, and Encarnacion struck out on the Schmidt single that you're talking about.
Squibber!
That ball got Schmidt on.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it didn't.
First baseman.
I'm okay. I definitely have my shares of eating
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We'll allow it. I allowed it. Grandy didn't. He dumped it.
So off Chappie goes to third base. First and third, one out. 0-0. What inning, Grandy? What inning?
Top of the fifth.
Top of the fifth. We haven't scored all weekend long.
0-0 tie.
Have not scored since Thursday. And you got first and third and one out. Gee, what could go wrong? I get that situation has been awful for the Giants this year. Here comes Mike Yastrzemski. Now, lefty is still throwing. Is that right? The lefty is still throwing?
Yeah, JP Sears.
All right. Sears is still throwing. So, okay.
Tough on lefties.
Tough matchup. I get it. First pitch.
Swing and a drive.
No. First pitch.
I've been wrong a lot this segment.
We square.
Oh, boy.
To bunt. Not a squeeze play. Chapman is one step off of third base just watching the game, which tells me that we're doing a safety squeeze, which when you haven't scored all weekend, that's one way of being like, well, yeah, we just, like we're trying something. And of course, predictably, Yaz
popped him up
in foul ground.
Oh, jeez.
The catcher easily grabs it. Rally over. That's the end of that. I've never watched a professional sports team think less of itself than this Giants team does. To where you have first and third with one out in a scoreless tie, and collectively you think to yourself, I don't see any way that we're going to score here.
Well, you just said it. They hadn't scored since Thursday.
But I don't even know how many of those kinds of opportunities they had. It's not like there were runners at third all weekend. There weren't any runners on at all.
Yeah, on Saturday.
This is the first rally that they had, and they took one pitch to kick themselves out of it without even attempting to drive the run in. Not a squeeze, a safety squeeze. So in other words, it's like, we're going to play a trick on you and see if it works.
By the way, Yaz better against lefties than righties this year also. Hitting 275 against lefties, 230 against righties.
I'm not here to criticize you. I'm here to ask you why you hate yourself so much.
They hadn't scored since Thursday, Mark. And
Okay.
This was a Sunday afternoon. So
they didn't play Friday.
What I'm saying is not wrong, okay? You put up a 6 spot against Atlanta in a gutsy sweep avoider.
Yeah.
You avoid the sweep with a 6-pack of runs. So you didn't score since Thursday, and it was in the 8th inning. So you don't score at all on Friday. You get shut out Saturday, and here you are with ducks on the pond in the 5th on Sunday. I like the play. I like the player.
No, you don't.
I like the play.
No, you don't.
Push a little Bunsky. Yastrzemski, Bunsky, RBI, he beats it out.
I mean,
popped him up.
You try to bunt to the third baseman and have Chapman shadow. Some people were like, what the hell's a safety
Chapman's
squeeze?
Got some speed now.
Right, but
Sorry.
we got to protect for himself now. So you bunt to the third baseman.
Yeah.
Third baseman fields it. Chapman follows the third baseman down the line. If the third baseman throws to first, you take off for home plate and you try to steal that run. If the third baseman doesn't throw to first, well, you scurry back to third base.
And they're loaded.
Which gets you what?
One more crack at another
exact same situation that you're already in. That's all I want to know, Giants. Like, I get it. I get that you've been through some wars here.
Yeah.
Why do you hate yourself so much? You don't think there's any chance that Mike Yastrzemski get a fly ball? No chance?
Obviously, he didn't feel that. First pitch. First pitch. Bunting.
So forget the execution of it. It's like a Little League coach. Well, we're not going to get mad at the physical errors. We're going to get mad at the mental errors. I'm a little bit more upset at the mental side. Physical side, not good either. Not good either. That's not good execution. Boop. Pop the ball right up in the air and foul ground, and you're out. So I don't like the execution, but I hate the idea even more. And it was at that moment that I think I tweeted, the Giants are just playing laughable baseball. Because, by the way, that also came in the fifth inning. If you watched the game, you know what I'm talking about. There had just been inning after inning of ridiculousness on the base paths. Every supposedly fast Giant was getting thrown out at second base when they got to first. They just take off. Let's steal. And they were out by a mile. Yaz, Fitzgerald, Chapman, everybody. You're out, you're out, you're out. They're just getting crushed. This is one of the worst base stealing teams I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, pretty slow group.
I don't know, man. It's very, very hard to watch.
Yeah, it's tough.
So I'm supposed to believe now that if I just accept... I just accept that when you go to first base, you're going to get thrown out at second. That when it happens, I'll enjoy it more.
No, it's the overall acceptance of what this team is and what the product is, which is you've got a couple of really good pitchers, and Blake Snell, he might get $50 million a year next year in the offseason. He's
unbelievable.
He is unbelievable. And Logan Webb has been sturdy and solid all year, and you've got that to hang your hat on. You've got some individuals who've been pretty good. Patrick Bailey, my God, can we give him like a week off?
Holy hell.
If they could send him down, if they had another guy who could actually catch, give him a week. Can you just give Patrick Bailey a little breather? Like your boy, the Dibber Claus. I got 3 days off last week. It was an unbelievable recharge. I needed it. Patrick Bailey needs a similar thing. Can he have a 3-day vacation where he can just go somewhere and read a book and sit on a hammock and not have to worry about actually trying to hit a baseball? His turns at the plate are akin to what the White Sox are doing as a team.
It is. Go look at the numbers, and it will blow you away.
I just looked at the White Sox numbers. They've lost 31 of their last 35. They are 4-31 in the last 35 baseball games, the White Sox.
And you can't sweep that team?
You better
sweep that team now.
Yeah, seriously. But I mean, that's basically where Patrick Bailey is, though. His season of late has been what the White Sox have been doing of late.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
This is a quick aside because you mentioned Blake Snell.
Okay.
And how much money he's going to get. Do you know how many games Blake has started? I've got all the numbers in front of me. The heater that he is on. Do you know how many games it's been?
It's been like 8 games, I think.
That is a correct statement. That is a correct statement. Right.
Yeah, look at me.
In those 8 games.
It's rare.
In those 8 games, all of them quality starts. What's the Giants' record?
Oh, I thought you were looking it up. No,
I'm asking
those
you.
8 games,
I got it in front of me.
Based on the way that everything's been this year, they're probably 5-3.
They're 6-2.
Okay.
Do you know what Blake Snell's record is?
In those games?
In those 8 games.
If they're 6-2 as a team, he's probably 3-1. Maybe 2-1. Yeah, I'm going to go 2-1.
He's 2-0.
2-0. Whatever, Grandy. I was on a little bit of a roll. I know that he won the game where he threw a no-hitter.
So here, you get a win for the wins.
Yeah.
And then
a loss
okay,
for the
fine.
losses. Yeah.
I felt better.
Blake Snell, during this heater of 8 outings, has thrown a total of, I'm going to do the, let's see, quick math here.
I have it for you. You want it?
52 and a third innings.
Correct.
52 and a third innings. How many runs do you think he's given up in 52?
Well, I'm afraid to answer with Grandy so close to the buzzer, but
and by the way, all the runs that he's given up, they're all earned.
Yeah.
So it's the same answer.
I think the answer is
52 and a third.
5?
Oh, so close.
8.
6. 6.
Grandy was trying to help me.
How many hits? 54 and a third innings. How many hits?
4, 6, 7, 14. Oh, God.
20.
All right. I was trying to sound it out and see if Grandy would tip it off.
20 hits. 20 hits. How many strikeouts? 52 and a third innings.
Oh, it's more than a strikeout per inning. I would say it's 73.
Hit the buzzer. 70.
Oh, that's
so
pretty
close.
good.
That's pretty, but you overbid. Anyway.
That's a good little run. 70 and 53.
He is on a stunning, I don't know if I can remember in my at least recent life watching a pitcher go on a streak like this. And I know that he doesn't go terribly deep into games. Only twice has he finished 3 times out of those 8 has he finished the 7th inning. Okay? So I grant you that. But that level of pitching, 2 wins.
Yeah, 2 wins.
Out of 8 games, he's been able to earn the win twice, and he barely allows a base runner. He barely allows the other team to touch the ball. He's absolutely perfection personified on the mound right now.
He's incredible.
He is cocky. He is arrogant. He is all of those things because when he winds up, he knows he's going to throw a dart exactly where he wants to throw it.
Last Monday, he faces Atlanta, 6 1/3, 2 hits allowed, 11 strikeouts. They lost the game.
They lost the game.
Because Frisbee guy,
1-0
Rogers,
in the 10th inning.
1-0.
1-0, and that was the Chris Sale game. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's to your point about how it's gone. And that's just the way it goes.
In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 8 outings, he has given up no runs.
Yeah.
But only 2 wins. So why are we bringing all this up? You know, you brought up how much money. Yeah, I do feel like Blake Snell probably going to opt out.
Yeah. Yesterday.
He's the best pitcher in the game right now.
7 innings, 1 earned, 6 hits, 10 punchies.
Best pitcher in the game right now. No decision. No decision.
And if you're Blake Snell.
And in fact, he probably should have lost.
Right.
I mean, Mike Yastrzemski's nailing people at third base. The umpire's ringing up strikes on 3-0 pitches with the bases loaded that are out of the zone. He got some breaks.
Yep, he did. But if you're Blake Snell and you love pitching in that park and you're doing really well there, do you really want to come back and be a part of this team where you've got some of your most diehard fans yourself starting to come to terms with accepting mediocrity? Is that really what Blake Snell wants to be a part of, no matter what the money is?
Well, I have no idea about that. It's more, to me, this is still an in the moment, like, let's talk about Blake Snell being on this baseball team and the fact that their offense has reached a level of a lack of confidence to where you can have a pitcher go on a heater like this. And by the way, while this is all happening, maybe not right at the beginning, Logan was a little wobbly coming out of the All-Star break. He has been equally insane the last 4 starts out. Like, to have your 1-2 punch doing this. Now, the other 3 guys in the rotation, it's a little fits and starts, and Robbie Ray the other night, I don't know what's going on there, but so I understand all that. But to have your 1-2 punch doing this, and you can't give these guys 2 runs. You can't win these baseball games. They are so frustrating.
Yeah. 63 and 63.
They are so maddening to watch. And that's that's where I'm at. It's not like, for a moment, it's not playoffs or not playoffs. They are infuriating to watch play baseball.
Yeah, it's tough.
And I do liken it to, I bet everybody can relate to this. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but like we live in an age, especially for teens, where anxiety and depression is absolutely out of control, and watching it is painful. Watching someone go through that is painful, and the Giants have the baseball version of it. You sit there and you're like, why? Why on earth? You come to the plate with a bat and you have like no intention of hitting the ball. You think they give up. They give up before the at-bat even starts in the biggest moments of the game. And it's just terrible to watch. Part of me understands it. I get why Bomel's like, well, we're not going to get a sac fly.
Yeah, you haven't.
We're not going to get situational hitting here because we're terrible at it. But I'd rather see them just keep swinging, man, and go down. Keep swinging. Don't give up before these at-bats even start. Safety, squeeze, 5th inning, 0-0 game.
Hadn't scored since Thursday.
Swing the bat. See what happens. I don't know. Maybe you accidentally hit it.
You might, but the thing that's, I think, most maddening watching it as a Giants fan is that when the pitching was when the pitching was not great earlier in the year, the offense was better. And now the pitching is, like you said, Snell and Webb have been amazing their last handful of starts, and now the offense has gone south. They haven't had the ability to have the hitting and the pitching line up at the same time. Yet, when you look at it, the math is still there.
Oh, boy.
And I hope Steiny's listening, because I didn't get a chance to hit him with that earlier. You're only 4 games out.
4 games out.
And you've got the White Sox for 3. And as I mentioned, the White Sox have lost.
This guy is such a D.
They've lost 31 of their last 35. So you sweep the White Sox.
They have to.
And then, that sets you up for a difficult final 5 weeks. But, your pitching is coming to shape. You get the best rotation in baseball.
You're going to have a Ray.
Yeah.
You're going to have a Ray and Harrison game in there. You have to do it now.
Totally.
No Snell game this week. You'll get a Snell game this week, not this series. No Snell game this series. You're going to have to beat him without him. But it does feel like, I don't know, and I know you get all upset with the whole must-win thing.
Yeah.
It feels like they need to win all of these. It feels like they got to win all 3.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Well, White Sox, no slouch. They did.
Oh, yes, they are.
They did sweep Tampa this year, and they did sweep Cleveland. Oh, no, Cleveland was 3 out of 4.
No. How long ago was that?
It was April.
Okay.
It was April.
They just recently snapped their 22-game losing streak or whatever it was.
Sure did.
By winning a game?
Against the A's.
Yes, they beat the A's. Yeah, just,
They beat Boston to snap the streak.
But after Chicago, Seattle, Milwaukee, then you get Miami, but then it's D-backs and Padres and Brewers and Padres and Orioles and Royals and D-backs and Cardinals.
When I was looking at the wrong streak, that was their 12-game losing streak. I didn't look at their 22-game streak. My God.
We're sponsored by Robert Half. 888-957-9570. You'd liken watching the Giants to what? We can take some calls on that. Plus, there are comments recently made by both Fred Warner and George Kittle that you're going to want to hear. We'll get to all that coming up next. Willard and Dibbs.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm just over here. This is completely off the subject, and I don't even know what the subject was. But I feel like throwing this topic out to the public. It's not a topic, just an idea, just for everybody to run around in their brain, and then we can move on. I don't know why my brain is here. Actually, I do. It's because I told you that kids are having the fantasy draft at the house tonight.
Yeah.
Watch the hustle when I leave today. Watch the hustle. I got to go.
Okay.
Man. I got to go. Got to go get right?
Well, this is one of those days where it's critical because your car is blocking me in.
Don't you worry.
Okay.
I'm going to be halfway home by the time you get there. Watch the hustle.
Like my 11th favorite part of doing the show with you is our simultaneous walk to the car. It's about a 15-minute walk, and we don't walk together.
No.
And oftentimes we'll race, but it's not really a race. We're both walking, but we go different routes. And it's always fun to see at the very end who wins.
And very uncomfortable when at some point along the route, we see each other and everyone has to act like they're not racing, but then it's head down and go.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sitting over here on the app. I won't say which place, but I'm on the app like getting pizzas together. And I just sat here an hour ago and ate the leftover pizza from the weekend, and now I'm ordering more pizza for all of the people to come over, and we're all going to eat the pizza. And I just, especially when you have kids, and then fantasy and football and all of these things, and I thought to myself, this is kind of like the marble jar of life. How many pieces of pizza, when you get to the pearly gates, how many do you think you ate?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
How many? Like just
how many?
How many pieces of pizza? And whittle it down.
That's a great question.
Thank you. How many?
That is a great question.
You missed a good one. You missed a really good one.
Yeah.
Was it Dontrell Willis?
Yeah, that was Dontrell that I just played.
You guys have Dontrell Willis without me?
Yes.
That's a great question.
And
that is wrong.
And I got that.
The train and I go back now.
I got the hell up out the seat when that happened.
You guys had the train on?
That's a great question.
Oh, man. Encinal High?
And it was a buzzer beater. Well, the Bay Bridge series was coming to an end. And so we had Dontrell Willis on.
That hurts me, but go ahead.
And then I called him Oakland's own, and Director of Sports got, no, I was right. Born in Oakland. Raised
in Alameda. Encinal High. I covered his NCS baseball championship game.
Where are you from? Where you were born or where you grew up?
That's a great question.
That is, that is a great question.
Thank you, Dontrell.
That is a great question. And I've had this debate with Steiny because he's obviously not from here, but he's lived, I think, now half his life out here. So can he claim the Bay Area when you've lived here for more than half your life?
Well,
it's a nuanced thing.
Yeah, when you say where you're from, you got to go back to the roots.
I lived in Fairfax for 8 years. When I was 8, we moved, and then Petaluma, Santa Fe, a little bit of Fairfax. So I claim
You're from
Fairfax.
Marin. You're from Marin, but and Fairfax.
But Fairfax is
you're from Marin.
Yeah. And then, even though
I will never not be a peninsula kid.
Right, even though you haven't lived on the peninsula for 30 years.
Since I was 20.
Yeah. Anyway, how many pieces of pizza? I've got to be north of 5,000 pieces of pizza.
I'm going to eat it. Just imagine that.
What? And you've got me thinking about, heaven and the pearly gates when, you get there and it's like you can just ask God anything. Hey, God.
Hey,
God, if you have a minute, how many beers did I drink?
And that's a great question.
Right.
What's a bigger number, the pizza or the beer?
Oh, it's the beer.
See, for me, it's the pizza.
Yeah, well,
it's definitely
because you're like a mid-major in the NCAA tournament. You're one and done.
Straight-laced over here.
No, you're one and done.
No, but I also have.
You're like Drexel in the NCAA tournament. Yeah, you won the Colonial, but you're one and done.
Yeah,
you're getting knocked out.
No, that's true.
You're one and done.
I'm driving.
Yeah,
I always offer. I'm driving. I got one. I don't want two.
I'm like one of those monster programs where we're going deep. We're going deep in the tourney.
No, but I'm also like, I still got kids who, there's just, pizza just shows up. I don't even this is how it happened over the weekend. Somebody had my kid over, so I go to pick him up, and they're like, here, take that. A whole pizza. They're just like, we got too much, and my kid won't eat it. I'm like, your kid won't. What's wrong with your kid? What do you mean?
I'm going to eat it.
What's happening here? So you just end up with pizza that you didn't even try to get. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Well, especially in a radio station.
Pizza's like dust. I can't. God, it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
That's kind of how I feel about football, where even like a preseason game, it's like pizza to me, where it could be, Baltimore against Seattle, preseason week 2. I'm going to watch it, and it's like pizza. I walk in this kitchen, and there could be 18-hour-old pizza from a sales meeting that happened yesterday.
Like,
I'm going to grab a slice.
That's going to be yes from me, dog. Yeah. The preseason football thing.
It's like pizza.
Well, I like it in the background. It's a very comforting feeling to me to have football on in the background. But my God, there is nothing more unsatisfying. Maybe Giants with runners in scoring position, but there's nothing more unsatisfying than preseason football, because you want it on even if you're like, this is just background noise, right? It doesn't matter. And then you turn it on, and if you look at it, it's kind of like an eclipse. If you look at it too long, you're like, that's not football. And I don't know what it is about it. If it's that there's no fantasy impact, there's largely a lot of players that you haven't heard of. I'd say also you're noticing a lot of preseason games all end 13-10 because people, and I've had this now admitted to us by people who played. Once you're not like a rookie anymore, you're not playing at your hardest. They're not playing their hardest in preseason football. Who was that Steelers offensive lineman that was just laying people? Who was that? Their right tackle was just like letting people by. He was like a doorman. Come on in. Welcome. They're not playing that hard. That's a known thing. The veterans, the rookies will be out there trying to make a name for themselves, and the veterans will be like, dude, slow down. Someone's going to get hurt out here.
Well, also, they don't scheme. You don't game plan. Right. So it's like, we're just going to run this play, and we're going to see how it goes. We're not going to scheme up an offense or our first 15 plays and the rest of it. And Kyle Shanahan didn't even call plays. He gave up the laminated play sheet. They're being called from up above. But your point is well made. This week, 14-13, 13-12. I see a 15-12. I see a 13-6, a 9-3. A 16-15, a 13-9.
They're all the same game.
20-7, 16-10, 27-2.
Who did that?
Denver over the Packers. The Packers.
Yeah.
They got a deuce.
Yeah, Denver. Denver. Well,
Denver dropped a deuce on Green Bay.
All right, can we play with this for a second? Is this a teammate just being nice to his guy, or do you buy this at all?
From day one, I've been a Brock Purdy fan, and I always will be. I think he's one of the best in the league, and soon he will be the best, undisputed, right? But, practice, I'm not even about to talk about no practice. I mean, if people want to make some out of practice with interceptions and all that other stuff. Listen, you obviously have never been in the NFL if you're out there writing stories about interceptions in practice. But like Debo mentioned, he's going against one of the best defenses in the league. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, it's all good. We're not worried about that.
Okay, that's Fred Warner on Up and Adams, Kay Adams on FanDuel TV. There's that statement from last week. And it's like, okay, you're teammates.
Right.
But it's not just Brock's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but he will be unquestioned the best QB in the league sometime soon. Patrick Mahomes is not going anywhere anytime soon. But even I don't know to what level you believe what you see in the preseason. I see 3 quarterbacks who are taken in the top 12 who look very, very interesting right now. Drake May does not look interesting to me.
He looks better.
Michael Penix does not play football.
No.
But
Drake May look better in game 2.
Watch Grandy get excited here. Bo Nix looks like a pro. Bo Nix looks under control. His feet, his vision, his heart rate, everything is chilling. Now, Caleb,
against 2s and 3s.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, some ones. He's starting.
Yeah.
Now, Jaden and Caleb look, they're flashy. And they're going to make plays with their athletic ability that are just insanity. But Bo Nix looks like he's been here for 4 years already. So Add those guys to the mix that's already out here. Is this just a completely harebrained statement, or how do you translate that?
Harebrained is taking it out of context. It's an unbelievable vote of confidence for his teammate, but it's his teammate. So honestly, what is he supposed to say? You know what? When all's said and done, he's going to be a solid top 10 quarterback in this league. No, he probably went too far with his praise for Brock Purdy, but he's entitled to his opinion and he sees it up close. But when you just take that statement and you look at it under the umbrella of what's really going on in the National Football League, well, you've got a guy who's won back-to-back Super Bowls, who some people are already putting on the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks in the history of the game.
Absolutely they are.
Which I think is premature, but he sure looks to be a good quarterback, and you could pick 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 other quarterbacks who have been around longer and done as much, if not more, than Brock Purdy.
Is Patrick Mahomes, correct me if I'm remembering this incorrectly, the 5-year run right now goes Super Bowl victory, and then 2 years where it was Super Bowl loss, AFC championship loss, Super Bowl victory, Super Bowl victory. That's a 5-year run.
Sounds about right.
Nothing worse than AFC championship, right?
Yeah, they lost in overtime to the Bengals.
To the Bengals. And then they lost the Bucs in the Super Bowl.
They beat the Niners in the bowl. They lost to the Bucs 31-9 in the bowl. They lost in overtime to the Bengals in the conference championship game. Then they beat the Eagles. They beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. 5-year run.
I don't think people are being premature at all. I mean, who the hell else has done that?
I don't think that Brady had a run like that.
Brady and Montana don't even have a 5-year run like that. Pretty good.
It's a good run.
It's pretty good.
It's got a great coach.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You know, because we always give Kyle the credit when they win. Some people do.
Yeah.
But it's a great run. But to Fred's quote, yes, I wouldn't say that it's harebrained. It's a guy who is praising his teammate. And, you know, pretty soon he's going to be the best in the game. Well, you better hope you have this sort of a 5-year run. And so far he's got a conference championship loss, which Mahomes had, and a Super Bowl loss, which Mahomes had. So now you need to go out and win 3 straight Super Bowls. If that happens,
then I think people would agree with him.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be very, very difficult company to keep, though. Like, part of this is, and I look at C.J. Stroud from last year, and I think he's so fantastic, but I also think that a little piece of it is just the accessibility of a year like that. Because the game is different now, because the game is so centered around quarterbacks, defensive backs can't touch anybody out there anymore. Defensive linemen can't touch the quarterback. You have like a 2-inch area on his chest where you're allowed to hit a quarterback. And even then, don't hit him hard and don't fall on him and all of that stuff. And it makes things so comfortable. Like the idea of a rookie QB coming in and looking like that used to be absurd. Even players like Peyton Manning, he came in and led the league in interceptions as a rookie. Houston was it's also not like he had some great team around him. They became that because of him. So we're going to see more of that. I don't want to say we're going to see it all the time. That takes something away from CJ, and I don't want to do that. But we're going to see more of that. I don't know if their teams are ready to win, but let me say this right now. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, they're going to be factors. I shouldn't say this before next week. They will be factors in your fantasy football league right away.
For sure.
Right away.
Because the majority of the offense is going to be through them. Passing, running, all the above. And they're going to be on teams that are probably trailing a lot. And so they're going to be throwing a lot. Bo Nix is an interesting one because Denver, they'll probably be better than they've been, but that's a difficult division. And I don't think that the Broncos offense is going to be that great. So Bo Nix is going to be in a spot if he wins the starting job, and it looks like that he will. It's going to be a challenge, I think, early in the year because they're not going to be that great. Even though they have a good head coach, I think that Denver, he's not going to go the Chase Young route where they were so dreadful. It's hard to really look at not Chase Young, but Bryce Young.
Yes.
It's hard to really look at what he was going to be or what he is because that team is so bad.
By the way, there's some people on the Xfinity mobile text line, and I see you, and this is a fair point. They're already correcting us. It's not a 5-year run, it's a 6-year run. Because prior to beating the 49ers in the Super Bowl, They were in the AFC title game that year, too.
There you go.
And lost to the New England Patriots in a very, very close game. So Patrick Mahomes, really, since he started playing, like the AFC title game could be named after him. He's there every year.
Yeah, it's wild.
Every single year since he really got going in the league.
And last year was maybe the most impressive of all of it because everybody was saying, well, the offense isn't that great. And you were even mentioning it earlier in the show how, you look at the offense was not really as good as it had been, and yet the defense got better. And Patrick Mahomes just has a knack for winning football games.
I did not think they were going to the Super Bowl at all. And am I remembering correct? It was they beat Miami in the snow in Kansas City. Then they had to go on the road and beat Buffalo.
Yes, and then they went on
the road and beat Baltimore.
Yeah.
And then as an underdog went to Vegas and beat the 49ers.
Yeah.
Just forget even the building. Think of that 4-game stretch in any building. Miami, Buffalo, Baltimore, 49ers. And you win them all? What are you talking about? That's absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So he deserves all of it. And sure, I'm not like bothered by what Fred said. That's any linebacker, they're going to pump up their QB. But you're talking about a real interesting crop right now. And as far as where Brock sits in that, I don't believe, and I've told you this before, I don't believe that the narrative will ever really, truly change. I really don't. I think Brock's entire career, and there are players who I think could be a comp for this. Just the first name that comes to mind is like maybe Eli Manning. There are players who will span their whole career and they might just have success and success and success and success. And we're just going to find reasons to be like, but they're not actually good. They're not actually good players. They're okay players. And you'll get made fun of for, like, I don't know, acknowledging the good things that they do. Eli Manning still to this day, not a Hall of Famer. Well, but he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And so you can get mad at him being a Hall of Famer. He beat Tom Brady in 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
That's pretty special.
And that's ultimately where you get the credit. If Brock Purdy goes on to win a Super Bowl or 2, he's going to get his flowers. And that's why Eli gets it. And
does he, though?
Yeah, he does. I mean, I think that Eli Manning, he was a good quarterback. If he didn't win those 2 Super Bowls, we wouldn't be talking about him in the Hall of Fame. His numbers.
Correct.
His just raw numbers. He played a long time and he has pretty good numbers, but Phillip Rivers had a better statistical career, but Eli Manning goes to the Hall of Fame before Phillip Rivers.
Phillip's probably going to end up in there too, though.
Yeah, that's one that I don't agree with, but I've stopped pushing back on that because it's probably going to happen.
Yeah, where does he sit on the passing chart?
In yards?
Yeah.
I think he's like 8th. Maybe even higher, 6th. He's up there.
All-time NFL.
He was a career aggregator.
Passing leaders. Yeah, I mean, sure, you can make that argument. I don't think that's, Phillip Rivers number 6 all-time.
Yeah.
Is 63,440 yards. And if you just want the company he keeps, like the top 10, Brady, Breeze, Manning, Favre, Roethlisberger, Rivers, Ryan, Marino, Rodgers, Eli Manning.
Yeah.
They're all going to go. But you also notice they're all from the exact same era.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
And
which is why I think we're going to keep seeing this.
But if you run through that list, the majority of those guys, or a lot of those guys, have Super Bowl rings. Matt Ryan doesn't.
Rivers doesn't.
Yeah.
Everybody else does.
Marino, I think you also mentioned him. He doesn't have one.
Marino.
Yeah, and stats have gotten skewed now.
Rivers the only one who's never even been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Never even been.
But I do think it's interesting about Brock Purdy, but Super Bowl changes everything. But, you're sitting here on this rookie deal and you're still Mr. Irrelevant. Once you go and you win the Super Bowl, if you're able to get that done, the Mr. Irrelevant thing becomes just the headline in your movie, in your Lifetime after school special. I think that, you get to that group. I think only 34 quarterbacks have ever won the Super Bowl.
Right.
I think that's the number. So if you join that elite club, you get your flowers no matter what, even if you're Trent Dilfer or Brad Johnson.
I guess. I mean, flowers. I look at Eli Manning right now, and sure, he'll make the Hall of Fame, but I don't think most people there's an argument there, and people are bothered by it, and people don't want to put Eli Manning next to the other names, even though he has thrown for 14,000 more yards than Dan Fouts.
Yeah, well,
who played under something called Air Coryell. You know what I mean? Like, Eli Manning has thrown for more yards than John Elway. He's thrown for more yards than Warren Moon. He's won more Super Bowls, all of that stuff. But it's still like there's and that's the number, what was he, the number 4 pick in the draft? He's a top 5 pick. So it's not even
because of his face.
It's because of his face.
It's because the way he would kind of mope around out there.
In the face.
Right. And I do think that that's part of, just the way people will perceive athletes, body language and demeanor and all the rest of it.
I just think there's certain people where the world is lined up to go crazy when something doesn't look good. So even last night, the world is lined up. See, Brock Purdy can't play without receivers. I don't think that's ever going to go away.
I have a question based on what Fred Warner said about his quarterback, and I'll give you that on the other side.
Wow.
Who was that?
That was quite a tease by Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander. Well, nobody's going to go away now.
Future greatest quarterback of all time.
I mean,
that's what he just called his quarterback.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises, and Lucas pays off a tease. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meanwhile, we talk about Fremont.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, where else are you going to go to listen to an interview than a show that's able to amass that kind of content? Where else are you going to go?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Thanks, Dontrell.
That's a really good question, Dibbs.
Yeah, Roxy.
Yeah. Yours are really good, though.
I can't believe you had Dontre Willis.
It's like Brock Purdy. Like, it's really good. I don't know about great.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy. It's a little early to drop grade on him.
By the way, D-Train didn't just come on the show. It was a buzzer beater on a Friday, and we didn't even know about it until there was, Lucas, we have about 14 minutes left in the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. D-Train was like, I'm ready. And we're like, go. And then that was it. Like,
That's a great question.
Yeah.
It was like 5:45.
Oh, yeah. 5:50 and did the last 8 minutes of the show with us.
Okay.
Yeah. So we ended the whole Bay Bridge series with Dontrell Willis
with a bang
on Friday.
Yeah, the greatest. He's just
he was phenomenal.
Always.
I got done with the conversation and I'm like, why is he not a bigger star in broadcasting?
Seriously.
Should be a bigger star.
I think we had him on a weekly in the nascent days, the early days of 95.7 The Game.
I was going to ask you about that, Diz. Did he go on your show? Do you remember talking to him back then?
Rise Guys, yep. Absolutely.
Big Raiders fan.
Yeah.
He didn't like me even bringing it up.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Too soon.
No, he brought it up. And then I started to go into why didn't you get a quarterback?
Oh,
and he was like, I hear your Niner energy. I can feel your Niner. I see what you're doing. And he didn't want to talk about Devontae Adams and Netflix and all that. He didn't want to have anything to do with it.
Why draft a quarterback when you can draft a fourth tight end?
Exactly. Are you taking a shot at Brock Bowers? You're not high on Brock Bowers?
I'm sure he's going to be great. So is 3 of their other tight ends.
Just if you listen to Lucas all week long, you can figure out what he's going to do in the draft.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just, I'm really here just to be a part of the group.
You're just here so you don't get fined.
Well, the expectations, we can talk about this relative to the Niners. I offered Niner fans a 12-5 year, and a lot of fans that I was seeing on my social media are already like, no, we should be better than that. For me, in fantasy football, I do not have expectations at that level. It'd be great to make the playoffs, and then heck, who knows? You make the playoffs like you barely got in.
I barely got in.
Up winning the whole damn thing.
I won the whole thing, which is exactly what I keep telling Giants fans. Just get in the dance.
I just go into a fantasy football season like this with my only goal is to really just enjoy the back and forth, the collegial environment, and not let the shoddy way that the league is run get me down this year. Not going to get to me this year, Lucas.
That is the biggest milk and cookies answer I've ever heard. I'm just here.
No, I'm trying to be a better person.
You're like the Cal football of the fantasy league.
Thank you. You're using my analogy right back at me.
I just threw it right to you.
If we can go out and beat Maryland, if we can get over, we'll take down Maryland this year. We'll feel like we had a successful campaign.
Look at Grandy's face. He wants blood this year. He wants absolute chaotic blood.
I was just going to say, it's the wrong conference. Cal's in the ACC, not the Big Ten.
Maybe they can beat Wake Forest.
The idea was to pick just a random team, a team that's never really that good. And when you're Cal,
Duke.
Honestly, for Cal, you're just hoping to beat UC Davis. If we can get by the Aggies in the opener.
Take it easy.
No, because that's not a guarantee now. It's not a game that you always win. Davis will sneak up on you now.
You better look out for Jaden Ott, one of the best running backs in the country there, Dibbs.
That's right.
There you have it.
He can run the football. He can tote the rock.
This is so great.
He can.
Hey, Lucas, do you want to pay off your milk toast tease?
What were you talking about?
It was a really good tease. Thank you very much. And
so good that I had to bring it back up.
So good that we can't even remember it. Anyway,
not my show.
Go ahead.
Let's go back and hear what Fred Warner told Kay Adams one more time about Brock Purdy last week.
From day one, I've been a Brock Purdy fan, and I always will be. I think he's one of the best in the league, and soon he will be the best, undisputed, right? But, practice, I'm not about to talk about no practice. I mean, if people want to make something out of practice with interceptions and all that other stuff, listen, you obviously have never been in the NFL if you're out there writing stories about interceptions in practice. But like Debo mentioned, he's going against one of the best defenses in the league. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, it's all good. We're not worried about that.
That was about him throwing interceptions in training camp. I don't know if you caught the most eye-popping part of that answer, but he said that soon Brock will be the undisputed best quarterback in the league.
We did catch that, yes.
Okay, good.
We just did 20 minutes on it.
Well, I just wanted, we kind of moved on to talking about Caleb and all that. You know, we're circling back. It's what we're doing here.
Bring it back, y'all.
Yeah, thank you. Number one, I want the answer from you guys. What are the odds? You know, we have Patrick Mahomes, who is clearly the best quarterback in the league and has at least another 7, 8, probably 10 years of being the top of the line. What are the odds that any time in the near future, Brock Purdy can become the greatest quarterback in the NFL? Is that even remotely possible?
Doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. But we're also still very, very early. I mean, I would see this is where the draftism part to me actually becomes a little bit relevant.
Well, this to me is where the whole conversation becomes really muddied, because if you look at just last year, he had statistically the best year. So just on quarterback alone, he last year statistically was the best quarterback in football.
That's a good point.
Now, the guy who won the Super Bowl's on a 6-year run, unlike one we've ever seen. So what does it really mean to be the best quarterback undisputed in football? Does it mean that you have the best stats? Does it mean you win the most? So that for me is the part I always have the toughest.
Here's what I would say.
The most difficulty getting past.
Yeah. If I'm starting a franchise right now, I want this guy leading my team just for one season. Like the best quarterback,
okay.
I want him as my quarterback for one season.
Then if I can answer your question, the odds are 1 in a million that Brock Purdy becomes that person.
Right.
Over the next 10 years, that if you're going to throw every player into a hat and you get to draft your quarterback, he's not getting taken first.
No, I agree. And that's kind of what I mean by this is where the draftism part, while it annoys the hell out of me and I think it's often ridiculous, this is where it does come into play. Because the only thing that I think we can unequivocally say about this at this time, Brock Purdy will never be the most physically talented quarterback in the NFL. I don't even see how that's possible. He's never going to have the same raw athletic ability of a Mahomes, of a Lamar, and now of a Caleb Williams. You know, Jaden Daniels, high hopes there too. He might get snapped in half. He's so small, but you know what I mean? Like Lamar felt that way for a while too, and he's the MVP of the league. So it can work in ways that it didn't used to work because of the different rules. But what you said, Dibbs, is kind of an interesting way to look at it. My secondary answer would be even more than 1 in a million, because even if Brock does become the best quarterback in the league, no one will acknowledge it.
Right.
No one will acknowledge it. And then that becomes subjective. I would love it, especially in football, if we found a new word. Is Tom Brady the greatest quarterback of all time? I'd argue no. He's the most accomplished. His team has won the most Super Bowls. He's absolutely fantastic. But I am one of those who believes that, like, you know, maybe there are other people who could have been in the exact same situation who might have been able to put up a similar result. If Aaron Rodgers was on the Patriots for all of those years and then went to the Bucs for one, could he have done the same thing? Probably not, but maybe.
Well, this is where
Peyton Manning, could he have done that?
It gets into the muddy area for me, because the things that Tom Brady provided that team, leadership and all the rest of it, you know, taking less money and all these other things. And you mentioned Aaron Rodgers, and he doesn't strike me as being the same kind of guy as Tom Brady. They're different people. So how would the person, yes, his skill set is unbelievable. Aaron Rodgers can make all the throws, and he's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the history of the game, but the personality fit might not have been there. So I do like what you said about best versus accomplished, because, you know, Patrick Mahomes might be both. He might be the best quarterback in football now, and he is the most accomplished among those currently playing. So he kind of threads the needle, but Brock Purdy might become one of the most accomplished quarterbacks of all time. He already has 4 playoff wins, which is more than most of the guys who are even playing right now in the NFL.
Well, that's actually a fun way to look at it. Okay, just right now, first of all, how do you quantify accomplishments as a quarterback?
It's in wins.
Okay.
Wins.
What kind of wins?
That's a great question.
Really,
Thank
playoff wins, but
Okay.
to get playoff wins, you have to be pretty good in the regular season. That, for me, is accomplishments.
NFL quarterback playoff wins. All right. Most quarterback playoff wins.
Yeah.
Active quarterbacks. How many have more playoff wins than Brock Purdy? Active QBs.
I've gone through this before, and I think the number is 5.
Shoot. I'm having a really, really hard time getting the active. Here we go. Most QB. Okay, I got it. Yes.
You got it.
How many? What did you say? 5?
5 is the answer I had.
It's higher than that.
Is it
You want
6?
to try to just name them? Try to name them.
Well, Mahomes would be one.
The answer is 8.
8 active quarterbacks have more than 4?
Correct.
Okay.
We're all in agreement there, right? Brock Purdy has 4 playoff wins. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. He is 4-2 in the playoffs. You give him the Philly loss and the Kansas City one, right? Okay. Go ahead.
Mahomes would be 1, yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is 1, yes.
The aforementioned Aaron Rodgers.
That's 2. And they are first and second, by the way, current. Active QBs with more
Russell
playoff
Wilson, I think, is still playing.
Russell Wilson is number 4. That is correct.
Figured Joe Burrow, he went on a run.
Joe Burrow has 5.
Josh Allen makes the playoffs every single year.
Josh Allen has 5.
My guy,
3 more.
My guy Joe Flacco is still active, I believe.
Very good. Joe Flacco has 10 playoff wins. That's number 3 on the active list. There are 2 more.
Active QBs with more.
And I'm going to look you in the eye right now and tell you, one of them you should really get, and then the other one is crazy, but you should also kind of really get. You have some
It's got to be hanging there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Jared Goff has 5. That is correct.
He has 5, okay.
He's got 5. There is one more active quarterback who has more playoff wins than Brock Purdy.
I've been on a roll lately. See if I can keep this going. Man.
You're going to laugh your tuchus off when
It's not Dak, I know that. And is it?
It's definitely not Dak.
It's not Lamar Jackson either. It should be. That guy, all he does is lose no matter what.
Dak and Lamar have together don't have more than Brock Purdy.
That's
How
awkward.
about that?
How about that? Matthew Stafford
is
put it on the
incorrect. Matthew Stafford also has 4.
Oh God, who is it?
Think hard.
I just
Come
did.
on, man.
I was on a run.
Think out of the box, but think like, right here.
Oh, Josh Dobbs?
No.
Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy's got more than 4.
He's got 5.
Oh my God.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Does it count? Are they counting the ones where he just stood there and watched Tom Brady?
Yes. And they're counting the ones where he just handed the ball off the whole time, too.
Right. Came in for a kneel down.
Yeah.
Those count. Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, he doesn't get the ones where
play.
You have to start. You have to start the game. Not when you're watching Tom.
Okay.
But when you're just handing the ball off to Raheem Mostert the whole time, you get that.
Okay.
Jimmy
G.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow.
Yeah. So, by the way, just try this on for size. In this moment, if you freeze the list, Brock Purdy's next playoff win will put him in a tie for 5th place on the active list.
Yeah.
He's 23.
Yeah.
He's 23. So if we're going to start...
He just turned 24. But
okay, whatever. You just have a birthday? Good for him. Happy birthday, Brock. If you want to talk about this in terms of accomplishments, then you sort of suddenly get to a spot where you're like, Fred's absurd comment doesn't actually sound so absurd.
Well, it does because you're dealing with Patrick Mahomes, who is how many playoff wins does he have?
Well, okay, but if
40?
If we remove the whole he's going to be the unquestioned best and just said because Fred could have, he wasn't asked a question there about Brock. He didn't have to say that. He could have just said, I don't think there's any offense taken if Fred Warner is just we feel like Brock Purdy is already one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and that's only going to be solidified over the next decade.
And just think about the company that he will keep with one more playoff win. You mentioned Russell Wilson. He is a Hall of Famer, probably.
I think eventually, but he's descending.
Conversation.
He's descending.
Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Mahomes is in the Hall of Fame. Flacco is a little bit of an anomaly. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he's a guy who's played a ton. And who else would be ahead of him at that point?
Nobody. Those would be the four.
And the case is made then that he is among Hall of Fame caliber players who are still playing football today.
That's the arc of the people that are at 5, except for Garoppolo. I guess Jared Goff would be kind of a head-scratching question mark there, but Josh Allen and Joe Burrow statistically are absolutely on that track, all still relatively young players. But look, I don't know where this roster is going to go over the next handful of years or whatever, but that kind of leads me to the next point. And we wanted to rock this. This is also
really quick before you get to it.
Go ahead.
Jimmy Garoppolo got credit for a postseason win in which he played 2 offensive snaps in 2014 for the Patriots. So really, he only has 4 playoff wins.
Why did he get credit for that?
I don't know.
He played.
It makes no sense.
No, you have to start to get the win. You have to start.
He's won 4 playoff games where he was the starting quarterback. 4-2 as a member of the Niners.
That's a weird list then. There's all kinds of people who have played in playoff games. They don't get a win for that.
He played 2 offensive snaps in a 45-7 Patriots win over the Colts.
Were they the first 2 snaps?
I don't think so.
Doubt it. Gutsy, though.
Yeah. Then he's only got 4.
Yeah.
He's only got 4. So move Brock up to 8th then on the list. It's tied for 8th. Not 9th.
Take that buzzer back.
Yeah, take the buzzer back.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. Why would you give him a credit for that? If that's the case, I'm taking Brock's loss in Philadelphia off of his list.
There you go.
He did not play in most of it.
He started that game, though.
He did. Anyway, doesn't matter. Point is this. That's why I get very confused when I hear people say, well, boy, Super Bowl or bust, because this window is closing. The Niners Super Bowl window is closing. Kay Adams, up in Adams Fandle TV, asked George Kittle about the Super Bowl window. Listen to this exchange.
What's your relationship with the window?
Like window open and closing?
Just like you want to win it with these guys.
Oh, yeah, I would
these
love
are your
to.
brothers. So what's your relationship with the window?
A couple years ago, someone asked me about is the window closing. I was like, if you guys are telling me it's closing, I guess.
To you, the window's half open.
I think that at any moment you could just throw a chair through the window and just break it right open. Like, it is what it is. We have the guys on the roster that we have, and John and Kyle have done a great job about figuring out how to keep our best players on the roster, and I think they're going to continue to figure out those ways. And, hey, we lose guys every single year, and we figure out ways to bring other guys back. And so whatever happens, happens. And the thing is, for this year, it's like, why do I care what's going to happen next year? If we can get the job done this year, then next year will just take care of itself, and we'll figure out that problem next year.
Okay, he's got a lot of different stuff in there, because the thing at the end about who cares about next year? We're doing this year. I buy that. But what he said right before that, I find even more important, which is that he's saying the regime here has found a way to replace players. And that is an omnipresent thing that will always be true for every NFL team every year, all the time.
Yeah.
So it's weird to me that, in our minds, we've decided, and I'll grant you that this is hard, but we've decided that when Kittle goes and Debo goes and Fred Warner goes, that's it. There's not going to be anybody good that replaces those guys. There's no way to do that, whether it be through the draft, free agency. The only thing that changes in my mind is it becomes just a little bit harder. All you have is a little bit less financial flexibility, because cap schmap, don't forget that now.
Yeah, I think it's a lot harder than you're making it.
I think it's only a little.
I think it's a lot because the difference between having these guys who you know are good or having those guys who you don't know are good. So right now you have good players and they're on your team. They know your scheme and they're really good. And whatever happens after Debo and Brandon and Christian and George and Trent, when they all leave, you're right. You're going to keep playing football. You're going to have somebody who plays left tackle. You're going to have a tight end who probably wears a number in the 80s. Maybe he's a single-digit guy. I don't know. But he's going to be a blocker and a pass catcher. But will those players be as good as these players? That's the part that's hard.
Right, but I mean, we sat here when Joe Staley was about to retire. We sat here and went, the 49ers, they've got a left tackle problem.
They did.
What the hell are they going to do? And then all of a sudden, somebody hit the breaking news sounder, and nobody ever thought about Joe Staley again. I don't mean that. I'm sorry, Joe. You were great. You were great. But in 10 minutes, everyone was like, bye, Joe. Thanks for your career. We appreciate you. Why can't stuff like that keep happening?
It can.
That's my only point.
It's allowed to.
Let me give you an example, another example of the whole idea of like what's happening around a good quarterback. Where do you think the Buffalo Bills sit this year on the list in the Super Bowl odds?
Oh, they're further down than I think, but they're probably like 20-1, sixth on the list.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are tied for sixth on the list, plus 1,500.
Okay, Grandy.
Is that 20 to where is it? Plus 1,500. Okay. They are tied with the Bengals and the Texans.
Okay.
They are not, and by the way, narrowly behind the Eagles and the Lions. They're right there. There's the Niners and the Chiefs, and then there's everybody else for that matter.
Yeah.
The Ravens are kind of.
The Ravens, yeah.
They're the clear number 3. And then there's a bunch of just like whatever. But this is a team that is expected to be a top 10, maybe top 5 team in the NFL this year. Now, what did they just do with their receiving core?
Receivers go bye-bye.
They put them all in a bucket, and they dumped them out on the floor, and they made a new puzzle. And the receivers that are going to be running around, there you go. Those receivers running around for the Bills this year, nobody knows really anything. We've decided that Curtis Samuel is Debo Samuel light. I know Keon Coleman is the rookie. Is Khalil Shakir still there? There's your receiving core. Essentially, what the Bills just did in getting rid of Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis is a poor man's version of if the Niners next year went, gosh, Debo or Brandon or Debo. Tell you what, let's get rid of both of them.
They might.
And the world came back and went, we still think you're good. We totally still think you're good. And the reason the world still thinks they're good is because people believe in Josh Allen. That's right. It. You have a franchise quarterback. We believe in you. And for whatever reason, I know it's early, but Brock is not there yet. He's not there yet.
Well, he won't be there until you see him do it without the talent that he's had around him.
Josh Allen hasn't.
People are going to hold against him.
But Josh Allen hasn't done it and hasn't gone nearly as far as Brock in the playoffs. But people believe it. In fact, Josh led the world in turnovers last year.
Yeah, but the years prior to that, when they didn't have a stupendous receiving core and he started to show that he was able to win games on his own, which is another one of those cliches that drives me crazy in football when you've got 11 men out there pulling on the same rope. But Josh Allen, it's more than just the draftism. He looks the part more than Brock Purdy does.
Well, of course. He's a physical freak.
Yeah. He can run it. It's hard to bring him down and all the rest of it. The kid had a fireball. So I think that Brock has a lot of biases against him. And part of it is Shanahan, the play sheet, and the team around him.
Sure.
So, and that's where so many people are glomming on to last night, like you were saying before. See, this is Brock without stars around him. He's ordinary.
Christy texted in with an interesting point. What do you think about this? She said Brock is not going to get the respect until Kyle cuts down on the run game.
Okay. Well,
you can't have the number 1 running back in the league and then say your quarterback is the guy.
That's a fair point. And, they threw it the 32nd most out of 32 teams, and that's just going to be the way it is. Kyle Shanahan wants it to be a 50-50 split. That's what he said on the TK show, the Tim Kawakami podcast. I was listening to it, and that's what Kyle wants. So that's going to be the way it goes. And Brock's probably never going to lead the league in yards.
Yeah, like, by the way, I'm not running around looking for like I'm Brock Purdy's personal ego coach.
You are.
No, I don't think he's the best quarterback in the league, and I don't think he ever will be. Okay, but could he end up being one of the most accomplished? I'd argue he kind of already is. And he's 23/4. Whatever, when he ever had a birthday.
He's 24.
He is?
Yeah.
When was his birthday?
December? He was born in December of 99.
Oh, wait. He's been 24 for that long?
Yeah, because I was looking for Bo Nix.
He's about to turn 25 during this season.
You were talking up Bo Nix, and I was thinking, man.
Bo Nix is 38.
Well, he actually is 2 months younger than Brock Purdy.
Okay.
He's also 24, but it had me thinking about, because you said something about this year's rookie crop and how they actually might be some good players.
They really might
among
be.
these quarterbacks, and I do think a large part of it is the maturity of a Bo Nix. You were talking about how the game's kind of slow for him, and he's able to remain calm. And I was looking; he's 24, and he spent 3 years at Auburn. Then he went to Oregon. So these QBs with a lot of college experience, hint, Brock Purdy, who played a ton at Iowa State.
Yeah, they can hit the ground running a little bit.
Exactly, because they have more experience, and then they're older people. And that's why I'm interested to see Michael Penix, who I think is older than Purdy and Bo Nix. He's probably 25, I think.
I know he'd been around in college for a while. Michael Penix is also
24, yeah.
Also 24.
So he's actually 3 months younger than
he turns
Bo Nix.
in May. In May he'll turn 24.
But yeah, so I do think that
turn 25. Sorry.
The conversation becomes interesting for me around like accomplished. Is he the best quarterback? No, but could he be the most accomplished? Absolutely.
Yeah,
and it's because he's on a winning team.
For sure. But I like in the end, yeah. What's up?
Sorry, never mind.
Okay. No, Grandy was waving at me. I know what was going on there. Anyway, point being is there is a hidden thought when I hear people say that. The Niners are in their Super Bowl window and it's closing. I know you don't mean this, but what I hear when you say that, not you, Dibbs, but anyone, when you say that, what I hear is you're not fully sold on Brock Purdy yet. And that's fine. I'm not even arguing I'm not arguing against that. But that's what I hear when you say the Niners Super Bowl window is closing. What I hear there is some uneasiness about Brock Purdy on some level. Because what you're saying is he is a product of what's going on around him. We love the team that's around him. They are going to be getting older. By the way, the second hidden thing I hear, I don't trust Kyle and John to find new talent. That's what I hear. If I'm a fan of one of these other teams that's rocking a $55 million quarterback, I'm not talking about the window's about to close. I'm about, let's ride for the next decade. Let's see what happens. You think anybody in Green Bay is like, better do this now?
Well, Miami is another good example. Where they're going to be paying him a ton, and Cincinnati, same thing.
Broke him off.
Cincinnati's not looking at it like, oh boy, well, we're paying Burrow now, so
now
there goes our Super Bowl chance.
Yeah, Cincinnati's like, hey, T. Higgins, you're cool, but we'll see you later.
Yeah.
But we got Burrow. We find another receiver. That's all. And that's the way I do. Like, I believe in Brock at that level. I think the Niners found their guy, which means the next 10 years should just simply be a rotation of what you're able to build around him. That will be challenging sometimes, not as challenging other times, but it should mean that you're relevant and at least in the conversation all the time, just like Lamar Jackson is, just like Josh Allen is, and Joe Burrow is, and Matthew Stafford, for example. That might be a better example. Like, that's someone who also only has 4 playoff wins.
Yeah.
But he's a really good quarterback, and when he stays healthy, his teams are a factor. Are they the favorite? Maybe, maybe not, but they're right there with as long as he's been with the Rams. When he was with the Lions, I don't know what the hell you do with all that.
Yeah.
But that's
where the pressure comes. And you look at, Jordan Love, who's now getting mad money. He's paid in full. And so the pressure's been on their front office to surround him with weapons, and they've done it in the draft. And so you've got receivers and tight ends drafted, making relatively peanuts, and so you can build around it that way. And that's just what the Niners are going to have to do to keep this window open, because Kittle has got, he's 31 this year. And so the way he plays, you give him 2 to 3, who knows how many more years under contract, and McCaffrey's coming up on 30, and Debo and all the rest of it, and Trent's 37. You're going to have to replace them, and these guys have been so good that to replace these players at that same level is going to be difficult.
Yeah, like y'all might be. I'm not even saying 100% that I'm right. Like, we saw Brock Purdy last year when Debo Samuel went out. Not as good.
Yeah, true.
Not as good. But also that's like a team thing. Like the team was not as good, and the game plan changes and all of that. So like when you picture Brock Purdy playing without Christian McCaffrey, because a lot of these teams we're talking about, they turn and burn at the running back position. No, notice that.
Yeah.
The Ravens are like, all right, that's cool, Gus Edwards. See ya. That's cool, J.K. Dobbins. Your ACL keeps blowing out. Let's go get Derrick Henry this year. And Derrick's going to play for another few years, whatever. He's on the other side of 30. You mentioned the Packers. Well, we're not paying Aaron Jones, but we'll grab Josh Jacobs, and we'll make it look like we're paying him, even though you should dive into that contract. They're not really paying him, and it's not a long-term commitment at all. And they will. They'll keep turning and burning on that. And by the way, the Shanahan name, that's what they've always done. Like, that's what's interesting to me when people are so dependent on Christian McCaffrey. Kyle's dad was amazing at just being like,
Landis Gary.
Whoever the Denver running back is, he going for 1,200 yards.
Mike Anderson.
Yep. Clinton Portis.
All those guys.
And then Terrell Davis became a Hall of Famer.
Off of 4 years.
And was drafted.
To your point about turn and burn.
And was drafted in what round?
I think the 3rd or the 4th.
Was it? I feel like it was at least the 3rd. Terrell Davis draft. When were you drafted, Terrell? Terrell Davis.
6th round.
6th round.
Yep.
Hall of Fame.
No.
Hall of Fame.
I get that he's in the Hall of Fame, but doesn't deserve it.
People, and that's why, and here's the hill I'll die on when this conversation that was kind of a last year thing more than it is now, thankfully. But when people go, dude, if you had to play a month, let's say you had to play November, either without Brock or without Christian, my God, I wouldn't even blink. Not even, I don't even have to think about that. You play November. No. You play November without.
You go to Dobbsy.
Purdy to Dobbs versus McCaffrey to whether you want to call it Jordan Mason. Like, can you put another running back there and get 100 yards and win a football game? Zero question in my mind. Now, are you as good? No. But can you go 3-1 in November without Christian? I think so. Can you do it without Brock?
Sure.
No.
Absolutely.
No. Come on.
Absolutely.
You ain't scoring 20 points in any of those games.
Well, there was a stretch last year you didn't score 20 points with Brock Purdy. 3 straight games, you were only able to muster 17. Mm-hmm. 17 a game, so it's not
Christian
like he's an automatic 30.
Games. Christian played in those games.
So did Brock.
Exactly.
So did Brock.
Well, that's kind of a punt of an answer. But yeah, Debo and Trent were out.
Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway.
As far as the window goes, I do like what George said about take a chair and throw it through that window because, ultimately it comes down to the healthier quarterback. And if you believe that Brock Purdy is your franchise guy, you're going to pay him franchise quarterback money. It doesn't even matter what the number is. He's going to get it. And then you figure out what you have left to build your roster around Brock Purdy. At that point, it's going to be more incumbent on him to make the people around him better and elevate guys who are making less money than he is. Right now, it's the other way around. Not that they're elevating Brock, but you're playing with, a tackle making 20 plus and 2 receivers who'll be making 20 plus and a tight end who signed a contract for $85 million. And so you do have a little bit of a luxury that you won't have in a couple of years.
No doubt about it. But I actually really believe that Brock can do that and at times has. I tell you this, if anybody, as you're getting ready for this season, if you're sort of feeling the doldrums of camp and Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams and injuries and whatever, Brock's out there playing by himself and going 2 for 6. If you're sitting there going, oh, this doesn't feel right and they better win this year, and if they don't, oh my God, they're going to have to pay Brock and it's all going to just start to go to hell. Go rewatch the drive against the Packers in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes to go.
It's a good little drive.
Go watch it, and I promise you will walk out of there and go, oh, okay. That is somebody who's got the you-know-whats in the big moment. And people like Chris Conley are making amazing plays. And Brock's making plays with his legs and threading passes to Brandon Ayuk, who deserves a ton of credit for making the catch. But when you start to watch, even go to Cleveland, when Jake Moody misses the field goal, driving rain, terrible day, everything's awful, okay, take a breath, can you go get in field goal range? Go watch the game. Like,
struggles with a wet ball.
But not when he needed it most. Got a 41-yard field goal. Got him right where it needed to be.
Yeah, no good.
Like, no good. Wide right.
No good.
As George said when he walked off the field, that sucked. Yeah. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I do think he elevates people around him. I really do.
Yeah, I think so too. But right now he doesn't have to do it as often as he will when he's making $60 million, and all these other all-pros and Pro Bowlers that are around him are going to be replaced by other players. If those other players, if it's Pearsall and Cowing, if it's Garendo, and if it's all the rest, Cameron Latu sticks his tight end, whoever those people are, if they're not as good as these people, then Brock's going to have to be even better than he has been.
Right. But what makes them great? Like,
the scheme.
I don't want to do this because it gets people.
It's chicken or the egg is what it is.
It's exactly what I was going to say. You can be like, hey, Brandon's got, or Brock's got great receivers. And then I could go right back and go, how and when did Brandon Ayuk become a 1,000-yard receiver in the NFL? How'd that happen? Is it because Brandon's amazeballs?
That's because he's gotten better.
And?
Well, the quarterback that he had before, didn't he have 1,000 yards with Jimmy?
Don't think so. I mean, he had 1,000 yards 2 seasons ago, which was a
it
blend.
Was the hybrid year.
It was a blend of all of them, but
it
was very much like his numbers were up with Brock. And then last year, they 1,300 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everything is interconnected. And this is why when we have these conversations, sometimes it makes my head spin because, what would Brock Purdy be doing without Shanahan? Or could you put X quarterback in the Shanahan system and, he'd be able to do what Brock Purdy's doing. And it's the kind of hypothetical that makes me sick to my stomach because it's unanswerable.
What would Brock Purdy do if he had no shoes?
Right.
What would happen?
What would Brock Purdy do if he was a Carolina Panther? Well, he probably wouldn't be top 5 in the MVP. Would he be better than the Panthers quarterback? Yes, but he probably would struggle because they stink.
Brandon Ayuk in 2022, before Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt, Brandon Ayuk was on pace for 1,008 yards.
Okay, on pace for 1,008.
There you go.
He finished that season with 1,015. So essentially the same pace that year, but last year, as we know, 1,342 yards.
Yeah. I'd also be interested in Brandon's pace when it was Trey/Jimmy and then when it flipped to Brock. Like, what was the percentage of yards that were in that last 6-game block?
Oh, we're getting in the weeds now.
Yeah, we are. But that's where we live sometimes. Anyway, we're sponsored by Floor & Decor. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection.
What's better than having Baldy on every Tuesday at 7:30?
I'm just trying to...
Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Dobbs the pump. Dobbs the throw. Separation outside. It's caught. Jacob Cowing right on cue. First and goal, San Francisco. 39-yard strike in the bucket for Cowing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
This used to mean it was 6 o'clock in the morning.
It better not be 6 in the morning right now.
Let's do that again. That was fun.
That was fun. I was just talking to somebody about that last night, and for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, is when we did our little lineup shuffle.
It was jacked up.
It was jacked up, and we did the morning show for a week, and I was just telling somebody, I'm like, yeah, we really liked it. Our body clocks fit it, but by Thursday night, I was like, I don't know what's happening. What is my body trying to tell me? Why does my head hurt like this? And the reason is because of what the guys were talking about earlier. I'm a no-napper. I'm a non-napper. No naps.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't like it. And I really don't like it when it's like get under the covers nap.
Yeah, that's like a level 4.
Yeah,
there's 4 levels to napping.
Okay, what is it?
As a 20-year morning host, you had to pick and choose. Like, there's the chair nap when, you just fall asleep in your chair. That's usually about 5 to 10 minutes. Then there's the recline nap where maybe you're in your car and you recline all the way back, or you're at home in the recliner. Level 3 is couch. There's a couch and a blanket.
Is it accidental or purposeful?
Oh, it's purposeful.
See, that's
and then level 4 is what I call the bib nap.
Oh.
Back in bed.
Yeah, no.
You go back in bed, birthday suit, sound machine, and you're going to go 2 hours.
Those are so bad.
Nap.
No, because you wake up and you don't know what your name is.
Oh, yeah.
You don't know where life started and when it ended. You don't know what day it is.
Am I hungry for lunch or is it dinner?
You don't know what's going on.
The bib nap.
No, because you sit up in bed and freak out. Like you always think you're missing work or like you don't know what
and you realize it's like 1:17 in the afternoon.
You're sweating.
Oh, yeah.
The sun is pouring through. I hate that. That's actually my least favorite part.
The bib nap. Back in bed.
No.
Yeah.
And the car nap for me is if I got the migraine. You watched me do those before.
Yeah, that's always weird.
Yeah.
And I walk up to the side and I'm staring at you.
Like, why is he passed out in his car?
Well, you told me like, hey, I'll be in my car. Don't be alarmed. And so I walked quietly up and I'm looking at you and I'm like, this is really weird. I'm just watching him sleep.
Drooling on myself.
I can text you, hey, Mark, I'm watching you sleep.
I can't do it.
It's a little creepy.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
it's a no. And then by the end of the week, everything is gone totally sideways. But anyway, yes, fun to do stuff in the morning every now and again. Hey, before we go, can we circle back to the start? And the whole show started today with you kind of being like, Captain rub some dirt on it. Like, why is everybody worried about Brock Purdy playing football without any of his friends? None of his friends came. He just had to go out there by himself and represent the 49ers all by his lonesome.
Yeah, they had 10 Pop Warner kids out there.
They did. And the other side of this, though, and I knew this would happen, which is too easy. It's like those of us who expressed that last night was odd, and it was, Brock Purdy playing in that game while all of the other big-name Niners sat was odd. We're going to get pinned into this spot of like worrying too much about football players playing football. It didn't worry me. I'm not mad at it. I'm simply making an observation that it struck me as odd. Matt Barrows came on with Steiny and Evan and seemed to agree.
It's a good question. I think in hindsight, maybe you don't play him. I just don't understand what they got out of it that was so productive. I feel like the risks outweigh any gains. But, Purdy's point was that, you practice all the time and you get into rhythms, but it's different in a game. And he was talking about the mental clock. And ironically, one of the things he wanted to work on was the mental clock about a pass rush and getting hit. I guess it was valuable in that regard. My point is that, he's going to play on Friday in Las Vegas, and he's going to play with a lot of the starters. Not every starter, but a lot more than played last night. So to me, that was, that's your warm-up.
Yeah, I that's where I'm at. I'm sure he's got his reasons, and everything worked out. And no, you cannot protect football players from getting hurt. You just can't. It just struck me as something that I have not seen any other football coach do, certainly not in the last handful of years, where it's become very en vogue to sit out the entire preseason when you're an established, very, very important player, but especially sending him out there while all of the other big-name players sat. I can't recall anybody else doing that.
Yeah, I'd have to go through and look at the tape of every team that played this week. I was looking at C.J. Stroud, and he went out there and played a full quarter. He ended up playing about 19 offensive snaps I didn't see if they had their entire complement of dudes out there.
That is receivers. I can't speak on anybody's line, but
I don't really. It doesn't really bother me that he didn't have a lot of his receivers or any of his receivers out there. If the Niners and Shanahan and Brock Purdy thought that there was value in him going out there and playing 11 snaps and starting to feel the adrenaline, like Matt Barrow said in that cut, just, the mental speed and, getting into the rhythm of what a real game feels like, because at practice, and Brock actually spoke to this, there's pass rush, but there's no sack. There's no fear of being hit in practice. So you do things differently when you're not going to get sacked. You can hold the ball a little longer and, there's not going to be contact. So I do think that there's great value in going out there at game speed, even if it's 11 snaps, and having the other team come at you and hit you a little bit.
But knowing that you're going to play again here in another 5 days and you're going to do it there. I've always asked this question, and people usually have some sort of an answer to it, but it still does head scratch me when people are kind of like, oh, man, the preseason. First of all, there's the evaluation of players. And then second of all, game speed is different, and I agree with that, by the way. But, you have to do that. You have to do that, and that way, you're ready to go when the season starts. College football doesn't. They just play.
Yeah.
Okay, we're here. Let's play. Nobody gets up to game speed. Apparently, coaches are able to evaluate in other ways, whether it's spring games, whatever. Like
a lot of those games, though, those teams, less so now because teams actually do pick good opponents, but a lot of those are just cupcakes. Where
some of them,
you go out there and you find a team that you should be able to beat into submission.
But that's because we're only looking at the big teams and games. Like, what about the team that is the cupcake? They're showing up to play Ohio State.
Yeah, to get a check.
Fine, but they didn't get a pre. And then most teams in America are just run of the mill. What about Cal? Who does Cal play week 1?
UC Davis.
Okay.
The traditional opener. These two UCs, they don't like each other.
Well, it's not. You just told me that's not a cupcake game for Cal.
No, there is no cupcakes for Cal.
How are they going to get up to game speed? How are they going to be ready for this game?
Well, you scrimmage and you go at it in practice, and you got same thing in high school.
So
high school kids just go out week 0 this weekend, and you just play football.
So do that in the NFL.
You could, and you probably are going to get to that point.
Probably will, right?
When you get to 18 games. And I love the proposal, by the way, going to an 18-game schedule with 2 byes, which means it's a 20-week season, which pushes the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend. And what everybody's been clamoring for is the day after the Super Bowl to be a holiday.
A day off.
And it looks like when this eventually passes, that's going to be the new schedule, which would be great. It kind of drags into the middle of February, but I don't mind that at all. More football.
Go to March.
More football and a day off after the Super Bowl for most people.
Yeah.
That's what we all have been waiting for.
I have no problem if before we die, the Super Bowl is in May. Whatever. I don't care. Get rid of this stupid OTAs thing and just keep playing football. I know it's not realistic, but I think it's silly to think that the preseason is going to be around for generations to come. Nobody likes it.
Well, nobody.
Nobody likes it.
The owners like it.
No, because they can turn those into regular season game checks.
Well, as it is now, you get, I think, 10 home games. So If you can promise them 10 home games,
sure, 20
then
game
they're
schedule.
into it. Yeah, exactly.
Why would it go from 17 to 18 and stop? It's going to 20.
Well, it depends on how many teams you're going to add and all the rest of it. If you're an owner, you would love to have 40 games and 20 home games.
I'm in.
You know? So I don't think that they're going to give up on preseason games. Even if they get a 20-game regular season, they're still going to want at least 2 preseasons as well, because that's more money for the owners.
What are you doing here in a minute, Grandy?
We're going to hear the debate that really has dominated today. Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast wondering why the hell Brock Purdy played three drives yesterday.
Why did he play?
Language, exactly.
Yeah, jeez.
Heck works.
Grandy is livid.
It got angry on the Morning Roast.
It did? Who was on? Oh, okay. I didn't hear them this morning. Who was on what side? Or were they on the same side?
You have to listen to find out.
Coming up. These two are teasing their
great tease.
Teasing their donkeys off back there.
Whoa.
I couldn't say ass.
You just did. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromise. There's an absolutely furious Mark Grandy is coming up around the corner. Would you like to do this again tomorrow?
It was fun today. I'll give it another day.
All right, we'll try it out. Let's see if we like it.